Hey, Brendan.
Brendan, yes, welcome aboard. We are streaming now. We're live streaming, so Brendan, you can get started
Hi, Jima.
yeah, since we have you
Hi,
for
Douglas.
yeah, hey, we have you for a short time and Derek for a short time, but I believe Brendan's time with us is shorter. So Brendan, get started and cut loose with anything you wish. We're streaming now.
Oh, yes. 1 second.
Oh, take your
If you
time.
could
No
just give me
rush.
like 1 second.
Oh, of course, of course. Take your time. Just tell us when you're ready. Until then, Derek can talk because he's got little time with us too. And so, Derek, after you drop this load off, is it possible that you could possibly be going home, or what? Or does that take a while? What's
Yeah, this is my only stop for today.
okay?
So it took me a while to get here because it's only about 70 miles from the job. But, you know, the roads are real bad. It's snowing. I mean, the snow is coming down right now in big chunks. There's supposed to be another snowstorm tonight. So the speed limit most of the way here was 70 miles an hour, just to give you an idea of the road conditions. Most of the way here is 70 miles an hour is the speed limit, and I've been going 35 miles an hour most of the way. So yeah, so it's good that this is my only stop. My boss has kind of been overzealous about not letting us get too far away from the plant, and they've actually resorted to using outside carriers to do our more farther away stops. But that's who I'm waiting on now. I'm here at a local stop that's only 70 miles from the job, but I'm waiting on a local carrier who got here before I did. If I got here before he did, I'd be unloading and, on my not on my way get too far away. But, we got here almost around the same time, but he got here before me. So I just got to sit here and wait for him to unload. Then once he unloads, hopefully this tank will be able to hold my whole load, and then I can take it on back. But it's once I unload, I'm gonna take my time taking it back, and then once I get back to the job and then get back home from there, then I'll join the call again. Yesterday I went to the pool because my day was so short. I went to the pool and, just ran in place for about 2 hours or an hour and a half. Once I unload, 30-minute shower or whatnot. So, I was going to probably try to do the same thing today, but it's real bad out here. And probably shouldn't have been working. So when my boss asked me to take Monday off, the first thing I asked was, is it off with pay? And he said no. So we're just my job is really good about that. I can't complain too much about my job. My job will pay me for anything.
Right, right. Oh, by the way,
anything I write down, they'll pay
yeah,
me.
we want to get back to that. We want to get back to that. We've only got Brendan for a few minutes. I get the feeling he's ready to talk now. So let's let him talk now.
Oh, yeah, no problem. That was good to hear, Derek, because, I was wondering about you, with these storms. I was like, what is he doing? Holy shit. Is it sketch to drive out there like that?
It's not easy, Brendan. It's not easy because...
I bet. Many blessings.
Yeah, I'm out here playing slip and slide. And
my God.
The major roads are clear, but as soon as you get off the highways, it's real bad. The snow's just packed down to the ground.
Right. I mean, no offense, but these are the times that I'm grateful to be in California, because I've been to the East Coast and the South too. The storms out there are no joke.
Yes.
Right. Well, shoot, I was about to say I'm grateful to be in Tennessee, but Chicago followed me down here.
Yes, you bring that and the violence with you wherever you go. By the way, Marcus Grix in
Good
Australia.
to hear from you, Douglas, as well.
I'm sorry? What was it?
I said good to hear from you, Douglas. It's been a while. I thought I was concerned, kind of.
Yes. Well, we certainly need to talk personally and privately, of course, but everything's as well as it can be, I assure you.
Good.
And I had that impression with you. I didn't have any impression that anything was particularly at risk with yourself from the last time I spoke to you. Just before we go on, Marcus Grix in Australia says, hey, guys, be careful, mate. Snow roads are crazy. So thank you, Marcus Grix. Deeply appreciate it. And so Daniel Arola will let us know if he becomes available. Right now, there's a lot he's doing around the house. He was going to act as kind of a correspondent, but I'll, cue people into the gravity of the situation. In the meantime, first off, take it away, Brendan. It's all yours.
Yes, I'm just doing the same thing I was doing before, like working, slaving. I've been in the process of like trying to deal with like buying a car and all these crazy things, like, you know, life stuff. So I'm doing all right. And but I have been doing like my nature stuff, and I do have like another haiku, so that's like something I could read.
Yes, please.
So where I go, it's like, it's an overlook over, like, there's a man-made lake, of course, because there's a dam there. So like, it's a nature spot that you can view. It's like a viewing area. And I went up there the other day and I saw a bald eagle. And there are bald eagle nests near where I'm at, but it's like this specific time I saw her flying. And like actually seeing like the bald eagle fly, or any eagle for that matter, like you can actually, or for me it was like I was able to connect with like that essence of like why they're the king of birds, why they're the most, you know, revered type of bird. I mean, within 3 seconds it was able to cut faster than any other bird I've ever seen, in like high winds too, like, mind you. Basically she was able to go past me, and within literally 3 seconds she was far enough to be like, I want to say miles out, 2 or 3 miles out. So the eagles definitely have the highest flying ability. They are the highest bird as far as I'm concerned.
Wow.
When it comes to swiftness and like the way the mastery of the air that they have is just stellar. It's absolutely incredible. And like, so I got to experience that, and so I wrote a haiku about it. And to me, like, the eagles always represented like the king of birds, or like the most, you know, like the highest of birds. Like, it could take out other birds. I mean, it's like a hunter. It has like the best eyes. It can fly the highest. Like, there's so many things that the eagle has that other birds don't. So that's why like countries will use, like our country uses the eagle. Like many countries have used the eagle. Like Deutschland uses the eagle still.
Yes.
From the time, and it's not just the Third Reich that used it, all the way from the time of Karl the Gross,
yes.
Of course.
Yes.
So like, there's a reason why these royal people use the eagle, is like because it is the highest bird. And like I was saying before, the highest bird comes with the highest perspective. They're able to fly the highest. They have the best vision. So that's why humans, like, you know, and even in the Native American traditions, like the most revered bird is like the eagles, you know, for a reason. And so this is why I wrote this haiku. Here it goes. Eagle, sky ruler. Eagle eye sees from on high. Swiftest of the bird tribe. So I put that there, like, because they are the swiftest of the bird tribe. Like, actually, like, visually seeing how fast it could go, it was almost magical. Like, the way, just like, it was cutting, like literally cutting through like high winds, and yet maintaining speed, or even gaining speed. So I could see how like the ancients would attribute like almost like a magical kind of characteristic to it.
Yes.
And then to associate that with the stars, one of my favorite, like one of the main constellations up in the northern hemisphere is called Aquila, the eagle, and that one's like close to Scorpio. You can see it in the summer very well. And so Aquila is something that the ancients even put up in the stars to kind of do honor to that bird. You know,
yes.
like there's
the constellation.
As a constellation.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And Aquila just means eagle in
Latin.
In Latin, of course. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, that was that one.
Wonderful. I really appreciate you sharing all of that. That's beautiful. Yes. And please continue with whatever else is going on in your life. I'm certain there's so much that you are.
Exactly, there's like tons of stuff going on.
Yes. So anything astrological as well, by all means, and any observations you might have. Yeah.
There's very much stuff going on still. Like, all the planets are still in Capricorn, doing their thing. The sun is left. The sun's in Aquarius, as per like the normal cycle of the year. And, you know, like anyone whose sun sign is Aquarius, like that's because the sun is in Aquarius at this time of the year, like they would know. And so, but what's more interesting that we're going to see more changes, because we're already seeing changes. And Douglas, you've heard of the aftershock from 2011 that happened recently. I mean, that's not to be taken too lightly. In Japan, there was
the earthquake, or aftershock. Go on.
Yes.
Go on. Yeah, by all means.
The earthquake that occurred, the 7.4 on their scale, the Japanese scale, which is extremely high, that their scientists, the Japanese scientists, said that was confirmed it was an aftershock from the 2011 disaster.
That's incredible.
So it like earthquakes, like the earth doesn't work on our time scale like the human time scale. It has its own time scale.
Yes.
So just because it was 10 years later doesn't mean it's a different earthquake. It was actually like still part of that same epicenter that happened then. So that could have ended badly, but the kami and the gods like spared them, of course, because as it should be. And then meantime, America, where they eat the most beef, is getting hit by the most terrible weather possible. So, you know, it makes you wonder who's on divine's side and who's working, you know, who's being helped by divine at this point.
Yes.
And even in Germany, they were hit with the same cold spell. And a town in Germany, like even though it was in the mountains, it's still like the cold temperature it reached was, I think it was negative 27 centigrade, which is like off the charts. Like it's like Siberia levels. So, so we're not in good shape here. And like the earth changes have already started happening, I'd say, from the conjunction and before even. And so, but as far as what's going on right now, you have Mars is leaving Aries and going into Taurus, and basically Mars going into Taurus could be, I mean, it could be more volatile for like economics and wealth, and because Taurus is an earth sign and Mars is a very fiery, you know, energy and an active energy. And so moving into that, like there could be some stuff happening as far as economics, wealth, more changing of wealth. And as we know, this whole situation has created an upward flow of wealth, like more than we've ever seen in history. That's how like Tesla, or what's his name, Elon Musk, is getting all this money, and how all these people are getting the money. It's because it's coming from the bottom up, and it's almost never happened like this with this speed and swiftness it has recently. Right. So that's the situation we're in, economically anyway. So we should expect to see more of it. And on the economic note, the Nikkei, the stock exchange in Japan, like it's over 30,000. Yeah. At this point, and it's going up, and it's the highest it's been even since the 90s, since 1990. Yes. So Japan is beyond like the bubble economy at this point. Like they're actually back up on top. Right. So as far as I'm concerned, they're pretty much the top economy. It's like them and Europe. Yes. Like as a whole. So that's where we're at. Yeah. Yeah. No, definitely appreciate it. And much of this has to do with your social observations combined with your astrological knowledge. Right. And so what about what you can convey to us about yourself, what you're willing to share? Why are you looking for a new car? What are you trying to do with the 2 old cars you have? Have you unburdened yourself of them? That's the goal, is to unburden the original cars, and then because of just like credit reasons and just like the evil lending system, like I'm like upside down in this car loan. Yeah. So this car is old enough to where like I have to get rid of it now. Otherwise, like I'll end up just like paying over for like a car that's not going to last. So it's just one of those situations. But I'm going to upgrade to like a Japanese car, possibly a Subaru. Wonderful. So we'll see what, some good things could come out of it. Yes. So we'll have to see. Yes, we can hope and pray. And honestly, we're also concerned about you, making certain that you are able to survive. What about your ultimate plans for moving to Marin? I mean, I'm still working on that. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's still possible. Great. It's just like a matter of dealing with my situation now. I'm doing it step by step, so it's getting closer. Good. I'm so proud of you. And it will actually put you much closer to me, to tell you the truth. You'll be right across the bay. Right. I might even be able to cop a ride from you every once in a while. Yes. Oh my God. So how do you feel about Muir Woods, Douglas? Are you trying to go to Muir Woods? No, God, no, not if I can help it. No, you're not into the outdoors, huh? No, not really. I mean, maybe for a short jaunt. It would have to be some. Right. We could do a double date sometime. Probably the girls would want to do something like that. We'd all probably wound up getting chased by a bunch of cultists. Who try to lay us on Grove. Yes. Who try to lay us on a rock for sacrifice over at Bohemian Grove or the like. So, yes, you can only imagine. So aside from all of that, by the way, yes. So then you had a moment's time to review those 2 young guys who were brought to my attention by John Warrington. I thought that was funny. I mean, they mentioned you. I didn't catch the part where they mentioned myself.
Okay.
I have to get in there further, it seems.
No worries, no worries. It's the same communication problem I had with Jameson Reese. It's basically, I said, per John Warrington, they mention you. He was speaking to me. I simply took the quote.
I see.
Why I put it in quotation marks.
But yeah, they did mention you, yes.
Yeah, and but it was the best word I could use for it is actually cute. But you know, they got this little tinfoil hat thing that they use. That title isn't very, how would I say it? It's not very evocative of anything trustworthy. When they've got tinfoil in their title of their little, I don't know what you'd call it. But anyhow.
I get it. It's a bit tongue in cheek, like the tinfoil hat committee or whatever. You know?
Yes, there we are. Yeah, so it is what it is. But at least young people are aware of me, and that's what's important. So it goes to show that they've got their ear out to the void, as opposed to the elderly, who we have to.
Yeah, it is good that like people are talking about it, you know, but it shouldn't come to a surprise to anyone that knows anything about economics or anything. Like, that's kind of like when I discovered you. Like, that's kind of my feeling on it. I was like, oh wow, like it makes sense because of all the shit I've seen already, you know, on the Japanese television and everything. Like, it just makes sense. Like, that just. There's no other way to interpret it. I don't know how anyone else gets any other.
Yeah, thank you.
Interpretation out of it.
It's absolutely bizarre that all of these Americans grow up playing Japanese designed.
And people that go there too, they like go over to Japan and then they still say, "Oh, we won!" Like the Japs, like they lost. It's like it doesn't even make sense. I mean, like,
thank you. And they
like, what did you go over there and look at? Like, you know.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and they grow up playing Japanese designed video games. I never even thought about that stupid Solid Snake Plus. I never even realized, because I never gave it a thought. I never realized it was a Japanese designer behind that shit. But of course, you know, I'm not surprised. But you know, and that means just pretty much all of the video games are essentially, the majority of them are Japanese designers.
At some level, there's like an Asian or Japanese designer on most video games. You can see in the credits like easily, like.
Yeah. Oh my God. And then these people are like thinking with all that influence, and they still think that they're like, anyhow, you get my point. So, but you're
I mean, that's an important point though. Like our country, like if we don't get people that are into like engineering and science and like better schooling, like there's going to be like more problems happening, because if we can't even design our own stuff, then, you know, what kind of country is that?
We're seeing the problems now with the fucking collapse of the grid. Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
Exactly. Yeah, they can't even keep the fucking grid on. Yeah, like, fuck.
Oh, God.
It's a joke.
Yes.
I guess here in California, we have, like, the Indians and stuff, so they keep our, like, internet running. So that's good. Like, the East Indians. Yeah.
Yes, there we are. Yeah, thank God for that. And even then, we still have problems with half the time. So aside from all of that,
I have to go soon, but like it was good talking, and
yes, well, it's always wonderful to have you. We love you dearly, and
it's about to be spring, so everyone, you know, even though it is cold where you guys are at, it's like, you know, it's going to be spring soon, so at least have some get hardened in that. Yes. Divine is merciful.
Yes.
All right.
Anyhow, we love you dearly. Hugs, and we look forward to your appearing hopefully Sunday night with us again.
Okay, yeah, I'll keep you posted.
Take care, bro.
All right. Much love, you guys. Have a good evening.
And now let us return to Derek Talley. And so, Derek, by all means, you've given us a photograph of just how wretched the situation is out there. It's pretty unbelievable. And maybe there's something visual that Jameson can point out that gives us an idea of what exactly we're looking at. It looks like a post-apocalyptic wasteland, like you're at Ice Station Zebra or something. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, I'm at an aluminum place where they got piles and piles of looks like rocks, but it's really aluminum. You know, it's the raw product before they refine it. So it's stacked up in mountains, and then the snow's hitting it. And I don't think the picture really took, because the reason I took the picture is because snow is coming down in big chunks. Okay. But it does, you can't, you know, in that picture you really can't tell. But the snow is coming down like rain, because there's water on the ground, and the rain, the snow is hitting the water like rain. I mean, if you were looking at the water, it looked like it's on the ground. It looks like it's raining, but it's really big chunks of snow. And this other driver's finished now, so I see him wrapping up. So in a minute here, I'm going to have to at least put it on mute, you know, then go back up to the tank and you know, start unloading it every day. But yeah, it's cold out here. It's about 30 degrees, and it's snow.
Oh my God! I just feel so bad for you. But for God's sake, you have to give us constant updates. We want to know as soon as you get home safely, and as soon as you get home, come back on with us. Okay? You promise that?
Yes, definitely.
Yes. Good. Good. We look forward to that, and I'll be counting on you. So, do what you have to do. You got to go start unloading now. Is this something that you do yourself? How do you physically handle this? What do you mean by this unloading?
I got a hose, and I take my hose and out of the back, and then I hook it up to the tank, and then I just have to cool down the pump because it's the oxygen 325 degrees below zero, and then I just start unloading.
Oh God! Oh shit!
Yeah, it's gonna take me about an hour, so I unload, and then I got it. From there, I just got to put everything up. Yep. So most of the time, I'm unloading. I'm by myself. A lot of times, if something were to happen to me, there'd be nobody to find me for hours.
Oh God! Oh shit! Oh my God! What a nightmare! So by all means, yes, stay safe, and yes, well, and keep us updated. Let us know as soon as you're safely back in the cabin after unloading first, and then after that, as soon as you're back on the road, keep checking in until you get home. Okay?
All right. I'm gonna have to go now, so I'm just gonna put it on mute.
Okay, all our love. And with that, we turn over to Jameson Reese. I don't believe that there's anyone else with us at the moment, and I will begin speaking about the situation in terms of Crystal River and Daniel Arola very shortly. Sometime in the upcoming hours. But they are both alive, but they're both under a lot of pressure due to the weather.
Yes.
Yeah, as is.
The weather has caused blackouts. Texas is without power. And to make matters worse, we have another storm coming called Winter Storm Viola. Mm-hmm. Right now, this is according to the Weather Channel. Second winter storm this week hammers the south. Snow, ice spreads to the east through Friday. Another widespread winter storm named Viola by the Weather Channel has blanketed the shivering south and will bring significant snow and damaging ice to parts of the mid-Atlantic and northeast through Friday. Parts of Texas and Louisiana have already picked up a 1/4 to 1/2 inch of ice accumulation on Wednesday. That's ice, not snow.
Right.
That's a lot of fucking ice.
Yes.
This ice accumulation on top of snow and ice from the winter storm Uri earlier this week led to a number of structure collapses from Texas to Mississippi, including carports, barns, even roofs of some homes, according to the National Weather Service. 1/10 to 1/4 inch of ice accumulation was also observed on the north side of the Houston metro and also in San Antonio. Light freezing rain was reported as far south as Laredo, Kingsville, and Corpus Christi, Texas. So we are getting slammed by some serious weather phenomenon here. Parts of Oklahoma, northern Texas, Arkansas picked up another 6 inches of snow from Viola on Wednesday. One location near Red River in southern Oklahoma Wednesday reported 16 to 18 inches of snow on the ground from both winter storms.
Right. By the way, I want to let people know that despite all of this, Sammy Romero says we're sounding clear, Doug and Brendan and Jameson, and Derek, of course. So God bless you, Sammy Romero. Deeply appreciate it. He had a birthday recently, along with his twin brother Isaac, and I gave him a shout.
Belated.
Yes, good man. And also want to bring attention. Let's take a look in the chat room just shortly while we're live streaming here. And of course, let me renew this so I can get the the latest up. For people who recently, along with his twin brother Isaac. That mute. Great. For those of you who are wondering about the image in thumbnail while we live stream, that is, I'm getting something went wrong with YouTube. Oh shit. Which is probably the chat room. The chat room's not manifesting, but that's okay. That has probably to do with all of the weather or something. Everybody's hearing us so far as I understand it. So what the problem is that YouTube is unable to display the chat on the regular YouTube. I can only see it in studio, and now the chat did come up, so something it did improve. Dat Dude 873210 says, my brother-in-law couldn't believe his 1972 Toyota pickup was made out of a U.S. warship. Laugh out loud. Okay, so thank you, Dat Dude, for bringing that up. But it's true. Yes, of course. Incredible. And very, very much appreciate it. You bring that up. Appreciate all the people who are with us now. Spartan O Negative. And he brought the gin out of the bottle. And to all of you, I do want to emphasize, okay, so I clarified with Selena Khan that donations can be made through the YouTube. Apparently, none of them were going into my bank account because they're all sitting there in YouTube. So I have to retrieve them somehow and transfer them to my bank account. I can't do that without adult supervision. So hopefully Selena will help myself do that sometime in the near future. Obviously, I'm overwhelmed with a lot of my social obligations throughout the holiday and also with what's going on with Peter Moon. Again, I'll review the thumbnail image in live stream later. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Japanese culture, and the reason that the Japanese cultural aspect is being brought up in what most Americans or Westerners think of as Chinese New Year. Europeans, especially the French, would think of it more as Vietnamese New Year or Tet. This is all because the Japanese also celebrate the Asian lunar calendar, but not nearly as much as the mainland Asians or the continental Asians. And the Japanese American or Nikkei-Amerikajīn holiday, or rather Day of Memorial, the Day of Remembrance, is coming up this Friday. So I could not speak of it. I had to speak of it tonight because we couldn't address it on Sunday because it would have been over by then. So the Nikkei-Amerikajīn, or Japanese American Day of Remembrance, is of course a day of remembrance concerning the internment, the mass internment of Japanese Americans. So the cage motif is fitting. But for those of you unfamiliar with Japanese culture, that is how prostitutes display themselves in traditional Japan, is in a red cage to show that they're available for rental. So this is done in bordellos that a person would walk into a Japanese bordello, and the cages would display the different ladies that are available. This is separate from geisha culture. This has nothing to do with geisha culture, which is not prostitution, just so people understand that. Geisha are they're what you would call moral beyond reproach. They have nothing to do with prostitution. Unlike most Americans' misconceptions of geisha, geisha are entertainers that are like professional escorts for groups or parties that provide the music and the service of serving tea, etc. They are extremely educated in tea ceremony, etc. And of course, that's a tradition that we need to keep alive. Prostitution is very different and would be more like what you see in the thumbnail image here on live stream. Obviously, this is going on at the estate where many of my celebrations are taking place, and also this has nothing to do with my gang members, but the kind of environment we would have been dealing with them is different, and one of these days I might release some photos of that. Obviously, there's some security issues that we would never want to compromise concerning my gang members, and so that's why there's a lot less photos of them, if any. I don't believe I've ever published a photo of any of them, and obviously there's reasons for that. The estate's different. Most of the people who are shown are obviously people who are not trying to maintain their privacy from the law to that degree. So people can get some understanding of what exactly is being conveyed. We'll go a little more into it later, but hopefully that gives people some idea of the cultural kind of background or context, cultural context of what they're seeing. And the cage is appropriate because of the internment. It's also appropriate because of the Asian Lunar New Year celebration. So it's a combination of all of them. Red being, of course, the Asian Lunar New Year culture. As well, you might notice that the cage itself is set up somewhat like a playpen, and there are the various regalia that are involved with prostitution that are in there, such as the parasols and the balls and the and also the robe, which many of you can't make out directly unless you're more familiar with Asian culture. But with that, we return it to Jameson, who will continue to emphasize the gravity of the situation concerning the weather and the havoc that it's wreaking on all of us, due basically to climate change, which, you know, as Daniel Arola in particular, and Brendan Zogit would do so without the sense of Daniel Arola, who would be much more blatant about it. Daniel Arola would be blunt because he is a Texan and lives in Texas. He basically would point out that this is, you know, here's all the climate change deniers in Texas are now suffering the repercussions of climate change. And so with that, we turn back to Jameson, who will elaborate on elements of that.
All right. Yeah, I also wanted to point out the fact that the bars are metal. So, and we're entering the year of the metal ox.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you. And by the way, I actually believe that they're painted wood, but but they may as well be metal. Yeah, and they can be, but it's not preferred. Most of the Japanese culture prefers the wood. It's hardwood, but it's anyhow. But do go on. Certainly, we are entering the year of the metal ox, and the metal and the metal. You know, the metal theme is very important here, and we don't mean music. So when it comes to
also great.
Yeah.
And, I love metal.
Yes, and I'm just glad you survived the last few days. I know that. You were pretty open about what was going on, but you can bring that up at your leisure.
There was I have a tendency to go overboard with the caffeine intake, and it doesn't help that, you know, I'm on something else, such as medications. So if I literally felt like my heart was beating out of my chest, but I didn't have a heart attack. And I didn't have to go to the emergency room. Honestly, even if I did have a heart attack, I probably wouldn't go to the emergency room because I would die either way. So what's the point?
I'm not quite sure about the logic of that. Why would you? Oh, you mean that? I mean, people have myocardial infarctions and they survive. It's you know, not that I encourage you to have one, but you get what I'm saying. It's.
Yeah. Well, what I mean is I wouldn't go to the hospital because, you know, that would increase my risk of contracting COVID-19.
Understood. Okay, I see what you're saying. So
and now tomorrow I am scheduled to get a part 1 of the vaccine.
Okay.
At 3 in the afternoon. This is made possible because someone who has mental health disabilities and I suffer from hypertension. Mm-hmm. So under the New York State law, I do qualify as one of the people who can get the vaccine. And I figure, why the hell not? I'd rather have some kind of defense against it. I mean, I'm still going to wear a mask. I'm still going to take all the precautions, mind you.
Of course. Yes, that goes without saying. And for anyone who gets the vaccine, by all means, maintain all safety measures, if for no other reason than out of respect for others. After all, you can still be a carrier, even if you're not manifesting symptoms. So yes. So go on with all right. Everything else.
So returning to the storm. We have 11.5 inches in Arkansas from Viola. Whiteout conditions are seen along Interstate 530 near Pine Bluff, Arkansas. I mean, Little Rock picked up another 7.5 inches of snow from Viola on Wednesday, the second time in 3 days. They picked up at least 6 inches of snow in a day. In records dating to 1875, they never previously had two such heavy snow days in the same winter, much less within 3 days. Oklahoma City picked up 4 inches of snow. Tulsa measured 5 inches. Dallas-Fort Worth picked up 1 inch of snow. Winter storm warnings and winter weather advisories extend to portions of Texas, Oklahoma, into New England. This includes Nashville, Tennessee, Washington, D.C., and New York City. Oh, that's very reassuring. Okay.
You can point out to people that New York City is where you're at. Well, not in the city itself, but certainly close.
Well, within the 5 boroughs, yeah. New York City is considered I'm actually considered being in New York City because I'm in the 5 boroughs.
Yeah, okay. Yes. Good
yeah,
point.
New York City is like, that's Manhattan, Bronx, Queens, Staten Island, and Long Island.
Okay, yeah. And true enough. So, now that
I'm sure Peter Moon will have some, will also be able to add some insight as to, how the weather's, driving things crazy.
And that reminds me, Selena Khan will not be with us tonight, but do everyone maintain her in your thoughts and prayers. She's as well as can be. But as I said, the new year has had a rocky start for her. So everyone make certain to bear her in mind. And so Daniel Rolla says that power just came back on over half an hour ago, went out at 10 p.m. last night in his neighborhood. And so people are surviving the night based on their fireplaces in many cases. If Daniel's able to come on, he'll let us know, and then he can tell us exactly how they did it in his home. And certainly we'll find out how that's happening with Crystal River in terms of what I relate to you with what she sent me, rather than her speaking directly. So in the meantime, by all means, do continue. Thank you, Jameson. Definitely appreciate it.
All right, so I had another article that dealt with weather as well. Let me see if I can pull it up. Damn, I got so many freaking windows open, it's not even funny.
Well, what's ironic is...
Oh, here we go. All right. Frigid temperatures, power outages lead to water problems.
Yeah.
Great. This is even worse.
Yeah, it is.
Memphis, Tennessee, about 7 million people in Texas. Wait, why the fuck would they say Texas if they're... No, never mind. This is Associated Press. Well, that's probably where they're reporting from. About 7 million people in Texas, a quarter of the nation's second most populous state, were told to boil their water or stop using it entirely, as homeowners, hospitals, and businesses grappled with broken water mains and burst pipes, many in areas unaccustomed to dealing with sustained frigid temperatures. Winter storms during the past week in the Midwest, Texas, and South forced water service providers to scramble to manage flows as sub-freezing temperatures presented serious problems. The Texas city of Kyle, south of Austin, asked residents Wednesday to suspend water usage until further notice because of a shortage. Now, this is where things are getting bad, folks. When water is becoming scarce in the United States of all countries, shit's hitting the fan.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Water should only be used to sustain life at this point.
Holy
the city
shit.
of...
Oh, that's bad. That's bad.
Thousands. Yeah. We are close to running out of water supply in Kyle. Holy fucking shit. I'm glad I am in New York for the time being.
Yeah. Yes.
For the time being.
Yes.
I choose my words wisely. In Memphis, Tennessee, the power and water company asked residents to reduce their water usage through Friday. Holy fucking shit. Memphis Light, Gas, and Water said in a news release that it is experiencing reduced pressure across its distribution system due to freezing temperatures this week. The utility also said it is seeing reduced reservoir levels at pumping stations and several water mains have burst. MLG&W What the fuck does that mean?
Some kind of acronym for some kind of energy provider, I would presume.
Memphis Light, Gas and Water. Okay.
There we are.
Like, here we go.
Kind of like George Lucas's Industrial Lights and Magic, right? Yeah. I mean, now you see it, now you don't. Yeah, it was all illusory. Yeah. Ha ha. Ha ha.
They have asked customers to refrain from leaving water running while rinsing dishes, taking short showers, and hold off on washing clothes until Friday. Officials ask customers to save water by letting faucets drip instead of streaming water to prevent pipes from freezing over. Okay, we are reaching the point where America is becoming medieval.
Yes.
This fucking sucks ass. Welcome to Russia.
Yes. Yeah, it's definitely very similar. You begin to see the similarities. I mean, this is what happened. Trump made us more like the Russians. Now we're living like them. Yeah.
And yeah, the Republicans, those who voted Republican got just what they wanted.
It's true. You know, by the way, I appreciate you saying that. Now notice Jameson was very diplomatic about this. He didn't say what they deserved, which is something that our man Daniel Arola essentially said, and in a sense Brendan Zogit said it, because I don't know how many people caught this, but that was Brendan Zogit's militant veganism. His militant veganism was kind of betraying itself there when he was saying, the places most dependent on beef, the beefiest of places were suffering the most from the, nature's wrath. And of course, that's the Vedic tradition in him too, the value of the sacred cow. Eating cows is a horrible thing in India, so he was bringing up, of course, the people that chow down on beef the most, which is, of course, the Texans in particular, and the Plains people that have entire industries based on it. So there you have that. I had to point that out there in case someone didn't notice it themselves. But please go on, Jameson. Before I get too cute with all of this, I have too much fun all the time anyway with this sort of thing.
Oklahoma City officials said on Twitter that power outages and extremely low temperatures caused water service interruption and low pressure for customers. Crews helped turn off water for thousands of customers. Help turn off water for thousands of customers?
Yeah, they make it sound like they're doing you a favor, right? Yeah,
Holy shit.
Yeah,
who had their private water lines break. My God, I am so glad I live in New York. New York, we've gotten temperatures that go below zero sometimes, and so we have an infrastructure that is built to withstand this type of shit.
Yes.
So that's why I love being in New York, and why I don't intend on relocating.
Would be a better word for it than that you love it. Yes, a better way to describe the situation. You're adapted to it. Let's just put it this way. You're adapted to this environment in New York, and you would find it hard to imagine yourself anywhere else. Yeah,
I'm adapted to the urban jungle to the point where, if everyone else is like capybaras, like those big rats, those giant rats, I would be like a jaguar.
There we are. Okay. An apex
predator.
Or at
least in terms of speed and dexterity, and because people move so fucking butt-ass slow in New York. And the amount of, and the what do you call it? The nose breathers with the mask.
Yes.
It's like, why are you going to wear a mask if your nose is like hanging out?
The other day I went up to the corner store, and just so people understand this, when Douglas Dietrich goes to the corner store, it's not innocuous. It's one of these things where the corner store is on the summit of Russian Hill. So I'm walking uphill, and then half the time I'm buying these heavy trays of liquids. I buy a lot of them, and they're very heavy, and I have to make several trips to go up there and back. So I run into all kinds of things while doing this. But most of the people we're wearing masks, except of course one old white guy who I saw walking up the hill, and I avoided him as if he were a brain-eating zombie. But he was coming at me, you know, with no mask on, you know, so I had to like walk out into the street to avoid him, which I was, you know, happy to do. But it's just basically how do I say this? It's something where I have no idea whether he got his shot because he's a senior and decided he's immune or something and doesn't give a shit about anybody else, or whether it was just politics, like a political statement, because, you know, he listened to hate radio all day and decided he was going to, do what he was doing. But it was so typical, and it's a stereotype that I hate to see fulfilled again and again. But there you have it. At any rate, back to Jameson.
Yeah, white folks just don't care out here either. You know, it's the same on Staten Island. But the interesting thing is that I live in a community where almost everyone who's black is not wearing a fucking mask, and I'm like, "What, are you fucking kidding me?"
What do you think that is?
Yeah. I think these people up here are MK Ultra. I think everyone in my fucking community is MK Ultra. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I hear you.
But there, you know, what I will say is like, the kids aren't wearing masks. Kids are going to be kids. I mean, you know, you could kind of expect that from kids who are like, you know, just going to like, who aren't even in middle school or whatnot. But like the adults aren't making a good example at all. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So obviously, you know, people have decided, oh, we don't care if we die. We don't care if we live or die. We're just cattle anyway. Lead us to slaughter. To which I say,
oh, God.
By all means, go ahead. Make my life easier.
Yes.
All right. They say...
Yeah, by all means, go on with what you're doing. Of course, I'll add context to everything that you're saying, you know, as the night progresses. But for right now, as far as I'm concerned, the stage is yours. You know, whatever you find that you find worthy of relaying, by all means, relay it. And,
all right. 3 hospitals. Whoa, this is real bad. In Shreveport, Louisiana, lost water.
Shreveport, Louisiana. Go on. Okay. So they lost. Okay, they lost water.
They lost water because of the storm.
Ooh.
The fuck do you run a hospital without water?
Yeah.
Oh my God. KSLA TV reported, city fire trucks delivered water, and officials were getting bottled water for patients and staff. In the southwest Louisiana city of Lake Charles, hospitals were faced with the possibility they might have to transfer patients to other areas because of low water pressure that followed a power outage, Mayor Nick Hunter said. In Austin, Texas, the fire department said it had received hundreds of broken water pipe calls since Monday. On Tuesday alone, the fire department fielded 685 calls about busted pipes. Now, why the fuck do they not have an infrastructure where, like, the electricity that provides water pressure has some kind of redundant system built in to keep it running if shit goes helter skelter? I mean,
well, because that makes too much sense. I mean, because that would have required investing money, and they're trying to make as much money as possible, hand over fist, without reinvestment into the infrastructure. I mean, certainly you know that.
That is the problem. Yeah. That is the problem. They're minimalist as far as providing services, but they're like trying to squeeze the maximum buck out of you. Yeah, there's a sort of irony to all this. Money will be the death of man.
It can be. It certainly can be. Yes.
It can be. Yes. And wow. So the weather also caused major disruptions to water systems in the Texas cities of Houston, Fort Worth, Galveston, and Corpus Christi. In Houston, residents were told to boil their water if they had the power to do so because of a major drop in water pressure linked to the weather. Austin Water told residents in the southwest section of the city to boil water before using it for drinking or cooking. Now, boiling water.
You're going to ask the question, right? How can you boil water without electricity?
No, I'm not even going to go there. I'm going to analyze the efficacy of boiling water as far as removing contaminants. It doesn't work. You need a filter.
Preferably.
Straight up. Telling them to boil water is like telling them, just don't drink it. Don't use it.
Oh, God.
Leaders in Austin and the Houston area asked residents to stop dripping water from their faucets because of a drop in the water pressure. Why does it feel like they are repeating the same thing over and over again?
Well, because they are. I mean, they need to be emphatic about it because people otherwise won't get the message. We definitely are in times where they have to do that because many people are just rejecting the the information that's given to them by authorities in this day and age of conspiracy cultists.
Well, yeah, that's become a big fucking problem, and it takes a little bit of common sense to tell you that not all these conspiracy theories have any substance to them.
Thank you. Yeah,
there's a reason why I went from those conspiracy theory stuff to just more or less saying this shit is just fucking ridiculous, and transferred over to a more sensible platform such as yourself.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Because it's just all too obvious by exercising critical thinking that a lot of this conspiracy stuff is full of shit.
Yes. It's
so I heard one. Here's one example actually. I can segue into this because they pretty much wrapped up whatever they're talking about with the water and whatnot. But Popular Mechanics decided they were going to put something out about Roswell, and they were saying how so supposedly it was a Russian engineered craft that was piloted by midgets.
Isn't it like what Annie Jacobsen was saying? That was the Annie Jacobsen shit is what that sounds like. So
yeah, and I ripped that shit apart. I was like, no.
Yes.
I basically typed in a comment setting them straight.
Yes.
Of course, I'm fairly certain I'm going to get a lot of flack for it, but the idiocy of these louts, man.
Thank you. Yeah,
they are just insane. Russia at that point in time was operating with fucking nuts and bolts technology. I mean, I'm talking about like fucking they would be like the Flintstones.
Yes. Thank you.
And the Japanese were like the Jetsons.
Yes. Thank you.
So, I mean, you really think the fucking Russians are going to have midgets in their fucking spacecraft? Russians of all people. Come on.
Yeah, it's beyond that. It's Annie Jacobsen took it further and made it even more ridiculous. I mean, you're saying this is something recent, or that
yeah, this is something recent.
Why? Could you provide a link, because this is bizarre to me. They must be preparing something because of what Peter Moon and I are doing. That because Roswell is not something that is like even in the news anymore. I mean, it's something that Peter Moon and I are, of course, what we're dealing with is history that has nothing to do with, say, for instance, the market demands. But normally people like Popular Mechanics would be responding to market demands. And Roswell's not this perennial evergreen interest shit that maybe the UFO cultists think it is. It's like your average person. Then again, Peter was saying there was some stupid series on. Maybe it was kind of inspired by this stupid series that was on that the powers that be are putting out simply to further just distort the issue. But it's just, why would they even dignify the subject is what I'm wondering, with this kind of, the subject as it stands, I mean, with this kind of attention. It's bizarre. And they're presenting this as just like a hypothetical, or as something that someone...
just as hypothetical. I'm trying to see if I can find the link. I responded to it, but I did not share it. So
yeah, no worries. No, I don't blame you. I mean, it's not something that is recommended to be shared.
I mean, it wasn't anything that was like world shattering. It was like figures they would say some stupid shit like that, you know.
Yeah. It's just part of the stupidity. So definitely we're in an environment of the idiocracy. The idiocracy is real. It's alive and well. The movie was simply conveying the obvious, belaboring the obvious. You really wonder why they bothered to produce it.
I'll send you something that even further deepens the idiocracy of all this stuff. Let me see. I'm going to send you the text right now. All right. So you remember the Gorilla Glue story?
Yeah, of course. How could I forget?
Another TikTok user decided to do the same thing.
Was that just for attention? Or
I do not fucking know. These people are just so fucking stupid. It's not funny. Let's see. Avani Reyes has claimed that she accidentally sprayed Gorilla Glue in her hair and can't remove it.
Wait. How does someone spray? How do you spray? Do they make spray glue? I didn't even know that there was a method of delivery of glue that would be a spray for available to people. Maybe something for use in industries. But for people, like domestically, it's where would you buy that? I want to buy a...
Yeah, I didn't know that you had a spray either.
Yeah.
I didn't, that doesn't even make sense.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I want to buy a glue dispenser where it's aerosolized, where I can... You know why they wouldn't do that? You would think about people, the drug abusers who want to like inhale that shit. Ooh, I don't even want to think about that. At any rate, it sounds like something she made herself, or what? What are the details, or what details can be provided?
Well, a TikToker accused of spraying her hair with Gorilla Glue for clout and money after a Louisiana woman went viral for using the permanent adhesive to set her hairstyle. Avani Reyes, 20, has claimed that she accidentally sprayed Gorilla Glue in her hair and can't remove it just days after Tessica Brown, 40, traveled to Los Angeles to have Beverly Hills surgeon Dr. Michael Obeng dissolve the adhesive on her head during a $12,500 procedure. Is insurance going to cover that?
Oh, shit.
Reyes had posted numerous TikToks about her beauty conundrum, starting with a video of herself trying to comb through her cropped pink hair, which is covered with a thick layer of glue. Okay. This is just like, I'm starting to think this is just like a meme of people just putting shit in your hair and putting it on video.
Yes.
You guys still talking about glue?
Yes. Oh, is this pack one?
It's
Daniel.
Oh, it's Daniel. Holy shit. Okay, he's with us. Yes, we're talking about glue. Welcome aboard, Daniel. Give us what report.
I actually have a couple of cans of those in the garage. That's actually a spray on adhesive for like construction.
That's what I thought. Okay, go on.
Yeah. And so I use that stuff for like for gardening supplies and to glue stuff on walls in the house. Certain objects like soundproofing material on the walls, things like that.
Yeah, no, definitely appreciate you sharing that. So I thought it had to be something industrial grade or construction oriented, and it's something that normally would not be in a normal person's house unless they were very involved with what you've done in the past or what other people do who are involved with pretty labor intensive projects. So
I make frequent trips to the hardware store.
Yeah, Yeah, I would imagine. Now tell us, okay, we're so glad to have you with us, and I want you to give people an idea of just how bad it is. I don't think a lot of people outside of where you're at understand the gravity of the situation. Let people know about just what you've been doing, how you've been dealing with it, and just give us the whole situation, please.
With the limited exposure that I've got for myself in my immediate area in the neighborhood, I'm in a pretty decent neighborhood, and I have heard that it's been worse in quite a few other neighborhoods. Now, there's one neighborhood not too far from me that they say that they've been out of power for 56 hours, and they had just got it back on at noon today, so that's good for them. A lot of them are soliciting for firewood and things like that. And now, when I went out this afternoon to go see what the road looked like, and to see how the drive through fast food places are, or any place that's open, and see which places had power and which didn't. And I've noticed that the gas stations that still had gas, they had lines out for like almost half a block long. And some of them are stopping traffic. And damn, that's pretty bad. Yeah. And especially, hell, even the damn McDonald's drive-through. Now that was a block long line that as I passed it by, and I never stopped there. But yeah, when people need something, they get desperate. It's a lot like that toilet paper bullshit. During the first wave of the COVID. It's very reminiscent to that. Although this here involves one hell of an Arctic blast, that really is affecting Texans out here, and it just constantly hits me that I'm thinking, yeah, that's what y'all get for talking shit about California. Yeah.
Oh shit! Thank you. I do appreciate that. And honestly, it gets worse. They're kind of threatening us with their own problems. Really, there's a spillover where basically our own Californian power supplies are threatened by the deep freeze in Texas. And I will go a bit more into this. There's not too much further to go because of the lack of information, but I do know that it's spilled over into Mexico, and that all of the northern Mexican states are without power. They are not happy. So the Mexican president is definitely talking about a future where Mexico will be a bit more autonomous in terms of its energy provisions. Apparently, they were heavily reliant on a lot of Texas subsidiaries or bleed over in terms of their energy availability, and it's just not the way to go. Obviously, this is so. I'll go a bit into all of this. It's just I'll contextualize it as best as I can, but we really need to get the on the ground information from the people who are surviving this. How did you survive the night? I mean, obviously there was a night without power for many people like Crystal River. I mean, now forgive me, you're in the same city as Crystal River, right? Both of you are in Houston, right?
Yes, actually, she and I reside like in the west side of the greater Houston area. She's somewhere north of me. Yeah. And
oh my God. So she, I'll get into her case later. Right now, let's get into your case. In terms of what have you been doing in terms of stocking up? What kind of supplies and what about the fireplace? Was that burning all night? Tell us about what's going on.
Well, actually, no, we didn't really have to use the fireplace much. No, we had some furry, fluffy blankets to keep us warm with, and we weren't doing too bad on clothes and warm clothes and all that. So that's fine. That's fine in itself. It wasn't too entirely cold in the house, fortunately. For the house I'm in.
Mm-hmm. And how about the dogs? How did they handle it?
Oh, the dogs are fine. They just let themselves get wrapped up in the blankets.
Okay, good. And in terms of and how do you keep the car running at all? I mean, has it gotten to the point where the fuel has frozen, as in some cases, or what?
Fortunately, no. I have gone and checked the car periodically to make sure that everything's cool and everything's fine there. That the car runs just as smooth.
Excellent, excellent.
Yeah.
Very reassuring. And what about the water? The situation with the water again? Could you tell us about? First off, you have running water. Has that ever stopped at any point, or what was going on with that?
Oh yeah, actually yesterday morning I was woken up and I was told that the water faucet stopped. So of course, I'm assuming that maybe the pipes might have frozen, but I have wrapped them up previously, like days before. So I don't think that was a problem. But we went ahead and opened the water faucets in all the houses and let the water come out at a trickle at least, just to keep it from freezing. So, but yeah, we do have running water and the toilets do flush. So we're fortunate there.
Very much so. Yeah, go on. And,
man. No, I was just thinking about other people that I've known, and right now, quite a few of them they're stuck in that zone and looking for somebody to blame. I'm thinking, oh man, you better let that go, man. Let's just tough this shit out.
Thank you. No, I can imagine. And where exactly does the blame turn to in a case like this? I mean, obviously, personally, I would think that it really is a lot of the attitude that Texans have of independence. Basically, the state doesn't run so-called capacity markets like other parts of the country. So I'll try and contextualize that a little bit more later. But basically, these markets act like insurance policies where the electricity generators are paid to guarantee that their supplies will be available when the consumers need them. But it's one of these things I'll go a bit into, but you get my point. It's just kind of like there's this libertarian attitude of, you're on your own and independence and look at what happens. You said it yourself. Basically, Daniel Arola at one point laid it out in a meme or even in a comment where he said that we're all socialists in energy crises or times like these, in these times where there's these major natural disasters, and that's the truth. I mean, certainly Biden has simply just approved of Texas's state of emergency so that they can get federal aid. I was speaking with Peter Moon just last night while we were doing all that work on the book, and of course I don't think he really understands how bad it has gotten with the Trump administration. And it's like I said, with many of these men who are of a different generation and who are Caucasian, he was like saying, well, it doesn't matter what the administration is, the federal government has to help. And that wasn't the case when we had all the fires here in California. Trump was doing everything he could to make certain that no federal aid came here. We had to fight for every dollar that we got. And he was treating it as he was only going to provide aid to red states, and that the blue states could go to hell. I mean, and he was blatant about this. And this is what turned the American. He was the president only for the Republicans. He considered himself a president only for those parts of the country that he felt were of service to him. So it was just this wasn't at all what people might think. So now that Texas is in need of this help, it's hard for me to be sympathetic, but nevertheless, obviously there's people that I care about in Texas, such as yourself and Crystal and many others. So I wouldn't want to see, of course, widespread suffering. But if you could add to us some kind of some of this kind of perspective that you might see or hear from fellow Texans, how they're handling it, what they're blaming, that would be interesting. How is it that who would they hold responsible? The governor or the economy or what?
Well, actually, I instantly zone out when they go there in that zone, because it just ends up becoming nothing but word salad, and they're only gaslighting themselves.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yes, and by all means, What else is going on, and what do you recommend that people really need to survive in times like this? Certainly, there must be things that you've found that you didn't notice before that really stand out as vital now, or you know.
To learn how to camp and to learn how to build a fire.
Yes.
Things like that. Things that used to be taught in the Boy Scouts that we learned as kids that were that would help us in the event of you know, when we run out of electricity and all that shit. This is stuff that I learned when I was a kid, even in the Philippines. You know, it's like martial arts. You know, you never know when you need it. You know, it's like an insurance.
Thank you. No, it's so true. And tell us, what is your impression of what's going on with Marcos's son? Marcos's son was running for an office or something, and then is suing because he can't run, or what's going on with that? Have you kept track of this or heard about it?
I've been ignorant of that part. The first thing I think about when I think of Bongbong Marcos, I just kind of giggle. But I don't think he is as bad as the last Aquino president, the one who smuggled gold to Thailand.
Right.
You know, but either way, both families are still we're still pretty corrupt.
Right. Yeah. So it's just, but when you grew up in the Philippines and you were talking about these kinds of survival skills, that was almost a necessity there, because I'm assuming that it was just very difficult at times with the infrastructure, that the infrastructure was not always up to demand. Well,
around that time when I lived in the Philippines in the early 1980s, I lived in the rural area in the province where electric power wasn't even installed yet. It was only available in the cities. So I grew up having to make fire and all this stuff, toughing out the elements.
Yeah. Amazing.
Except there was no Arctic winter there, fortunately.
Yes.
But we had to deal with a lot of typhoons, though. Now, that was bad.
Yes. And I'm assuming that would leave the water quite poisoned. The typhoons could cause wells to sewage to go into wells or something like that. That happened in Taiwan when I know that when I was young, we still had issues like that. So
I can imagine how that could happen now in the Philippines, but then in the Philippines, the wells are still pretty clean.
Good.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And yeah, you're right. It is. I've heard of stories like that where in the Philippines there was somehow the sewage would get into the water supply, and that's more of a recent thing. Just so people understand this, the most congested city in the world is Manila. It's the most congested city on planet Earth. So
it's one of the worst places to be in.
Oh God, I hate to think about it. Well, how long has it been since you've been there? Some while, right?
Yeah. I left in the mid 1980s, and I don't really miss going back there. My younger brother has been back there like in the last few years to deal with some stuff that of property that my mother owns. But so he was there for a while, and he said that a lot of things did change. Some are the same, but more changes than anything.
Well, what does he mean by that? Is that a positive or a negative, or?
Well, he was trying to be a little bit more neutral about it. I was inquiring more about the organic environment, the trees, the fields, and stuff, and how the evening used to smell like, when the orchids, just wafted all over out in the atmosphere throughout the yard, and we were able to smell the difference between flowers and plants then. And he said, no, that's not happening anymore. It's like, damn.
Oh, that's awful. Oh my God.
Yep.
That's just so frightening. And but in Texas now, how's the organic environment? You're getting up every morning. How about your exercise in the morning? It didn't seem like I saw any ice or snow in some of the displays you showed of your crystals or your rocks. So, how do you manage that? How did you? You're just taking kind of like you're placing them on a pedestal or something?
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, those recent ones are indoor.
Okay. Okay.
right now. But no, I have not been spending much time outside, and I do spend a lot of time outside. But no, these last few days, no. Only except for maybe to shovel snow and shit, like I did the other day. Other than that.
Yes. Well, you're in good health, so shoveling snow is not going to be a problem. And at least there's that. Oh, yes. So just out of curiosity, Jameson, is Peter with us, or he would leave us a message if he was, I presume.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. And Peter, so by all means, you're so welcome here. And perhaps you can tell us a bit about what's going on up in Long Island too. And by the way, it's been so long since we had the two of you on together. Daniel, Peter, it's so glad that both of you are on at once. And say hello to each other, of course.
Hi, Daniel. Can we hear you clearly tonight?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah. Thank goodness. And I'm glad that the two of you can hear each other. And yes, in terms of Long Island, of course, I don't know if you've been having to shovel snow or anything like that today, Peter. I take it that everything went as smooth as it could, considering.
We have no snow today. We have a snowstorm coming tomorrow, which won't be as bad as the other one. It might have 4 inches, it might have as much as 8 inches, and it might be over a long period of time. What we went through was pretty heavy. I don't know that it will be like that again. And we've had very tiny blackouts. I mean, I think they said there were something like 300 houses that had trouble with the last storm. And you don't hear, when there's only 300 people, you don't hear about it on the news.
Yeah. Yeah.
They might still be suffering. They might be fixed. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, they're definitely still suffering in Texas. That's for certain. And
well, that's horrible. And one of the problems is that they don't have the setup or infrastructure for that. They're not used to having that cold.
Yes.
To that degree.
Yes. No, definitely not. This is definitely climate change showing itself, and it's manifesting in such a way that the common people are most certainly paying the price. At any rate, we're very glad that Daniel is doing well and that he was able to come on tonight to share what he could with us, and he's welcome to stay on as long as he wants and to interject whenever he wishes, whenever he feels it will be constructive. And in interim, we're very glad that Peter Moon and I were able to work as much as we did on the book, and I'm just so excited about this. And of course, I just have a lot of suggestions to make, and I'll make them to him mostly on Friday, as I said. But perhaps, Peter, you can share with the public whatever you wish about the book and whatever you wish about anything. Honestly, I'm just glad to have everybody here tonight, because with all the work I did on the book with Peter Moon, I have to admit, between that and the partying, I'm just, doing what I can right now to catch up. I'll try and give people some perspective, of course, on the importance of certain aspects of the Asian holidays and the fact that we have the Japanese-American Internment Day of Remembrance coming up on Friday. So I had to bring that up today and honor that in what way I could today. And as I explained to our listeners earlier, Peter, when people were asking about the image that serves as the thumbnail in the live stream, basically it serves a dual purpose, of course. It has to do with all the celebration I've been doing over at the estate in particular, because I can't really share photographs of the celebrations I hold with my gang members, because of course there are police issues potentially involved with that, so we wouldn't want them identifiable in photographs that would be published on my account. And but in Japan, of course, I was pointing out to people that quite separate from the tradition of geisha, which are social escorts and provide music and tea service and are experts in the tea ceremony and various forms of entertainment, that is a tradition that's vital to preserve as a cultural treasure. They are moral beyond reproach and have nothing to do with prostitution, whatever sexual fantasies that Westerners might have about geisha. That's not what they're about. But prostitution traditionally in Japan involves these red wood districts that have cages in which the prostitutes are displayed. So in the case of my photograph, of course, that's essentially what I'm emulating. And that is a traditional red cage actually imported from Japan for prostitutes, in which I'm sitting, which would have, of course, the playthings involved, such as the robes and the parasols and the balls and the blankets to cushion the floor, etc. But it's very much a display that also represents the internment of the Japanese that is going to be remembered on Friday. So I do want people to try and look up the internment of the Japanese as happened in World War II, and appreciate the fact that this was something that showed how much in power the Japanese were throughout the war, how much influence they were, how much threat they were able to project, because the Japanese were not exterminated by the Americans. This had nothing to do with any American, how would I say it, generosity or graciousness. The Americans had every intent of annihilating the Japanese that they had interned in their camps as soon as they finished exploiting them. And for those of you who might wonder at the exploitation, there was slave labor involved. The Japanese were forced to work. They were forced to work without pay. They were forced to work on, for instance, building various cabins and other kinds of necessities for the Native Americans on the reservations, which is why they were brought out to Native American reservations. Beyond that, of course, the Japanese were forced to, if they were technologically oriented, they were forced to try and help Americans with scientific projects, such as trying to cultivate rubber or silk in America, which, of course, the Japanese had a monopoly on overseas. So the Americans had a crisis in terms of silk shortage for their parachutes. And, of course, parachutes were extremely invaluable throughout World War II for military and smoke jumpers reasons. So they had Japanese who were trying to help them under force of arms grow silk or grow rubber in particular here in North America. All of those projects failed, of course. And I've had people who are silly enough to say, well, I've never seen anything in writing where the Japanese who were forced to serve on the front, who were part of these go for broke units that, fought to basically extinction for the Americans, so the Americans could break the Texans out that were surrounded by the elite Hermann Göring armored division in Europe, etc., or incidents like that, where the Japanese fought to almost point of annihilation and self-sacrifice so that these whites could be rescued from the German surrounding them and having them contained. They said, you said that their family was under threat in internment, and of course there's nothing in writing that even needs to be put in writing. If somebody is fighting on the front and their family is in an internment camp, the threat is obviously already present. It is self-evident that your family can be annihilated at any time. They are under machine gun guard. This is something that George Takei expressed, is that he grew up having to go to the bathroom, and as soon as he would go to the outhouse, bear in mind no one had their own toilet in these facilities. They had separate toilet facilities that they were forced to build themselves, that when he would go out at night to take a crap, as soon as he walked out of the encampment door where they were all kept, then the spotlight would be on him and follow him all the way to the outhouse, and he was under machine gun watch the entire time, meaning the person who threw the spotlight on was also following him and had him in machine gun sights, all the while he went to take a crap and then came back. So the idea that the potential wasn't there for their annihilation had these men not fought as hard as they did on the front. This is why they received the most congressional medals of honor of all American units, were the Japanese American units. here you are in this situation where people are still in some form of denial. It was well known their families were hostage as far as these men were concerned. And yet Americans still think of them as being quote unquote patriotic volunteers. This is the insanity of the American mindset. But this is what people need to think of when they do their research on Friday. I'm happy to report that last year, and insanely, it took until last year. In the year 2020, the state of California officially apologized to the Japanese Americans for the internment. But there's no Japanese Americans left to apologize to, for all intents and purposes. So we have a situation where this situation is just, it's beyond reprehensible and disgusting. So Peter Moon and I will be doing our best to address that. What Jameson will bring up to Peter Moon is something that has to have been a preemptive response to our book. Jameson, maybe you can tell Peter Moon what you saw in Popular Mechanics, where just before...
Oh, yeah. They were crediting, they decided that Popular Mechanics was entertaining the idea that the Russians had created something, and that was piloted by midgets that had crashed in Roswell.
Well, this is the same Annie Jacobson stuff.
Yeah, it's like a play on that, because Annie Jacobson's was more convoluted. It was, that's what I said as soon as Jameson brought this up. And let me see now. He sent me something in the message box. I'll see what he sent me. But it had the Daily Mail in UK. Oh, that was the TikTok user. Another glue meme. But yeah, go on, Jameson. And this was, as far as you remember, Popular Mechanics. And you can, bring up whatever else you remember about it.
Well, it's just that they were entertaining the idea that the Soviets had, they had come up with this. It was a very short article. They were just entertaining the idea that the Soviets had something to do with Roswell, that it wasn't aliens. Now,
entertainment is the right word. They were entertaining. It's such intellectual dishonesty and lameness.
Yeah.
Like, well, let's say it was this. Let's say it was Governor Cuomo of New York, who took these people that were killed and they're really been shrunken down into gray aliens. I mean, it's the same. Hey, well, why don't we say this? And this is one thing I find in conspiracy. When I got involved in the Montauk Project, we were like meeting in a sort of semi-dilapidated health food store set over it in Farmingdale, New York, and you felt like, somebody's ready to bash in the door and come after you for what you're talking about.
Thank you.
You felt the thickness of the revolution of 1776. You felt that. And over time, conspiracy has become a, what is it they say on Wall Street when the shoeshine boy is telling you to buy stocks, that's when you should sell?
Yes.
It's like when the people are doing when the common man is talking conspiracy, it's not a field you want to be in anymore.
Yes. Because
it's just like, look at Roswell. Look at Roswell.
This is what puzzled me is what I asked Jameson is, why would Popular Mechanics suddenly address Roswell? It's not like an evergreen kind of market that is just constantly producing money. But then I recalled what you had told me about the new series on Roswell, and there's this new series that has been on for a while, or at least was on a year ago or a few years ago, and that was totally separate from the Roswell series that was on a decade or two ago before that. So it does seem to just keeps coming back, and they keep trying to rehash it and do something with it. Honestly, this is one of those things where we'll try and contextualize it so that we put an end to credulity, and hopefully we have success in that regard.
Let me say something else in this regard. I was alerted to an academic paper on time travel, and it was embarrassingly bad. And I put my website in, and I started getting all these PDFs on time travel, and your name is mentioned. My name is mentioned, and a lot of it's in Europe. These are academic papers. Now, so what you have is you have a bunch of scientists or would-be scientists or mathematicians crunching equations. And perhaps that's a good thing. But what I see in all of these papers, it's like it's a bunch of paper. It's a bunch of paper. These people are not doing anything. They're writing papers. And it's like they're either patting each other on the back or they're jousting with each other. And it's not anything I want to be a part of. Certainly don't want to pay to read the crap I don't even have time to read. And maybe it's not all crap. But it's like, are they doing anything with it? No. So this is a problem with academia.
Yes.
It's just, what are these people doing? They're racking up debt and ripping off students.
It's true. Yes.
Even Bruce Lipton, the famous, I guess he calls himself an epigenetist. He's a PhD, and he says how the system is so corrupt because you're being funded. You have to be funded by the companies that are controlling the research.
Yeah, and the resources. And so basically that already biases what you can put out. That biases the output. And so in this case, what we have is the output is biased, where, like Peter said, this is very similar to what Annie Jacobsen said, except they've streamlined it a bit more, and they took out Joseph Mengele, and they took out the deformed children with progeria, and which, of course, was what Annie Jacobsen had brought in to her own convoluted story that basically was conflating with the Nick Redfern narrative, or shall we say contra-narrative. The contrafactual is the actual term for it, is the contrafactual. And so when popular mechanics did what it's doing, it's almost like it's trying to reinforce this, what would you call it, this red herring, this kind of like false trail, this and it's the purpose of it seems to be nothing more than to act as a buffer for what Peter, Moon, and I are doing, that it would kind of buffer the impact of what we're doing in the sense as a shock absorber.
There's a problem though. Yeah. No, popular mechanics doesn't carry the weight that it used to.
That's
all
true.
The establishment publications don't carry the weight that they used to. The New York Times has been severely criticized for its disingenuousness, and now it's beginning to take positions that are not quite so leftist. In other words, they're willing to go after the left. Not a whole lot, but much more than they would, to try and establish some sort of credibility with themselves. So, it's like the old, and we're going through this astrologically, the old is falling away. The government has to change, and it has to change to serve the new times. And these have nothing to, this Republican Democrat paradigm that people get into is falling away. We still have these old people holding up. All these people that you read about on Capitol Hill are just they're one side or the other, but they're both part of the same problem. So they're going to have to change.
Yes. Yes. Well, yeah, everyone will have to change so that they have are able to basically present something that's of interest to people in the present day and age. This is what even puzzles me about Popular Mechanics doing what it did. Of course, as you say, it's not what it was, and it's just not, it's obviously at this point just purveying certain articles of interest to the powers that be, and in a sense, maybe what it's doing is it's doing us a kind of favor. If people are already kind of being presented this, it is kind of like they know you and I will get the book out, so what they're presenting is kind of like almost like a stepping stone towards people being able to accept it. It's almost like that. I wouldn't call it beneficent or benevolent, but it's a shock absorber. It would be kind of like what Aquino was doing in case the Hakui Memorial Museum had opened up with its original intended thematic. So he had at least that out there so that the public would have kind of a shock absorber for that if the Japanese had decided to do what they had originally intended to do. So maybe this is something along those lines. It has a certain kind of, it only seems to make sense in that regard, because otherwise it's such a bizarre, innocuous, and incongruent, just an incongruent thing to bring up. Jameson actually took the time to respond to it because it was online. So they were allowing people to leave comments. George Knight will come on in the closing hour of tonight's program, and he can share an experience that he had, which was kind of similar. To tell you, I don't know why he bothers, but reminds me of Keith Call, and he's gone into UFO kind of MUFON meetings before and got himself, for all intents and purposes, physically thrown out because he's brought my DVD, Roswell and the Rising Sun, and they just told him, turn that shit off. Yeah, what was that?
I remember that video.
Yes. It was like, basically saying, they would tell him, turn that shit off and get out of here. And they, pretty much physically, pushed him out the door. You wonder, okay, why do you, knowing these people, why do you do what you do? But
that's one thing you have to learn. And it's that you don't want to be talking to that type of a crowd.
Yeah.
And it's just you have to understand it, and you're not going to make any waves by going in front of compromised people with compromised gray matter.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
you're just not going to make any headway there. And Preston and I were never invited to MUFON meetings.
Oh, of course not. No.
And later on, I was invited to some by, kind of people that kind of knew me and were on the program, but it was very few and far between. And that was many years after the fact, where we were, well, particularly him, because he was the lead person. He was persona non grata, and he'd get into a room like that and he could start talking stuff. He knew more about what they were talking about than they did. And he was like the real deal. No matter how compromised he might have been, he could, and it just kind of frightened people.
Yes.
And this is unfortunately what happened. But there was certainly a lot of people interested, and the book was like a hot whispering campaign, and it didn't need, it bypassed all of those structures. And I want to say something that's very important with reference to the book. And it's also important to mention that in my astrology chart, in my 10th house of career, which is Gemini. Gemini is the communicator. One of the functions of Gemini is communication. And I have the planet Uranus in the 10th house, which happens to be in Cancer, not Gemini, but Cancer extends into my 10th house. But Uranus is like, it turns things upside down. It's revolutionary. So whatever I'm doing in my career will appear to be off the wall, and it'll completely come out from left field. And I've had that effect for certainly in my writing career, and even in my non-writing career, I would tend to go towards that sort of position. So also, astrologically, we're moving into a time when this book is released where it's an era, an age of disclosure and hidden information coming out. So we are riding that wave, if not creating that wave. Mm-hmm. So this is the time right now to release the book. And my friend who's been reading it, he has a little trouble with the continuity of it. It's the continuity is what it is. The information is what it is. We can't turn this into a James Michener novel.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what he means by continuity. We do the best that we can.
He didn't use the continuity, but it's like it's making his head go all over the place. And I've been criticized for that in my previous writing, because this is the good thing though. It's causing him, because he'll read it and then he'll start looking stuff up on the net to say, oh God, what about this? What about that? Oh God, that's true. Blah 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 blah.
Right.
And it's making him think. It's making him think and making him go to different places on the internet, because it brings about, it stimulates his curiosity. And this is what it's going to do with people who read it. They're going to, well, wait, look at that card. Is that true? I don't believe that. I don't believe that there was a, Canadian war plan, pink or whatever it was called. Crimson.
Crimson, yes. May as well have been pink.
Pink. Yeah. But yeah, and you start looking at this and you can find so much of what you're saying is true, and you eventually are going to have to default into the position that Douglas Dietrich had an inside track on all of this. That is also fortified, although they're not going to see it in this book, it's fortified by the Art-elect in all of this ability to process data. But it's, the person's being informed and led. And this is good, because like when I was writing with Preston, I was having to pull his teeth to get some of this information out. And once I pulled his teeth, he didn't really have anything else to say.
That's so sad.
He could have, he might have something else to say on a different day 3 months later, and it would correlate. But, he had all the information he could offer. He did the best he could. And the only thing we did after that was investigate. And we did investigate. We were going out to Montauk all the time to establish the case. I didn't realize it until I put out the updated version of the book, when I said, God, I didn't realize how much work he did, because we were going together and he did a lot of work, and it's included in the book. So much of the work that we did together, but so much of his was on a different reference frame from the technological standpoint. So, and yeah, we established the case that weird stuff happened out there, and the denial, the wall came down. But this is time, because people are just, it's like my daughter's generation, what's World War II? And then the Japanese millennials, they are living in an ecosphere that was created by Emperor Hirohito. He gave them a platform to where they have wealth and abundance that they didn't have. You can't compare the affluent Japanese kids or millennials of today with the soldiers who were, put in a country and said, kill and find food or you're not going to eat.
Right. It's so
a
true.
Complete different and an evolution of their people. So it's a different paradigm, and no, we shouldn't wish that on them. And for them to even be in a position to appreciate that is, I don't know. Well, I can't evaluate it.
Right. It's definitely the way to look at it is like this. I'll evaluate it in terms of the Japanese millennials. What's going on? And by the way, I just had Maria Michaela Gregorich contacting myself about something that I'll share later. I don't think it bears bringing up right now, but I want to give a shout out to Maria for all she does, and I want to remind everyone, such as Crystal River, I will be bringing your situation up. I want people to understand right now that when it comes to Crystal River, she's surviving, but one of the things that I will do is I'll give some ways that people can help her, and like myself, if people decide to help Crystal River, make certain that if you send her anything via PayPal, that you also indicate friends and relations, because that would be something. She cannot work right now because there's no electricity, and she works via Skype and other electrical means to conduct her tarot reading business. So right now her PayPal and Venmo, they're under the email chrissyvera@hotmail.com, KRISSY, Chrissy, KRISSY, Vera, VERA, Chrissy Vera @hotmail.com, chrissyvera@hotmail.com, PayPal or Venmo. And if sending through PayPal, select the option of send to friends and family. That way your contribution will not get cut into by Peter Thiel taking his pound of flesh. And as for Daniel Arola, he's probably still with us, hopefully. And so just wanted to make certain everybody's there. In the meantime, good, yeah, and so glad that you're there. And of course, do whatever you need to do in the home, of course, if something needs to be tended to. But this way, we just make certain that he's well in these grim and terrifying times that people are going through what they're going through.
I do want to.
Yeah. Go on.
Oh, I do want to bring up when you first brought up the Japanese internment, I had an instant flashback to the Karate Kid movies. The part where Mr. Miyagi shows that he was a World War II veteran, and he also showed that he had a Congressional Medal of Honor, and his wife and child. See, he was serving in the military for the U.S. during World War II,
right.
And his wife and child was in the internment camp, and they had died there. That was the story that I remembered from the movie.
Thank you. I deeply appreciate your bringing that up. And also important to emphasize to people, and I'm sure Daniel Arola remembers this, is that in the film, he wasn't, and again, bring up his name again. He lived here in San Francisco, and I actually met him more than once. And Pat Morita, yes. And Pat Morita, in the film, he was not portraying a ethnic Japanese. He was actually Okinawan in the film. And so he was an Okinawan person who, along with the Japanese, was in an internment camp, and his wife died in the internment camp. Very telling. And as a matter of fact, that's one of the reasons that you had phenomena happen like the Bataan Death March. This is what happened to what I had sent to our man Peter Moon. I had sent him a email which told the story of the Japanese Dirty Dozen, so to speak, only we're talking about an entire military unit, not just some kind of commando detachment. But the Japanese had taken all of their misfits, or just kind of like social rejects. And Japan has their share of them. They're not very large, but certainly enough to, form a military battalion out of. They put him under the command of a Japanese American who was serving the Japanese Empire and had been basically stuck over the other side of the Pacific when the war started. And he is the man who led them to victory in Bataan that took the Allied forces into captivity. And along with all of his unit that he was put in charge of that were considered the expendables. And his wife had died in the camps, just en route to the camp. She died in labor on the trains which were taking all of the Japanese into the camps, and that is essentially why he treated the Americans the way he did in terms of the Bataan Death March. And he was his name was Nara Akira, and if Brendan were here, he would recognize the name instantly, because Akira became a very famous anime name. It was the first used in manga, or the Japanese comic books, and then was transferred into anime.
I remember that.
Yes, you remember Akira, yes. And that was inspired by this individual. And so Nara Akira, Nara being his family name, Akira was his first name. So when you hear the name Akira, it's a first name. So it'd be like, you know, they were just calling him by his first name in the anime.
I've heard about him back in the Philippines.
There we are. So there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so,
I think the only other person that I know that was kind of famous in Japan, whose first name was Akira Takasaki, who is the lead guitar player of a metal band called Loudness.
That's amazing. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, they've been around since the 80s.
That's right. So thank you. I appreciate that. And so in terms of what's going on with the Japanese millennials not knowing about their history, it's definitely, how would I put it? First off, this is one of those things where there's two factors here. One of them is the winning the war factor, and it's very similar to the difference between the attitudes of Northerners to the attitudes of Southerners concerning the American Civil War between the states. And when it comes to people in the South, the war is just everywhere. It is their consciousness. They are very, it's their identity. So if you go into the South, then the entire the entire Southern identity is based on the war. And
they haven't forgotten it. They haven't forgotten it.
Yeah,
they're still fighting it.
Yeah, and so their culture is based on what they call the lost cause, and it has to do with what keeps them together, what keeps them coherent, and it gives them a sense of separateness from the North that is maintained to this day. Whereas in the North, you'd be hard pressed to find anybody outside of hobbyists. People who might participate in reenactments or the like, who has even a iota of care for the American Civil War between the states. And this is because, as far as the North is concerned in their paradigm, they won. And because they never participated in this struggle against a kind of Reconstruction or occupation force, and they never participated in this kind of maintenance of recovery of a lifestyle that was lost, they have no need for this kind of continuity of identity that is tied to some kind of monumental struggle. So with what they used to say in ancient Greece, all the way back to the days of the Hellenic Empire, was that war ends only for the victors. And that especially think of it in those days when entire families were taken as slaves, and the men were all killed, the women and children were taken as slaves, and then they would maintain a kind of ethnic enclaving. And but for them, their only sense of cultural identity was with each other, subsumed into the conqueror's culture. The South has that going on to some degree, but because their struggle was carried on for so many generations, and they succeeded in preserving so much of the old structure of their culture from before the war for so long, through the Jim Crow laws and the maintenance of a minority in power, they've gradually changed, but it's definitely something that will always be part of their identity. And really, after a certain point, you just have to acknowledge it and just say, well, they should be able to have their own separate culture. At this point in history, it's not something where the U.S. needs the South anymore. The Union needs the South. You just kind of like let them go their own way. Those areas that are white pocket enclaves should be able to hold their own with the international trade, etc. I mean, that's something that would be the topic of another discussion completely. But in terms of the kind of difference between the North and the South, convey that upon the Japanese. The Japanese are like the North, and they won the war, and they've just moved on. it doesn't really matter to them. It's not something that they need to know about. Just like your average person in the North knows nothing of the civil war between the states, it's just like something to them that is a non-issue. So when it comes to how would I say it? The other aspect is that it's a sensitive subject. And so whether it's a Japanese person or a Westerner asking them about the war, the majority of Japanese will simply respond in the most neutral fashion imaginable. They will just say something like, I don't know, I don't know what you're talking about. And that's just the way they avoid conversation on a sensitive subject. A great example is like the plagiarist of Douglas Dietrich that we all know of, Mark Felton. Mark Felton, as I said before, had a documentary, if you could dignify it with that term, that was over an hour long, in which he tries to explain Japanese military quote-unquote brutality. And of course, he gets all kinds of responses by all kinds of people who just join in to say, like, oh, yeah, you're right. And you know that half these people are just trolls. A good example is the top comment. I mean, this is a fucking joke. This guy's name is Richmond Wald. He doesn't even bother to come up with a Japanese name. Like, he could have used the anime name Akira or something just to sound like he was a Jap. But no, his name is Richmond Wald. His surname is W-A-L-D. And his first name is Richmond. I mean, Richmond Wald. And he says, I'm Japanese. Yeah, right. He says, I'm Japanese, and I can tell you that there is great emphasis on educating people about the atomic bombing in my country, on how inhumane and atrocious it was, but little to no effort at all on the crimes that our own people have committed. And if I were ever to promote videos of this kind to my people, I would be called a traitor, in quotes. This is like, this guy got not a single downvote. Not a single thumbs down on his comment, but 2,000.1K. That's 2.1K. 2,100 thumbs up. 2,100 thumbs up and not a single thumbs down for an obvious troll whose name is not even Japanese. I mean, my name's Douglas Dietrich, but I could at least present a Japanese name. You know, my name in Japanese is, of course, Kazube Takabayashi. So I'm, I could say, my Japanese name is Takabayashi Kazube, which if someone is Japanese, they would feel obligated to do that if they were even bringing up that fact. And this guy got 477 replies telling him about, how they support him as, this westernized, it's all shit. But then the other guy, he says, this again will point out what the Japanese are dealing with. He says, basically, what was this one clown, when he said he was in Japan and he was approaching this Japanese girl and asking her about the war. And she said, oh, I know there was a war, but I don't know who won. And he was saying, this is how ignorant the Japanese are. And so when this guy in this column of responses to Mark Felton's documentary on why the Japanese were so brutal says, the Japanese are completely ignorant of the war in Japan. I mean, I approached this Japanese girl on the street and asked her what she knew about the war. And she said only that she knew there was one, but she didn't know who won. I mean, how would it be like here in America if you had some crazed Asian guy come up to a white girl and grab her by the arm and say, hey, what do you know about World War II? And how do you think a white girl is going to respond to that? Basically, you've got a strange person who's obviously foreign, potentially violent, grabs you by the arm and asks you about a war. What you're going to say is, oh, well, I know there was one, but I don't know who won. That's pretty much what your average white girl would say, knowing that she's in a situation where she just needs to extricate herself as soon as possible. And so that this lunatic can go on to doing whatever they're going to do. Probably some mass shooting, you would assume. This is the situation that Japanese are faced with when they're asked questions about World War II. They basically know it's a hypersensitive issue. They know there's nothing good that will come of pursuing the subject that you would ever want recorded. So they just tell people.
That's like
this,
that's like that story you told in the past about the do you believe in Roswell thesis?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and in other words, do you believe? Just the very nature of the question. Do you believe? What does that imply? It implies it's an article of faith. And with a question like that, the first response, of course, would be, believe what? Like, what about Roswell am I being asked to respond to? And it would always come back to, aliens. And of course, by that, they mean extraterrestrials. So you're just left with this, instead, you're left with this zero-sum game. You either acknowledge that there were aliens or you say no. So when you get people who respond to this, then they're just left with feeding into the belief paradigm, and that's funny. I can see this freak here. Left his Marine Corps graduate picture. Looks exactly like the gang stalker we all know, only he's gone by the name Daniel Dunn, and he left this 5 months ago. He left a comment under Felton saying that was in the 70s and early 80s, there was a push for U.S. Marines and soldiers who fought the Japanese to forgive them. At that time, not knowing too much, thought the war is long over, get over it. The more I learn, the more I understand that forgiveness was a big request. Many did forgive, and I now realize how big of a step that actually was. They all look alike, so I can't tell if it's him or not by the graduation photograph. They all look like blank-eyed lunatics. At any rate, there you have that. So the important thing to remember is that these kinds of questions or surveys asking the Japanese about history it's an exercise in futility. They're going to basically humor whoever is asking them, whether they're Japanese or American. They're not going to feel any less threatened by the subject. None of them are going to go on record with anything extreme. So it's just something that you can't take it as anything that has any meaning. The Japanese are aware of the war, and most of them are obviously aware that in one way or another they came out of the war on top because of the position that they're in. And so they all know they owe it to Emperor Hirohito, because out of 3,000 years of emperors and the longest unbroken dynasty in the world, he's the only one who has a national holiday. So that alone says everything that you need to know. And with that in mind, he was the one who carried them through the one conflict that was in which their very existence was threatened. So in that regard, many of these atrocities were carried out. And without the atrocities having been carried out, there would be no Japan today. It was simply that situation. The situation is you either do this or you die. And so it was what it was, and it had to go down the way it did, or the Japanese never would have succeeded. So when it comes to the situation, like I said, with Peter Moon, I sent him a few letters from this individual who had been a prisoner of war of the Japanese. And I'll talk with Peter Moon later if we can stick that in an appendix, certain aspects of his letters or his letters, because they're short, maybe just copies of his letters or certain paragraphs out of them. But he basically was acknowledging that he heard what I had to say and he accepted it. And as someone who had received the worst that the Japanese could do to someone, a survivor of the Bataan Death March himself, it wasn't that he didn't hold grudges. He, of course, he was no lover of the Japanese per se, but he understood what I was saying. And I think that that's important to emphasize in terms of the book. And so hopefully people will understand the context in terms of what I'm saying. The Japanese, for instance, will agree with people in a external environment where they feel that it's just what they're left to do to seem polite. Like they've conducted social experiments where they brought Japanese men into the same room as a white American who is laughing at films of atrocity. And like the My Lai massacre, they'd be playing footage of the My Lai massacre, and the white guy would be laughing, and the Japanese guy, just to be polite, would laugh along with him. And as soon as the white guy left the room, the secret camera they had in the room would show that the Japanese man was obviously disgusted. And so he's just laughing to be polite because he's in the company of a lunatic. And this is how all Japanese feel around all Americans, basically. That's basically what it comes down to, is that when they're approached with some kinds of questions or whatnot, they're just not going to do anything that would be offensive if they can help it. Just the nature of their culture. So hopefully that gives context to people about how that went down, why that went down the way it did. It's a combination of having won the war and you just move on, because like the Northerners, when it comes to the Civil War, it's a non-issue with them. And therefore, they've got a totally different paradigm to operate on. Whereas to the losers of the war, in this case, the Americans, as a whole, this is their entire paradigm of identity. So all of America is like the Solid South in the sense of World War II is its paradigm of identity. This is how they identify as Americans, is that they had a war and they dropped atomic bombs and they think they won this war and they're convinced that this is something that defined them. You speak to most Southerners and they will tell you, or certainly a great deal of them, will tell you, and I've had people call in to the Revolution Radio who have said this to me on air, on record and on air, and I'm certain that we have the episode in which these calls were taken that are still available if we look for them in the archives. But there were people who called me from the South who said that, the South really won the Civil War. And it's not something I would argue with or deny, because the very real fact is that the South, even if you argue the South lost militarily, inarguably, they most certainly won the peace. They never lost their old apartheid state, and certainly kept it in enforcement for 100 years after the American Civil War was over. The culture was never dissolved or dissipated or absorbed into this kind of Northern culture. It's still very distinctive, and probably going to become more so as regionalism begins to become more and more a part of the future. So, but in terms of the Americans, they have that same attitude that the Southerners do. It's just the books on the war are everywhere, the documentaries are everywhere, and it's very much a part of their lives. The Chinese situation is more complicated because the mainland Chinese communists never had this kind of World War II obsession or this anti-Japanese kind of obsession until comparatively recently. And that was when they began to fall under the dictatorship of Xi Jinping, and he could no longer carry out the advances made by the Chinese technocrats before him, like Zhao or Deng Xiaoping before him. Instead, Xi Jinping is like, he's stuck. He's basically now in a trade war with the United States. They've had disaster after disaster. So the only thing he could do is tell everybody, hate the Japs, and try to push this energy outward towards another war that he hopes will define China's future. So this is the environment into which we release this book soon enough, and I want to thank everyone for their patience with my contextualizing that, and hopefully that makes some sense. So Peter, hopefully that makes makes it more understandable.
I will say this: you could have said that in a couple paragraphs.
Understood.
People will understand.
Okay. Yes. I'll bet that.
Yeah. But it's an excellent point. It's an excellent point that. But I also have detected with Japanese I spoke to, they have no idea.
Yes, well, not about that. And don't forget that Japan also, after Hirohito gave them this tremendous freedom, many of these Japanese have instead gone into cults of their own. And these and a lot of these are like UFO cults. There are UFO cults all over Japan. And when I was at one of these conferences and I had the images up of the dirigibles And some Japanese guy came up to me who was part of this happy science cult, is what it was called. That's how it transliterated. Just really stupid name. And there was affiliated with some of these UFO cults. And he said, I study, or I've seen, real UFOs, not like this, like he's implying something with aliens. And of course, the fact that this was, Japanese history, or the fact that the Japanese symbols were displayed on these images, it attracted his attention, but it didn't maintain his interest, because he's interested in this completely different kind of
paradigm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, there's a big problem here. And this has to do with the nature of human beings and their extreme arrogance. Human beings are extremely arrogant about almost everything. And particularly when you find people that have afflictions, they are very arrogant about their afflictions. And the arrogance makes it hard for them to get out of their affliction. It's because they've been cultivating their affliction their whole life. If you're 50 years old and you have XYZ wrong with you, you've spent the last 50 years accruing this condition through life and through your ignorance of how to maintain your health. So it's like, this is a tricky business. When it comes to intellectual jousting about UFOs, it's just like this guy I told you about. He's going to teach me about Roswell. he sees the ad I put up. Well, you don't know. There really was an alien there. The Japanese dirigibles were a distraction.
Oh, a distraction! Incredible.
Yeah, and then I get the book with the alien, and it's like, the alien is talking through this person and says this was an atmospheric disturbance that caused the crash of the two saucers, or the saucer, whatever it was.
Oh my God!
It was an atmospheric disturbance. I mean, it's so lame. and this person actually exhibits some broad awareness of circumstances and events, but it's all short-circuited by a stupid-ass belief.
Yeah.
And this could be reducible to something like, I believe in Jesus.
Yeah.
And Jesus, to them, is the equivalent of a teddy bear.
Yes. Yeah. Like a Care Bear.
There's no intellect behind it. The faith behind it, you can't necessarily evaluate it, but it looks like a baby faith. In other words, the person is saying, I believe in something that is good and will save me and that is inherently good. And that's allowing them a lot of slack. That's the best it can be, because their intellect will fail. And on the other hand, the Satanist can be too intellectual.
Yes.
He can be too intellectual and and it's it's just a bunch of unhappy nothingness. He really has no soul. So it's like, but unfortunately with human beings, you're dealing with a deck of cards that doesn't have all the numbers in. And this is just a condition of dealing with human beings. And somehow human beings go on as a collective group of, an amalgamation of intelligent, non-intelligent people. Some are workers, some are executives, some are ripping the hell off of everybody. And the tech world even exacerbates this in very strange ways, as we're beginning to see with the advent of stock trading and cryptocurrencies in ways that we've never seen before.
Yes. Well, I'm going to turn on the screen share here so that people can see what it was that our man, Mr. George Knight, had shown myself. So let me see here, the screen share. Let me turn that on temporarily. This is only, of course, people on the call can see this, unfortunately. I'll ask Peter Moon to take a look at this and see what...
Is this on screen share?
Yeah, it's on screen share. So if you see this, this is George Knight's message here, where he said, "Sorry to bother you, Douglas. I just wanted to share this with you. I joined a Facebook page called UFO Sightings Footage. I posted my 8-minute-long video of the Thousand-Year Reich in Exile, explaining in the description about these craft originating from the Third Reich and how they relocated in exile. I have half and 100 likes on the video."
I think he means a half 100. I think he means a half.
Yeah, and I got very good feedback and responses from people saying to me it makes more sense, and they asked me a million questions, which I answered to all of them with historical evidence and facts. Then it got to the discussion of the Battle of Los Angeles from some member of the group, and he claimed it was an ET craft. Of course, I stated that's absurd because this was February 24th through the 25th of 1942, just weeks after Pearl Harbor. The United States and the Empire of Japan were legally in a declaration of war, and I presented newspaper articles, headlines stating Japanese airplanes were shot down, and gave street addresses of downed Japanese planes. Of course, his response was the newspapers are lying to cover up an alien invasion, which, of course, if the aliens invaded, what happened? But anyhow, then I responded with irrefutable documentation and eyewitness testimonies of Japanese violation over airspace. I presented documentation of the 50,000 GIs who received the unapproved yellow fever vaccine, and these men contracted the largest case of hepatitis B outbreak in recorded history. Then the next thing I noticed is my post was removed, and I have been blocked from posting anything more on the page. Talk about censorship of presenting the truth or what? No such thing as freedom of speech when you expose the truth and reality. Unbelievable, Douglas. I would say predictable. But as a side note, what was that?
I've been removed from a few groups that has Douglas Dietrich in the title of the links that I've shared.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that's there you have it. And he says, and a side note, thank you, Daniel. He says my video of YouTube went from half 100 views to over 250,000 in just 12 hours, 280 within 12 hours. But now this is, I hate to say it, it's hard for me not to perceive this as racism, a kind of Eurocentricity where people can believe the Nazis, the Germans made UFOs, but not the Japanese. That's basically what it comes down to. It comes down to, and of course people are able to say things like what he found here in this Antarctica and the secret space program from World War II to the current space race about what this man is saying is still, he says, now, God, you should sue this guy. This guy's using Peter Moon's material. A map of Tibet showing 3 possible sites of a Nazi airbase with a black sun. A strange UFO incident in Karachi. The secret SS airbase still active in Tibet in 1955. It's a terror. Now, none of this is untrue. Rather, it's the fact that, nobody gives credit for Peter Moon for putting out the Black Sun book before, basically using elements thereof. So when it comes to all of this, of course, there is this faith that the Germans can do this, but the Japanese cannot. What is this, if not racism? What would you say?
I will tell you what it is. It's. I wouldn't say it's racism. It might stem from racism, but people have been so battered by the propaganda. It's so ingrained. How can you, if you take the prejudice of white people in the South as it was 50 years ago and 60 years ago, it was inbred into them. You just didn't, black people were inferior to them. Right now, and I still see this, I can see this in white people because they have not experienced black people. So they don't have an experiential reference frame for them. Sometimes, and sometimes it's limited. And, if they do have an experiential reference frame, it's they understand.
No, yeah,
But-
back only a few decades ago, their reference frame would have been the Jackson 5 and very little else. The Harlem Globetrotters.
Yeah, but in the case of the Japanese, it's all they know is what they've been fed for a long time, and it's how can I wouldn't understand the fullness of it unless I had run into your stuff, and I'm coming from a very esoteric and occult reference frame. So when you're dealing with the people that are just banging around, just looking at football scores and whatnot, it's like, what, watch TV. Their idea of a Japanese person on, is on TV who has somebody talking with an accent and is bowing all the time. They don't. What would you expect them? They're just uninformed. They're very uninformed, and so it's all riding on a prejudice that goes back to FDR and all of that. It's riding on that, but it's just no experience, no information. They don't have the information, so you can't expect too much of them. And George shouldn't expect, well, he can expect an interested audience, but then the problem is the person who's having his paradigm trounced on. It's like it becomes like an invasion. He's taken over. And this is something that, I certainly don't like to do. If I, my information that I present in general can be so interesting, it can be too dominating. So I don't want to do that, because I certainly don't want to dominate such a group. I want to just go and leave.
Right.
And because once you only want to seek attention up to a point. And if what are you there to do? I'm basically there to share a story and, get my books read. Beyond that, I don't want to, assemble a group that I'm, being the great guru for, because it's a waste of time. And it's a waste of time.
Yes.
I suppose if you were being paid for it, you could argue that it wasn't, but I don't want to, earn money that way either.
Yes.
It's and these people that they have their own group, and they are an authority in their own right, and I think they're just very small-minded.
Yes.
So
yeah,
it's I appreciate everything that George has done, and I'm sure he will help get this book known.
Yes.
But I would also, not lose any tears over it. It's an honor of distinction to be kicked out of a group like that.
Yeah, well, his video is doing well because, of course, it does cater to the Nazi thematic, in which everybody is programmed at this point to accept. So at least they're accepting that, and it paves the way for one of our future books, most certainly. And but definitely, I really want people to understand how Peter Moon has done so much to make this book accessible. And honestly, I think that I could see where someone like the person who's kind of test reading it for him, or proofreading it, is talking about, oh, maybe it jumps from here to there. But honestly, well, it's like the war itself. There's no way you can present this, as Peter said, within a kind of novel type narrative where you're going to have the normal chronology.
Well, that's what this woman said to me once. She was one of Stuart Swerdlow's students, and I never forgot it. And she was talking about James Michener. She was mentioning him. He came up and she says, life is too short for James Michener.
Yes.
And she was quite right. And I never forgot that. His books are so long and involved that who's got time for it? And they're actually very thorough.
Yeah, they're
whether
an
they're
investment.
true or not, they're thorough. Yeah. And it's like, who's got time for that? Some people do, and some people are very fast readers and they can absorb all that. But Nope.
And so, aside from all of that, in terms of the book itself, when do you think is the most opportune time astrologically to publish it or release it? I understand you said as soon as possible, but is there any time that's astrological?
Mercury's going out of retrograde, so we want to release it in the beginning of March.
Okay.
Which means that can be done if we finish things up next week.
Mm-hmm.
We can finish things up and just boom, 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 boom. And then, of course, and then I'm actually, as I'm talking to you now, I'm working on the table of contents, getting it all shored up for, so I don't have to do it later.
Okay.
Putting the names in and stuff for the hard copy book.
Right. Did you have the time to review Daniel Arola's bit about the plutonium bomb, or and add that in?
I don't even know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, remember I sent you a link to the Daniel Arola's Taboo Bros plutonium bomb, his 2-minute kind of little snippet that he had taken out of my.
Oh well, it's Yort speaking.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
So that's not Daniel Arola to me. That's you.
Oh,
Daniel Arola took you and I transcribed it and I composed it. I recomposed it, and I sent it to you in an email. I also included it in the PDF, which I've learned how to compress more efficiently.
Thank God.
And I sent that to you as well. It's all waiting in your inbox.
Okay, so it's in the PDF. Oh, good. So it's integrated into the...
It's integrated into the PDF, and it's also, you have a separate email showing you what it is.
Let me see if I got that separate email. WordPress. Anyhow, Daniel Arola, unfortunately, because of the attacks that were taken on his, I certainly got the PDF. I don't know about the other email. Hopefully that didn't wind up in the spam or something, but I'll look for it. The PDF is more important. So long as it's in the PDF, that's what counts. And so aside from that, Daniel Arola had lost he had taken one of those videos he had made out of what I was saying concerning the Emperor Hirohito's horse and that whole situation. And I take it you've integrated that already into this PDF as well that you sent me.
Yeah, that was a tough one to integrate into the narrative because it didn't fit. So I took it into the mention of Admiral Halsey and did it as a footnote.
Excellent.
But I put the picture of Halsey. I don't know where I'd like to know where that comes from. The picture of Admiral Halsey on the horse.
Okay. I'll see if I can find a source for that. But,
I couldn't find it online, but they're obviously making fun of him.
Yes. Yes. And
just so the audience understands what we're talking about, Admiral Halsey had bragged that he would take Emperor Hirohito's white horse and ride it through the streets of Tokyo after the Japanese were subdued. And of course, Emperor Hirohito had a horse that was given to him from the Americans before the war broke out. And this goes back to General Grant having given the emperor a beautiful jet black stallion. So the emperor was always positioned riding this white horse as he'd review the troops. And it was the image of Hirohito on this white horse that was iconic. So Halsey said, I'm going to take his white horse and I'm going to ride it, after we kill all the Japanese. And when he got there, he was basically, in 1946, he was told that he couldn't ride the horse. He couldn't get an invitation to go to the Imperial Palace from the emperor. And he ended up riding another horse that was given to him by the 1st Cavalry Unit. And it scared the dickens out of him. And he wrote it very shortly and said, don't ever, he expressed I don't never want to see that horse again or something like that. And the Japanese, it was filmed and the Japanese were showing it and, laughing at him.
Yeah.
He was bragging, I'm going to ride that horse through Tokyo.
But it went beyond that. And then the Americans had this scam going with this guy going around the United States with a series of horses.
That's a whole other, that's a whole other thing. I mean, that's a whole nother thing. That's somebody else who took the horse, who took another horse and was saying it was Emperor Hirohito's horse.
But it's an example. It's an example again of the American perpetuation of a delusion, and there were these various ways of perpetuating the delusion. That might be taken as organic. It was one of these.
Except that that magazine said that Hirohito thinks he's got an Arabian, or not, Halsey thinks he's riding a Arabian horse.
Yeah.
They knew. The Americans were told he didn't have the horse.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So they just made a fool out of him.
Yes. Yes. There we are. And so yet you still had somebody able to pull off a scam where he's going all around saying he's got the emperor's horse, and he's just got several different horses, each one of which he said was captured from the emperor. It's just bizarre. And it reminded me of those Wild West circuses, like Buffalo Bill's Wild Circus, where he went around with Sitting Bull, and and they had shooting ranges they'd shoot up and just do kind of a circus act, and it was like that, and this was still echoing that. It was still reminiscent of that, and the American mindset has always been incredibly naive and infantile, and will just either accept this or just go along with it. It's hard to tell whether they really believe this shit, but obviously they must, because the Americans have persisted with their paradigm. So there we have that, and I thank Peter Moon for bringing up those aspects of it. Is certainly, I think it's indicative again of the kind of mindset that we're speaking of. So definitely appreciate that, Peter. And what other kind of insights do you have? Certainly, any observations are welcome concerning everything that we're dealing with in the world lately. I'll try and, of course, try and.
I do have some.
Yeah.
I do have something, and it was posted by a friend of mine who's a reporter, actually. Mm-hmm. He's a very good reporter. He's vegan. He leans to the left, and although I wouldn't, and he posted something that he goes, "Say what? Joe Biden defends China on human rights record and accusations of genocide and torture, citing cultural differences." So Biden, and it goes to an article in the Irish Post where Biden is sort of defending Chinese genocide, saying it's a cultural thing.
Good God. This is in the Irish Post. I'll have to take a look at it. It's
Biden is, let me see, here it is. What does he say? It says he appeared to justify Chinese President Xi Jinping's strict control of the masses and attempted control of Hong Kong. Biden says, if you know anything about Chinese history, it has always been the time when China has been victimized by the outer world is when they haven't been unified at home. So vastly overstated, the central principle of Xi Jinping is that there must be a united, tightly controlled China, and he uses his rationale for the things he does based on that. He says, I'm not going to speak out against what he's doing in Hong Kong, what he's doing with the Uyghurs in the Western mountains of China. Culturally, there are different norms in each country, and their leaders are expected to follow. It's also the NBA players take a similar stance with China because China is giving them huge amounts of money for tennis shoes.
I'll check into that. It sounds like it needs some following up on, because mostly he's been trying to show this, how would I say it, a tough stance towards China. It sounds very bizarre to me in terms of what's being reported there. I'll look into it.
He is, but he's also at the same time kissing their ass.
Maybe I'll look into that. It sounds like that would be really counterproductive. I have no idea.
But again, so I said, why would that surprise you? And he says it doesn't. It's like, the thing is, why would anything Biden does surprise anybody?
True enough.
Why would he surprise you? He's a politician.
Yes, true enough.
He's losing his mind slowly. It's like, I don't know.
That's always possible.
Yeah, in other words, in some ways he's well informed, and he's got all this, he's got a sound like politician, and Nixon surmised it summarized it very well. He said, if you want to get the nomination, you have to veer extremely to the right. He says, if you want to win the overall election, you have to come back to the middle. It's like you're speaking, a politician is speaking to their audience. Yes. So he's gonna, he's gonna want to normalize and make a friendship. It's just like Trump interacting with the Korean guy. He's taking him at face value.
Kim Jong-un.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he's trying to give him a break. And Biden is trying to you got to give these guys a break if you're going to negotiate with them. You've got to give them some sort of an audience. You've got to, treat them with X amount of respect. And certainly there are cultural differences. Where do you draw the line with any of these people? It's like, what's his name? H.G. Wells talking to Stalin and calling him, frank and forthright and complimenting Stalin. It's like, God, and then what was it? If you go to any of these dictators, what was it? Somebody said it really well, but if you go to a dictator that's like a murderer and you show any signs of capitulation or weakness, they'll just laugh at you. So you have to be one of them if you're going to gain any respect, if you're going to make any progress. Somebody made a really good statement on that. I forget who it was. That you're not going to get anywhere unless you're can sell them on the idea that you're as nasty as they are. Otherwise, they'll just chew you to bits.
No, certainly something to bear in mind. And yes, thank you for that. And in terms of
like a track flight.
Yeah. Oh, go on, Daniel. Yeah.
Oh, I just said like a track flight. Just
like a track flight. Yes, that's right. Oh my God. And so, Daniel, have you? I take it you're not keeping too much track of what Duterte's been up to lately. Is there any news to present in that regard that you might know of?
Well, I've been randomly just catching stuff on my other Filipino friends and relatives' walls about what they think about the president there now, and some of them are gradually more and more becoming a lot angry with him due to his relationship with President Xi.
Yeah, what is going on between? Yeah, go on.
Basically calling him a sellout, kind of implying that Duterte is trying to let President Xi turn the Philippines into a Chinese state or some shit like that.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely something to be concerned about. Xi Jinping is definitely he wants those islands, which the Philippines have claim to. So it's definitely something. Yeah, go on.
The Dutertes have a long history with China, and this goes before Duterte became president. See, the source of his family's wealth is based on a lot of smuggling, going down in Mindanao, and so right now his son Paulo Duterte, who is like the vice mayor of the city of Davao in Mindanao, in the southern Philippines, is from word of the street saying that he's like the king of smuggling, their current one, who's also a big crackhead on the side.
Holy shit. And so, go on.
And I believe his daughter Sara Duterte, I believe she's the mayoress of Davao City, but I'm not sure how deep she is in that business. But I know that she does it because she's in that family.
Yeah. No, go on.
Oh no, I'm done.
Yeah,
I got some more on this Biden thing. Is that NBC reported 5 days ago that he's calling them out. But there's multiple articles from several sources in the recent days making him more soft on the weaker situation.
Interesting.
And it's like, so it's like what it appears is that he criticized them, and then he had to capitulate and be more, capitulate more to who they, and now it says, and then it says China to face repercussions on human rights. So there's conflicting stories here.
That's what I would suspect.
Yeah, and there's it's a messy situation anyway. And what the good of it is as much as it puts Biden on the hot seat where he belongs, even more who belongs is the Chinese guy. He belongs on the hot seat as well.
Oh, very much so. That son of a bitch. For the sake of humanity, that guy's got to get taken out. But yeah.
And you don't know what this guy that guy has to answer to. We don't even. I mean, you might have an idea, but I mean, he's got to answer to whoever the hell he's got to answer to.
Well, I don't feel that Xi Jinping is really answering to anybody other than himself at this point in history. He is the master of China, which is quite unfortunate. But the only thing he would answer to ultimately would be just the fact that China's been going through such horrible gyrations lately with so many disasters and catastrophes hitting it that eventually you would hope they would just get rid of him just as a scapegoat for that. Honestly, I just think he'll just take it to a point where something will crack, something will break. It's like with the Turks. The Turks have been militarizing every situation they've run into, and because they've gotten away with it in the situations that they've militarized to this point, it's going to go on until something snaps or something breaks. We're in a situation that, by all of the cliches, we're reliving a kind of pre-World War II situation. People are entering autarkies. They're kind of like, by autarkies, I mean an autarkic situation where they're becoming more independent economically. They're trying to separate their supply chains from globalism, which is something you really only do before a war. So we're kind of like in this situation where people are scrambling. They're scrambling for a better geopolitical position. But definitely in China's case, hopefully we just have regime change. Hopefully we have regime change in Turkey. It's just there are several places just demanding that, or else nothing good will come of it. But one of the things that I think that we have the privilege of Daniel Arola with us right now. I was hoping that Peter Moon could bring up some of the things from the chapter where we were talking about the gold in the Philippines, that Daniel Arola will probably have his memory sparked by a number of the things we brought up in that chapter. It was amazing to me that the couple who had written about that, how old they really were when they were doing the writing, and then they both kind of died. They both apparently left the United States because they felt they were in danger because of what they were exposing. So I just, I wondered about whether they died naturally or not, but certainly Peter's under the impression that they did. I mean, what were the names again that we were working off of some of the research for what we had put in that chapter?
Wasn't Seagraves?
Yeah, that was it. That was it. The Seagraves. And but certainly with the kind of experience that Daniel had in the Philippines, certainly you could bring up aspects of that chapter that he could probably add some dimensions to, or certainly would remind him of something. He grew up, of course, at the time that Marcos was president, and Daniel's experience under the Marcos regime was actually, it was probably the Filipinos had it better under Marcos than they've ever had it ever since. Is the impression that I get.
Well, I believe the people that lived in the city would differ to that, because I was in the province.
Okay.
So the way of thinking was different there. It's kind of like how people in rural America are more for Trump,
Right.
So
okay.
So yeah, up in the province we were a little bit more a kind of right-wingish.
Okay. Yeah.
And now what my recollection with President Ferdinand Marcos in association with the Yamashita Gold is that he did invest a lot of time and money in the search of the treasure hunters that have managed to find some of the hoard.
Mm-hmm.
And of course and course, the military would always come in and take it.
Oh God! And once I did so, did it go to him, or did he get a lot of it, or just what he?
Oh, of course. Of course, he took all of it. Like, okay, I remember there was this one treasure hunter, Olivares is his last name. I forgot the rest of his name, but he was stupid enough to let it be publicly known that he's one of the treasure hunters in search for Yamashita gold. Now, he was very bright that he was able to decode a lot of these maps and a lot of these ciphers that he had gotten a hold of. He did that, but he was just stupid enough to let other people know what's going on.
Oh God!
And he brought home this golden Buddha that he had found in the cave, and of course the military came in there, raided his house, took it from him, and whatever else he had gotten, and they were just waiting for him to keep digging for more. Of course, they were watching him closely, and from safe distances. So, they took it all from him.
Oh my God, that's so awful! Oh my God. So what happened to him in the end? He just died penniless, or what?
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh
God. Nothing.
Oh God.
Not even any local hero status.
Yes. Oh God, that's awful.
Well, I think this is an excellent time to comment on what I've said before about gold, and in what the ancient Dacian people used to use in Romania, in Transylvania, they would give their enemies gold to destroy them.
Yeah. Yes.
And the Romans took, a couple hundred tons of gold, barely scratching the surface of what is still there today. And it's sort of like gold is a super consciousness. But what it does to people, it kills. Like, what are you going to do with all this gold? I think of these gold prospectors back in the gold rush days of California. What did they want all that gold for? It's like, yeah, you could have a nicer life, but much nicer could it be? There's something about living off the earth that is quite nice. Luxury is decadent, and when I say decadent, I mean it kills the soul. It's excessive luxury in particular.
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with being cozy, but even that. but it's like, yeah, it's so it's like what gold does to people. It's like you're best to just leave it the hell alone. Yeah. I'm not talking about getting a gold necklace or something.
Understood.
I'm talking about becoming obsessed with it.
Yeah. Yes, very much so. And in terms of, so how would we differentiate what we're speaking of and what Zachariah Sitkin was claiming, or say, for instance, the guy who was selling that hokum, a kind of monotonic gold, where he was
Hudson.
Yeah.
Well, he's selling the monatomic gold was very popular in the 90s because he was selling the idea that it would facilitate superconsciousness. And to tell you the truth, it does. But what he was doing was they say, he never produced anything.
Yeah.
He had a good story. And it was people went for it. They would invest in it. And it was like, what's wrong with this? What's wrong with this picture? And this is the problem. It's like, somebody's got something on. They need to go on
I think is that Daniel in your background? Is that in your background, Daniel? That might be.
I believe it's me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you can go mute when you're listening. Yeah, thank you. And yeah, go on.
Yeah, I mean, this is like just this old scam that was being worked on people, and it was very hard to break people out of the fact that it was a scam.
Yeah.
In other words, it's like they almost need to be deprogrammed.
Yes.
They do need to be deprogrammed in a sense. In other words, they're just sucking up stuff because I guess it's got a logical ring to it. Mm-hmm. But looks like a scam, sounds like a scam, and people are willing to invest. And it's what they're doing is they're investing in somebody outside of themselves.
Yes.
Rather than in their own ability to personally obtain knowledge. Now, I did have a friend who used to do stuff, and he's Austrian. Mm-hmm. And he really got into this stuff. And he thought David Hudson was a fraud, and he was doing his own thing. And I just, but my communication with him kind of fell apart. Mm-hmm. It's just like, I don't know. It's like, is there any substance here? I don't know. It's, he seemed to, he grew up in Austria, breaking rocks up. And so he was like dealing with chemicals on a very, visceral basis from when he was young. So it was breaking things down. And I don't know. It's like, what is alchemy? Where is alchemy going to take you unless you're doing the real thing? I don't know. I can't speak for him, but I don't know. It's like, it's just like in the martial arts, you're trying to learn about yourself, or are you trying to, beat people up so that you can, stand and like say, even in like say the boxing world, the best boxer in the world, how long is he going to keep his crown for? He's going to be there for 10 years if he's really good, more likely a few. And it's kind of like, okay, you're on top of the world for 2 years or 3 years. You have to invest in yourself. And when people start investing outside of themselves or in some aggrandized idea outside of themselves, it's not good. I mean, and it applies to any field. It's just, you have to work on yourself. And this was, I had written a question, and it was a question about time travel. If you had a time reactor, what would you do with it? If you had access to the time reactor. And all of these people gave very laudable answers, like, I would go fix this, I would go fix that, I would do this, and I would do that. And the best response I got was from Dennis, my friend Dennis, and he said, you have to work on yourself. You have to use it to work on yourself. And none of the people responded that, oh, it's an opportunity to look into my own soul and fix myself. Instead, let's fix that. Let's fix that. Let's fix that. Very interesting. Yes. Very interesting. And I thought it was very true.
Yes. Yeah. Well, definitely. Yeah, that's appreciated. We certainly do need to work on ourselves, and that's the best way probably to look at time travel at this point in history, in terms of the best we could do with it. Have you been approached yet with another book by Radu Sinamar? Nothing for the immediate future, right?
I wouldn't expect it until March.
Okay.
Which is one more reason to.
Understood. To try and get things done quickly, of course, which, we'll certainly concentrate on doing that the best we can amidst the holiday season and everything else. As I said, you and I will have Friday to look forward to with that regard, and I could be doing things throughout Friday. Oh, by the way, of course, you don't mind my letting the public know it's a certain special person's birthday, do you?
Yeah, it's a birthday, and it could be a snow day. I got to go out and get cakes and stuff that are already pre-ordered and pies, and I have to. I'm on high alert that day, just to negotiate the weather.
Yes. Oh my God.
Do the things I have to do to, make her day special.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So that's fine.
Okay, so it's the birthday on Friday the 19th, while it's also, of course, going to be the Day of Remembrance for Japanese internment. It will also happen to be Paula Massan's birthday, the wife of Peter Moon. So, yeah, definitely we'll all give her our best wishes then. I'll get an e-card up for her that day. And
the sun goes into Pisces on that day.
Yes. Yes, and tell us a little bit about that. What does that signify?
Aquarius to Pisces. She's born right on the cusp. She identifies with Pisces, but the The Pisces is the 12th house of the zodiac. It's the final house, and it's the house of the hidden unconscious. It's ruled by the planet Neptune, and Neptune represents the sea of conscious, but it's like the ocean. It's that big. But Neptune is also the higher octave of spirituality. The lower octave is deception and illusion. All of life is an illusion. Therefore, you're prone to being deceived if you're ruled by Neptune. So the 12th house is, as I say, the hidden unconsciousness. It's the final house of the zodiac, the first one being Aries, which is spring. Spring begins with Aries on or about March 21st. And so it ends with Pisces, and Pisces is, as they say, it's the sign of the fish. It goes into the deep and will come up and jump out of the water as well. But Pisces goes very deep. And according to esoteric tradition, Christ was born on the equinox. Sometimes it's March 19th. Sometimes it's the equinox itself. That's supposed to be the esoteric birthday of Christ, according to Edgar Cayce and other sources. He's got a lot of birthdays. He's got the 25th. He's got the 6th. He's got the 21st of December. Who knows?
Yes, he's got it all. It's certainly one of those things we have to deal with as an article of faith, because there's so many things that if you get too involved with the history thereof, it can act as part of, as I told our man Peter just the other day, I was bringing up the theological term, a disconfirmation process. And that was something, of course, that he elected that we should not use in the book. It's just too much for people to grasp. Too much new terminology is not good. And so he was definitely right about that. So aside from that, sir, let me see. It's you're going strong, and certainly anything else you want to bring up, you're more than welcome to bring it up. I'll find out what I can. I think the most that concerning the Biden situation towards China, because obviously it's important to find out how that's progressing. I think there's always concern.
My friend backtracked on it. He backtracked on it.
All right. Yeah.
He backtracked on it, but he's saying there's all these conflicting posts.
Yeah.
And this is what he's saying. Yeah. And there are conflicting posts.
It's a difficult situation, and it's hard to keep track of. It is, of course, there was concern that Biden would be, how would I say it, would be subdued by China in the sense that he came out of the Obama administration, and Obama's administration was all too, how would you say it? The term, what was it they used all the way back to appeasement? It was appeasement oriented in many ways. They thought was...
Biden's also been around a lot longer than Obama too, so he's got a long history, and that works to his advantage.
Yes. So long as you said, so long as his mind continues to function.
Yeah. Now, what I think is perhaps, one of the most relevant things going on now, I mean, you asked me in the arena, and I only know because I saw it on TV, and I was also informed of it by the phone, is Governor Cuomo in New York who's already been called out by his top aide for lying about the numbers of the people that went into the nursing home. Who
didn't come out alive. Yeah, went into the nursing home and didn't come out alive.
But now one of the Chinese American assemblymen, Democrats, one of his fellow Democrats, has taken him to task because the Chinese Americans, his father died, and his uncle died in the nursing home, and a handful of Democrats are calling him out, and they're angry, And Cuomo, now he's saying that Cuomo called him personally and threatened to ruin his career if he didn't, help him cover it up.
Wow.
And I can't imagine that this man is saying it if it wasn't true. Plus, obviously, seeing Cuomo's character. So Cuomo is backpedaling, but he's not apologizing, and he's using his he's got tremendous political muscle. So we're seeing his political muscle being bared, just like we saw Twitter and Facebook and Google censoring Trump. Mm-hmm. They're showing their muscle. Right. And so far, their muscle has subdued Trump. He's disappeared, right. Virtually disappeared. So that muscle worked. It might fall apart later. And right now, Cuomo is flexing his muscle, which makes it, makes everybody being able to see it. And it says right here, 3 hours ago, Andrew Cuomo's nursing home problem is getting worse. And and these are by publications. They're just saying it because it's interesting to see when the liberal press will take down one of their own, and they will certainly do that. They're less likely to do it when Trump is in power, but Biden so far is protecting Cuomo. He wouldn't take questions on Cuomo. He's protecting him from his position. He's not commenting on it, basically. So this question says, is Cuomo wounded enough to take down? And of course, his brother won't cover the story on CNN. It makes for interesting.
Does his brother run CNN or has a position?
He might as well run CNN. He's like the top commentator on CNN.
I see. Okay.
And he's outrageous. Chris Cuomo, he's outrageous and egregious. He's a guy who's like, showing himself as like Mr. Badass athlete that he can take on any athlete, and he's dunking the basketball in his backyard on an 8-foot high basket or whatever instead of a 10-foot high one. and they kind of called him out on it, and it's just like he also got very aggressive after he got COVID, and then he went out without a mask and was roughing up some old man on the street, who was calling him out for not wearing a mask.
Oh God! And
he just got really nasty. So these are kids that were born into a great deal of political power and wealth.
Yes.
And the father, who was nothing to crow about, was at least he could be funny. He had a sense of humor. Right. These guys don't, and they're not. They're and they like to be badass. They like to appear badasses.
Yes, yeah, and but definitely appreciate that you looked deep into that again. It struck me as just something that certainly politicians, they, as you said, they pick and choose their audiences. But when it came to the Biden issue, I think that the best thing to focus on, I'll try and close the arc of narrative with that tonight, is basically the subject of the Asian Lunar New Year and relations with mainland China. I won't say the state of China, Sino-American relations, but more than anything, I would say that they're simply very tense. It's simply the best place to go to. I think the only thing that we can trust was the fact that there was a 2-hour phone call between Biden and Xi Jinping that covered a lot of issues. Of course, they had to have interpreters involved, but it was one in which, from my understanding, more than anything, it was kind of like they were both drawing the lines of hostilities. There wasn't anything particularly confrontational about it, but I went into it briefly with the last transmission. I'll go into it briefly again tonight. I think other than that, there's, aside from the weather, which, because of the context it needs to be put into, will probably dominate the arc of narrative once I start monologuing. After that, I'll go a bit into the upcoming Day of Remembrance, and then into the state of U.S.-China relations, and then bring on, in the closing hour, George Knight, who should be available around that time. So other than that, I'm glad that we covered what we did. I'm not quite sure if people want me to continue with some fortune telling over what Asian kind of zodiacal symbolism kind of promises for the upcoming year. But hopefully people got my message about that from the last transmission, which is basically to keep your head down. This is certainly a year which is odd. I would say one thing about the Trump situation when it comes to the corporations, and they're exerting their muscle when it comes to Trump. He's still very much alive and well in terms of his influence over the Republican Party. So that's not to be discounted at all. He really doesn't need the social media right now, because he's not in a position where he needs it. He's not in a position where he needs the social media to use as this bully pulpit or this bullhorn. His real projection of power now is behind the scenes. It's basically the Republicans are aware he's not going away. Certainly the overwhelming majority of them voted to acquit. So his hold over the Republican Party is complete. I mean, he's alive and well.
Yes, but look at it this way. If the Republicans don't, they have nobody.
Yeah, they don't. They don't have anybody. He's all they have. Yes.
They have Mitt Romney, who's not even really a Republican, and they've got who else is that guy they had? They had they don't have any leadership. So he's the only thing they have, and he's the only thing they have. But I don't think. I think he's done. I think
maybe
done. Yeah. He's not needed anymore. He did what he was supposed to do, and he's done. But whatever. All of this stuff with China. There's another more balanced article by the NPR on Biden, and it's just a mess. It's a mess, and this thing just has to work itself out. It basically, in a nice way, and even says that he put his foot in his mouth, because he says a lot of stupid things. So what Biden says and what Biden does are two different things. Just like he's saying, I'm going to stop fracking. No, I'm not going to stop fracking. I mean, that's a classic politician. And
Yes.
It's just like, it doesn't matter what he says. It's what he does.
Yes. Yeah.
Because he'll say anything.
Yes. Yes.
Partly because he's a politician, and partly because he's, he fumbles.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. And so, aside from that, I might address a little bit of what I think might be going on with some of the domestic politics. Of course, I think people have been exposed to that already, and it's been done to death. I'll try and give people just a little insight into the Taiwanese centrality in all of this when it comes to Sino-American relations, because, of course, Taiwan is very much part of the geopolitics of the supply chain, in which they play a central role, mostly through semiconductors, which basically it's incredible how pivotal semiconductors are to as an essential component at the heart of economic security and technological innovation, and the demands are skyrocketing. So that's something I may just briefly touch on. I'm not quite sure how far I can go with that because of the technical nature of it. That's another thing. Anyhow, you'll be getting a lot of things from me throughout the day on Friday. I won't expect you to answer any of them because obviously you'll be dealing with Paula's birthday. But
I might be kind of snowed in too.
Oh yeah, that might happen.
Do send them, so I might have more time to respond. I mean, as the day
goes on, and might even get something to you even before then. Certainly, I myself, this was one of those days where I have to admit, it's one of the few days I actually kind of woke up. I slept fine. And I usually normally sleep fine, but for some reason it was just tired. We were dealing with a lot over the past few days, and we've accomplished quite a bit. I'm very proud of what we've done, and we still got a little more to do just to polish it off and make it perfect. And our man Peter has kept me from getting too technical with a lot of things or going into too much detail. So that's what's important as well. So other than that, Peter, take your time. Anytime you wish to take off tonight, you can do so.
I can get ready to sign off, but I was going to say that with all of this political stuff, it's best, especially for people. People got so invested in it, and it's really a waste of energy because the investment in it. It's like the people that invested in the Republican side lost, and they put all their heart into it, and they felt very disappointed. And the same thing's happening with the Democrats because they just haven't realized it yet. It's all a bunch of political stuff. This is what politicians do, and it's just kind of best to just sit back and watch it. What I do want to say is I really think the pandemic is now over. It's not over, but the CDC has announced that teachers can go back to work and they don't need a vaccination to go back to work. The numbers, according to the television, are coming way down, and they're shooting out the vaccinations like crazy as if this has something to do with it, and it doesn't at all. It's just that the herd immunity was supposed to kick in February. It's not Operation Warp Speed. But there is definitely the apparency that it is. And now they're saying that the new Pfizer drug doesn't work on the South African variant of the virus. So they're trying to sell that. I don't know if they'll be successful. But you can see that people are so used to this condition of wearing masks and having vaccinations that now I'm calling it as being over, because I called when it went on. I saw that it was on when they started spring training last March. They stopped spring training for baseball. Now they went through a whole football season, and now they're bringing out 10% of the crowds for baseball. They can have 10% of sports stadiums. And I think you're going to see this thing rapidly fade. The actual disease numbers will go down, but the people will still be in the mindset for at least 6 months. People will still be getting vaccinations, and they'll probably still be wearing masks for a long time. But then when the CDC says this stuff, they're also saying you can travel domestically without a vaccination. And I think they even said without a test. They don't care. That says a lot. That says a lot to me. So I think it's over. And they're going to try, pardon me?
Oh, no, please continue. I mean,
and they're going to try and sell new variants of the virus. And if they can sell those and say, oh, there's only going to be this, trying to sell those. I don't know if they'll be successful with these viruses, if they're going to be as bad or whatever. But some people are in the business of selling virus, and other people are in the business of it's not that big of a problem. It's people get on these horses, but I think it's gonna fade. Paula does not agree with me. She thinks, according to her mother, that 70% of the population is going to be wiped out, whether by virus or the vaccination or whatever. I don't think so.
So her mother has more of an apocalyptic vision about the near future, basically.
Apparently so.
Wow, I never realized.
Well, she reads things. She reads from not only from the internet, but from the way she sees things.
Right.
And I think that these
is this kind of a psychic vision kind of phenomenon?
I think it's both. Okay. I think it's both. Yeah. And she kind of predicted a lot of stuff that would happen, according to Paula, with the pandemic. And I take it all with a grain of salt. You know, this is just human beings doing what they do best, acting crazy. But I think that, you know, the pandemic certainly has been it's changed people's outlook.
Yeah, definitely.
On everything. I think it's going to be real good for the economy in the long run, because it's like you're creating money for, even though it's short in some cases, they're creating money out of nowhere for humanitarian purposes, and they can create that. They can do it all they want. They could feed everybody if they wanted to, and they're showing that they can do it. They said, "Oh, we can't do the Green New Deal. It's going to cost trillions of dollars." Well, here's the trillions of dollars we didn't have for the Green New Deal. It's right there. It's right there. It's just, okay, now, if you could actually implement the Green New Deal, it's obvious that it would be a great thing. The hard part would be implementing it. It would probably be subject to much knuckleheaded implementation. And that's not a knock on the government. It's a knock on what it would take to do it. It's going to be hard. You know, it's going to be very difficult to get us off oil. And what is it? They said that Romney said, was it Romney or Kerry?
That said what? I'd have to know what they said before I tried to identify.
No, they said it was, we should just go cold turkey off of you know,
oil,
fossil fuels. Just go cold turkey. And just,
it sounds like something a lot of people are saying these days.
Well, the problem is, if you went cold turkey off of fuel energy, you'd have what's happening in Texas.
Yes.
And we don't need.
Yeah. This is the problem. When people make a statement like that, in a sense, they're simply being, melodramatic. It's not something that makes any sense. It's just impossible to attain without some kind of graduated de-escalation off of the.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Now, if we got rid of all the greenhouse gases and whatnot in America, we would have China to deal with. So China is like the fly in the ointment, no matter how you look at it.
Yes.
China seems to be the fly in the, no matter how bad, Trump or Biden or anybody is in the government, how satanic, the underpinnings of the government are. China is a much bigger issue. Would you say?
Yes, I would say that China is very much a overwhelming issue in the world, and it's something.
So could I logically conclude that if Israel is the little Satan and New York or Washington is the big Satan, that China would be the great Satan?
It's a good. It's pretty much where we're at. Yeah, it's pretty much
sarcastic, but the analogy does seem to be relevant. And what is the nature of evil in China? Because when you go back into the history, and I haven't studied it really, but just from what I've been able to see from history, when Genghis Khan goes into China, he's like, they're just kind of, I guess they've got their good and their badness, but they're kind of innocent and stupid, but they've got a very incredible civilization. I wouldn't.
I understand you're looking for proper descriptives.
well, yeah, and I'm saying is China was like very civilized. I'm sure they had, the emperor had, wasn't all good or whatever.
Understood. Yeah.
But Genghis Khan was a much greater force, arguably a greater force of evil that took over the Chinese empire. But it's like, you kind of get the portrayal that they were certainly. They accepted somebody like Marco Polo. That was later on. I guess Marco Polo came into the fold under Kublai Khan.
Right. That was basically under the Khans that Marco Polo made his appearance, and his understanding of the Chinese was filtered through that. They
made him do certain things. I mean, he was a servant, sort of an indentured servant, wasn't he?
I don't know if that was the case, but it was certainly like he was one of these characters that you have to separate, of course, what we have as a myth of Marco Polo in the West, and and what exactly was going on. I'm sure he was probably put into situations at times where it was almost as if he were an indentured servant. It sounds like one of those things that would happen to somebody along the way with the kind of situations and environments he was exposed to. I'll tell you the truth, I haven't followed the history of him that much, because he's one of those characters that I always found kind of responsible for conveying a certain image of Asia that left the West with a kind of Orientalism. So I've never really investigated him that much, because my sources for Asian history have always been more direct. To many Westerners, they still tend to filter their concept of Asia through Marco Polo, which is, at this point in history, kind of inexcusable. We're talking about a period of time where the West itself was under siege. And so by forces of Islam, by the forces of the Mongols to an extent, though that had kind of receded at that point, it was something that he was just at this period of time where the West was very much on guard and surrounded by what it perceived to be enemies. So,
and Italy was very shielded from that, I think, at his time.
To a degree it was, and so he was able to bring to Italy kind of like what would ultimately, elements of what would ultimately help to start the Renaissance. I mean, in all, of course, it's understanding that he holds a fascination in the West, and I don't think undeservedly so. But it's, like I said, his brother actually was far more accomplished than he was, and you almost never hear of his brother. It is what it is. Maybe one of these days I'll go a bit more into Marco Polo from what my father knew about it, because my father studied Marco Polo far more than I ever did. He left some scribbles, some notes here and there, which I always looked at very affectionately. I'm just, glad that my father was who he was and gave me kind of a perception. We used to be taken when we were young to see the Marco Polo movie again and again, but this was
one with Gary Cooper.
Oh God, I can't remember which one it was. It was a color film. So we're not talking about the older one.
That's a joke.
Yeah. It was a color film. Well, the one we saw itself was a joke.
They had a television one, I think, a Marco Polo with, I think.
They must have dozens. There was a television miniseries about Marco Polo that, of course, we saw when it first came out, and that was
Leonard Nimoy in it, I think.
Oh God, yes. Well, they at least they showed some of the monks levitating. They were pointing out the fact that there was things going on in Asia that the Westerners found incomprehensible. So that was the miniseries I remember. They must have made more since then.
I have to say that when Paula and I were watching, I don't know, we were watching on one of these Netflix type networks, because I just don't watch Netflix, but in a blue moon or whatever.
Understood.
These different channels they have, but there was a whole series on Marco Polo.
Uh-huh.
We just watched one series on something, and we said, let's try another. And we watched Marco Polo. We watched the whole first episode.
Historical drama. This is a historical drama, right?
Yeah. And it was, it was kind of, it held our attention for the whole thing,
uh-huh.
But we never went to watch the sequel. We never, or the second one, we just didn't have enough interest because it was so phony. It was, the graphics were too graphic, and it was just, it was hard to buy into that it was real. It was obviously somebody's interpretation, and they made Kublai Khan look like a sumo wrestler. I mean, it didn't work for me. Kublai Khan was this porked out, fat. He was just too fat. Too fat. You could have made him maybe a little portly, like an Orson Welles who hadn't gotten too fat, Orson Welles was once, thin.
Right.
And then he just became super obese towards the end of his life.
Mm-hmm. But
he had to work his way up. it's just like, what are these guys doing? What are they doing? It was like, it wasn't convincing. Just like that movie. They did a movie on I think it was called The Assassins.
Mm-hmm.
And Paula and I went and saw it at the theater, and she loved it. But I told her, I said, this is so wrong. The history is just, it's screwed up. But she didn't care because it was a good movie to her.
Uh-huh.
And I was just saying, like, this is horrible. It was absolutely horrible. As far as, like, they took an interesting theme and just ruined it. I mean, you don't expect them to have it right exactly, but it was bad. You know, it's like if you did the French Revolution and you had Sally Field as the flying nun coming in, saving the day or something. It just doesn't work. You know.
By the way, was Sally Field the original flying nun? I don't remember.
No.
Okay.
She wasn't.
Thank you. Yes.
It was her name was Karen Valentine.
Okay. Right.
But I think it's Sally Field for some reason.
Right. Well, Sally Field, she was the one who did that worker in the light bullshit, right? She had this bizarre new age kind of streak, and she inserted herself inside of the Joan of Arc film on television. It was just horrible. Just crazy.
Sally Field was in the
I believe
Joan
so.
of Arc.
She's the one who did the worker in the light book, right? Yes, she's the one. Yeah, she had.
Sally Field is a movie star.
Yeah, she had herself inserted in the. But she did the worker in the light book. She did all these new age books for a period of time. Yeah. You weren't following that, and I don't blame you. Yeah, so.
Well, I didn't even know about it. I wouldn't have followed it, but I didn't even know.
Yes.
No, I was just thinking of something completely ludicrous, like the Flying Nun. You know.
Well, it was something. Yeah, she inserted herself in a Joan of Arc. Two-part television special where she inserted herself as an angel descending from heaven. It was disgusting. It was she looked hideous, and it was just.
Was she portraying Joan of Arc?
No, she indulged herself by having herself inserted into the Joan of Arc film as the angel who basically appears to Joan of Arc. Yeah, the angel who appears to Joan of Arc, and it was just absurd.
Well, the angels screwed over Joan of Arc really good.
Well, the Joan of Arc story is very hard to portray. It's hard to portray the.
She's a hot mess on her own.
Yeah. Yes. What was that, Daniel?
The Joan of Arc is a hot mess on her own.
Yeah. A hot what?
She's a hot mess.
Yeah, it can be perceived as such. Can be perceived.
As a hot what?
Mess. Hot mess is a common term. Hot mess means like a very attractive woman who's also very complicated. And
more the complicated part than attractive.
Yeah. Well, we don't know exactly how Joan of Arc looked historically, but it's assumed she must have been very physically attractive because most of the men expressed such. That were around her contemporarily. I mean, I've always spraketh well of Joan of Arc as a historical figure, but Jameson Reese says he doubts it. But based on all of the men who were there contemporarily, she certainly seemed to appeal to the overwhelming majority. So she is somewhat.
The point with Joan of Arc is.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, sorry. I was saying, out of the New Orleans French Quarter, they have a bronze statue of Joan of Arc on her horse.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and they revere her pretty highly there.
They what?
She obviously, she was a unique female. But what I'm saying is, these spirits guided her. It's no question these spirits guided her and directed her, and it led her. But then, they didn't, they left her to her own demise.
Well, her fate was one where she ultimately, of course, was recognized for sainthood, which is something that she would have appreciated. So there is at least that, and but
it's like she was left to the cruelty of the humans, and it was an era of martyrdom.
Yes,
but she was also indulged in the killing of thousands of people. You see, so it's kind of like it's a real mixed bag.
Well, I've written of it at some length. I'm pretty familiar with the situation. Certainly, it was nothing that would be considered genocidal. She was engaged, of course, in combat, and
It kind of doesn't matter. It's like, you're sitting there. You don't want to be in a situation like that. Whatever fate called her to it. It's like the penalty.
Well, it's not what she. It's not what she. How would I say that? It was something like she was called into it by what were apparently divine voices, and certainly responded to them. And obviously, I could go on about this for hours and hours. Like I said, I've written columns on this that were pages and pages long. You're allowed about 17 pages on Facebook. I did multiple parts on it. So it was, and of course, Jameson says schizophrenia. That's actually not the case. The schizophrenia, she would not have functioned the way she did. So I've articulated this before. It's something that there's no point in us going down this trail now. But if just in general, basically what I can say is that she accomplished her purpose that she wanted to accomplish in life. It could have been taken further, but it's other than that, her life was really fulfilled. She once she went on trial, it doesn't matter that she was martyred, and as horrific and as painful as it was, she was immortalized through sainthood thereafter, which is something she would have appreciated, as I said.
Is she really immortalized? I mean, that's like.
Yeah, well, certainly they made a lot of films of her.
The same human beings that killed her immortalized.
Well, let's put it this way: because of the trial that she went through. We know more about her than anyone else in history. Basically, there are few people in history at all that we know about more than Joan of Arc. The records that were accumulated on her were immense, more so than anyone in her day, including the nobles, the knights, and the kings. We know far more about this little peasant girl than we know about any of them because of what happened. So unlike what Jameson is saying is when you're dead, that's really not the case. She truly was immortalized in the historical sense. So there's that in and of itself is justice. She received her justice. Certainly people speak of her as opposed to the King of England, who was ultimately responsible for her martyrdom. So she's obviously...
Which king was it?
I don't even remember. I'd have to look into...
Yeah, we don't remember him.
Yeah, we don't tend to remember him, nor should we. It's just a fool, a buffoon, and an idiot. It was one of these periods of time where, despite all the advantages held by other people, she prevailed. She prevailed in her ultimate intent in, of course, helping to ultimately free the French from the British invasion. And she prevailed in the sense that she was sainted. So it was not ultimately...
King Henry V.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you. And, among the other King Henrys with the numbers behind their names, it's one of these things that is, they're forgettable in their own right. In terms of the other than that, what more is there to need to know? I mean, in general, except of course my major point of the column that I wrote on her, as I said, which went into the number probably about 100 pages that I wrote, which is only of course what I put to text as opposed to what I know. The biggest interest to myself, what was of the most important question to myself was, how much military acumen did she have for her time to be able to coordinate what she did? And my argument was against those who would argue that she was just kind of a super military cheerleader. And that is not the case at all. Her military acumen was profound. This is what makes her all the more, of course, fascinating, is that her military acumen was a natural talent. So she had a natural talent that was either divinely gifted, or it was what it was, or perhaps she simply had a combination of common sense and an ability to process that bordered on the autistic Perhaps she was a bit into the autistic spectrum even, or combined with perhaps elements of what would be considered a form of schizophrenia by today's filtration process. But obviously, in her day, she prevailed. She was able to gain a meeting with the King of France. She was able to impress him with the fact that she could point out who he was in a room, even though she had never met him, even though he had hid himself among all of the court, and saying, "Don't let her know who I am. Let's see if she's divinely gifted by having her point me out herself," which she did. There were forces definitely at work there. The fact that they are considered to have abandoned her by us mere mortals, that's really not for us to decide. As I said, in the end, the cycles of history proved her story to have had its purpose in the timeline of history, where she's immortalized in that sense, even if one doesn't accept the concept of an immortal soul.
You know where her name came from, d'Arc?
The Jean of d'Arc. I'd have to go back through my notes again. I wrote all those columns a long time ago. Do you have something readily available?
Well, I'm trying to. They have a whole entry on Wiki of Joan of Arc, the name of Joan of Arc, and it doesn't. Is it translate d'Arc? Approximation of her father's name. Doesn't say what her father's name of, which might have been something else. Dark. Yeah, they don't seem to know.
Okay, well that makes sense.
I mean, I haven't read the whole article, but it's I always wonder if it related to the Ark, as in the Ark, the family of the Ark.
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and it's valid enough considering the circumstances. But, it's a lot like when people talk about Adolf Hitler, and despite the fact that you have all kinds of people who put what they can say in the most negative light, the fact remains he's the most talked about person on earth. And when you take a look at, oh God, anywhere in popular culture, whether it's so-called military books or YouTube or anybody delving into history, you always get the idiots, the armchair generals, who talk about mistakes made here or there, or what they think is quote-unquote idiotic, or what he did was self-destructive or self-defeating, or just the asininity. You see just this endless stream of jabber. The end result is, of course, that he did far better than any of these critics could ever do. And he did more than any of them could ever hope to accomplish in a single lifetime than people have done by literally the millions. So in terms of what he accomplished, it simply makes him certainly one of the most important people in the history of humanity, along with Hirohito, of course, who gets his due in Japan with that national holiday, as I've said, that no other emperor gets. Yet most Japanese people truly won't know why. And in a sense, that doesn't matter that they don't know why. It goes to show the extent of his victory, that his victory was so extensive that they don't need to know why. All they know is that he has a national holiday where no other emperor does. And they live in the world that he left for them, that he bequeathed them. So in terms of, what happens with all of these characters, the end result is, do you know of them or not? And the end result is, we do know about Joan of Arc. We do remember her. We do remember Adolf Hitler. And of course, once Peter Moon and I get the book out, more people will know about Hirohito than did before. I think it's completely to kind of take the trail back to where we started. I find it incredible and laughably ridiculous when I look on YouTube and they talk about Axis leaders, or in comparison with Allied leaders, and I'll see videos that still show Tojo, and it's like, good God, what kind of world do you live in? I mean, by the Constitution of Japan, the emperor held all power as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. There was no recognition in any way, shape, or form that anyone else commanded the armed forces other than Hirohito. And since he was recognized as the man who commanded the armed forces, the Americans, of course, recognized him as basically the enemy. He was the supreme commander of the enemy. And yet, of course, the fact that he won had the Americans doubling over backwards to take this poor bald guy named Tojo, who protested every step of the way throughout the Tokyo War Crimes trials that this was a show trial and that he was victimized. They took this guy, and people still think of that individual as somehow the leader of Japan in terms of the Axis forces. So it's part of the preposterousness of where we're at right now in the immediacy of the situation. World War II was basically only 70 or so years ago. 70 or 80 years ago. I mean, it's certainly not 100 years since World War II just yet. And we're so close to it that people are still in it. They're still in the thrall of the war. And because they're still in the thrall of the war is why we get this kind of response when people bring up, such as George Knight, the Japanese winning the Second World War. It's just something that people cannot accept because they're still in war mode. We're still on wartime. We're still in daylight savings. So it's definitely something that we have to bear in mind, that until we get off daylight savings, you're on literal wartime, and we are under all that entails, the state of mind that we're in. America is forever reliving World War II. They're stuck in it the way the people in the South are stuck in the American Civil War. And
most definitely.
Yeah. And thank you. And so
I grew up with that. We were stuck in World War II.
Yeah.
That's immediately what I knew. Born in 1953. That's all I knew as a reference point was World War II, and was very interested in, did we win this war? Did we win that one? My father would answer all these questions to the best of his knowledge. The United States had never lost a war. This is what I heard.
Right. Yeah, that was the myth. And in terms of the situation as it stands now, Peter Moon and I, what I can't understand, Peter, is why you feel that this will so empower the radical left. I think that this is something that simply will
empower them, but they will jump onto it. They will jump onto it because the radical left is all about the dissolution of the United States of America and destroying icons, like destroying Lincoln, destroy the Lincoln Project. Let's get rid of Lincoln. Let's get rid of all these statues, not just Confederate statues. They want to get rid of everything. And so this will give them more reason or more things to bash.
It might. It's. I don't know if they will notice it. I don't know if they would even perceive it as something that could be exploited in that regard. I think that what we'll have is a situation where we'll find out. It's that I think that this is when it comes, of course, to the statues. Obviously, I've pointed out before that much of what America identifies with its history is going to be going through radical changes simply because of demographic changes and the realization that so much of our history is it's not worth remembering in the sense that we have misremembered it, which is like the statues up of Teddy Roosevelt or George Washington or Abraham Lincoln. Not that those statues have all that much meaning in our everyday lives, but in terms of, say, for instance, just as an example of a physical manifestation of our paradigms, then what you have is like the obviously all of these men were beyond flawed. They were in their own way criminal. Teddy Roosevelt, of course, we have this image of him of probably the most positive thing that cannot be denied is his concept of the national parks. And the national parkland concept has been a boon to all mankind. That what we've preserved through the national park system of Teddy Roosevelt has been a heritage for all mankind, and help preserve our natural environment, at least in tracts or pieces where we can work from there towards a kind of recovery of a more of a better nature, of a better response and relationship with nature. This is good does come out of evil at times, but other than that, the man was also a genocidal maniac who wanted to see all of the Native Americans exterminated, and that was a fact. You have someone like Abraham.
He's got his bust up on Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, there you go. And then you got Abraham Lincoln also with his bust on Mount Rushmore, who wanted to deport all of the blacks back to Africa. And as I've said before, the incredible irony here that black African Americans, and I insist on this, must appreciate is the fact that if a Confederate States soldier, an insurrectionary, had not put a bullet through Abraham Lincoln's brain, there would not be a black person left in North America today. He would have deported all of them, and he had already launched that project to the extent where we have the nation state of Liberia in Africa, which was all of the slaves he had managed to mass deport back.
Well, that was I think Monroe.
We started it, but Abraham Lincoln truly accelerated the process, and he put the orders down that that they were all to be shipped to Liberia. Monroe started it at the time of the British because he looked at the example of what the British were doing, because the British had freed the slaves, and of course the British said, okay, now we got to get rid of them, and so the British weren't going to let them live in England, so they created Sierra Leone. And so you've got Sierra Leone and Liberia are these two just artificial states that did not emerge out of any natural African tribe or ethnic enclave. They are biological landfills where the British dumped all their slaves and the Americans dumped as many of theirs as they could until Lincoln got shot. And
you might find this interesting. I found out about Liberia from a girl who grew up there.
Wow. And was she black or white?
She was white. I met her in Scientology.
Okay.
She was, she grew up there. And she told me the whole story. I'd never heard of Liberia. I'd heard of it, but I didn't know the circumstances.
It must have been fascinating, the circumstances that had her growing up there. If you could explain some of that as well.
I don't remember what that was. Okay. I mean, her father was probably a diplomat or something.
Okay.
But she said that, and she told me that they used the American flag or something very similar to it.
Like I've always pointed out, yeah, it's the American flag with a single star in the blue field. Go on, yes.
Yeah, and she told me that what happened was when the slaves that came back, or that the people who had been slaves and went to Liberia, now claimed them. This is funny. They claimed themselves superior to the black people that were already there because they had white blood in them.
That was an element of that. Yeah, there was an element of that.
Yeah, she said that was the odd things, and so they had a superiority complex. Mm. That's what I remember. I mean, it was just kind of shocking to me because it was a part of history. I certainly didn't learn in school, and I didn't know that Lincoln was so gung ho on, and doing what you just said.
Oh God, he was adamant. He was adamant about that, and and it looks like our man Jameson found the Popular Mechanics article here. So if he hasn't given this to you, I'll put this in your message box as well, and let me put this in the message box of Peter Moon so we can take a look at this. And here we are. And did you get a chance to see what those two guys were saying on their little tinfoil hat talk about myself? Did you get a chance to review that few seconds?
No, I wasn't sure why you sent it to me.
Oh, okay. It was John Warrington had pointed out that these two guys were talking about myself, and they were talking.
Yeah, they mentioned you once, and they mentioned you about the. Oh God, what is it specifically they was saying?
Oh, basically, this interesting. Douglas Dietrich talks about the Japanese not surrendering. You know what? I'm getting a paywall. I'm getting a paywall. This is an exclusive Pop Mech Pro story join to read this right now and get unlimited access. What shit? And yeah, this probably happened after you left your comment. After you left your comment, they said, "Oh, fuck this shit. We got all these people,
I don't pay for it at all.
Oh God, so, they're showing me a paywall, and Peter Moon can see it too. Peter, you get a paywall, or do you get white privilege?
Well, on that link that you sent me with Sam Tripoli.
This one about the real story behind the myth of Area 51. This one, oh God, so this is.
I don't have anything to. I don't have anything to link.
It's a link I put in your private message box. It says you looked at it. So there's a little icon there at the bottom saying that you looked at it.
Wait. It's what is it again? I don't.
It's got the thumbnail showing. Got the little thumbnail showing the real story behind the myth of Area 51.
Oh, here it is. It just showed up. It just showed up.
Okay, yeah. I'm wondering if you get a paywall, because I get a paywall, and
no. What it says is this is an exclusive Popular Mechanic Pro story. Join
it's a paywall. He's getting the paywall.
Yeah, it is a paywall. Join now.
Yeah.
I don't.
I think it's because I like the page. I only like the page so I could get the articles.
I see. Okay. So something happened where it could be because of your link, meaning that if this was a link provided by Jameson, so it's sourcing from. So we need to look this up separately by the title. If we look it up separately by the title, we might be able to access the article. So let's try and cut and paste the title and see if we can access the article. So let's see now. We'd have to type the title out, because otherwise you try and cut and paste it, it just takes you there to the same shit. Let me see now. And see if we can beat this. Here we are. Let's try this. Okay, now I've cut and pasted it. Put that into a new tab here and see if this shows up for us. Here we are. Secret military base, Popular Mechanics. All right, so let's do this. Enter it here. And now let's see what happens. Now this is 2019, July 17th, 2019. So the year before yesteryear. And this came out in Popular Mechanics. Now let me see if we can open this up without this stupid paywall. And let me see here. There we are. And it says this is an exclusive story still. Let me see when I try. Yeah, same shit. Paywall. It looks like it's a little longer than I had the impression of, but it looks like it's talking along the lines of Annie Jacobsen, because it's Area 51, so it seems like an Annie Jacobsen kind of spin-off, almost like they just took her work and then condensed it for the sake of Popular Mechanics. So anyhow, that's all we can get out of that, since they paywalled it.
It's a paywall. It's not going to go very far.
Yeah, that's true. Good point. Yeah, if it's got a paywall, almost nobody's going to read it. You wonder why they bother to even publish it. So there you go with that. And so aside from all of that, then you got like I was saying about these flawed American presidents, that you got Washington and stuff like that, who obviously was a genocidal maniac when it came to the Native Americans. So, I mean, it just goes on. It basically, with the kind of changing demographics, there's a real reason to reassess history. As for the radical left, I don't think that we need to worry about them taking this advantage of our work and trying to use.
It wasn't a worry.
Yeah,
it wasn't a worry at all.
Okay, I see what you're saying. It's
in other words, it's a promotional source.
There we are.
They're not going to. They just glob onto it because it's iconoclastic. It breaks down the icons, and the left is tired of the old icons.
Could
justifiably so. And what we need is a big die-off of the politicians that we have.
Yes.
That we need a die-off, and sometimes that's not good to lose the wisdom you lose with age.
Yeah.
Right now, we need more new blood than we knew old age guys. and Biden, for all of his faults, does have a certain amount of political wisdom, but is that going to be able to come through, with all of his integrity issues? Not likely, but so there's just a lot of, there's a lot of people that will die off, and when they die off, it's like Kissinger is still going.
Yes,
Prince Philip he's 99. He just went into the hospital.
Oh God. Yeah, well, with Kissinger.
99. He looks pretty good for 99.
Oh God. Yeah.
He looks a lot better than his wife.
Yes. By the way, Jameson Reese was gone. That when you talked about Paula's mother, tell Jameson what Paula's mother kind of has, almost like this psychic vision, or maybe she picked it off the internet. That
the psychic vision. I wouldn't call it that.
Okay.
She just believes that 70% of the world's population is gonna go down. Lose it.
Yes, I'm sorry. It sounded so much like Jameson talking. So there you go, Jameson. You've got a lady in Romania who independently has come to your conclusions, and
they might be reading the same websites. I don't know.
There you are. The two of you are like writing the same websites.
I don't know. I don't. I don't know. I mean, I'm not convinced of that at all.
Neither am I. Though again, I will qualify that with the fact that I often mention just how dangerous things are because of the environment, because of climate change. Things are pretty bad. We can never underestimate just how bad it is. But I'm optimistic, and so it's just
life is so damned resilient.
Yes.
So if these vaccines were calculated to kill people off slowly, and different ones were calculated to kill them off quickly, and they were reasonably successful in doing so, the human genome has a way of regenerating itself and fighting it off, just like it does fighting off a real disease. So if these things were biologically engineered to destroy life, life could come back and combat it back. I'm not, and if they were engineered to destroy life, the question is, how successful really are they in doing that? It's
this is not a struggle alone.
It's still up in the air. Viruses are a part of evolution, and the madness that goes with them. So if you have mad scientists who are doing crazy ass things, they're part of evolution too, and they have their own role to play. So it's I can't get too negative about this, because anytime I've seen people go off on predictions, it doesn't work. The predictions that are, I didn't hear anybody saying Bitcoin would go up to $50,000, and it is. It just went over 50 today. So I didn't hear anybody say that. I heard, people have said invest in Bitcoin, but people are not calling. People don't. Prediction is, doesn't really work that well, especially when it becomes a consensus prediction.
Yes.
And I've been around enough to see so many predictions fail that I don't take people's predictions seriously, whether they're responding to fear or something else. Do I think the world is in serious trouble? The world has always been in serious trouble since I was a kid. It was the atomic war. I was saying we could get bombed living in Los Angeles. So I mean, I've heard this my whole life, and it's the sky is falling. The sky is falling.
Yes, that has been with us forever.
Exactly. So yes, it's mad. It's like, how mad is it? I've always felt that I'd have enough, wherewithal to go about living my life, however long that would be. and right now I think it's going to be pretty long.
Yes.
And I still feel that I'll have enough time to carry that out.
Good.
And I could see a lot of people that are younger than I am dying.
Yes,
because,
I agree.
Because they're, they're not psychologically geared to deal with what life is offering them.
Yeah.
And it's tough. I mean, I could see kids growing up with certain disadvantages, whether they be mental, economic, familial, whatever they are. I could see people having a real hard time and frustration, more frustration than I experienced growing up. I think all youth experience frustration because you don't know how you fit into life, and it's tough. And I think it's harder to fit into life now than it
than it ever was before. That's
and it was hard then. But now it's even. I think the easiest way to fit into life is if you grow up on a farm.
Well, hardly anybody does that anymore.
Another because you're living with life and you're seeing it and you're seeing how it works. So you understand the process.
Yes.
And that gives you a foundation if you're going to go out and do something else. But when you grow up in the suburbs, what does that, it teaches you how to watch TV and eat TV dinners or whatever.
Yes. Yes.
It doesn't prepare you, for life beyond the world of Leave It to Beaver. So you have to go out and, figure out what is this? And then what are you doing? You're earning a paycheck.
Yeah.
And what the hell is that? It doesn't really make any sense. So you can pay bills.
Well, it's not fulfilling. Some people
so you can pay bills.
Yeah. Of course, as we agreed on, there are people who are happy with that in life. There are people who are happy just to be able to do that. Unfortunately, most kids are not raised to accommodate that. They're not raised to be happy with that. They're told you can be anything you want to be or whatever, and it can, you really can't be anything you want to be is the way it is for most people. So false promises are made in terms of, where we're at. I just think that we covered a lot tonight. I'll have to start monologuing soon. I'll take a short break and let Jameson kind of hold the stage, but definitely.
Right, let me take off now because I need to get to sleep. And
but it was
thank you.
Great to have you.
I'll connect with you on Friday, and if you want to send me anything, feedback on what I sent you.
Yes, by all means.
Please do.
And by the way, do get back to me on what you feel about what those two guys are saying, because it's kind of cute. They're just basically a couple of guys. They're taking everything tongue-in-cheek. They titled their little conspiracy show Tinfoil something. So if you take a look at the time indicated by John Warrington, who brought it to my attention, you've got these two guys, Bring Myself Up, and they're talking about the Japanese situation in World War II. Like Jameson says, they don't really talk about anything. Well, that's a bit harsh.
Are they believing it or disbelieving it or just commenting on it?
They're saying it as it's hard to tell where they're coming from. Let's just put it this way: it's just that they're open. They're saying, "Oh wow, Douglas Dietrich is saying something interesting about World War II."
This is the point. This is the point I'll say when I leave.
Yeah.
The meme is going out there.
It is.
It is. The meme.
Yeah.
And the meme has its own power for better or for worse. So this is the meme of the future. And it's going to go out there and it's going to go out stronger than it was before. It was already out there. Now it's kind of signed, sealed, and delivered because we're putting it into a book form, which has its own power.
Yes.
It'll be respected,
yes,
and honored,
yeah,
and for whatever it's worth and whatever they take with it, and so be it. That's a good comment.
It is. It is.
And we don't, and you get to a point where you just don't care what people are saying because there's too many of them talking. And what do they have to say? It's relevant. It just becomes something to chatter about.
Well,
I mean,
the important thing is that they're talking. Yes, that's as you would say. The important thing is that they're talking at all, and that they're at least, referencing this. I had another friend of mine who it was a long time ago, it was many years ago, and he said that he was, oh God, he was stuck with some kind of part-time job for a brief period of time where he had to do some burger flipping or something equivalent to that. So he was in some Burger King in Arizona or something like that, where he was working, wherever it was. Could have been, a Wendy's, whatever, so that people don't think I'm trying to put the plug for a particular franchise. But he said that he suddenly brought up the Battle of Los Angeles with one of his workmates, who was another younger man, who said, "Oh yeah, I heard that was Japanese." He didn't name myself specifically, but he pretty much said verbatim what I had articulated. So he pointed out to me that what I was saying was getting out there, and this was years and years ago. So it slowly has been. What it needed was something like this to give it a formal coherency.
Yeah, you'll soon see meeting people that were there at the Battle of Los Angeles and saw the dirigibles. You'll soon be seeing people like that too.
Yeah, that's an excellent point.
I was there.
Yeah,
I was there.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Yeah. Anyhow, we love you dearly, and share our love with Paula, and happy birthday to her. Yes, she turns 21 now. I'm sorry, I can't resist that. Oh, anyhow, she's wonderful, and she's got her American citizenship. Just so people know that she's the final ritual. She's got the final ritual. What was that today or what's
they gave her a certificate with which she can secure a passport, an American passport.
Fantastic. What was the ritual? What was it she had to do? She had to recite the oath or something?
Pledge of Allegiance. They put the hand on the heart, she said, and what else did they say?
She took the Pledge of Allegiance. Yes.
Yeah, and I don't know if they say an oath. But it was pretty simple. And
was she with others, or was this alone?
There was about 40. She says normally they do it in a courtroom and there's hundreds of people, but because of COVID, they did it at the immigration center, and there was about 40 people.
Right. That's incredible.
I haven't found out what the other people were like. I didn't get a chance to ask her whether they were Asian or what not, or Hispanic, but I wanted to find out what they were like, just what the general feeling of the place was.
I was with my mother and my father when my mother became a citizen and went through some final thing like that, and some kind of process, and they did it with her alone. We were in the San Francisco Federal Building, and she was brought into a room with just my father and myself, where they went through the process, where she was sworn in as an American citizen alone.
Well,
so
I guess
isn't that interesting?
Different times, different
times, different situation. Yeah, but I know that her case was exceptional, because I know for a fact most people do this in large crowds, and that was the case. It was, as you said, kind of like a Reverend Moon wedding. You'd have like several hundred people together doing it all at once. So my mother's case was strange in that case. It was exceptional in that regard. But that's to be expected, isn't it?
It's just like an official dotting of an I or crossing a T. She's been Americanized for years now.
Right.
And
understood.
And she's paid her dues in more ways than one. So it's just
She has. Yeah. And
she's very, very. She's still learning, but she's very Americanized, and she's at peace here. But she's very different than your run-of-the-mill American.
Well, for one thing, she's got a fucking work ethic, which is what disambiguated her from.
Yeah, she can also speak English better than a lot of people who grew up here.
Yeah, thank you.
And she had a lot to learn too.
Thank you. By the way, the one thing I will say before you leave is that Yeah, the coronavirus cases are dropping fast, and they continue to fall. The question would be what's behind it. I would definitely say, as someone trained in medical journalism, I would say that the pandemic's grip is loosening, is the way I would phrase it. So the cases are down from what I've been able to articulate, or ascertain is the word I'm looking for. From what I've been able to ascertain, they're down 57% from the country's all-time peak in early January. So
that's a tremendous drop.
Yeah, so we can say that for the first time since November, the United States saw a single day with fewer than 100,000 cases of COVID-19. So it is at least a bit of a relief. Now, Jameson Reese brings up a concern that it might be an ebb and that this might resurge in next winter.
No, that's not going to happen.
Understood. I hope not.
It's not going to happen unless there's some new pandemic. But see, this is the cycle of the pandemic.
Right.
It's how they work.
Right.
And people have not used to pandemics, and it's become a cultural imprint. We're so used to pandemics. I've never had a pandemic in my life. I never experienced anything like this.
Well, understood. And of course, the one that happened was in the year my father was born. So even in his own life, even in the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, even throughout his life, he had never experienced a pandemic. So it happened during he was born. So the only way he experienced it was when he came into this world, and experienced it during the first year of his life without any awareness of it. So the one thing that I can ascertain as someone trained in medical journalism is that, yeah, some of the pandemic statistics are foggy, but the current decline of COVID-19 is crystal clear. So what I would say, however, is that there are reasons that are driving that decline. And one would be behavior. I think that maybe Americans are they've gotten the hang of this mask and social distancing thing. If I were ranking explanations for the decline in COVID-19 myself, I would personally say behavior would be number one. If you look at mobility data the week after Thanksgiving and Christmas, activity went down. There is, of course, the concept that Jameson was bringing up, seasonality. The coronavirus was perhaps destined to decline simply this time of year. Because
there's also herd immunity.
Yeah, I believe we're never going to get that because of the anti-vaxxers. We can't get that because of the violent militancy of the anti-vaxxers.
The anti-vaxxers and the herd immunity will develop on its own without vaccines.
Well, that's theoretically something that can happen if enough people get the virus, but we're not all going to be getting it if we practice the social distance. You get what I'm saying? It's one of those things that we're doing everything.
Well, there's also arguments that the social distance has done nothing because
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
But it also, if you take away all of that and just talk the astrological cycle, it's done. And it's done. And my doctor friend, who was not using astrology, was going by medical. He said it'll peak. It'll be done in February. Will be the basic end of it. He said from a medical standpoint. I don't know where he was coming from on that, and it coincided with astrology. But what I'm using is the fact that the CDC says we can travel without vaccinations and domestically, and that teachers can go back to work without vaccinations. That says a lot when the CDC says this, and the CDC seem to me is nothing but a promoter of the disease. And they are, by the way, not a government organization. They're a private organization.
Right. But one of these days we'll have to disambiguate them from the Surgeon General's office, which surprisingly enough has been almost completely absent from this entire affair. The Surgeon General's office is literally a branch of the military services. And they salute, they have uniforms, and of course a Surgeon General.
And is not subordinate to the Hippocratic Oath.
Right, that, of course not. Yes, you're quite right. It cannot be overemphasized. And many viruses do fare best in cold and dry conditions. They're not well designed to thrive in warmer, sunnier, and more humid outdoor areas. So that was one rationalization. But
But
obviously,
I declare the pandemic is over. I declare it. And so we'll see in 6 months we can review.
We can review it in 6 months. And anyhow, you know what? I hope you're right. I honestly, you have no idea how much I hope.
As I say, I could tell it was on when the baseball was stopped last year, and now I can tell it's over when the CDC says you can travel, and the teachers can go back, because that's I wouldn't expect them to say that.
Understood.
Why would they say that?
I hear you. Well, it's definitely odd. I'll look more into that. I'm not disbelieving you. I'll just have to look more.
They said it. I didn't. Yeah. It was announced on the news.
Understood. I believe you. And
people are still afraid.
Yeah.
So it's like, even now they put such fear into the population.
Well, don't you think that that's common sense? I mean, people should be afraid. I mean, we don't want people going out and suddenly having orgies with each other. I mean, come on.
What I'm saying, they're so afraid, they're not going to give up the fear. I'm not judging the fear. I'm saying they're not going to give it up, because now they're being sold, you don't need to be afraid. Yeah. You know, so anyway, I say, I declare it's over. But we'll, you know, as I say, we'll see in time, because, but the world is not over it.
No,
it's over, but the world is not over it. And sure, that doesn't mean every last disease is gone, but the basic cycle is over. If the National Football League ended tomorrow, people would still be going to the parking lots and tailgating.
Right.
And they'd still be guys out there playing on the field, even though it wasn't official.
Right.
They'd have to get over it.
But by the way, just so you know, you've recorded this call. I'm getting the notification. Peter is recording the call. You pressed the button.
I don't know what I'm recording. I don't know.
I know it's accidental. I know it's accidental. You pressed the button somewhere on the
where
Skype
it's
call.
recording. But anyway, I'm gonna say goodnight, and I'll look forward to hearing from you.
Yes. Look forward to that.
Okay. Good night.
Love you dearly. Bye bye for now. Yes. And so, as Maria Gregorich points out, meanwhile, here they are predicting surges of variants by March, up to 2,000 cases daily in Montreal, which is double at where we're at now. A very important point, and well taken, my dear. Deeply appreciate your saying that, because I do think we need to qualify Peter's optimism, most certainly. I, for one, do not share that level of optimism. I certainly hope it's the case. But you know, I think that there's no reason to give up caution. So we got Peter Moon there. The recordings are available for 30 days. Whatever recording he took, stopped recording as soon as he left the call. So it sent us that little notification, which I'm sure Jameson sees as well. But you know, just to finish up the train of thought, the other reason for the drop in numbers may be partial immunity. It could be the virus is simply running out of bodies, because 15 to 30% of American adults have already been infected with COVID-19. That's according to the CDC estimates.
I think it has to do with the fact that the weather's shit.
Yeah, maybe. And nobody's traveling because the weather's everybody's stuck. Everybody's I hear you.
Can't go anywhere.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
It's just a temporary pause in what's a continuous thing, you know, just because, you know, no one can go anywhere.
It's an important point. It's well taken. And in terms of going back to the CDC estimates about the number of Americans who have been infected, since people recovering from COVID-19 typically develop fairly lasting immunological protection for many months, at least, the number of antibodies swirling around the U.S. population may naturally constrict the original coronavirus's path forward. And I qualify that by saying the original. And finally, the vaccines. The shots obviously work. So the vaccines, especially the synthetic mRNA vaccines from Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna, are, by all evidence, highly effective at preventing infection. But preventing infection is not all they do. Among those infected, they also reduce symptomatic illness. So, very important point about the shots. So don't dismiss the shots. Jameson is lucky to fucking be in line to get one tomorrow. How I envy him, lucky son of a bitch. And, you know, he gets that just for being a bit disaffected. That's, what a privilege.
Yeah, I get that for being batshit crazy.
There you go. The benefits of insanity. They speak for themselves. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a short break myself. I'm going to leave the stage to Mr. Crazy James. You can tell us about anything you wish. And as a matter of fact,
I wanted to say that I suspect that, you know, I suspect a drop in the numbers has to do with the lack of travel due to the restrictions. You know, not a lot of people are going to be going out and partying. If when you try to start your car stalls, or you have like a foot of ice.
Yeah, thank you. When you have to shovel your way out of your domicile just to get to the street.
No one's really gonna be bitching a complaint about quarantine if they realize, I can't leave my house anyway because there's snow.
Thank you. So let me take a short break, get some refreshments together. I'll start monologuing quite soon. This is, or I intend to at least. Let me get my voice back in some level of shape. Let me take a look at what time we have left according to the live stream. We've taken up 4 hours so far, so we've got about 8 hours left, a little less than 8 hours. I want to thank everybody who's been in the chat room. I haven't had a chance to really take a look there. And I want to thank Maria Grigorich so much for her monitoring the chat room. And I'm sure Jameson has participated in that as well. And Marcus Grix was, and that dude, Spartan Negative. Spartan points out that it was minus 20 to 30 degrees in Wisconsin for the last 2 weeks. Well, Wisconsin is always a hellhole. Wisconsin is northern wasteland, right? I mean, good God, it's like uninhabitable as far as I'm concerned. Marcus says, if your nose is hanging out, it's not a mask, it's a chin diaper. Yes. Yes. And he points out it's 34 degrees Celsius in North Queensland, Australia, where he's sweating all the time. And then let me see. Daniel, of course, was with us, and so he wasn't participating in the chat room because he was actually in with us. And so he was talking about pork barreling. This is Marcus Griggs in Australia, and talking about not policy, but the idea of giving funding to their electorates to give less to opposition areas. Maria Grigorich entered at that time, and then she helped smooth things out. And then Gracie Aguilar showed up and said, greetings and blessings to you also. Hey, honey, so good to see you. And that dude was saying Pat Morita was more believable as a martial artist than Steven Seagal. Yes, very much so. And and SB, thank you so much, SB. Really appreciate what you're saying. Thank you so much. I'm there with you. She says, why are people increasingly thinking like Thanos? Yes, it's like, yeah, the whole idea that then Maria responded to myself saying, meanwhile, this Canadian's laughing at the term Northern Wasteland. Yes, I know you're above that northern line, in the Great White Northern Wasteland. Yes, Canada is pretty uninhabitable in and on its own. Good God. But there you have it. I mean, it's going to be the superpower of the future, far more powerful and populous than Russia. So we can look forward to that. I mean, at least they're friendly people, I think. Well, most of the time.
Canada knows how to humor the madman too.
Yes, there we are. Daniel's back with us. Yes, you can come on. You know, Daniel, I couldn't understand what you were saying about the Joan of Arc statue. Were you saying that it just made her look ugly, or what? What were you?
I was just pointing out its presence there. I mean, it's like a huge, like bronze statue out there, where it seemed like the locale reveres her for her role.
Oh, that's because heavy French influence in that area, of course. So that would make sense. She's obviously a French icon, so that that makes perfect sense. And all right, I'll be back in a few minutes. Daniel, do me a favor, stay on with Jameson, and the two of you hold a conversation, and I'll both of you do what you can to hold the stage. I'll be back in about 10 minutes at the longest or so. Grab some refreshments and get myself together. All right, thank you.
All right, cool.
All right, so yeah, here. Well, I have an interesting article here about. All right, well. Okay, will they ever learn? TikTok user is slammed for spraying Gorilla Glue on her hair. Oh wait, yeah, that was the one I was going over earlier. Yeah, I think that person might have done it deliberately. Reyes, who has more than 459,000 followers, posted numerous follow-up videos of herself going to the hospital and trying at-home remedies to remove the glue, just like Brown did last month before she underwent a 4-hour procedure to have it dissolved. I'm on my way to the hospital right now. My scalp is burning, Reyes said in one clip. I need to go to the hospital so they can remove this Gorilla Glue. I have no idea what to do. I tried washing it. It doesn't come off. Of course not. It's glue. In another video, she was shaking and on the verge of crying, saying she was having a panic attack, but some thought it was all an act. Reyes said the... Oh, man, this is ridiculous. Reyes said the healthcare workers who were treating her at the hospital were confused and didn't really know what to do, adding, my scalp is burning, so I hope they figure something out. Even though Brown had already gone through all this, including the trip to the ER, Reyes feigned annoyance that the hospital staffers weren't able to remove the permanent adhesive. I just got out the hospital and they did nothing for me. Look at my hair, she cried, saying she was advised to try olive oil, tea tree oil, coconut oil, to remove the glue or shave her hair off. Brown proved that all those oils are useless when it comes to removing the glue, but Reyes still shared videos of herself trying them with no success. I think well, whatever it is a drama queen, but I'm judging by the pictures. People who were following Reyes' stories weren't surprised when she revealed that she was thinking of starting a GoFundMe, as Brown did. Brown raised nearly $24,000 to pay for her medical bills, but Dr. Obeng ended up offering to perform the procedure to remove the glue for free. Remarkably, he was able to salvage much of her hair. The mother of five now plans on donating most of the funds to the plastic surgeon's charitable foundation, Restore, which provides free reconstructive surgery to people in need. Reyes begged her followers for help in one video, saying, I don't know what to do. This was an accident. I didn't mean to put Gorilla Glue in my hair. She continued to play up her plight while posting numerous TikToks of herself awkwardly combing through matted hair and trying various products to remove the glue. She even shared a makeup tutorial with Bruno Mars's hit Gorilla playing in the background.
Monkey see, monkey do.
You know, I mean, there's a process of natural selection here.
Yeah.
Reyes never actually shared a link to her GoFundMe page, but she claimed that she raised enough money to travel to LA to get surgery like Brown. In a recent clip, she alleged that one person generously donated $3,000 to help her. You guys know it's definitely been a journey with this Gorilla Glue. It's been so crazy. So thank you so much. In the latest video she posted on Monday, An unknown woman can be seen trying to remove the glue. It's unclear if the hairstylist did it or just a friend. To try to keep people from spraying their hair and bodies with Gorilla Glue, TikTok has put warnings on some of Razor's videos saying the action in this video could result in serious injury. Oh my gosh. Gorilla Glue. Gorilla Glue released a statement about Brown's unique situation on social media on February 8th before she flew to LA to have the adhesive removed from her hair. We are aware of the situation and we are very sorry to hear about the unfortunate incident that Miss Brown experienced using our spray adhesive on her hair, the brand wrote. This is a unique situation because this product is not indicated for use on hair and is considered permanent. Our spray adhesive states in the warning label, do not swallow, do not get in eyes, on skin, or on clothing. Now, they also have a picture of some dude who decided to put Oh my gosh, this is hilarious. This guy took Gorilla Glue and put a cup on his face. Whoops. Last week, Lynn Martin, who was originally from Louisiana, ended up in the emergency room after taking on the Gorilla Glue challenge. This is hilarious. Martin, who is convinced that Brown was lying about the Gorilla Glue incident, glued a plastic cup to his face and had to go to the hospital to have it painfully removed. Oh my God!
Wait, what happened? Who? What?
Oh man! No! This dude thought that the woman who originally had the Gorilla Glue in her hair was lying. So what he did was he glued a plastic cup to his face.
Oh God! Oh God!
He had to go to the hospital to get it removed.
Oh God! What an idiot!
And they call it the Gorilla Glue Challenge on TikTok.
Honestly, I don't understand why this is so hard for people to believe. It's at any rate, I'll go mute again for several minutes here, finish drinking some of this, and consider me gone for about the next 5 minutes, or so. I'll just try and get my head out of my ass before I start in heavy duty on the monologuing, and try to finish a little early so we can bring George on. George Knight, of course, and so glad that Daniel's with us tonight. It took this way I feel like we're keeping track of him to make certain he doesn't vanish into the blizzard. Of course, what we saw how bad the snow was with Derek Talley. Like he said, it's really just ice chunks, kind of like raining. What about where you're at when you look out the window? What do you see, Daniel?
Yesterday was snow, and now it's just it's all ice over the snow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I spent a lot. Shoveling snow yesterday was a lot easier than even having anything to do with the ice out there in the patio. I said, hell no, I'm not going out there.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wait for the sun to dry it. I mean, the thaw it.
Yeah, good decision. You're sounding a little distant. I take it that are you using a laptop and you're just talking through the microphone on it, or?
Oh no, I just had to lay down. Can you hear me better now?
A little bit. You were lying down, you said?
No, I had myself
much better.
Down.
Okay, much better now. Thank you. Oh my God. So again, both of you gentlemen kind of take the stage for a little bit. I'm here with you, but I'm just in the background for the moment, and just checking in on different.
I could finish this up by saying, despite the warnings by both Brown and Gorilla Glue, Her viral story has inspired a dangerous Gorilla Glue challenge. However, it's still unclear as to how and why the adhesive spray ended up in Reyes' hair. Last week, Len Martin, who is originally from Louisiana, ended up in the emergency room after taking on the challenge. He was convinced that Brown was lying about the Gorilla Glue incident, and her hair was not, as he claimed, immovable and frighteningly stuck to her head. To prove his hunch, Martin bought some Gorilla Glue of his own, using it to stick a red plastic cup on his face, only to realize he'd made a horrible mistake and couldn't get it off. I thought that chick with the Gorilla Glue was making that story up. And no, it's real. I don't know why I tried it. Now they talking about cutting the tip of my lips off in surgery.
Oh, shit! God, that idiot.
Y'all pray for me. Sick. He captured the video of himself in the ER, adding the hashtag Gorilla Glue Challenge.
The shit people do just to want to be a star.
What ethnicity is this individual?
Oh, he's black.
Oh God.
That's why I made the voice the way I did, you know, because I try to like tailor my voices to like the ethnicity.
That's so disappointing. That's so disappointing. You would think he would understand that the issues about hair that black women go through.
Douglas, there's some dumb ass motherfucking niggas out there. I'm just gonna say it like that. There's some dumb motherfuckers out there, man. You do not know.
I grew up around them too.
Oh, God.
You know how often I post about on Facebook how some dumb motherfucker is just acting like an asshole?
Yeah.
That's like every other day.
Yeah. It's
niggas out here stupid.
Yeah, I got it. Oh my God, there's jerks in every ethnicity. There are idiots in every ethnicity, and this proves it. I mean, oh my fucking God, it's just awful. What was I going to say? There was something that Peter Moon brought up that I was going to kind of, I don't know, provide some kind of, I guess I didn't finish much of what I was saying when he was bringing up different subjects, but we'll leave that for later. At any rate.
Kind of jumping onto the left and the right and the left and the right. Honestly, I don't have much faith in either the left or the right, which is why I'm trying to convince people that we need, a third party of government.
Well, I understand what you're saying. Of course, the way that we have to work with what is more realistic, and it's more realistic. Of course, the third parties are they're very iffy. There's very little chance for third parties to succeed. I understand what
the only other alternative we would have then is to get rid of one of the parties.
Oh yeah. Well, I foresee that happening. I mean, certainly this is the point.
And get rid of the Republican Party when we could gut some of the Democrats who are just a bunch of old stagnant pieces of shit and just completely recreate everything. And have one party with multiple candidates, younger candidates.
Yes.
And term limits, for fuck's sake. You do not need to be in Senate for the rest of your fucking life. And then you'll just wind up corrupted like Emperor Palpatine or some shit.
I hear you.
Which all of them wind up becoming anyway.
Yeah, I hear you. It's definitely something where I've brought up certainly amendments to the Constitution that I would like to see enacted, but it would take a social revolution really to do it. In terms of the elements of government that I would ultimately prefer to see happening in terms of a mutation of the government and evolution of our government as it's structured right now. If we're trying to work with what we have and just make it work better. Obviously, the Senate is an anachronism. Obviously, we get rid of the Senate. And as far as I'm concerned, the executive is like this father figure, even if we fulfill the role with a female in it, which may happen with Kamala Harris. And that would be great, because obviously this is something that I've argued is, in order to save itself, America really needs to put black women in positions of power, as many as they can, as quickly as possible. But ultimately, the office of the executive is something that has not proven to be anything other than a source of real problems for the rest of the world. You have one person with just too much power, and they take it. We saw what happened with Trump. He basically broke it. He broke the presidency. So let's eliminate the executive office. And let's, as well, point out the problems of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has been extraordinarily reactionary throughout the majority of its history.
They definitely need limits, term limits.
We may have to abolish them. I mean, not talking about. Thank you. Yeah, and so we might. So I'm looking at. To me, we would have post-Civil War. Certainly a defeated Republican Party, where many of the Republicans would go into exile or break off into separate regional nations. And in terms of at least getting rid of that dead weight, excising that cancer, and then what's left would be a single party state. And it would be Democrats. Of course, by that time, the majority of the elderly would have died off. They've only got a few more years in their life anyway. Someone like Nancy Pelosi is not going to be around, much longer. And someone like Dianne Feinstein, we've already gotten rid of her in the sense that she had to step down because of her senile dementia, which was recognized by everybody. And thank God she was gracious enough to step down. So that will be taken care of in that sense. And then so we'd have a government that would have a single party state of the Democrats with a heavily amended constitution in several regards, without even thinking about the First and Second Amendment at the moment is not even on my mind, which is the first thing most people would be worried about. I'm thinking more in terms of, as James had said, things concerning term limits and the like. And then basically, honestly, that would essentially serve in many ways as an infinitely more effective government, and it would be reflective of a true democracy. We want to eliminate the Electoral College, of course. So then that way we would institute a true democracy with a truly representative government, far more regionalized in terms of its ability to represent its constituency. So, of course, it would.
I got an eyelash in my eye.
Oh, you need to go take care of that. Daniel Arola and I will hold the stage for you while you do that. And Daniel, yes, if you'll come on with myself, and you can point out. How about oh my God, with all of the kind of problems people have been having with transportation and quarantine. Sometimes in the past, when you used to work with the special needs children or the children who were on the autistic developmental end of the spectrum and the like, have you seen any of these classes in months? I mean, how long has it been since you've played your music or even seen one of these classes?
Well, it's actually been over a year and a half now, but some of them still come to the house for music lessons. So
Okay.
I see them now and then.
Okay.
Yeah, and of course they still ask about me, to their piano teachers. Like, where's Daniel? Okay, I just come out there if I'm asked for.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I'll come out with the ukulele because they always ask for that thing,
Mm-hmm.
So no, they're always little precious things.
Right, that's wonderful. Really glad to hear that. And in terms of, like I said, somebody left the comment in the chat room that Pat Morita was much more of a believable martial artist than Steven Seagal. You could take it from there.
Oh, Steven Seagal, that fat bastard. He's still filming movies. Of course, a lot of it's all self-produced that ends up going to DVD or Netflix if he's lucky. And of course, when I scroll through Netflix, I see a whole list of him on the cover of a movie. It's like, oh hell no, I'm not watching that shit.
Oh, delightful. And in terms of what else is going on in your world, catch us up on other things that have been happening. Now, what about in terms of your, like, obviously not teaching class in any conventional sense. Have you tried some kind of video teaching in terms of martial arts?
Well, I release a little clip here and then, sporadically more than anything. Other than that, I mean, I still keep practicing. I just haven't really been filling myself and posting it as much lately. Mm-hmm. You know, because I'm still here in the new house. And I'm still putting everything together, you know, to make everything look presentable. Even though maybe presentable now, it's just I'm waiting for it to be ready.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. And as well, go on with what else might come to mind. Anything you want to talk about is fair game. Go ahead.
Yes. You know, it's to me, to myself, it's clear where, as far as where powerful women leadership is concerned, mm-hmm. and you know, they're not really mad about Joe Biden being president. It's that colored gal who's vice president, who has the reins on a lot of power there. And see, what Kamala Harris, I believe, represents is part of this impending change that is taking place in the world, that it takes someone like her and plenty of other black women leaders to be able to catch up with the rest of the world, because those countries that have succeeded in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic are all women leaders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
There's still a lot to catch up to.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Very, very important for you to bring that up. And oh my God. Our Lady Maria Michaela Grigorich is trying to post some things for me, but her laptop is freezing up. She's going to try and post, you know, before she goes to bed, if not sometime in the morning. So thank you, honey. Let me tell her that. And we have Jameson back with us. And Jameson, thank you for, you know, coming back. And I really look forward, actually, to Sunday. You're telling us what your experience is with the shot. I'd like to know how you feel after getting it. I'm going to assume, Daniel, you haven't had any opportunity for a vaccination yet, have you?
I hardly ever get out of the house. The only times I ever do is when I go pick up food or pick up weed.
Oh,
but for the most part, I stay away from everybody.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, you're doing the right thing. Yeah, aside from all of that, Jameson, do join back in, get us back into the stage a little bit. And
all right.
While
So,
I try and get myself together here.
I got this interesting article from Derek Talley about the Supreme Court to declare military draft. A former NSA director, retired top of officers, asked Supreme Court to declare military draft unconstitutional. Yeah, that's pretty much why we need to get rid of the Supreme Court.
Thank you.
Let Congress make decisions.
Yes, we can't have just these old reactionaries making decisions like that.
I mean, the former NSA director is going to pay all these clusterfucks to, you know, say, okay, no, you can't have a military draft, because then we're not going to be able to have our elite sociopaths get away with raping and destroying shit in a fucked up manner.
But by the way, has Derek Talley been checking in as I asked him to do in any sense? Like you said, he got
no.
Okay, so yeah. Oh my God. Hopefully he's all right. It's like he's told us almost like he was expecting something. Yeah, if something happens to me out here, no one's gonna know.
Well, considering how far he is from Tennessee, I mean, shit. He's got a hell of a lot of driving to do.
Yes. Oh my.
So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, good point. Point well taken. And he said he was going on mute. Perhaps he just, you know, forgot to ever come off mute. And but Other than that,
It's also possible that, going through state to state, that, some states he might have lost service as well
yeah.
due to the extreme weather conditions.
Yes, yes. Yeah, good point. And so, by all means, continue.
The former National Security Agency director and 9 prominent retired general. Why does it always got to be 9? Oh, come on. 9 gatekeepers of the freaking demonic realm. I mean, oh my goodness. They are so recycling these memes. Could we at least have like 11 or maybe some other off number like 8 or 7? 9. No originality. Anyway, they have signed on to legal brief to asking the United States Supreme Court rule that the military draft is unconstitutional. Their filing is in support of a petition that argues the selective service system is unconstitutional because it applies only to men ages 18 to 26 and not women. That's the fucking point, morons.
Yes, you dumb shits. Oh my God.
Yeah. They're pissed because they don't have things to rape.
Yes, there you go. That's what it comes down to. Well, they've got all these other young men.
Well, they're going into a foreign country. I mean,
yes.
Do whatever the fuck you're gonna do there.
Yes.
I mean, trust me, I'm not an advocate for them doing that.
Understood.
Of course.
Understood.
And I believe every woman should carry a dagger with them at all times. And whenever a guy tries to rape him, cut his penis off.
Yes. There we are. Do a Lorena Bobbitt on him. Yes.
No, I mean, cut it from the base.
Yeah.
Let him bleed out.
Yes. And
former director of the National Security Agency, Michael Hayden. Why do I get the feeling this guy might have some connections with another Michael?
Yeah, Michael Aquino. Peter Moon and I were having some long conversations about him the other night, and when we were doing all that work on the book. And I swear, elements of that book have left me just exhausted. But anyhow, go on. Let me. I still got this screen up on the exclusive Pro story, or Popular Mechanics Pro story on Area 51.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Let me get that.
They're sleaze crap.
Yes, they're so sleazy.
Retired Air Force 4-star general and retired Army General Stanley McChrystal, top of the list of supporters on the legal brief. The group's attorneys filed their brief Wednesday to support the petition filed by the National Coalition for Men. Okay, so basically their argument is, our men aren't gonna have any pussy out there. Oh shit, I said the word. Damn. I mean, our men aren't gonna have any tail out there. There we go. Oh, I had to admit that. Anyway, represented by the American Civil Liberties Union against the selective service systems on January 8th, the original claim argues that the High Court should overturn a ruling made in 1981 when the same challenge was made. At the time, the justices ruled that the draft was unconstitutional because its primary function was to ensure combat-ready forces for defense of the nation. At the time, women were excluded from combat roles, but that's changed. The Pentagon announced it would lift a ban on a woman to join combat jobs in 2013. Why? I mean, just let the men die. We don't need men.
I agree. Oh my God. And it's
that would compromise the mission.
Yes. That compromises. Yeah. Anyhow, go on.
Oh boy. Oh, these guys are. it's clear that these guys, whoever became generals and whatnot, a lot of them probably didn't graduate high school.
Yeah, it's like, well, even if they did, you wonder why or how they got through. It's just there was it's just awful. I remember when my dad was in the Navy, they made a joke about who they chose for officers. That they went to small towns and they gathered up the village idiots. And then they gave them all commissions. That was the joke they had in the Navy. Yeah, they commissioned all the village idiots that they gathered from out of small towns. So there we go. Morbidly inbred small towns where they could just, find enough downbred morons to do that with. So there you go.
Well, with that in mind, there is absolutely no way the United States had any chance of winning World War II.
Well, there we go. It's yeah, we're just in a.
I have to keep driving that home because people seem to be like trying to resurrect this myth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're trying, and it's a last-ditch, desperate effort. I don't know. Peter Moon has high hopes that this book is kind of like going to change the world, and it's. I hope so. I mean, good God, it's one of these things where
I feel the same way. I see things the same way you do. I'm sure it'll reach a small audience of people who are familiar with you, but personally, I don't see too many people trying to grab it if they're not already like familiar with your work. Because if there's someone who's like if there's people who are going to ride the mainstream's coattails, they're going to ride the mainstream's coattails.
Yeah, and I hear you, and hopefully what we can do is just spread the word out there, and then hopefully maybe more people will investigate it. Maybe it'll cause enough controversy for them to investigate it. Certainly it was interesting that you had those two young guys just talking about it casually and bringing up the subject. So at least
the fact that they brought you up is a good thing, because it's not a question of how many people get it. It's a question of the right people getting it.
There's that.
If it gets the right people, if it gets the attention of the right people, those people have the potential of spreading the message.
Well, the right people are the young people. So that's what's important, is that as many young people as possible get it. So, Daniel, hear you breathing back there. Maybe he's, I don't hear the kind of liquid bubbly sound, so I know it's not his bong. So that he can join us a bit.
I got a bowl.
He's a little cough there. Yes.
And when you're speaking about me.
Yes. When I was talking to Peter and I told him I was a little high by the time we had recommenced working together, he was asking on what, and I told him about the cot, and he was like, they call it cat, but it's, I never liked that pronunciation, calling it cat, because nobody knows what the hell you're talking about anyway. Of course, nobody knows what you're talking about anyway with the cot or the African herb. But then I had to explain to him. I'm sorry.
So explain to me what this substance is.
You've heard me speak of it before, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with cat.
Yeah, and tell us about your experience with it, Daniel.
I don't know. I don't have any personal experience with it, but I'm familiar with your stories about it, and I have read about cat through the Somali pirate stories, because they use it a lot, especially to combat seasickness.
Thank you. Yes. And so for people who are having a hard time hearing Daniel because he is kind of echoey and he's kind of like coming through the Ouija board effect, basically what he's talking about is Somali pirates who are using it to fight seasickness. Now, there's street names for cat, and it's spelled one way to spell it. Probably the most common way you'll see it.
KHAT.
I'm sorry?
KHAT.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
That's correct.
AKA methacathone.
Cathinone. It's cathinone. Yeah, so the cat leaves can be chewed for euphoric purposes, and in areas around the world, it's used to treat obesity and prevent hunger. Basically, it can fight off hunger pangs. And its use, of course, can lead to dysphoria or sedation. It's just so people get a understanding of this, it's legal throughout Africa for all intents and purposes. The Horn of Africa, of course, is my old stomping grounds, and that's where it was not only legal, it's pretty much everyone is on it, and they will accept it as pay in certain, in a lot of things that you might ask them to do, like security escort or something like that. Say if you're a journalist or someone, anyhow. So Maria Michaela Grigorich is telling me she'll try it in the morning. Her printer's on and running, even though it's not turned on. So things are looking pretty bad. She's got to go to bed. Good night. Love you. Love you too, honey. Mwah. I love you dearly. Oh my God. And just sad that she's experiencing some technical difficulties, but not surprised. This is the sort of thing that does happen. And at any rate, just glad that she's with us as often as she is. In terms of what the African people, they built up a tolerance. So when you've taken it probably for as many generations as they have, they need very high doses, and they chew it all the time, and they put it almost like oregano or parsley. They garnish their meals with it. Oftentimes I would see that. So it's not necessarily healthy, but it's common and it's universal. So it's not something I would consider negative. It would be like in Argentina. Argentina, what they have is yerba mate, and yerba mate is basically a kind of vegetarian cocaine. It's very much a stimulant, and the problem is that even though it's in all the tea in Argentina and everybody grows up drinking it, it's something that is their version of coffee, and they are unable to function without it. They can't imagine functioning without it any more than Americans can imagine functioning without coffee. And but when they come up to the United States, the biggest problem for the longest period of time is that they would test positive on drug tests, specifically seeking out cocaine abuse, so that they would be identified by jobs as unemployable, saying, oh, well, you test positive for cocaine, we can't hire you. And so it's a form of bias and prejudice. When it comes to cat, for the longest period of time, in Europe, it was not illegal, but it was just something that was what nobody encouraged from the official sense, but you could get it. You could get it in Eastern Europe in particular, which I knew when I was in the Balkans. But they wound up eventually banning it in France, Sweden, and Switzerland. Sweden, of course, is Nordic, and God knows why they banned it. Switzerland, probably because of a big influx of a lot of refugees they were taking in. With France, because of the kind of North African connections that they have, they probably didn't want many people in their nation to become Africanized. That would be a typical...
Racism.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, really, seriously, it's that's it's a legitimate. That's legitimate. That would be how I would see it. And but in the United States, it's completely banned and it's illegal here. But I get my supply from my gang brothers, of course, and it's kind of like a stipend. The other names for it are Abyssinian tea, like Abyssinia being the ancient name for Ethiopia, or African salad. You've heard that term maybe, or oat, chat, they call it, or katha. Katha is one of the more common trade terms that I've run across. But basically, it's something that, in a sense, it doesn't cause physical addiction. It doesn't really, even though, well, say for instance, I had the experience where when I was in we were doing something in Africa, and we offered to pay a few of the Africans to provide some armed backup, and we offered them cat, and then when we ran out of enough to give them in regular amounts, they just jumped ship, so to speak. They just left and deserted. And that's how powerful it can be. Basically, the people who use the drug frequently, they develop psychological dependence to it. So cat can lead to withdrawal symptoms, which will include nightmares, as well as mild depression and tremors, kind of like an alcoholic's delirium tremens.
It sounds a lot like DXM withdrawal.
It's similar, yeah. And so it's something that of course, where it all sources from is the flowering evergreen shrub, the Catha edulis, which is native to the East African Great Lakes region and the southern Arabi Peninsula. And so the leaves and the stem are what can be masticated or chewed. And so you see this going on all the time by people in East African nations, and the cat users also smoke it or make it into a tea or sprinkle it on food, like I said. But definitely, I can't really understand why there's this sense of onus about it in the United States in particular. I mean, I know for a fact that it was legal, as I said, in many parts of Europe, and was becoming more common in European regions. And it's actually a multi-million-dollar industry. I'm sorry, go on.
It's probably because it's less lethal than caffeine.
Probably, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, after all, caffeine is... Fuck, you just had an experience with caffeine where your heart was beating a mile a minute.
Yeah, I'm still like, I've reached a point where my binges have become a bit like, oh my God, this is bad. Like, you guys probably don't know it, but I am like, I'm more out there than I've been in a long time. Mm-hmm. And the only reason why you probably don't notice is because my lingual patterns are starting to come back together. Mm-hmm. They were kind of off when I started the show. You probably picked that up easily. But you
were subdued enough where I didn't really notice because you weren't speaking enough to make note of it.
I see. Yeah. Oh, good. Well, I like the feedback because that proves that I'm getting better at masking it. But the thing is, like, I hit a whole box. I was like, okay, I got to save some for tomorrow because tomorrow I got to wake up and I got to go to this appointment, and it's like, damn, I just couldn't. I couldn't wait. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, it reminds me a lot of Max Spears in a certain way, where he just couldn't stop himself and just he would down a bottle easily, or half a bottle, at least half a bottle. I would see him take painkillers and just it's alarming. So hopefully you take action on it. Obviously, the weather's not conducive for turning yourself into rehab, but
when it reaches the after I get the second what do you call it? I'm hoping to schedule it after I get the second booster of the vaccine.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know, like, if I'm going to rehab, there are going to be all these people, and they're going to be, oh God. Well, I'm going to wear a mask. Oh God, but how are you going to sleep? Because they have like roommates, and well, I'm sure. Actually, they might not have the roommate practice anymore. Mm-hmm. So that wouldn't make any sense for them to have people having roommates if they're still in the middle of a coronavirus epidemic.
But if you're vaccinated, they might risk it. But nevertheless, it doesn't hurt to ask, to find out. I'm going to go mute while I finish coughing. So both of you guys take over for a few more minutes. I'll be back.
All right, so there's also another I think there's also another version of cat which is called methadone, which is like something that they make using ephedrine or pseudoephedrine.
That would be a synthetic. That would be a synthetic.
Yeah, this is a synthetic.
Yeah, I'm talking about something organic, and it's not really comparable. Whatever synthetic is going to be more potent. It's going to impact people like pretty hard, as opposed to.
Yeah, it's going to hit you harder. It's not going to be like
an organic high. Yeah, but that sounds.
After a binge, nausea, anxiety, muscle tension and pain, insomnia, delusions from lack of sleep and inability to eat, severe psychological depression, and suicidal ideation. There you go. The synthetics suck.
Yes. By the way, of course, I do want people to know we didn't bring this up while Peter was here, and we were talking about Liberia and all that. But I guess this is pretty much what I remember now that I should have brought up then in context. Is of course while he's talking about he declares the pandemic officially over. In Peter Moon's world, it never rained. Yeah, I'm sorry. What's that?
In his world, probably, but then I feel that the sort of I find in that generation there's a sort of trust, there's a sort of naive trust they have in like authoritarian figures. Mm-hmm. And I don't mean to say that insultingly, because the person who I used to be friends with formerly had the same mindset. Well, if the CDC says it, then something has to be. Then it means we're going to see it over in within a year.
Well, did you notice that Peter Moon totally dismisses the CDC when they were talking up the pandemic?
When they're talking down the pandemic, he's not dismissive of it, which is odd. So there is a sort of cognitive bias there.
Yes. It is odd. It's one of those things. It's like he's no fool. He knows that the economy is not based on the market.
He's a brilliant man, but I'm just saying, like I pick up things like that, certain things like that.
I am the same way. It's just I mean. Anyhow, it never rains, but it pours. The last thing the world needs is another health crisis, but we've got new outbreaks of Ebola in Guinea and the Democratic Republic of Congo, which are causing alarm and have already claimed several lives. Yes. So the White House warned on Tuesday, just yesterday, that the world cannot afford to turn the other way. And so they vowed to do everything they could to respond to the Ebola spikes before they become an epidemic. President Joseph Biden has been briefed, and the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has spracketh to ambassadors from both the aforementioned countries, Guinea and the Democratic Republic of Congo, and surrounding states. So the White House's urgency marks a positive change, I would say, from then-President Donald Trump's denial when COVID-19 threatened the United States a year ago. And this White House knows what it's doing. Chief of Staff Ron Klain served as then-President Barack Obama's Ebola czar during an outbreak in West Africa that infected 28,000 people and killed 11,000 between 2014 and 2016. Then the United States dispatched thousands of troops to Africa in a massive, coordinated government response at home and abroad, and was widely praised. It also forged lessons that the subsequent administration ignored completely when it came to a much broader public health threat. So we're in good hands already, and I feel so much more at peace when I wake up every morning. honestly. And again, this is not to cop into some father figure kind of fixation with the executive. I'm just saying in terms of the administration, we've at least got effective governance that acts on that.
Yeah. Instead of dying faster, we'll die a little slower.
Well, they go with that. This is, yeah, I mean, I hear you. I mean, it does look pretty, it can be very overwhelming when you consider climate change and the diseases and the economy. This is incredibly overwhelming. And we just don't know, anyhow, like I said, I'm still an optimist. At the very least, this is obviously opportunistic for someone like myself, because if things really get bad, of course, then, as I've put myself out there for years as someone capable of advising people through this these convergent crises, at that point, many people just have to start taking me more seriously. Hopefully by that time, Peter Moon's books, his collaboration with myself, will help to basically expose myself to a further and further numbers of people, so that they are able to approach me when the situation gets bad enough, which they're probably going to drive themselves into. Honestly, it's amazing what people do. They take themselves down to the very end of the road of self-destruction before anything is sought in terms of a solution.
Yes, that's something. That's my life story in a nutshell.
Well, we all do that. I guess we're all guilty of that. And
I would say that's human nature.
Well, I don't know about that, but certainly it's the nature of a lot of us. Like I said, and when I saw Max Spears acting out this kind of autodestructiveness, it was because of his pain. I suspect that's why you behave the way you do when it comes to some of your indulgences. Anyhow,
I just like being there. I just don't like being normal JMO.
I hear you. Chris Collins.
Normal JMO is a nightmare.
Right. Chris Collins says, "Where and how do you obtain cat if you don't have the gang connections?" I'm afraid I really don't know.
I can...
connections.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Contact Daniel Arola. He'll get it for you. There you go. Daniel's got it.
I'm going to talk about she.
Daniel, get a little. Put your face into the microphone, will you, so we can hear you. You got to make love to it, otherwise we can't hear what you're saying.
I'm not here.
Yeah. So a person can contact you through your Facebook page, or what? Say if Chris Collins wanted to contact you about this, it would be through your Facebook page, or what? That would be best.
Probably know nothing about that. I'm retired.
Well, yeah, if you can't contact Daniel, you can make the alternative, which would require ephedrine or pseudoephedrine, acetone, muriatic acid, sulfuric acid, lye, sodium dichromate or potassium dichromate, sodium hydroxide, and toluene, which is explosive paint thinner.
Oh, fabulous! Just
explosive paint thinner.
Toluene is what the white trash people huff on.
Yes.
Yeah.
They huff on explosive shit. Oh my fucking god.
Oh my god. That's
well,
one.
That explains why they voted the way they do.
Thank you. Let me go mute again. Oh my god, my throat's just acting up tonight, and it's because of anyhow. Let me take care of this. All right, get back to talking for a few minutes, please.
All right. The drug could also be cut, meaning the drug manufacturer is able to increase his cat quantity by adding chemicals such as rat poison or chlorine. Cat may be ingested in a number of ways. You can eat the cat drug. You can insulfate it, which is inhale it. You can put it up your nose. You can smoke it in a pipe or a joint. and it's water soluble and may be dissolved in liquid or taken orally or injected. The fuck would you want to inject it?
God damn. Jeez.
Okay, the physical mental effects of it. Powerful feelings of euphoria, increased energy and confidence, loss of appetite, dilated pupils, increased sociability and talkativeness. Why would anyone want to be sociable and talkative?
Anyhow, let me grab another refreshment. I'm pretty much out of liquids surrounding myself, even though I grabbed some earlier, so at least I'm hydrating myself effectively. I'll grab some few other things out of the fridge. I'll be right back. Daniel and Jameson will continue with their instructions on how people can, acquaint themselves with various mind-altering substances so that they can recreationally endanger themselves in various ways. What I don't understand is why it takes so many ingredients to try and emulate an herb.
Yeah. Why not just get the plant?
Yeah, because the plant, of course, is hard to get here, but still.
Not only that, because it's banned.
Yeah, it's banned. It's which is lame. It's fucking lame, and it does.
Lame as crap.
Thank you. And some people would argue, of course, they've argued before, there's a herb that helps people overcome addiction, such as heroin addicts, and that is out of Africa. And I think you've looked into it before, right?
Yeah.
So tell people about that. I'll be back in just a few minutes, and then I'll start monologuing.
It's supposed to be a psychoactive herb where it's called abuga or ibogaine, and it's supposed to you'll have some kind of spiritual trip, and it's supposed to relieve you from any addiction. That's all I know about it. And I also know that it's banned here in the United States. Why? Because the United States loves addicts. Who's going to prop up the mental health system if we don't have addicts? It's a business. Sickness is business. You have people who aren't sick, you got a problem. So, let's get back to cat. Who uses cat? Because the drug is a stimulant, its usage can go on for days and often result in week-long binges. It has been linked to the party and rave scene. However, it is used by professionals needing extra energy and work enthusiasm, and by students needing to study and concentrate for long hours. A cat come down. After cat usage or a cat binge, the dreaded come down follows. A come down from cat is among some of the worst, leaving you feeling hollow inside with little to add to the world. I love how they say that. That's just incredible. Seeking rehab, seeking cat addiction rehabilitation. Cat is psychologically highly addictive. Individuals lose their ability to feel empathy or sympathy. Yeah, because who the fuck wants to feel empathy or sympathy? I mean, seriously. You feel sympathy or empathy, you get hurt. You get hurt a lot. Nobody wants to feel hurt. So, yeah, fuck sympathy and empathy. They lose self-worth and direction and become distant and removed. Distant and removed is pleasant because you can't get hurt if you're distant and removed. However, cat addiction can be treated through correct methods and therapies, and with any addiction, it is important to address it holistically and openly. Our rehab treatment, blah, 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 who cares? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm not here to give you folks the remedy. I'm only here to share the cup.
As far as these natural herbal substances go, I can't help but think that the use of these requires something in between that helps them come down easy, like a substance like a kava, which can be found in Western Polynesia.
Yeah.
For relaxation, treats anxiety, and all that shit. Makes them feel cool for a while before it's time to party again.
That's a very good point. Honestly, I should look into kava. That seems like it would be a good thing. I know they made the other thing illegal. I can't remember what the other thing was. Oh crap! What was that thing that folks were smoking? That was like wasn't like weed, but everyone was raving about it in head shops.
Oh, shit. I forgot what the hell you call it. Damn. Herbal fragrances. They call it in the street, or at least at the desk. They call it fragrances at the head shops.
I used to like the fragrances. I remember, oh my God, there was one night I was walking through Manhattan and, I was hanging out with this dude who, was like my stoner buddy. And, he had gotten his hands on some of that herbal stuff. And, we had just finished, we both had like a box of DXM and, we just had like a box of fucking triple C's and he like passed me some of this stuff and I'm like, what the hell is this? He's like, it's herbal stuff, and I'm like, okay. So I smoked it, and next thing I know, I had like this glowing thing around my head. Like I had a you know how angels have like those, how they depict angels with those little halos and shit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had like something like that wrapped around my head, except it felt like really warm and cool, and I felt like I was like a god or something.
Like a luminescence.
Yeah. It was kind of weird. Never had anything like that since.
I've gotten that when I was tripping on acid.
Wow.
Nice.
I really appreciate both of you sharing this. Honestly, that was very organic and very well done. Both of you. That was very interesting. And I have Vicky Johnson in the chat room who said, thank you, DDD. Everyone stay safe and well. Good night. Mwah. So I to Vicky Johnson as well. And with the two gentlemen who have taken us down memory lane concerning various drug trips that, that they've experienced. I think that who comes to mind with that? Terence McKenna. And what did both of you gentlemen feel about Terence McKenna? Because
he was awesome, man.
Okay. And
I liked him.
Okay, yeah. Oh, by the way, at the opposite end of the spectrum, Rush Limbaugh has died. And
I was going to bring that up. I was going to say that is some good news.
There we are. I hate that son of a bitch. Hopefully he burns in hell eternal. Truly a disgusting human being.
I can tell you who's going to follow him.
Who?
Alex Jones.
Oh God, I pray. Oh my God, please let it be so. Let it be so. This is like people may say this is just wrong or bad for us to do this, but by the way, Chris Collins is bringing up kratom is another herb that is assisted.
Yes, that was the one I was looking for. Kratom, right? Yeah. Fucking asshole governor decided to make it illegal in New York.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, because it works.
There we are. Yes.
The black market. It's making more money in the black market, though.
That is true. That is true.
How about are you able to access kratom in Texas?
I'm out of that scene now.
Okay.
But I'm sure somebody else I knew in the old scene can.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And the not that I'm asking for any myself. I mean, obviously this is San Francisco, so we've got head shops up the fucking ass. But all of that being said, kratom's no problem here. But it's definitely, how would I say it? Very interesting that people are speaking about this with little sense of reservation. Ever since they've made pot legal in so many places. That's helped a lot of people be much more relaxed about this sort of talk. And I don't know. Oh, did you find it funny when Derek Talley was talking about getting high for the first time in what seems like forever? Daniel, when you heard him?
Yeah, I remember that story. It was pretty funny.
Oh, God. Well, Anyhow, so there we have that. What I'll start doing now is get into the, I never look forward to this, solicitation. So, I thank everybody for their patience to this point. Going to take a look at live stream. We've passed through 5.5 hours, basically. That means we've got about 6.5 hours left. I'd better get started, take care of my responsibility. Yeah.
Well, before you start,
Yeah.
I want to go back to when you guys brought up the Battle of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Now, before I first heard about you, I remember watching that movie, Battle of Los Angeles, and all I could think about it was, okay, now I guess this is supposed to be some kind of movie about aliens, but why does it look like a U.S. Marine recruiting promo?
Yeah.
You know, for somebody who's stupid enough to fall for it.
Yes. Thank you. And that's what it was. It was over 2 hours long. It was borderline 3 hours. And it was the entire thing was a Marine Corps recruiting ad. It was a 3-hour long Marine Corps recruiting ad. And for those who didn't notice, the aliens, it was very Pacific War, World War II, Hacksaw Ridge-like. It was Hacksaw Ridge-like. The aliens were acting very Japanese in the sense that you see a scene where he says, looking across the roof, and I suffered through this in the theater, he looks across the roof at the aliens and says, they got leadership. He's looking with his his binoculars, and you see them doing this kind of bonsai. They're raising their arms in the air with this kind of bonsai, and so there's this kind of just resonance there that you pick up in the film. And so there you have that. It's what it was.
I sat through the movie because I wanted to bang the girl that wanted to watch it.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, good enough reason to suffer through a film. Honestly, we don't need excuses for these things. I mean, other than that, however, it was a comparatively enjoyable film. As a film, it was all right. It was not something that it didn't leave me psychologically scarred like that horrible film with. Good God, who's the guy who played Pet Detective? Who was that guy?
Oh God, I was going to say Ace Ventura.
Jim Carrey, yes. Oh my fucking God. When my dad was still in the habit of, he just did everything by paper, and he needed escort after a while when we were like going through what was it? He would pay his bills by paper. He would do all kinds of things like pay things directly. He would go down to the bill paying place, and this was something I actually tried to encourage because it got him to exercise, right? You want people to exercise. So if this is how you get them to go out to exercise, then by all means pay your bills, by paper. But I think one of the worst experiences of my life was when we went to these places where we dealt with bill paying, and they were in these ghetto areas of the Tenderloin, like I had grown up in, right on the border edge. And this is where you had the check cashing places, and this is where you could pay bills in certain places. So they were always on the edge of these ghetto areas, of course, because that's where you have check cashing places and shit like that, so that people who steal purses and shit can take the checks out and then try to impose a false signature on them and cash them in or something for a charge. These places charge you for cashing the check. And so there you go, the gutter economy. But there was this one place, which was a check cashing place, which tolerated us sitting there, I guess. They didn't give a shit while we waited for the bus. And the buses were slow, and these places had these television screens on, and that was to keep the people sedate while they're sitting in the chair waiting to cash checks or whatever. And anyhow, the elderly people in the area would cash their Social Security checks and shit like that too in some of these places if they didn't have a bank account, or the borderline homeless. It was just, so it's obviously just going to be an awful, seedy environment. But it wasn't even that. It was what was on the television screen. The environment wasn't even that bad. It was like, the old wood-paneled environment in a check cashing place that you might see back in the 70s, just remainder architecture, lingering into the 90s. But they had Jim Carrey in the movie Mask was on the television screen, and it took forever for the bus to show up, and the movie Mask was playing silently. They didn't have the voice on, so all you could see was that stupid Jim Carrey film Mask. If you've ever seen it in silence, and it left me, by the time the bus arrived, I was psychologically scarred. I was psychologically scarred for life. That was like truly a traumatic experience for it. It was just awful. It was just one of the worst visual spectacles I've ever seen in my fucking life. It was just hideous. Just hideous. Just so try that sometime. If you like, get yourself on some downer drug, turn on Jim Carrey's Mask film, the first one, not the sequel. I can't even imagine what the sequel would have been like, but and just watch it in the dark, on silent mode, and it's just they'll find you in the morning just tremulous and screaming. That's so that was there you have that. That reminds me again of, I used to escort my dad, of course, to the stupid VA and back all the time. This is when I was caring for both of my parents in the twilight of their lives, the declining years of their lives. And then, so one of my friends at that time was working at UC Berkeley, and he was becoming I don't know if he was working at UC Berkeley at the time. He might have still been working at the California College of Podiatric Medicine. But just so people know, there's only 2 fucking schools in the United States that train podiatrists or foot doctors. One is in New York or someplace on the East Coast. I think it's New York. The other was in San Francisco. And it was, the one in San Francisco was all fucked up. They had some, staff that was stealing all the money, and it kept closing. It lost its accreditation for a period of time, had to get its accreditation back. And people don't know how badly we need podiatrists. People have no idea just how important podiatrists are, and that podiatrists are nothing but quacks unless they get their surgical subdegree. They have to have the subqualification in surgery, and that's the only thing that gets them recognized as members of the medical community at all. But honestly, they're so necessary to the spectrum of health. You have no idea how important your feet are. And yet we have only 2 places that produce them. And so it's, and the one in San Francisco, he was the financial aid officer. He was in charge of the financial aid department for the California College of Podiatric Medicine. Flaming gay guy who was too scared to come out of the closet. So I'd say he was in a display case. That was the term they used to use in San Francisco. For the gays who everybody knew they were gay, but they were afraid to come out of the closet because, they're all whatever. But he was like bitching to me about, how bad his day was. One time over the phone, I told him just what it was like to take my dad to the VA once and what it was like coming home, because we used a shuttle to get to the VA and a shuttle to get back. The VA offered this shuttle service, and it was all fucked up. And, they take you there with, they had some kind of bizarre organization the VA contracted, so they'd pick you up at your home, pick up a couple other vets on the way and take you to the VA, and they'd do that on the way back. And there was always like fuck-ups and delays, and it was just a fucking nightmare. But because the VA is out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, Veterans Administration Fort Miley in San Francisco, it was like, the only other way was a bus ride that was exceedingly long and just as fucked up. So, most of the time you would stick with the shuttle service. But, it was just a nightmare. And one time on the way home, before I was talking with Michael Matthews about how my day had gone, and, he was saying how screwed up his day was. I says, oh God, we came home, and of course there was some black guy who was on the van with us that they were taking home at the same time. There were always different types of guys that they had on the van, fat white guys, old guys. One time we met a World War I veteran. I mean, literally a survivor of World War I who was being taken back to his rest home. And so my dad introduced him and said, oh, my dad's a survivor of World War I too. And I was just joking, of course. And he said, really? Oh, because he was just, at that point, not thinking rationally, I guess. So then we told him, no, it's a joke. My dad was World War II, Korea and Vietnam. But anyhow, the one time it was just awful because this black guy had some dry skin condition, so his skin was all flaking and if you've ever seen really dry skin. Yeah, yes. He had a case of psoriasis, and he was taking off his embolism stockings because, you know, the legs swell up with embolism, and then you wear the embolism stockings, and then so when you take the embolism stockings off, these are tight stockings that keep your legs from swelling, so that it forces the circulation back up towards your heart, so that it doesn't all stay in your legs and swell up and, you know, ultimately leave you, you know, more morbid, prone towards death and all that shit. So anyhow, he was in a wheelchair with his psoriasis, and somebody took off his stupid leg stockings, which go all the way up your fucking legs, these embolism stockings, and they're super tight. So by the time they did that, all of his dry skin just powdered into the air, so that we all had to inhale it in the age before there was such a thing as all the masks that everybody was wearing, and he was just basically saying, "Suck this up, Woody," you know, this is just what we were dealing with. So by the time that I was home, and when I told that to the little gay prissy fairy at the other end of the line complaining about his day at work, he finally said, "You win." He just had to say that I had the victory in that regard, that I had the more fucked up day, that it was just day after day like that with these stupid experiences that honestly, it's reasons like this that I do drugs, more so than even combat experiences. Honestly, it's just the slow, tedious disintegration of the soul with just the stupidity of turgid, idiotic, asinine experiences that should never even happen. But the buses are responsible for so much transportation. It's just transportation in general is just horrific. This is why Americans all get in their cars. This is why Americans are so reluctant to give up their cars. It's because any type of public transportation, this is what it entails. It's just people like that. It just makes you, this is why people get violent on public transportation. Honestly, I can't imagine why people aren't killing each other all the time on public transportation. But there you have that. So aside from all of that, I guess I'd better get into our solicitation. And then, of course, it provides solicitation as well for our Crystal River. Of course, now with Daniel Arola, because we had the gift of his company tonight, as a correspondent who is on site, let's see what Daniel Arola told me at first, and let's see if he can give us any further perspective on this. He said basically that it was hard to talk yesterday. There was a lot of work going on to prepare for the cold throughout the night. He indicated yesterday at about 6 p.m. my time, which would have been about 8 p.m. his time, that he was fortunate that he was still in a house that had electrical power and water running thus far, and then of course he was pointing out the fact that a lot of Texans are just not used to this level of cold. They're basically pussies. Yeah, Daniel's words, mind you, for all you Texans out there. And he was saying, I keep thinking this Arctic blast is karma for stupid Texans talking shit about California, which I appreciate profoundly. Yes, honestly. And they did all vote for Trump. So anyhow, what would you say? Oh God, then his power went out. Daniel wrote that today about 11:20 a.m. my time, which would have been about 1:30 in the afternoon. The power went out for him. At that time he felt he would be unable to participate at all because the Wi-Fi was out also. So what can you tell us now in terms of just on site as our correspondent? What do you think Texas is going through right now? What would you say, and how are things?
It seems like they're working hard and fast as possible to get everything under control. I think right now they're sectoring the power in different parts of the town, parts of the city, and who knows? it won't surprise me if it happens. If the blackout happens again for a few more hours. So I mean, we're just doing whatever we can to prepare for it.
Right. Thank you. And what would you recommend people do to prepare for this sort of thing? A blackout in the middle of fucking winter.
Oh well, the rechargeable battery packs are always a miracle. Flashlights, extra batteries, water, lots of that. You know, especially because I usually make it a point to stock up as much water as I can, even when nothing's happening.
Thank you. I mean, yeah. And I think that's so important. That's really wise of you to do that. That comes from your experience in the Philippines, no doubt.
Well, yeah. Well, plus I also have lots of plants here to take care of too. You know, I mean, there's so many of them in the landscaping outside of the house that's fortunately covered up. So I think they're safe for now.
Okay. Did you take part in covering that up? You helped to go cover all that stuff up, I presume?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I did. Yeah, I usually do all the work around the house.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Definitely appreciate it. And well, thank you so much for that, Daniel. And I appreciate both of you. Of course, thank you both of you for being here. I'm going to presume, Jameson, that you should be able to hang with me the rest of the night, right?
Aye, Captain.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, so everyone else, do remember there's, when it comes to ways to prepare for a winter power outage, it's obviously too late now. But if you survive tonight, just make certain, of course, as always, that you have a good supply of batteries. You know, stock up on those and make certain that if they're a reliable rechargeable set, that they're fully charged. And you need a range of sizes for all your emergency needs. And have spares ready for your flashlights and radios, as well as for your smoke detectors, your clocks, other appliances that run on battery backup. I myself should talk. I don't really have either flashlight or radio at present in my situation, but I'll try and rectify that at some point in the near future, honestly. And of course, just ensure that all of the flashlights and portable radios are in working order. Really, I have a bunch of these flashlights. They're all security flashlights from my days in working with the mercenary enforcement work, but I'd have to dig them out. And, you know, it's amazing how these things just don't, you know, these things just disintegrate after years and years. The problem with San Francisco is it's saltwater weather. We are surrounded on three sides by ocean, and everything other than my firearms, which I've always kept rather obsessively oiled. And of course you have to watch out about that. The oil can do a lot of damage to a gun in and of itself. But otherwise, the majority of the things, it's how do you maintain a flashlight? You can't oil a flashlight. They just rust. Everything rusts. I was never one for handcuffs, for instance, in security work. But because it was required that I had to buy handcuffs for certain contracts in case they were needed, which I never used one ever throughout my career, they rust. They would be unable to even part to open to get hands inside of them at this point in history because of the salt weather, the salt water air that pervades San Francisco with the ocean on three sides. Don't forget as well, buy a car charger for your cell phone. I mean, you probably already keep a cell phone charger in your car, but having one is especially important when the power goes out. You'll need a charged phone so you can make calls and stay connected with news and information. So with a car charger, you'll be able to keep your phone working even if the power stays off for an extended period of time, which is what we're getting in Texas. And of course, you know what? More important. I'm sorry? Yeah, go on.
That's what I did.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And most important of all, maintain an old school landline phone. You have no idea how important this is. This is the first thing that Lori and Ann Fenton sabotaged in my life to make certain that I had no way to call out for any emergency services when there was a blackout. Fortunately, of course, I have cell phones now that are provided to myself for free by the powers that be, because I have both Medicare and Medi-Cal. But you have to keep those charged, and how are you going to charge them if there's an extended blackout? So if you have a landline, it's worth keeping an old corded phone in a closet somewhere. Modern phones that plug into wall outlets will not work in a power outage. And having access to a usable landline will help you conserve your cell phone battery. And of course, for all you people on the East Coast, or Central for that matter, keep sufficient heating fuel on hand. That almost go as sans saying. And that could involve, of course, firewood, if you've got a working fireplace. Do you have a fireplace, Daniel?
I have 2 of them.
That's amazing. And have you had to use it recently?
Actually, no, we haven't gotten to that point yet. Actually, in fact, we haven't even had a chimney sweep check them yet, just in case there are birds that were burrowing in them. So hopefully we don't really have to.
Yeah, thank you. Good. Yeah, tell us a bit about, has there ever been any past experience where you've had, like, surprises in the chimney?
No, I haven't. Actually, this is the first dwelling I've been in that even has any chimney.
Wow.
But I had to heed whatever the inspector said. He was the expert. Mm-hmm. So I'm hoping I never really have to use it.
Okay. I hear you. Yeah. Oh my God. And, frightening thought. By the way, there's some disgusting shit that can be found in chimneys. Like Daniel was alluding to. Birds' nests are one thing. People find bodies. It's just, oh God, you can imagine starting a fire and having that. And as well, stock up on water. Of course, this goes without saying. Theoretically, if you have a municipal water supply, the water will keep flowing. But if you have a well, the pump will not work without electricity, generally, unless...
Or at least fill the bathtub in case you need to flush the toilet.
Thank you. Excellent point. Fill up the bathtub. And the washing machine, for that matter. If you are of the upper class, which, as far as I'm concerned, this is what disambiguates the upper class from the lower class financially in America, is people who have washing machines, or laundries, the laundry and the dryer in their own home. Yeah, those people are truly living fat, as far as I'm concerned. The rest of us.
Actually,
yeah, go on.
Actually, there's a tenant. There's a tenant that's residing in that townhouse that I moved out of. Yeah. They're telling me that people are scooping up water from the swimming pool for utility.
Yeah, there you go. Probably to flush their toilets.
Yeah, mainly for that purpose.
Yeah, and think about your food. Consider how you would prepare food without electricity. If you have gas appliances, you should be able to light them with a match, even when the electricity is out. But if you have an electric stovetop and oven, you're shit out of luck. Oh, God. Of course, you could use a propane grill or an open fire to cook outdoors if that's your plan. Stock up on propane or wood and make certain you have a manual can opener. You have no idea how important manual can openers become in life and death. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's our man Daniel there. Turn down the temp in your fridge too. Lower the temperature of your refrigerator and freezer. And then if the power goes out, they'll both stay cooler longer. And that increases the chance your food will last. And consider moving the perishables like milk and meat into the freezer so that they'll stay colder. And to conserve the cold air inside, avoid opening the refrigerator doors unless you absolutely have to. I think it goes without saying you should stock up on non-perishable foods, okay? And because you'll probably yeah, go on.
I was thinking that if we didn't have power long enough, that I was going to take all the shit out of the fridge and just put them out on the table in the back patio to keep them cooler.
Yeah, no, I mean, good point. I mean, it's fucking freezing out. Yeah.
On the ice on the pavement.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, they'll be fucking frozen outside. Shit. And good point. Of course, it'd be funny if you find local bears or something ruffling through them. That would be interesting. But or do bears hibernate at this time of year or what? I don't.
Yeah, they hibernate in winter.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Anyhow, in the just put it this way, you may find yourself in a position where you won't be able to cook anything. So stock up on non-perishable foods like nut butters, canned fruit, and juices, granola bars, crackers. Keep yourself nourished. Yep. What's your favorite in terms of that kind of fare?
Well, I've always found that in any situation, time and place, peanut butter and bread always wins.
There you go. There you are. Yes. And as well, of course, now that I think about it, protect your fucking pipes. Daniel, help me out here. Your pipes are in danger of freezing and bursting in any power outage, especially if they aren't sufficiently insulated. So if you're concerned your pipes may freeze, shut off the main water valve in your home and open all the faucets until the pipes are empty. If you don't know where the main shut-off valve is, find out before anything happens. Because once something like that happens, this will break you.
You can't hit a restart button on busted pipes.
Yeah, no, that's awful. But definitely, this is life and death for so many people out there, and so I'll be spending some time dealing with this.
Introducing new extra charge coffee at Dunkin'. Because
I was trying to cruise the net to see if I could find out anything to do about these situations, and look at what I get: instant commercials and shit. I'm definitely going to talk a little bit about Crystal River's situation right now. I might as well do that before solicitation, because by solicitation I would probably lose some listeners, at least for several minutes. They'll probably go get themselves they'll make themselves a Dagwood sandwich, and I can't fucking blame them. So here's basically Crystal River. She has a fireplace. She's had some very dear affiliates bring her some chopped wood. But this is like the third day that Crystal River has been without power. Power was briefly restored, but it failed within hours. She only managed to get me these messages within these brief moments that power came on for her. So she has a fireplace. She's used the wood she had to keep warm throughout last night. She's unable to find more firewood for the fireplace. The stores are closed due to no power. No more supplies anyway. Power outages have now affected water plants. So the few people who still have water must boil it first, but they cannot due to no power. So she has 2 strings of battery-operated Halloween lights, but they're running low on the AA batteries that they operate on. She has a few organic essential oil beeswax candles and plenty of matches, thank God. She's lucky because her bathroom has water, and she has a 24-pack of sparkling mineral water to drink, thank the goddess. She has 1 large bag of organic pistachios, and she's got 2 large organic dark chocolate bars with almonds, organic blueberries, and an organic apple, and an organic pear. Christ, she sounds like the guy in the fur cap with the horns over there at the Capitol building. All her other food All our other food in the freezer is spoiled now, and it's not safe for consumption. There's nowhere to leave it outside, where it would surely be safer. She feels grateful for the things she does have. Also, she does have several blankets to pile up and stay warm under. And the family who lives down the street from her has scored some firewood for tonight, thank God. Also, they have a car parked downstairs so they can get warm in the car with the car heater. That sounds like a mass suicide. Plus, charge phones in the car periodically. But by the way, I don't know if you could still do this. Is this still possible these days? You remember people used to lock themselves in the garage and turn the car on. They killed themselves like that. Can a person still do that the way cars are these days? Not with hybrids or the electric, of course. But do cars still pump out enough of that carbon monoxide to do something like that? I mean, that's my fear if people are getting into a car to stay warm.
I haven't heard much about that lately.
Yeah. Jameson says that's still possible. By the way, for those of you who don't know, when the Third Reich had the Einsatzgruppen, or the mobile killing units, the actions that they would perform were with specially designed vans that had the carbon monoxide back up into the van itself, so that they'd load everybody into the van and then pump the carbon monoxide back into the van, into the containment unit where all the people, usually Jews or gypsies, would be inside of the car, and they would kill them in that fashion. Anyhow, just a bit of trivia there that reminded me of. Back to Crystal and a much saner perspective. Oh God, Derek is back. Let's see now. Oh gosh, here we are. Let me move up here. See what he's saying. Derek, I made it home. Oh, thank God. Okay, well, jump on the call. Let me tell him here. Okay, good. Let me tell him, jump on the call. Jump on.
I'm gonna smoke a couple of big fat bowls for Crystal River, just for her to be warm on.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's important.
Oh yeah.
And so Crystal, hope you hear that. Of course she can't, but hopefully she hears it when she listens to the replay. So in terms of what else Crystal said, let me see, get back to that. She says, these people and things are the true blessings in my life right now. We have been spending the dark, cold nights telling stories, singing, praying, and of course, cartomancy. So she's been telling them, their tarot fortunes. If it's okay with you, dear Douglas, I'm going to give you my PayPal and Venmo details in case anybody wants to make a donation, because I have been unable to work for almost a week now. Because what she does is she does her cartomancy, her psychic readings telephonically, and she's been unable to do that amidst all of these blackouts. So she's been unable to work for almost a week now, and both city and state officials see no end in sight yet and are offering no solutions to the power outages. So that's pretty much an outrage. I mean, Jesus Christ. I hope a lot of politicians lose their job over this, Daniel. What do you think is going to happen?
Who knows?
There you go.
Wherever the money's going to motivate them, they go. Who knows?
Yeah, there you go. Anyhow, so Crystal goes on to say, we've been told to prepare for this to last throughout the week. Even once the winter storm passes, water and power failures are expected to continue. I need to keep gas in the car to periodically get use of heater and phone charger. Can't get online to work for my clients. I can be found on both PayPal and Venmo under the email chrissyvera@hotmail.com. So everybody, please take note of this. KRISSYVERA @hotmail.com. chrissyvera@hotmail.com. If sending money through PayPal, please select the option to send to friends and family. That's all uppercase. You're going to see that option if you look for it. Otherwise, Peter Thiel, the big faggot, comes in and takes his pound of flesh, and whatever you send her is going to be compromised. Okay? Indicate her as friends and family. We're all friends here. And of course, we're all extended electronic family. We're all friends, or you wouldn't be supporting her. And we're all extended electronic family. So do send her that. She says, "Thank you, Douglas, for being there to help me, for being there for me to help me get this news out, and for your beautiful pictures that warm my heart so much that I swear it's actually helping to keep me warm, truly. God bless you, honey. I love you. Mwah. Sending love to you and your listeners. I'll try to send another update, but we are trying to conserve the gas in the car, which reduces my ability to recharge my phone. Signing off for now from Houston, Texas. God has blessed the Lone Star State." Anyhow, she says 4 million Texans have no power, and most have no water as well now. The roads are all closed because Texans are not prepared to drive on ice. They simply are not enough tire chains in Texas that people have ever thought to carry in their trunks to supply them with the ability to drive on ice, and they're just not used to it anyway. She says she's working with a sunny deck, tarot deck, during this winter storm blackout called the True Heart Intuitive Tarot, designed by Rachel True. She can't get work online, however, of course, and she's trying to go to the car to have enough charge. At the time she signed off, she said, "I'm trying to go to the car to have enough charge for your call," but right now the car was taken apparently so that the individual that's helping her, the family, is they went to look for water. I mean, this is like Stephen King shit in The Mist. You know, like, I'm taking the car to look for water and shit. I mean, come on. This is like, this is just bad. Yeah. This is like, what is this? This is just this. Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, I'm familiar with the area of Houston where she's from. I believe she says like she lives like in the Spring Branch area, and that's more of like a blue collar type demographic, you know, where most of them are Republican conservative voters, and a lot of them they how can I say they can never go without a day without speaking about some kind of big struggle, you know, as if they were I don't know, as if they were descended from African slaves or something.
Wow.
You know.
Wow.
So I can kind of see, you know, how I can kind of see the atmosphere that she kind of gets it from.
Yeah.
But I'm still open to be wrong about it, because I mean, not everybody that lives in Spring Branch is a bunch of white trash. At least they work.
Right.
You know.
Right. No, I hear you. No, I get it. But in other words, she's definitely in an area where it's hard to maintain a positive attitude. Yeah. And it really, the environment itself can be a real downer and a burden in how one interacts with crises like this. But definitely, I see what you're saying, but certainly.
Yeah, but she has it good so far from how she's describing it. I mean, at least the people there are fundamentally well intended.
Thank you.
You know, I mean, be optimistic about it.
Thank you. No. Your point is well taken. She's got people who are helpful. Honestly, at least they're sitting in a fucking prayer circle as opposed to, you know, oh, by the way, yeah, I just thought I'd drop by to say hi and rape you. while the opportunity presents itself. Yeah. And for all the organic shit, Jesus fucking Christ, I can't even imagine living like that. I mean, I would be in the bathroom all fucking day eating that shit she's got. I mean, holy...
Oh, yeah, chocolate.
Yeah, holy shit. That stuff would go right through me. Good fucking God. But there you have that. But yeah, everyone, do consider helping her. God knows she deserves it a lot more than I do. ChrissyVera@hotmail.com. And and Daniel's not discouraging you from helping her. Basically, he's pointing out that it's she's
good people.
What's that? Is it?
She's good people.
Yeah, she's good people. Yeah. And she may be glamping right now, glamorous camping, but still, it's something we do want to act on. This is like, I'll give you a hint of the irony of all of this when it comes to the energy crisis. But I want to thank Daniel for helping me through reading that. And in terms of what Peter Moon was talking about with the book, I think that we've made a lot of compromises that are quite acceptable. Hopefully he'll follow through on some of my suggestions for sticking other items in the book. We'll just see how that turns out. He's really anxious about getting this out. I'm not quite sure I want to be high stressed into getting this out too quickly. But I understand what he's saying. We'll work with it. Definitely, the irony is I would never even have the time to do that with him if it were not for the pandemic, wiping out all the normal social events that would otherwise be happening. And of course, I don't agree with him at all when it comes to the concept that the pandemic is just over like that. We can only hope, but oh my God. I mean, what's your instinct, Daniel? Do you feel that the pandemic is...
Well, one thing I can be certain about concerning this pandemic is that after everything is okay again, not a damn thing is going to be the same.
Thank you.
And I believe that's a change to look forward to that's worth embracing.
Thank you. I agree wholeheartedly. So what I'm going to do now is go into solicitation. When I'm done with solicitation, I might even, ask Jameson to hold the stage again for a few moments and then come back and go back into just monologue. But Mein Kampf, my struggle be thine own, and you can contribute to my struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. That reminds me, of course, I can start giving out our dear friend Crystal Rivers timelines as well. So let me take a look at the last time that she was on with myself. And what happened to Derek? Did he ever jump on the call? I guess we'll find out. So let me ask.
Yeah, he did.
He did?
Yeah.
Oh, Derek.
Yeah, here I am. I'm right here.
Oh, there you are. Okay, tell us, this will give me a chance to take a sharp break because I hate this solicitation more than I hate, almost anything on earth. Why don't you tell us about your adventure getting home? Thank God you made it home alive. We were speculating about you. I don't know if you heard any of it. I doubt you did, but we were, very concerned after you said, I could be taken out here and nobody would know anything. Yeah. And then after that, so yeah, tell us about how you got home, what happened on the way home. Catch us up.
I got stuck 100 yards from the tank.
Oh.
Now this place that I was coming from, this aluminum place, is the whole ground was kind of flooded with water. So it's snowing real hard, real heavy snow, but it's all covered with water. So the ground looks level, but it's not. So I didn't drive in any big potholes or nothing, but the truck tires were like up to the rim in water. And as I was leaving the tank and turning around, the truck just got stuck. And so I had called my boss, and he said he's going to come get me and to leave the truck there. I said, I don't think you want to come out in this because, it's 70 miles from the job. And so I just was rocking the truck back and forth. And it's a good thing I had a stick shift because at my job, we have stick shifts and automatic. It's kind of easier to get unstuck when you got the stick shift. So luckily I got unstuck, but the snow was coming down so heavy that my windshield wipers were piling up with snow, and it got to the point to where my windshield wipers were like an inch from the window because it just kept picking up snow. So I had to do one of those numbers to where I had to roll down my window and reach around to where the windshield wipers were ripened and try to catch the driver's windshield wiper so I could snatch it and make it flick off that snow. Yeah, but it's a mess. So I don't even think we're going to be working tomorrow. My boss says we'll play it by ear, but I think he's going to call us off tomorrow. So I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if he asks you to work, you don't have to work, right?
Huh? Well, no, because especially after what I've been through tonight, because I always thought of him as being a little bit too careful, but he's on the right track. I trust his judgment. Because Monday, when he said when he called us off on Monday, I said, well, you know what? This is going to be a low-paying week. I might as well take the whole week off because I still got a week vacation that I haven't picked yet. And but somebody else was already on vacation, and I guess somebody's out hurt. So he said, well, we need you whatever days that we can work, we need you. So, I work yesterday. Hey, looks like may not work tomorrow.
Oh, by the way, Daniel, we'll get Daniel to go mute because we're hearing, like, Daniel sounds like he's in a construction site or something. So...
Oh, no. I was working around the plants.
Oh, okay. Oh my God. Anyhow, thank you, Daniel. Just be a little, how would I say it? Probably the mute will help in that regard. So Derek, yes, continue with what you were saying about, tomorrow and what.
Yeah. So my top speed was 35 miles an hour. So there was times where I had to go 20, 20, 25. When I got on the highway, I was able to get it up to 35. The salt truck passed me up at one point when I was on one of the interstates, and he got so far ahead of me that I couldn't see him. And then once he got to where I couldn't see him, it was snowing so hard that it covered up his tire tracks, because I was following his tire tracks to try to make it home. You know what I'm saying? To try to stay on the road, because it's so bad out there you can't even tell where the road ends. So, yeah, it's pretty bad out there.
Oh my God. Thank you very much for sharing that. Very important correspondence from a man who was out there on the roads, and I understood exactly what you were talking about when you said it was like raining ice. It was just basically ice chunks. We could see a bit of it in the photograph. You can see the streaks of liquid, just kind of like rain, but I understand what you were saying. So when you got out there to unload, it was what was it like being pelted by the hail or ice? What was it like being physically out there in the elements?
Just reminded, I've had to do that every year working in Chicago, so it just kind of bring me back flashbacks in Chicago. But this particular stop is so nasty that I was just like up to my ankles in water, just walking in water. So I'm walking in water, then I got oxygen dripping down on the water, and it was a real hazardous kind of situation. But I made it.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's just awful. Thank you for sharing that, and I'm so glad you're home now. And I wouldn't recommend you going to work tomorrow at all. And I'm sure I'm sure work will understand. Well,
yeah, because we've had some people call off today, and when I got back, I guess the boss was because we have a camera that shows the front gate. I guess he's tapped into it at his house, so. When I got to the front gate, he sent me a text and said, "Oh, Derek, I see you made it back." And but then I looked around, there was no cars in the parking lot, so I said he must be hooked into the camera at home. But when I got back, my car was the only car in the parking lot. So we already have some people either calling off or told to stay home today. But when I got back, my car was the only car in the parking lot.
Well, then fuck it. Jesus Christ, fuck that shit. I mean, if that's the case, yeah, by all means, take tomorrow off. Oh my God. That's well, this is incredible. And how far north are you from Texas?
I'm probably directly east from Texas. I don't think I'm that far north. I think I'm kind of just east of Texas.
Okay. Thank you. And because I'm trying to imagine just how the same weather front, this topsy-turvy polar vortex, has just swept down in and brought us this Arctic weather. It's incredible. If people have not believed in climate change before, I don't understand how they can't accept it now. But honestly, the environment you were in that photograph alone showed us those aluminum piles and whatnot, and just the water puddles and the like. It's that had to be just an environment that is a kind of like the thing of nightmares. So was there anybody who was working on site, like security or anything like that?
Nope, not back there. So we have some heavy equipment operators working on the other side of the plant. So I've seen a couple of heavy equipment, the big shovels or whatnot. But yeah, like I said, back there where I was, if I was to get hurt or something back there, I'd just be asked out. That would just be me, unless I can get to my phone or something.
Holy shit, that's incredible. Why
but
would
it's like that with most of my stops? You know, my good thing about my stop is I don't deal with people. I don't see a lot of people. I could work all week and go 24 hours a day without seeing another person. I got a couple of stops where I actually got to check in with security, you know, stuff like that. But other than that, you know, we own our tanks. So, you know, we just drive to where our tanks are, we unload, and, you know, it's just a process to where you got to go slow, take your time, and make sure you're safe. Because if you get hurt back there, then, you know, you're the only one back.
Yeah. Daniel, we're still hearing your symphony that you play for your plants or whatever that is. He's got like, it's...
Oops, my bad. I think on accident.
Oh my God! And
I think
what was that, Daniel? What was that?
I think I hit the mute button on accident. So
okay.
I'll mute that again.
Okay. Thank you. And but what about these men? I can't understand. Why would anybody be working with the shovels or this heavy moving equipment in this weather? What would they be doing in this weather? How could you get anything done in this weather? Wouldn't like water be, if you're digging up things with a shovel, wouldn't the water be kind of like filling it up with mud or something? What's going on with that?
Well, you know, they have the part of the plant they were working at is where a furnace was at. So those piles actually turn into slabs, like big metal slabs, and then those slabs go to whatever plants or order, you know, probably automotive, who knows, could go to beer companies or whoever's using aluminum. Those slabs, you know, go to once those big piles get melted down and turned and molded into slabs, then those slabs go out on trucks that come and pick those up and take them to other companies that need aluminum. So it's all, you know, it's I learned a lot of science of this job.
Yes.
About how things work. But yeah, well, they use the liquid oxygen in their furnaces to actually melt those piles down and turn them into those metal slabs.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that. And oh my God. Well, we're glad that you're home safe, and I'm very thankful for it. God knows, and I'm glad that you'll be able to join us, you know, throughout the night if needed. Or do you intend to go to bed soon? You sound like you're pretty energized. You sound pretty amped. Like
I'm pretty energized. I had my coffee with my coconut oil and my clarified butter today.
Yes.
It's a good thing I did. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I was gripping the steering wheel the whole way home. I mean, I was slipping and sliding and, you know, going 20 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour. So it was those, because it's a lot of, I had about 30 miles of back roads that I had to go through. So, you know, it's bad enough that the highways isn't clear, but these back roads, it got to the point to where you couldn't even see the road.
Right. And when you say the salt truck bypassed you, that sounds quite significant. This is because the salt truck, of course, is putting salt onto the road to give better grip for the vehicles that are on the road. something, of course, that I don't even think these techniques are obviously very much in use in Texas. They've never had to deal with this sort of thing before, so they don't have this sort of gimmick going on. But yeah, go on.
Salt trucks are not given enough credit or respect. I appreciate them dearly because I hate icy roads.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Right. And they have the shovels on front, so they're shoveling in the front, and then they're pouring the salt out the back, and that makes it easier for us. But like I said, this salt truck passed me up, and once he got so far ahead of me, it was snowing so hard that his tire tracks disappeared. And I couldn't even tell whether the road was going left or right. Every time I came to an exit, I'm all, okay, where do I go? I mean, everything was covered up.
Good God. I mean, this is just, I'm just so glad that you're back alive. Honestly, this is a very dangerous job, more so than many people might imagine, that Derek is engaged in. And so obviously we have to thank all of the truckers who are keeping America running in weather like this. It's just unimaginable to me. The kind of responsibility that they have is now I've seen some incredible pictures. I don't know if you've looked at these pictures where trucks have just been they've been run off the road by the conditions. Have you seen any of these images, Derek, recently? Or
yes, and I watched a show on the Weather Channel called Heavy Rescue, and those are the tow trucks that pick up the tractor trailers that go off in the ditch, that flip over and different stuff, and they rescue these trucks in snowstorms and stuff. So a snowstorm ain't nothing to play with a truck. I mean, if it my boss is the boss I have now is known to be overly cautious, and I'm not mad at him.
Thank you, and very important point. So, okay then, what I'm going to do? Oh shit! Let me see if I can get out of. How do I get out of this? So can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank God. I'm kind of stuck where I am right now with this and wondering how I can get out of this, page that I'm on. Otherwise, I'm going to just be stuck looking at this screen. I made the screen on which I'm on in the prostitute's cage large, so I could see the full effect of it visually. This was after I was reading Vicki Johnson talking about the special kind of stupid that goes with the Gorilla Glue Challenge, and then while I was doing that, I found I couldn't exit the screen, so I was like doing everything I could to get out of there. Sometimes there's
a Gorilla Glue Challenge.
Yes.
What do I win?
Oh God. Tell him, Jameson. Tell him what you win. A trip to the emergency room and surgery that removes part of your lip. Yeah, I know, Jameson. I know about the escape button. Yes, I know it didn't work for a period there. But anyhow, yeah, do come on. Both Daniel and Jameson, do come on now.
Yeah. Supposedly, this guy didn't think that the woman who he didn't believe the woman who had originally had the problem with the Gorilla Glue in her hair. So he decided he would Gorilla Glue a cup on his face. A red cup on his face. And he had to go to the emergency room, and they said that they might have to remove part of his lip.
Oh God. And I asked Jameson, what ethnicity is this man? And he pointed out he was black, and I said, how is it that a black man couldn't understand what problems a black woman might be facing with her hair that would have led to her situation, to the point where if he was so oblivious to that he would subject himself to something like this. And like Jameson said, there's stupid's universal. I mean, there seems to be a universal stupid gene that just infects all ethnicities at one point or another. But that's just awful. You know, it's so there we go. So what you win is a trip to the emergency room. Don't take the Gorilla Glue challenge. I mean, honestly, to the younger listeners out there, how old do you think this guy was anyway? This guy was like
Probably
what?
in his 20s.
20s? Oh my God! I mean, I mean, go on.
Well, that's the thing with there's this. That's the thing with TikTok. You know, it has a lot of stupid people trying to do things that people stupid on YouTube wouldn't even do.
There you go. It's TikTok stupid as opposed to YouTube stupid. We've got a classification system now, people. We've got
So the Chinese came up with a brilliant way to allow Americans to be even dumber than they were.
Yes. Yes, it's a Chinese communist Darwinian solution to the Western problem, where they've given the ability of Westerners to basically destroy themselves on camera, on live camera, for everyone to enjoy, so we can all place bets on just how long all of this will go on before 70% of the population or so is wiped out. This is what Paula Mason's or Peter Moon's wife's mother is seeing over there in Romania. Is that? And look at that! I pressed the wrong button, and I got a big hand up around my little image here on the Skype call. So that looks bizarre. It looks like, because I look vaguely Native American anyway. Certainly, if George Dietrich is indeed my biological father, then I may have Native American blood in me. It looks like I'm saying how. It's just this. It's this kind of. It's bizarre. You wouldn't know what I'm talking about unless I had screen share on. So I guess I'll put the screen share on so people can.
That little yellow hand that seems to be
there we are. I got screen share on now. It says you can see this. I pressed the wrong button while trying to escape the larger screen, so I get this little how around here. And if you think that's something, I subscribe to Google for more space, because I use a lot of space in the cloud. And then Google rewards me by putting this kind of Google colors around my icon symbol, which makes it look like I've got the gay rainbow flag all around my symbol now because of the Google colors. That's the reward I get for subscribing for more Google space. Is I get that it makes it look like I'm part of some identity movement or something. So
even on Google, it's San Francisco.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, good point. Yeah, what should I expect? But aside from all of that, let me return to solicitation in a few minutes. What I'm going to do is, after transmission is over, I'll probably put something up for Christina. If not today, then I should get it up right after transmission, because obviously that can't wait till Friday. So sometime after transmission, I'll probably put up a little something on my timelines concerning Crystal River, so that people might consider helping her. And do everyone bear that in mind. If anyone needs some help tonight, it would be Crystal. Of course, God knows how she would spend the money, because obviously her transportation and her access to the outside world is going to be somewhat limited. But she could certainly use it nonetheless. So other than that, maintain her in thought and prayer, which is kind of like what the Gorilla Glue guy asked for when he told people he might lose part of his lower lip. That ought to make him more kissable. That's just brilliant, just fucking brilliant. And that reminds me of Pac-1 Morales. I don't know how he's doing, but as we all know, he had this horrible problem with his abscessed tooth. That, by the way, that shit like that can kill you. And in his case, it just, swelled his face up and kept him from, joining us. And so, poor guy, hopefully he pulls through. And that's when Derek brought up the fact that, they thought he had an abscessed tooth. And then he shared the experience of how they found out it was cancer. Of course, when he shared that story, I thought it was rather, how would I say it? That's when I said I don't think Pac-1 has cancer, but it's what it reminded Derek of, and so at any rate, Derek fortunately survived all of that, so that he could drive in the snow and get overtaken by a salt truck on the ride home. Aside from all that, very mysterious thing happened in my house. Gary States sent me a Native American dream catcher, small one that he had perhaps purchased while he was in the Southwest or in Southern California. I hung it up along with the, it was in the same place that I had this little coin kind of luck charm, Chinese, that was purchased in Chinatown by Peter Moon when he visited, and his wife Paula. So she kind of charged it with her own energy, and I hung it up there in front of the door, and it was right there with the dream catcher. Some point with my head brushes, they're hanging low enough where my head kind of brushes them as I go in and out the door. At some point, the dream catcher fell. I hope I can find it again, but right now it's missing. The money charm is still up there, but it's almost like it just disappeared, and I can't find it anywhere in the vicinity. But things like that happen in my house all the time. They disappear and they go into another dimension for all intents and purposes, and it's maddening. At any rate, there's a little mysterious something going on in the house that happened, and hopefully I'll find that because I'd hate to lose this wonderful little trinket that was sent to me by Gary States with the best of thoughts and wishes that's been up there for a few years now. Aside from all of that, let me leave you gentlemen to hold the stage for about 10 minutes at the longest. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes, go back into solicitation and then into monologue until it's time to bring George Knight on with us. And by the way, thank you, Jameson. I agreed with you. I'm glad you agreed with me that when it came to what I was trying to tell Peter Moon about, how is it that these UFO people can accept the Third Reich technology as being responsible for UFO sightings, but not the Japanese? And yeah, thank you.
Hey, wasn't all this UFO psyop stuff started by the Germans anyway?
The what? Started by the Germans?
What wasn't all this UFO psyop started by the Germans to trick the British and the U.S.?
That's true. As a matter of fact, what happened was the British were the Americans in the records I dealt with were blaming the British in particular, but I think that's just kind of like their scapegoat. But what happened was that in particular there was an Air Chief Marshal, Sir Victor Goddard, who was an outspoken believer in alien craft throughout the 1950s. And he obviously had a position of responsibility during World War II. And he was particularly susceptible, and this is why there was a British investigation into the Foo Fighter reports. It was called the Massey Project. And so that was spelled Massey. And what happened was this was responsive in the most negative possible way as far as the Allies were concerned. This was like they're buying into Goebbels' propaganda psyop, where Goebbels had taken the technology that would be identified as Vierballs or Foo Fighters. And this was, of course, these multi-headed magnesium flares with extended coils that they just radio controlled to buzz all of the Allied aircraft so that Goebbels could claim that because the Nazis were the first to utilize television technology, and this is why in the movie Contact, starring, of course, what's her name? Joan Rivers? Not Joan Rivers. Good God. Who's the woman who played in Contact, who's the big lesbian? Who I forget her name.
Jodie Foster.
What's her?
Jodie Foster.
Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Jodie Foster. Yeah. Who, by the way, like I've said before, every time I think about her, this is the only thing I can think about is that, yeah, she made certain that the sperm donor for her child was a gay man so that she could try to ensure that her child would be gay, which is like, yeah, I mean, no judgment. I mean, like, it's just like, but it's like, wow. I mean, like, talk about militant. I mean, like, I want a child, and it must be gay because she's gay, and then she thought, whatever.
I bet you the kid's probably gonna be hetero as fuck.
That's what I was thinking. You know, won't it be funny if he turns out to be Rudolph Valentino or something like that? Yeah, just can't get enough
and
pussy.
be a porn star, just like she's just fucking women left and right.
Yeah. I was just thinking, you know, that thought crossed my mind. Anyhow,
Come to think about it.
Yeah.
Come to think about it, when you're a straight male that's friends around the gay community, you get a lot of pussy.
Yeah. Yes. That's true. That's true. Anyhow, in the movie Contact with Jodie Foster, you will notice that when they show the sphere of communications that are emerging from Earth, all of the radio and television signals, at the very edge of that sphere is first the S. That was the signal that was sent by Marconi on the Marconi phone when he sent the letter S. And that at the time was on Emperor Hirohito's birthday, at the time that the Italians were allied with the Japanese, or at least the formation of the Axis had just begun. And so it was this S for like Showa. It was the kind of like what he was saying internationally when he sent the signal out. And then that's at the edge of the sphere, and then that's followed immediately by Adolf Hitler's speeches. That the aliens, that's like the first thing they see after the S is Adolf Hitler's speeches. So there is complete validity to what Goebbels was saying, that at the edge of the ever-expanding sphere of radio and televisual waves that were exploding from the Earth, that the first thing any alien civilization would see would be first the Marconi S, and then pretty much after that, Hitler's speeches. So Goebbels was claiming that they reached out to the Third Reich and recognized them as the legitimate government of all planet Earth. This, of course, forced the Allies to basically consider, if this is true, then they held back and they allowed the Third Reich to relocate, to reestablish itself, so that they would at least have that to prevent the aliens from considering that a revolution had occurred, or that civil strife had overtaken the Earth. In other words, the Goebbels convinced the Allies that the aliens would only communicate with the Third Reich leadership. So that's what led them to be able to relocate, to go into exodus and relocate and reestablish the government. So there we have that. And so aside from all of that, let me let you gentlemen take over. And I guess I didn't get a chance to send it to Derek, so I'll send him the link of these. And I guess I didn't have a chance to send it to Daniel Arola either. So I'll send them both the link that I had sent Jameson earlier, because I knew that we would be on the program. So we've got a few young guys that were talking about myself on their show that they call Tinfoil or something, tongue-in-cheek, and they talk about various conspiracy theories and the like. But, you know, they're all over the place. So they bring everything up, and they happen to bring myself up, but it's still good to see that. Peter Moon hadn't even bothered to review it before he came on, because apparently nobody could understand what I was saying when I sent it over there. John Warrington, of course, said, "You get mentioned at 29 minutes into this," so I took the quotation marks around that, sent that to Brendan Zoget and Jameson Reese, and both Brendan Zoget and Jameson Reese responded by saying, "They don't say anything about me in there." And I'm like, okay, this is miscommunications. So, okay, let me get this over to Daniel Arola. And with that, I will be gone for a matter of several minutes. I'll count on all of you to hold the stage, and I will go mute until my return. Oh God! Damn, Daniel, turn the camera off. Jesus Christ, you're scary.
Oh, it's on?
Yes, the camera's on. Oh my God, that was a shock. Okay, I'll have nightmares tonight. No, that's okay, Daniel. You're beautiful. Really. It's. But oh my God, where are you? You're in a shed, the greenhouse. Where were you? Where was that?
I'm in the greenhouse.
Yes. Okay, that explains it. Do you grow anything in there that's smokable or what?
Not yet.
I was just wondering. Yeah, that'd be cool. And yeah, before you know it, he'll have he'll have an Amazon rainforest of various various potable goods in there. All right then. So I'll go mute now, and I'll leave you gentlemen to it.
All right.
All right. Well, you know what? I have a story here. I posted a couple of stories, but I'll see what you guys think about this one. The headline reads, "Brave Judge Rules Cop Must Return Cash Seized Under Civil Asset Forfeiture or Go to Jail." So you got some cops that seize some money, and the judge is saying, hey, you either give that money back or the cops are going to go to jail. And this is Iredell County, North Carolina. And one of the most inspiring moves we've seen in a long time, a judge has ordered the town of Mooresville and its police department to give back money they seized under civil asset forfeiture. But that is not all. Iredell District Court Judge Christine Underwood has issued an ultimatum to the would-be thieves. Give back the cash or go to jail. According to the case, on November 16th, 2020, the Mooresville Police Department was called out to a hotel where they searched an unoccupied rental car and seized small amount of marijuana as well as approximately $17,000 belonging to a Connecticut man, Jermaine Sanders, whose daughter resides in Iredell County. Sanders then hired an attorney who put the department on notice November 19th that they were challenging the legality of the seizure. One day before the hearing to get back the funds, the department sent the money to the federal government under the authority of civil asset forfeiture. Sanders' attorney, Ashley Cannon, told Fox 46 the timing was purposeful to make it harder for Sanders to get back the money. What they did was circumvent the system by giving it over to the federal government because they anticipated coming into court and being able to say, sorry, we don't have that money anymore. You're going to have to chase it in the federal system. Cannon then explained just how difficult it is to get back property once the government has stolen it. So the consequences of people are forever without their money, even if ultimately their case is dismissed or they're found not guilty or otherwise the case goes away. The federal government can still keep that money. Ms. Cannon considers these forfeitures actions highway robbery, and it is, and feels Judge Underwood deserves a Medal of Honor for bravery of threatening Mooresville's officials with incarceration, Fox 46 report. Well, you know what? These forfeitures and these auctions, it brings to mind something that I heard about a couple of years ago. But there was a black guy who went to Chase Bank to cash a Chase money order. So he got the person who gave him the money order gave him the money order from Chase Bank, and he went to Chase Bank to cash the money order. And it was a black female employee that says, "Oh, well, you know what? This money order is fake." So he took a Chase money order to Chase Bank, and the lady said it was fake. So they called the police, put him in jail, and with being that he drove his car there and he just bought his house, they took his car and they put it up for auction, and it was sold that weekend, just that quick. So, and when they realized the money order wasn't fake, they said, sorry, we can let you out of jail now. What about my car? Oh, we sold it at auction. You know, and what about my house that I haven't been paying on because I was in jail? Oh, you can find another one. You know what I'm saying? It don't work like that. You know, you got to pay for this stuff. So.
Well, it's good to see that justice is served in the first situation. As for the guy who lost his house, his car, and his shit, damn, man. I if I was him, I mean, I can understand.
I gotta find that story, but I think he did get some kind of settlement for the bank. I don't know if it was good enough. You know what I'm saying? But he did get some kind of settlement for Chase. I mean, because it was a Chase money order, and he took it to Chase, and they said it was fake. So,
well, that goes to show you, if you're a black man, be exceptionally careful when dealing with banks.
Exactly. And I'd be careful. That makes me afraid to drive my car to on the bank property. You don't know whether they're going to trip or not.
Well, what you could do is, if the bank tries anything, you could slip and fall and see if you can try to sue them.
Yeah, well, if they try to say, if I took a Chase money order to a Chase bank and they said it was fake, and then later said, "Oh, we're sorry, it's not," I'm gonna sue them anyway. You know what I'm saying? But I'm glad to see that somebody's standing up to this asset forfeiture thing, because they've gone. I see why they created it. You know what I'm saying? But then, now that it's created, it's being abused. And it's basically highway robbery. It's being used for highway robbery. And so even if the person gets found not guilty, whatever gets seized stays seized. They don't give it back.
I'll go as far as to call it terrorism.
Yeah. Because
that's exactly what it is when you're in the shoes of the victim.
State-sponsored terrorism.
And, it's no different. It's a smaller scale than what they did to the American Indian now, but the same thing comes to mind. Although what they did with the American Indian culture is just, this country doesn't deserve to be here. It doesn't, with what they did to them.
Yeah, well, I agree.
I know I could get in trouble for saying that, and I don't give a fuck. It doesn't. I'll speak my mind. What's fair is fair. And with the way this country had established itself and its existence, it shouldn't exist.
Well, you didn't say nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm only speaking from a moral perspective. Now, is that to say that I'm in favor of China or Russia having their way and ripping this country apart? No. In fact, I would rather still have a country to survive in. So.
Right.
But that's just that's more of a selfish, id-oriented survival perspective. But from a moral standpoint, this is just disgusting.
Well, you know what? I have a story here from the Marine Times, and this is like totally opposite from when I was in. You never would have seen an article like this from when I was in the Marines. But now this article headline reads, Marine mothers now have 1 year after giving birth to pass fitness tests. So that means if a lady, a woman Marine, a WM, a woman Marine, if she gives birth, she's exempt from having to take the fitness test for 1 year. So she kind of gets 1 year to get herself back in shape before, she has to actually take the fitness test, which is good. You know what I'm saying? She can do it at her own pace. So The article reads, the Marine Corps will extend the postpartum moratorium on physical fitness from 9 months to 12 months. So it was already at 9 months before. So now they just pushed it up to 12 months, according to the administration message released from Marine Corps on Monday. Historically, Marines have been given 9 months from the time they gave birth to get within Marine Corps standards and start passing the physical fitness test and combat fitness tests. No earlier than 12 months after the birth event, the Marine is required to take the PFT, CFT at the next regularly scheduled physical fitness evaluation in the semi-annual period. The memorandum making the change reads, exceptions can be made for medical reasons, but that was not always the case. In October 2020, Marine Gunnery Sergeant Walina Pinder told Marine Corps Times at the time she published anonymously that she gave birth in 2016. The Corps denied her any extension to get back into shape, forcing her to decide between her career and her newborn daughter. After giving birth, Pinder said she was on a strict diet combined with a rigorous workout routine that would see her quickly get back into the Marine Corps standard, but it also prevented her from giving her baby all the calories she needed through breastfeeding. Weighing in at the 40th percentile by her 4-month checkup, her baby Liliana had dropped down to the 3rd percentile and was diagnosed with failure to drive, Pinder said. Pinder chose to end her diet and cut back on her workouts to ensure that her baby would start to put on more weight. In its new policy, the Marine Corps listed breast milk production as one of the many factors leading to the change. Affording a postpartum Marine more time before mandating fitness testing and body composition complaints will allow a fuller recovery, lower injury risk, prevent potential long-term persistent factors, and eliminate potential impact to breast milk production due to rapid weight loss. Captain Sam Stevenson, a spokesman for the Marine Corps Training and Education Command, said in a Monday email. So I hope this works out for the woman Marines. And it sounds like a good move in the positive direction.
Well, thank you for that. Of course, the way I would say we would have a good move in the positive direction is, as I said, you need female forces like police forces, and you need male forces like military forces, where this wouldn't be a factor. It's just there are genuine physical differences. The sexes are not equal. They're different. They need to be treated equally in terms of respect. If anything, I would actually veer towards saying the women need more respect than the men in general, but definitely when it comes to certain performances, certain kinds of pursuits, there's things that women just do not do effectively, and there's things that men do just don't do effectively. And there we have that. It's just part of this whole thing where you've got.
I can argue that men don't think effectively.
Yeah. Well, we definitely think with our dicks.
We have dicks.
Yes. It's. There we have that. Yeah. It's.
And I got one here, Douglas. I had sent this one to James also, but this is one that I think that you would probably want to weigh in on. And this is from the Army Times. Former NSA director, retired top officers asked the Supreme Court to declare military draft unconstitutional. So they want to declare the military draft as being unconstitutional. The former National Security Agency director and 9 prominent retired general and flag officers have signed on to legal brief asking that the United States Supreme Court rule that the military draft is unconstitutional. Their filing is in support of a petition that argues that selective service system is unconstitutional because it applies only to men ages 18 to 26 and not women. Former director of the National Security Agency, Michael Hayden, a retired Air Force 4-star, and retired General Stanley McChrystal topped the list of supporters on the legal brief. The group's attorney filed their brief Wednesday to support the petition filed by the National Coalition for Men. Never heard of that. represented by American Civil Liberties Union against the Selective Service System on January 8th. Okay, so this article isn't going where I thought it was going to go, but basically what they're saying is it's discrimination against men.
Right.
Wait a minute. There's a national coalition for men?
Yeah, this is like, well, that's...
Men need a national fucking coalition? Are you fucking shitting me?
Yeah, how do I join the national coalition of men?
Yes, that is absolutely bizarre.
I've never heard of a national and these are all military men too?
No, I think that they're probably not, but it is probably, quote unquote, a men's rights group. So they're making a political statement. And the political statement that they're making is simply that the draft is unconstitutional because the draft focuses only on men. And so their point is that they're just stirring shit. I mean, these are guys with nothing to do and nothing but time on their hands. The whole thing is incredibly stupid. But here's what I've said before. We obviously need a draft. And the point is, the biggest problem we have is that the draft is not in effect. So this is what people don't understand. What we have, of course, is this stupid registration, which is the same as a draft, but the draft is not in effect. So it's only there in case there's emergencies, then it can be kicked on. And with the snap of a finger, in case there's sudden war that is on the level of global, that is like war with China, all of a sudden, that they would have to institute the draft. There's no way you could deal with a war with China without instituting a draft.
Yeah. So the very notion that these guys are trying to say that a draft is unconstitutional means they don't want America to be defended at all.
Yes, pretty much.
They're basically saying they want you wiped out.
Yeah, this is, first off, they're operating under the notion that America, this is privately among themselves, when they're talking to themselves, you can bet that these people seem to be convinced that America is under no existential threat, and therefore they feel that they can make a statement like this and that it's not going to threaten America's position on the world stage or anything. Either that or they're truly treasonous. So they...
For the latter.
Yes, thank you. And that could very well be the case. For all we know, this might be some Russian-sponsored organization or some shit. Yes, there we are. Derek said you wouldn't doubt it, right? Is that what you said? I think.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you.
And plus, you don't see no black guys in these national coalitions for men because after a while, once they start their meeting, it's all about the liberals are doing this and the liberals are doing that,
yes,
and the blacks are taking over and all that stuff. And then you'll find out if you're a black man thinking you're gonna join in with these guys for men's rights, what you find out is that it's white men's rights.
Yeah, it's all about white grievance. There was this one pathetic son of a bitch who I met through basically when I first started off, and people can find this shit still on the internet, I'm sure. When I first started off as a public informant, one of the first groups I dealt with was a bunch of kids. They were just kids, and they were all these kids who were open to filming me and trying to get some stuff done. And it was like it was just odd, and it was just awful in some ways, but it was so bizarre. I mean, these were like young San Francisco kids who, some of them were living in San Francisco. One of them, I can't remember the fucker's name, and it's probably for the best. It was this young Chinese guy whose father was quite wealthy. So he had a number of homes that he could just live in, just kind of like sack out in. And Crystal River said, "Thank you, darling. Thank you, honey. Mwah. Thank you." And so let me write to her and let her know. I will, she says, "And no, Daniel, I don't live anywhere near Spring Branch." You hear that, Daniel? There you go.
Thank you for the correction.
Yes.
Thank you.
She says, "Although I did grow up in that neighborhood, the issue is that I can't get online to work and I live paycheck to paycheck. Yes. Well, you see myself in the prostitute's cage on live stream tonight, honey. Maybe I can earn something for you. So let me try and tell her I'll get a card out for her. And but my point is that I've said before, we need to not only get the draft going, particularly to replace the so-called professional military, because the professional military is a complete and total failure. We've just got to get rid of the so-called professional military as much as possible, and bring in a draft force, and institute a draft for females. But see, what these guys are trying to say is if you're not drafting woman, then it's unequal. And so that's their complaint, is that women are not subject to the draft, and therefore it's unconstitutional. So they're trying to make a political point, and it's all bullshit. And then when it comes to what I was trying to say in response to what Derek was saying about this all being about white grievance, when it came to these young kids that I was working with, when it came to they're filming me and doing some various projects that they were trying to basically see how far they could go with what I had to say, and it never went anywhere because they were all on dope. And I mean, not in a normal sense. I mean, it was like the young Chinese guy whose dad was rich. He had this dream job where he was he was testing video games. And so he was paid to play the video games all the way through to the end to see how far he could get up in the levels. And this way they would work all the glitches and bugs out in the video game system before they released it. Can you imagine being paid to do that? To play a video game through all levels. And he lost the job because he was on so much LSD that he was seeing things in the video game that weren't there. So he was shooting at shit that wasn't there. And he kept saying, hey, man, the game's not working. And I said, why? Oh, because, the flying lizard up in there, I can't bring it down. There's no flying lizard up there, you dumb son of a bitch. What are you talking about? What? There's no the Technicolor rainbow flying lizard. They said, get the fuck out of here, you fucking drugged out chick. And then this is anyhow. So Crystal is saying going on 72 hours, no lights, no stove, no oven, no fridge, no roads open near me. I live in a more rural location outside the city of Houston. No water here now. This coming Friday, expected to be the worst of it. I will put up, I'll tell her, I will put up a post after transmission. I will publish post to help you after transmission. Transmission. That poor dear. Yeah. And is that Daniel? You have some suggestions?
Oh man, that's.
Yeah, he's breaking up. Yeah, so Daniel is acknowledging.
Pretty bad.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that, Daniel. Yeah, and I know you know that. I mean, Daniel was not. Daniel was not denying her problems that she's facing, her challenges that she's facing. But what was it bringing up about those young guys? Because it brought up memories of why we kind of
saying how up they were.
Yeah, aside from that, it had something to do with the draft, and when I was talking about the draft and why we need these drafts, but the young guys, what was it they reminded me of, or something to do with it? There was so many factors there that just come to mind when I'm thinking.
They were on acid.
Well, aside from that, yeah, the one kid was on acid. If you can imagine, just the, and losing a dream job just because of that level of drug addict. It's just beyond me. I mean, first off, I don't think LSD is addictive per se. So it's almost like,
I hazard against that because I met some folks who were really, really into LSD.
Okay, so it is okay.
To an unhealthy degree.
Yeah, I can't imagine that myself because I do not enjoy LSD. I haven't had any particularly bad trips on it, but it's not something I prefer. It's not something that I seek. But in terms of what I was saying about what is it those lads reminded me of, they were all young men, and it was just Anyhow, here's the problem when it comes to a professional military. You get a bunch of people who join, and they form this kind of so-called profession, and it's really just a kind of cultic milieu where they've got everybody impressed with thinking that they're doing all this important work, and they're not really doing important work. They're really fucking up. And, I could go on about this for hours and hours and hours. I think probably a great example is my father was a carrier sailor, and the majority of his career in the Navy was on carriers. And so it's not anything against my father, but carriers are like the biggest fucking mistake that the Navy can invest in. It is like the biggest white elephant, the biggest mistake. It's like, Americans have this whole myth about it being a war-winning weapon, and the reason that they're kept afloat is because of this quote-unquote professional Navy. I mean, basically, you've got a profession which is claiming it knows something that nobody else does. And so they use this myth of professionalism to basically lead America down the garden path. The first thing that's going to go down to the bottom of the ocean in the next major conflict is going to be all those goddamn carriers. And so America, what we need is a draft military. And this way, everybody's involved. And when you get everybody involved, then there's nothing you can hide. You can't hide behind this professional curtain where you say, we're closing the curtain now, leave us alone, it's the professionals talking. And this is the kind of attitude doctors have that can be infuriating if you're been like myself in a very bad medical situation where it looks like you're going to die, like when my lungs collapsed multiple times, and then you're stuck in a room where two doctors are talking to each other, and it's like you don't exist. It's like this is how it can feel when you have professionals in a room that take that attitude. That's how the military is with all the American civilians, and the American civilians love it. They think, they know what they're talking about. Let them take care, let them do what they're doing. But the reality is we've got to get everybody involved, and then nothing can be hidden. And so we need a draft for the men going into the military. We need a draft for the woman going into a peace enforcement, meaning law enforcement, so that we get many of them involved with basically social welfare, because that's what police work is supposed to be. It's really supposed to be about social welfare, as opposed to getting all these retired military guys transferring into police work, where they're transferring from a profession where they're trained to kill people, and then we turn them loose on the streets where, bigger and shit, they go out and kill people. It's just, you need to keep these totally separate, and women are just better at social consciousness and welfare than men are, and men are better at killing than women are. So we really need to maintain this draft for both, and if there's any conscientious objectives to either, they can go into a civic service, which would be the third draft, which would be people for civic service, which would be working with a national Meals on Wheels kind of affair, where they could help visit seniors. They could help make certain that seniors are not rotting at home or being abused. Or there are three separate drafts that we need. One of them would be a Peace Corps for our own nation, which it sorely needs. That would be the civic alternative to those branches of peace enforcement service like the law, and the other one being the military. But this way, all of the youth would participate in society for at least a year, get trained, socialized, educated. It just is. This would revolutionize society. So this is what we need. So the draft thing that these guys are bringing up is a joke. And so Crystal Rivers shared another link. And so this is Texas power outages, snow, ice, weather, south. Yes, Texas is Siberia now. Yeah, it's turned into. It's just dozens of people have died in weather-related incidents. An important point. At least 77 people were treated for hypothermia in northern Texas, and they're under a boil water advisory. This is incredible. And the latest winter storm forecast. They don't
die from freezing; they'll die from dehydration.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Definitely. Thank you. Dispatchers are currently answering about 1 BWP per minute. They're only able to respond to a fraction of those calls. And by the way, so people understand what they're referencing, that's a broken water pipe. So that means that, like Austin fire info. I'm looking now that she brought this up. I'm looking into Austin's fire department. They said as of 6 p.m., another 685 broken water pipe calls to 911 since midnight. Most of those in the last few hours. Dispatchers are currently answering about 1 BWP call per minute. And only able to respond to a fraction of these calls. So I don't know what to say. It's as I've said, you know, I would turn off the fucking water. It's just you've got to like.
Yeah, you can't use the water anyway. The stuff's not potable. So what the fuck are you going to do with it anyway? Turn it off.
Thank you. And
turn off and drain whatever the fuck you can out of it.
Yes, thank you. Oh God, this says it all. Let me see if I can download this photo and then share it with the people. So you see, let me get this over here. Let me see if I can stick this up here inside of our call, our shared call. And let me see. Here's the image button, and let's see if that works. Should be here. Okay. EUC. E. See, there we are. Get that up here. And, okay. That says it all. Let me see. Press enter. That'll help. Okay, there we are.
Yeah.
Oh, man. What is that?
That's Texas right now. That's Austin. It's
nice. They could use that for icicles. They could use it for like popsicles.
Oh my God.
Talk about a cold toilet seat. That's yes. Imagine sitting your ass on that, getting up in the middle of the night. Thank
you.
Yes. Oh my God.
You're not getting off that seat. Not without losing a layer of flesh.
That's a good point. Yes. Yeah. Unless it's porcelain. But
porcelain gorilla glue.
Yes. There we are. I'm still trying to remember why I brought up those stupid kids I was working with when I guess because I was using their footage. It's still on YouTube. So their footage is loose on YouTube, and it's still out there for people to find. And I was probably talking about the draft on a lot of those videos at that time. I was probably bringing that up. But, and then we were talking about the white grievance. That had something to do with it. The white grievance and how it always goes back to that. I remember that, I guess one of these days I'll remember exactly why that came up. Because what Derek tells us. I remember it now. Okay, here's what it was. It was through those kids that they introduced me to this pathetic Chinese guy who was in his I guess 40s or maybe 50s. And so what happened was he was really into guns, and he was really into the Constitution and the whole right-wing founding fathers trip. And so what happened was, because I was speaking about what I was doing, they were investigating other conspiracies, and that's where it took them. It took them into the company of this Chinese guy who was into all these guns and the Constitution, and he was a member of the Oath Keepers. Now, you might remember the Oath Keepers showed up at the Capitol storming riots, where they had the Proud Boys and all these other right-wing organizations. One of them was the Oath Keepers, which is all mostly police. And the Oath Keepers are like police who they want to protect the Constitution and the Second Amendment and gun rights and shit. And so these police are basically forming militias. So it's a policeman's militia, essentially. And this Chinese guy was involved with it. And so he invited all his friends to come with him to meet in this restaurant where he had rented the top floor, and he wanted our group, because I was working with all these young men who were filming myself, he wanted our group to film that. And so they all said, okay, we'll do that. And so I wound up tagging along with all these kids to this, what was going to be this stupid Oath Keepers meeting where an entire floor was rented out at the top of this restaurant. So this guy could basically hold this meeting with all these fellow Oath Keepers that he would shoot machine guns off with in the woods. And when we all got to the top of the restaurant, none of his friends showed up. So here's this Chinese guy who was trying to be so hard to be one of the white boys, one of the policemen with all of their machine guns protecting the Constitution. And the only people who were there were myself and all these kids who had been filming me that somehow wound up with me crossing roads with this pathetic Chinese guy. So that said it all. It's just because he was Chinese, he was non-human to these people. They didn't want nothing to do with him. It didn't matter that he had rented out and paid for the top floor of this restaurant that they could all meet in. None of them showed up for him, and the only people who were there were involved because of myself, and they were just had dragged me along because they thought that filming this guy would somehow lead to myself being able to talk with these people and maybe talk some sense into them. So they never even showed up because the guy who had paid for it was Chinese, and they just thought of him as, you know, just a gook and a dork and this you know, someone not worthy of their time. So that said it all. It's like Derek Towley said, it doesn't matter if somebody of any ethnicity tries to get involved with these people. They're not going to respond. They're not going to, say, oh, yes, let's all join together in love of the Constitution and the Second Amendment. It's literally only other white men that they're speaking to, other white males. So that pretty much was exemplary of that. So this is why these groups are exclusive, really. It doesn't matter if they say they're exclusive or not. They functionally are. And there were so many other things to bring up from that whole experience. Anyhow, he was so pathetic. And after that, I pretty much pointed out to him that the founding fathers would have thought he was a piece of shit. Why he was so protective of the Constitution with this almost, religious fervor, and the founding fathers in particular. I mean, they're superheroes to these right-wing fundamentalists. As a matter of fact, it's Derek Talley who was going to do a book report on the cult of the Constitution. So, Derek, are you going to do that on Sunday maybe, or what?
I'll probably do it the Sunday after next Sunday when I get a chance to review it again. I mean, there's 3 parts to it. It's an excellent book, and I want to get some more out of it. So I want to listen to it again, and it's very good. Yeah. So I don't want to do it this Sunday. I'll do it the Sunday after.
Okay, good. That's wonderful. We can look forward to that. And but
I got speaking of on the same subject of the military and why we need a draft. I got this one article here. You can tell me what you think about this, Douglas. The Marine Corps leads all military service in hazing numbers by far. And this is an admission from the Marine Corps Times. The Marine Corps leads the way in at least in terms of hazing, according to a recent Pentagon study. And a 2018 report found that 256 out of 291 hazing complaints come from the Marine Corps, while 91 of 102 sustained hazing incidents belong to the Corps. The Navy was second with 17 total complaints and 10 subordinate complaints, while the Army had 13 total complaints, none of which were substantiated. And the Air Force had 5 total complaints with 1 substantiated incidents. The military.com reported. Hazing data for the Marine Corps in 2019 showed complaints dropped to 188, while substantiated incidents were down to 47. The online news outlet said. Neither military.com nor the Marine Corps Times has yet received hazing numbers for the rest of the Department of Defense in 2019 as requested. The Marine Corps Times is still waiting on the 2018 report from the Pentagon. The 2018 DOD report was ordered by then Secretary of Defense Jim Mattis as part of a reform that targeted offensive language and hazing behavior in the ranks. The Marine Corps is comprised of more than 230,000 active reserve and civilian Marines, and the vast majority of them perform their duties with dedication and integrity. Brigadier General Jason Woodworth, the Director of the Marine Corps Manpower, Planes, and Policy Division, told Marine Corps Times in a statement. A failure to act and respond is not only in consonance with who we are, but also degrades our traditions, threatens our cohesion and morale, and detracts from the mission accomplishment. So, so he knows how to spin the story. But the Marines is top when it comes to hazing. So just that initial number again, a 2018 report found that of 256 out of 291 hazing complaints all came from the Marines.
Well, it's like, what do you expect? I mean, it's like basically
the Air Force had 5.
Yeah, it's like it's almost, what's there to say? It's certainly no, it's so predictable. It's just it's what it is. It's just basically anybody with any common sense, stay out of the Marine Corps. This is no place that any sane person would want to be. I mean, you're just dealing with people who are, going to haze you because this is like just this side of a gay prison. Really, the only reason I escaped it was because I was higher in rank. I made certain to drag 2 suckers in so that each time I was promoted, it was a poolee program. When you were a poolee, meant that you were prior boot camp, you were committed to entering the Marine Corps. So you'd already signed the contract. And during that period of time, if you brought other people in, you would get a promotion with each person you brought in. So I brought in 2 people, which made myself, it left me at the rank of Lance Corporal by the time of graduation. So I was technically a Lance Corporal during the time of boot camp, or at least I was able to play off on that, where I told the other recruits, you see, when you're in the boot camp, you're not a Marine. So people who are in boot camp, they're not referred to as Marines. Indeed, they're usually referred to as faggot or maggot or piece of shit, just something like that. But technically what they're called are recruits. And so when you're in the Marine Corps and you're a recruit before you graduate from boot camp, then technically you're all privates or less than that. You're just in this gray area where you're really nothing. And but during that time, I was able to at least convince all of the fellow recruits that I was higher in rank than them and that any attack on myself would be mutiny. And but fortunately, I had some sympathetic drill instructors who pretty much went along with that. So it helped me immensely, and I wasn't subject to that sort of thing, but it's something that you would see. The biggest problem I had was literally the fact that just basically people who were just trying to jump into bed with me or my bunk with me, really. This is what you get. I mean, it's like you're in a prison. That you're filled with people who will release their sexual energies on other men. As for the hazing, this is what they do. They're bullies. It's all part of the culture of brutalization. Most drill instructors would encourage it. So you must have seen something similar to that when you were in boot camp, Derek, or was it different?
You've seen a fair amount of hazing, and then I've seen a blanket party, so.
Yeah, so, yes, so people, that's a form of hazing. Right, so people understand what Derek is talking about. If you see the movie Full Metal Jacket, in the movie Full Metal Jacket, they take someone who's quote-unquote a perennial fuck-up, some poor bastard who's slow and then they blanket party him, and that means that they, you know, put soap or various other items in their blankets, and they pound him with it, so that way the bruises don't manifest as pronouncedly, and they can get away with their crime. You know, different things like that happen, but it's just horrible. Why did they blanket party this one poor bastard?
He kept fucking up. Well, this is the last thing he did. He kept doing shit, but then when we were, I think this was second phase. I forget what phase we were in, but he said, if you got him, smoke him, right? So this guy pulled out and said, hey, this drill instructor is cool. We can pull out a cigarette. So he pulled out a cigarette, and he gave a couple of cigarettes to some other people, saying, hey, the drill instructor, this is laid back. He said, if you got him, smoking. So the drill instructors let him smoke for a good 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? And then he said, all right, everybody with a cigarette, you know, is you know, getting thrashed, right? Yeah. So then the same guy, he had some donuts. I have no idea where he got donuts from, but because this is like in the middle of boot camp, but he had donuts. So they said, you know, we said, oh, this dude's gonna get it now. They said, no, you sit back and relax and eat your donuts. Everybody else is gonna do mountain climbers, side straddle hops, and get thrashed until you finished every last fucking donut. And so he sat up there, and you sit down in this chair and eat these donuts as slow as you want to, and everybody else is gonna fucking get thrashed until you finish the very last donut.
Oh my God, this is
up
like
there real slow. You know, like you fucker.
That seems to be the incident that inspired the whole scene from Full Metal Jacket. That seems like the whole film. It seems like Full Metal Jacket plagiarized your experience. Holy shit!
Full Metal Jacket actually came out before I went to boot camp, but I didn't see it until afterwards because I was already signed up for the Marines, and I didn't want to watch it before I went into boot camp. So I watched.
I keep forgetting how fucking young you are. I mean, oh my fucking God. So when you... Well, wait a second. No, you're not that young. No, it came out before I went into boot camp. We went into boot camp almost at the same...
I went in 1989, but I joined in 1988.
Right. That's right. Yeah, so I was... it was around the same time. We were practically in the same... It was a different year because I went in around 89, and then it was 90 was the Gulf War, right? If I remember correctly. Right. I've done so much to forget. So it was, so I went in just the year after you, but still, it's like, so when you saw it after boot camp, what did you think? You must have thought, Jesus Christ, they like had, you must have felt like somebody was in your boot camp who wrote that film.
Well, you know what? Lee Army is a class act because I tell you what, it felt that boot camp scene felt like boot camp. You know what I'm saying? But then after that, they went to the Vietnam War part of the movie. But the boot camp was exactly the same.
Right. R. Lee Ermey is his name, and R. Lee Ermey, of course, is dead now. But R. Lee Ermey was a real, genuine drill instructor who just basically played himself in the film. And the only thing that might be inaccurate about the film was that they had him wearing all of his combat medals while as a drill instructor in boot camp, which is no drill instructor would do in boot camp. He would not go around wearing his combat medals while dealing with the recruits. But aside from that, the boot camp is the only reason to see Full Metal Jacket really is the boot camp, because that portrays the boot camp very accurately to the point where you see a person commit suicide. In terms of the only thing that raised questions was like Derek said, where does someone get the donuts? You see that in the film though, but these are not impossible. What happens is, especially in San Diego as opposed to Parris Island, what happens is people get mailed things by their parents, and supposedly these are supposed to be rifled through by the drill instructors. So when parents mail treats to their children, the drill instructors are supposed to see what it is first, and then they turn it over. So it could be that maybe his mother had sent him donuts or something, and the drill instructor like allowed him to have that, and he may have thought that he was favored or something, so that he acted the way he did, and then was exploited by the drill instructor to make a point to everyone else. I mean, that's conceivable. I'm only speculating, but you know, it's bizarre. There's also theft. Everybody in boot camp is stealing from everybody else. Certainly that was my experience. So, and when I shared that with other people who had been through the Marine Corps boot camp system, they certainly never said, "Oh, that's not like that." They all felt the same way, that they had things stolen. So it's just, you know, just a thoroughly unpleasant environment. It's not something anyone wants to be a part of. But aside from R. Lee Ermey, who's not the point of the boot camp, the point of the boot camp is really the victims. R. Lee Ermey does what he does, but when I'm talking about the donuts, and weren't you shocked when you saw that scene in Full Metal Jacket, I noticed that you almost subconsciously evaded the issue. You went to R. Lee Ermey instead of the scene with the hazing or the scene with the donuts. That's the scene with the donuts that leads to the man being hazed, the individual being hazed, who ultimately kills himself. So I'm like thinking, oh my God, it's like somebody was in your boot camp and then they wrote the script for that film. R. Lee Ermey's nothing other than a person who comes in and plays himself. So it's almost like that's not the issue. The issue is what happened to you, what happened on the screen with the recruits in the boot camp. I'm wondering why that didn't almost throw you into a kind of post-traumatic shock or something. So you must have thought it was highly coincidental. I mean, what did you? You must have, right?
Yeah, of course, and it was just, you know, it was just weird, you know, out there in that. I don't remember. I know this was way past first phase, so I don't remember whether it was third phase or what. But yeah, we had to go camp out there, and that's when the truck would bring us to not only the MREs but the broth and the coffee. So we had our little canteens where we had the broth and the coffee. So yeah, a lot of my memories of boot camp is kind of hazy, but
yeah, well, you're lucky. I mean, that's the way it should be. I mean, otherwise, if they weren't, you'd be insane. I mean, obviously, who wants to retain memories of that shit? I mean, that's like stuff you would pay to forget. You know, I can't understand. There are people out there who I've seen, like, you remember Leatherneck magazine. By the way, for people who don't get that, they might think it's like a fetish magazine for people who have some kind of a sex kink with Leatherneck or something like that. No, this isn't like some bondage mag. Leatherneck magazine was the magazine of the Marine Corps. And so Leatherneck magazine had ads in it. You would see ads in Leatherneck magazine like, oh, here's a knife display that, or a gun display that is specially like engraved. It has engraving on the blade of the knife or on the gun itself to remind you of boot camp. Like, you know, where, you know, the drill instructor's grabbing some guy in the photograph saying, "Move like you're alive, boy." Like, and I'm like, who would want to remember that? Why would anyone want something to remind them of that? It's like hey, remember that time you were in prison, and remember how all the other guys got together and raped you all night? Yeah, it's like that. Why would, you know? And then some product was produced to remind you of that. Your first several nights in prison while you were being broken in. It's like, why would anyone? It's just I don't know. I don't get it. It's like, obviously many of these people, they're in a world of their own, and this is their only sense of identity, and that is what's the most pathetic thing of all. That is like, oh my God. That there's got to be something else in your life beyond that, and Anyhow, but there you have that. So the hazing thing. What we've got right now with Winter Storm Uri. It was like I said. I was talking about how our Lady Crystal had this car that the other family had apparently beneath her. So she apparently works or lives where she works out of her home. She works out of her home. She apparently lives in almost like an apartment or a duplex affair, I suppose. But when she said that they kept going back to the car to keep warm, I said, well, don't people die like that? That reminds me of a mass suicide. This is all carried out now. I've found evidence for this. Hypothermia and carbon monoxide poisoning cases have continued to rise as the dire winter conditions have dragged on and on. MedStar, which provides ambulance service for Fort Worth and 14 other towns in northern Texas, treated 77 patients for hypothermia on Tuesday, which is just yesterday, and 8 for carbon monoxide poisoning. So wow. There we have that. And so, Harris County Judge Lina Hidalgo said yesterday that at least 300 calls regarding carbon monoxide poisoning have been received by the fire marshal, hospitals, and other agencies. And Judge Lina Hidalgo has called it a disaster within a disaster. This could also be by, I guess, according to the Cy-Fair Fire Department in Northwest Harris County, apparently many people are using charcoal grills inside their homes for heat. So that may be the source of it. Yeah. Okay. And so...
you know what? Speaking of that, did you hear about the mayor that had to resign down there in Texas?
I would hope somebody had to lose their jobs over this shit. Yeah. What happened?
Check this out, though. This is why he lost his job. The headline reads, Texas mayor resigns after telling residents without power, only the strong will survive.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Yes.
Really?
This
oh,
is
my
Colorado
God.
City, Texas.
The
now former mayor of a Texas city is catching some heat after posting a message on social media berating citizens affected by the cold. Tim Boyd wrote Tuesday morning on Facebook that it is not the local government's responsibility to support you during trying times like this. Sink or swim, it's your choice. Addressing power outages, Boyd writes, the city and the county, along with power providers or any other service, owes you nothing. I'm sick and tired of people looking for a damn handout. So, that's from the mayor. So if you're looking for a damn handout, you're not getting it. He said only the strong will survive. Well, you know what? If he had so much conviction about what he said, why would he resign? Yeah. I mean, usually people who talk like that would be like, impeach me, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I'm without words.
He's managed to leave me speechless. This is the kind of insanity that libertarianism brings to the fore. This is what libertarianism is all about in terms of its politics. Is basically the social Darwinism that these people are basically indoctrinated into. So it's so when I basically, let me remove this and I just sent George something that was redundant because by the way, you missed it earlier, but Derek, but what happened was when Peter Moon was on with us, basically George Knight had been talking about how he had brought up his video on Nazi UFOs and how many of them were due to German technology, and all these people were responding to it positively. And then he brought up the Japanese having unconventional aircraft misidentified as alien craft in Los Angeles, and then they banned him from all these UFO sites, and I said, well, this is racism that they can imagine white people producing UFO craft, but not Asians, and anyhow, so just so that you're caught up on that, again, part of this whole racial dichotomy, it is, people just don't understand how these sorts of dynamics are still with us, and that these dynamics are not something we've overcome as a culture or as a society. They're very much alive, and it seems very difficult for white people to comprehend, many white people. But there we have that. And thank you for sharing that about that crazed mayor. I'm so glad that he stepped.
I have his whole statement here, so I scrolled down a little bit in this article. But this is his whole statement. He put 2 whole statements, and these statements are the reason that he resigned. I guess he resigned before they could impeach him or fire him or kick him out. But he says, no one owes you or your family anything, nor is it the local government's responsibility to support you during trying times like this. Sink or swim. It's your choice. The city and county, along with power providers, or any other service owes you nothing. I'm sick and tired of people looking for a damn handout. If you don't have electricity, you step up and come up with the game plan to keep your family warm and safe. If you have water, you deal without and think outside the box and survive and supply water to your family. If you are sitting at home in the cold because you have no power and are sitting and waiting for someone to come rescue you because you're lazy, and he spelled because you're lazy and direct result of your raising. So you was raised to be lazy, even though he was raised to not know how to spell. Only the strong will survive, and the weak will perish. Folks, God has given us the tools to support ourselves in times like this. This is sadly a product of a socialist government where they feed people to believe that the few will work and others will become dependent for handouts. I am sorry that you have been dealing without electricity and water, yes, but I'll be damned if I'm going to provide for anyone that is capable of doing it for themselves. We have lost sight of those in need, and that they take advantage of the system and mash them into one group. Bottom line, quit crying and looking for a handout. Get off your ass and take care of your own damn family. And take care of your own family. Bottom line, don't be a part of the problem. Be a part of the solution.
So inspiring. So inspiring.
That was his first post. Yeah. In the second post, he says, "Oh man, this stupid website. It went away for me. Well, that was enough.
Yeah,
of that. Enough for him. So, yeah, that's what the mayor of the town said, and apparently, he got enough pushback from it that he decided to resign."
Yes. Oh my God. Definitely appreciate your sharing that. And again, it's one of these things where this is the kind of politics that we've tolerated for all too long. This is the radicalized right that is speaking, and we're,
Yeah, I heard some echoes of Rush Limbaugh in his little.
Thank you. Yeah, and of course Rush Limbaugh is a wealthy, multi-millionaire and the son of a judge who's grown up spoiled all his life and has no right to speak to what anyone else is going through. So it's like
dude, if I could just have the money of his pill doctor, shoot, I'll be nice.
Yes, and you do know he died, thank God. He finally died today.
Well, you know what? I'll be rejoicing even more when Michael Savage, little bitch ass, kicks him.
Thank you. I
can't wait for that pussy to die.
Yes, thank you. Just human garbage. These people, and they have no human sympathy for anyone else. They're just they're monstrous, and they're incapable of understanding what other people go through. They are they're psychotic. So these psychotics have psychosis has now become a political stance, yes. At any rate, let me see if I can get myself together. Go through the, I mean, not even, since I was asking for money for Crystal River tonight, I might even skip my own solicitation and just kind of go into tonight's arc of narrative, so to speak. I should bring up, of course, the advertisement for our man Ben Estenius, and then, all right, so... Let's try and start off with that instead. So at any rate, I do recommend that people donate to Crystal River. Crystal River, this would be done either through PayPal or Venmo, which I'm totally unfamiliar with. But you would use her email, chrissyvera@hotmail.com, and it's KRISSYVERA, chrissyvera@hotmail.com. So see if you can get a little something to her. Remember, if you're using PayPal, select the option of send to friends and family. It's going to be a friends and ampersand family in uppercase. You cannot disambiguate between the twain. Aside from that, all right, let me get the Ben Estenius ad up. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com, where you can find excerpts from his book by that same title, yet to be published, The Unfinished Man. But other cases as well, by the way. You can also see scenes from cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. You would spell it Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com. By the way, Tucson has been rated by the Family Guy animated television series as the stupidest city in the United States. Certainly you wouldn't want to miss a tour of the stupidest city in the United States. And you can telephone the Baron Ben for your, personally, to privately guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And neglect not to subscribe to the Man of the Soil YouTube channel. You'll know you're in the right place when you see a young blonde with a nice set of pins that are behind a green t-shirt that reads Ace Hardware. And of course, after that, you can regale yourself with seeing the Baron Ben himself in full one piece for his race car driving adventures as he takes his sprint car across an evergreen AstroTurf lawn, the lawn which you never have to water or mow, that he can install in your yard so that, your life will be made infinitely easier. Hell, that shit can withstand rain, snow, hail, and sleet, and come out looking green. I mean, who the hell wouldn't want that? Everybody will know you have AstroTurf, but who the fuck cares? They'll all be mowing their lawns while you sit back, and they'll all be, watering their yards till they slush with mud. Well, again, you can kick back on your porch and just laugh at everybody else. Aside from that, you can see the aerial drone footage of his landscape architecture as he brings the men from behind the Great Trump Wall north to where the men in brown can work their magic and provide yourself the greatest show on dirt. His words. And that way you can, well, restructure your life since you've got nothing else to do under quarantine but stare at your fucking yard all day. You might as well make it look good, and you might as well make it functional for whenever, well, you know, they're in Arizona in the Four Corners region. There's no fucking snow down there. So there you got that. Unless I'm mistaken and somebody calls me from Arizona and lets me know that you know, they're buried up to their neck in ice or something, which then I'd know we've got some real climate change going on. As a matter of fact, at that point, I would think that, well, at that point, the Earth has wobbled in its orbit and we've flipped poles or something. So hopefully that's not the case ever. So. All right, so what I'll do is I will try to put all this into some context. Now, here's some context for you. This is, get this shit. This was written by a guy named Barry Worthington on May 19th of 2020. This was written but yesteryear. So we're talking about, you know, mid-year almost. Yeah, about mid-year. Mid-year yesteryear. Where Barry Worthington is saying, we still have an energy crisis. And his idea of what that energy crisis is, this ought to blow your fucking mind. In August 2002, I wrote a piece for the now defunct The World and I magazine called We Still Have an Energy Crisis. Today, nearly 18 years later, the same headline can be writ, but it is an amazing, even shocking turn of events. Today our crisis is an oversupply crisis, not a crisis of scarcity. America is today awash in energy. I spent the first 35 years of my career bemoaning how energy poor we were. We were running out of oil and natural gas. Coal was under attack due to environmental issues. You like that, huh? Yeah, those goddamn environmentalists telling us to stop burning all that coal. Anyhow, he says, nuclear under attack because of 3 Mile Island. Renewables were expensive, with wind and solar each no more than 1% of total energy consumption in 2000, and energy efficiency was still trying to find its way. What did I get right? We don't take energy efficiency seriously enough. We tend to react in a crisis. We don't insist that our leaders treat energy policy as a national priority. We need to allow access to the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Oh, there you go. Drill, baby, drill. And we need to fill the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And then he's got a quote here. Needed resources will not be developed. Infrastructure will not be constructed. Efficiency improvements will not be obtained given the current policy paralysis. Now, that's about the only thing he got right. Does any of this sound familiar in 2020? But I also got some things wrong. Russia can supply markets in Europe and Asia quite easily and contribute to enhanced U.S. energy security. Talk about bass backwards. The Bush administration, of course he wrote this in 2002 or some shit like that, is aggressively pursuing a U.S.-Russia petroleum business dialogue which has the potential to address significant barriers to the free flow of Western capital into the Russia oil sector. So yeah, these were, as he said, he got this wrong, but it's like this was like some Russophiliac shit he was saying at this point decades ago. Then he goes on with the kicker here. This is what makes all this so ironic. Thanks to the shale oil and gas revolution, we have plenty of supply from our fossil fuel resources. Unfortunately, global prices of crude oil, natural gas, and coal have been seriously depressed since Saudi Arabia and the Russian Federation flooded the global crude oil markets in March. That, combined with the global pandemic, dramatically decreased demand. Our energy oversupply crisis is unprecedented. So, but basically what this fucker is saying is we're left drowning in fuel and energy. And he's thinking of this as a tragedy, saying in April 2020, we actually saw negative prices for crude oil. That meant that oil traders and producers were forced to pay other traders up to $36 a barrel to buy their crude oil. In other words, they're paying people to take the oil off their hands. This was a first for the petroleum industry. The fundamental explanation relates to the global oversupply and also a lack of storage availability, as well as some complex details of futures contracting. So basically, this guy is taking an economic approach where we've got oversupply, we're drowning in supply, and this is beyond offensive with what we're dealing with now. Because if we've got all this supply of all this shit, nobody ever figured out how to distribute any of it. And nobody's got any of it to use back here at home. So what the fuck happened? I'll try and contextualize that to the best of my ability. But basically, this clown goes on to say that depressed energy prices follow a familiar cycle. Producers overproduce, causing demand to increase. Producers continue to overproduce beyond increases in demand. Prices collapse. Producers reduce production and future development. Prices collapse further. Consumption grows fueled by lower prices. Alternatives are shut down. Investments in expanding exploration and production lag increases in demand. Prices increase again. The cycle repeats. Government actions globally are no match for market fundamentals. By the way, I'm going to make my point with this shit. This guy is basically talking about the innate intelligence, the invisible hand of the market. So he's a libertarian idiot who's basically saying we've got to let the market supply our demands. The more governments interfere in global, national, and regional energy markets, the more markets become distorted. Distorted markets become more susceptible to manipulation, cartel behavior, and governments picking technology and fuel winners and losers. The answer is the basis of my 2002 article. Recognize that we still have an energy crisis. Today it's a very different crisis, an oversupply, energy abundance crisis, not an energy scarcity crisis. This oversupply crisis has potential repercussions for energy security, national security, economic security, and societal security. Perhaps we should consider having less government in our energy system? Really? Really? Yeah, less government. That's what we got down in Texas. Yeah! And look how good it's working. We let the market decide. Oh yeah! And now everybody's down there with their hand out to Uncle Sam. Help me! Help me! How would it work if we have less economic distortion of energy markets, less government selecting technology and fuel winners and losers, and more reliance on the private sector? Is this too hopeful? Oh no, it's too fucking retarded. Yeah! Yeah, look at what that's got them. Oh yeah. Now we got people like Derek was quoting saying, yeah, it's all your fault you're suffering in the gutter. You're not man enough to keep your family warm. Only the strong survive. Yeah. This is like Road Warrior on ice. You ever see like Disney on Ice? Or you've got these various kinds of dramas like Hamilton on Ice. This is Road Warrior on ice shit. It's like Road Warrior on the ice skating rink where you kill people and you take their fuel so that you can keep warm. That's the level where these guys are headed. This is libertarianism. This is why I say that libertarians are the true source of evil in this world. If somebody says they're a libertarian, hide your children. they're almost guaranteed to be child molesters, because this is what I saw in the military all the time. All the people involved with child pornography who were using the DARPA net and the Delta net and all the Army early internet developments before the internet was unleashed on the civilian public, who were all trading all that child porn like it was baseball cards, all of them were libertarians. And they hated America Online because it opened up all of their contents to federal investigation. So they would say, America Online, which died off, by the way. They said AOL was born to squeal. That was the tattoo on their arms. They wanted an internet where the government couldn't look at what they were doing. That's libertarianism. The Rand Paul, Ron Paul, his dad, the libertarian. Rand Paul's a Republican, which is like the next step, up, barely from libertarian. The libertarians, these are the true child molesters. And I'll say that about Ron Paul. All these people who were seduced by him into wasting their entire lives trying to help make that man some kind of presidential potential. All of you deserved what you got, which was just the sacrifice of your time and everything you put into it, because that guy was just out there to mislead you down to what we are talking about now. Some idiot like this saying we've got too much energy, that we're drowning in it. Tell me about all the energy we got, motherfucker, when you've got people dying down in Texas now, freezing to death, or killing themselves with burning coal stoves and shit, and giving themselves carbon monoxide poisoning. At this point, we have, for all intents and purposes, no energy. And in a situation like that, I'm going to put this in context, but before I do, I'll turn to Derek and Jameson and just say, when you hear this kind of economic philosophy, this is why we have to realize that no man is an island. We cannot have a functioning society without an enormous social infrastructure. There has to be some level of socialism. We have to have socialism. This is why Adolf Hitler presented National Socialism as a non-communist alternative where private business could thrive with oversight by the state. The state is always needed in order to make certain that there are winners and losers picked on these energy markets, because that's what prevents shit like what's going down in Texas now. Certainly you gentlemen understand. Is what I'm saying coherent? I hope what I'm saying is coherent and comprehensible.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you. Deeply appreciated. And Derek, I really look forward to your talking about the cult of the Constitution the Sunday after next, because certainly that will help people understand just how this has been taken and abused by people like this to present these warped social Darwinian perspectives that lead to this kind of death and destruction that we're seeing and experiencing now. Is Derek there? That'd be funny if we heard a sudden snoring in the background. That'd be cute. Hopefully he's on mute or something. Derek, you there? That's all right if he's checked out for the night. I understand.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, there you are. You were on mute. Yes.
Yeah, I was listening from a distance with my phone on mute, but here I am.
Oh, okay. I was pointing out that I look forward to you talking about the cult of the Constitution on the Sunday after next, because it's that kind of constitutional fundamentalism that leads to the perverted ideology of social Darwinism that has resulted in the death and destruction we're seeing and experiencing now.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was... That was erudite. Thank you. So, yes. Anyhow, Derek, Love you dearly. Maybe it's time. Are you still awake, or are you kind of fading out, or what? How are you feeling right now? It's pretty late.
I'm still awake. I'm just getting something to eat right quick, and then I'm gonna wind it down.
Sounds good. That's fine. Anyhow, if something happens where Jameson has to check out, I'll shout out your name on the telephone. Hopefully I won't need to do that at any point in the remainder of tonight's transmission. But you're potentially there as a backup, right?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, then. So let's try and put this into context so people understand what exactly is going on. Obviously, I will belabor the obvious to point. Winter weather is continuing to wreak havoc across these United States, with forecasts predicting more ice and low temperatures ahead in the most affected states. Now, Texas, which rarely gets this chilly, has been hit especially hard. Frigid temperatures have both heightened power demand and frozen or overworked energy sources, of which we have a crisis of obvious scarcity, leaving millions of people in the dark and struggling to keep warm. The situation could have wide-reaching implications as the U.S. power industry attempts to slash carbon emissions in response to the climate crisis. Another consequence of the bad weather, many cities and states have hit pause on vaccination efforts. In fact, there are places like San Diego, which is Southern California, where some of the vaccine supplies have frozen solid. The winter storm has led to at least over 250 deaths that I'm aware of. 26 so far that have been reported where I can access any information. Needless to say, it's cold out there. A severe blast of Arctic winter is turning Texas a strange shade of white. It's freezing in Houston, Oklahoma City, and Kansas City. The snow line has reached all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico in Galveston, and several Louisiana counties are under ice curfews. And a massive snowstorm has blanketed Oregon and Washington to the north of my own Golden, California. Across our country, millions of Americans are in the dark and cold after a rolling rampage of power cuts. Police report hundreds of road accidents, especially in southern states where drivers simply are not used to ice and snow. Now, David Finfrock, a senior meteorologist with a local NBC station, tweeted in my greater Bay Area that in my 45 years of covering Texas weather, I don't remember ever seeing all 254 counties in the state under a winter storm warning. Ever. So record low temperatures were caused by a disruption in the polar vortex. That's a mass of cold air around the North Pole that has, in this cursed weather, swept much further south than usual. As always, when the mercury plunges, climate skeptics are filling social media with quips like, global cooling? Of course, rising average global temperatures in recent years do not mean that winter is going to suddenly disappear. Weather explains atmospheric conditions in a snapshot of time, while climate is how the atmosphere behaves and changes over an extended period. Still, at least this year, chilling ignorance of the science is not being spouted by presidential tweet, and we can all thank God for that. The big chill will cost billions of dollars, not least to repair a power grid more often damaged in temperate regions by hurricanes. Public health experts worry that vaccine distribution is being disrupted. Well, truly it's being halted altogether. As I said, most of the vaccine supplies are frozen fucking solid. You can't get them into a syringe. As ice and snow move east, more records are tumbling. On Sunday, there was a 130-degree spread in temperatures across the United States. Try and wrap your brain around that. That means we had Miami sweltering in 91 degrees Fahrenheit, while parts of Wisconsin and Minnesota saw minus 40 degrees below zero. For once, the polarizing extremities of what the author and investigative journalist in his own right, John Steinbeck, called this monster land, are not limited to its bitter politics. Now, extreme cold turned into an American energy crisis. We've got American natural gas output plunging amid an extreme cold blast. The Texas power crisis is getting worse, with millions in the dark and cold. In terms of energy updates, Texas electricity prices are surging as these record-setting Arctic blasts are boosting demand. Texas has banned all gas shipments beyond its own borders, understandably. Talk about energy oversupply? My ass. Natural gas has skyrocketed again to $500,000 United States dollars as blackouts have been spreading all across America. Natural gas for physical delivery in these United States was trading for as much as $500,000 US dollars per million BTUs, or British thermal units, on Monday, opening this work week, as demand for the heating and power plant fuel soared amid the deep freeze. Gas at two hubs in the American mid-continent. I think that U.S. mid-continent would be the trading company that would be dealing in this, and that was what was trailing at $500 US dollars per MMBTU, are the British thermal units for the gas market, and they went for $240 US dollars at a third on Monday, opening this work week, according to traders. Now, spot gas has been trading for hundreds of dollars across the central U.S. since Thursday of Septimania, last week, with a surge in heating demand triggering widespread blackouts and sending electricity prices soaring. The fuel normally trades in the region of, well, for less than $3 per double MBTU, or British thermal unit. So, Cody Moore, the head of gas and power trading at Mercuria Energy America Limited Liability Corporation, has confirmed that it's a shocking situation. In fact, she said it's chaos. It's crazy with the prices. Mercuria booked hotel rooms for some of its employees in the Houston area so they could walk to the office instead of driving on icy roads, with Moore confirming that our first priority was to do whatever we can to keep the grid moving, the gas flowing properly, clients informed, and regulatory agencies updated where required. Now, among other news in the U.S. gas markets that I've accessed from Monday opening this work week, because we've got so much incoming news from yesterday and today. Monday is really the only solid source information that I can quote readily in terms of data that we know is cross-referenced and confirmed. Basically, front month natural gas futures jumped 3.3% to $3.01 per the double MBTU, or British thermal unit gas pipeline operator ONIOC Incorporated, which said its lines were largely operational, but that the gas drillers it serves had seen their production decline due to the severe cold. More than 30 gas pipelines have declared force majeure, or have instituted operational flow orders, which restrict the amount of fuel shippers can put on their systems. That's according to the East Daily Capital. The data that was compiled by Bloomberg NEF. They show that gas production has fallen by more than 10 billion cubic feet a day over the past week. No goddamn oversupply here. And, of course, needless to say, energy markets have never seen anything quite like this. In a matter of 4 days, an intensifying cold blast gripping the central United States froze natural gas pipelines, sent electricity prices skyrocketing to record levels and ultimately forced Texas's grid operator to plunge more than 2 million homes into darkness in the first winter-related rolling blackouts since 2011, the year my late and sainted mother died, the year of Fukushima. As electricity outages began spreading through a 14-state grid across the Southwest, there was plenty of blame for the crisis that was already being assigned. Mexico blames the United States as the energy crisis has spilled across the border. If President Andrés Manuel López Obrador was looking for ammunition in his quest to cut Mexico's reliance on foreign energy, it would be hard to top the electricity blackouts affecting the north of his country. Mexico reported 4.77 million homes and businesses losing power Monday after imports of natural gas from the United States were curbed, knocking power stations offline. What a way to start the work week. And the disruption is a spillover of the worst electricity crisis in recent history in the United States, where freakishly cold weather has cut our oil and gas output. Mexico has restored 80% of electricity in northern states and expects power to fully return, or was supposed to today, or Thursday, more realistically, tomorrow. López Obrador said at a press briefing yesterday that he didn't miss the opportunity to make a political point. Now, the blackout is a reminder that Mexico should become energy independent. This is his point. As prices for imported gas that Mexico uses to generate power spiked 5,000 fucking percent. 5,000% amid this crisis. So, to quote AMLO, as they call him, people call him AMLO, because of that's the initials, Andrés Manuel López Obrador. He said, "What is the lesson in all of this? We must produce." He was referring to gas, but also to gasoline and diesel, I can only assume. We must seek to be self-sufficient. Or rather, what he said from the Espanol is we are seeing that we must seek to be self-sufficient. Espanol is not one of my better languages, even though it should be. And even though I've gotten along south of the border passably, most of the time I've been down there, I've been in drag. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've ever been in south of the border when I was not in drag. So most of the time I got by on looks. At any rate, AMLO wants to strengthen the CFA's grip on Mexico's power system and is seeking to pass a bill in Congress, Mexican Congress, that would give the utility priority over private companies in providing electricity. For those of you who don't know what the CFE is in Mexico, it's like their version of a cartel or monopoly of the state that is kind of state-sponsored energy provider, so that you know what I'm speaking of. And it's definitely something that if you say, for instance, look it up, you would find yourself basically dealing with something like PG&E in California. So for what that's worth, Pacific Gas and Electricity are our largest provider here in state. Now, in terms of in his morning press conference on Monday opening this work week, AMLO, the president of Mexico, he said that the bill didn't contravene Mexico's USMCA, which is basically Trump's revision of NAFTA trade deal with the U.S. and Canada, and it's a response to recent criticism from the business community on both sides of the border. Mexico's antitrust watchdog has said the bill will hurt competition. And so what AMLO initially said at the beginning of this week was that 400,000 users in Mexico were affected by the blackouts. And a representative from the CFE said the president's information may have been preliminary or incomplete. meaning there were a lot more that were impacted. So CFE itself issued a tender early Monday morning seeking a shipment of liquefied natural gas for delivery later this week to replace the drop in pipeline flows from the United States. Now, all of this information was provided by people who requested anonymity to discuss private details. An importer seeking such a prompt delivery cargo is abnormal in the liquid natural gas industry, and it illustrates the scope of the shortage facing Mexico. Now, what started all this? On the most basic level, the weather. A polar vortex, a girdle of winds that keep cold bottled in the Arctic, buckled and released record-breaking cold across much of North America at the end of the first week of February. By February 9th, temperatures had plummeted from Denver to Chicago, and hundreds of places across the central United States set daily temperature records. Prices for different types of heating fuels began to surge higher, including oil and natural gas. Demand for propane climbed to a 17-year high. And gas and electricity usage similarly rose, of course. But what turned the cold into an energy crisis? You see, as temperatures continued to fall, gas pipelines began to seize up. Wind turbines started to freeze, and oil wells shut in, just as homes and businesses raised demand for heating to record levels. The strength of gas demand across the central United States, especially in Oklahoma, caught some traders by surprise. Physical delivery of the fuel at one hub in Oklahoma traded at an astonishing $600 per million British thermal units. That's traded as double M BTUs. Now, by Friday, February 12th, which seems like forever and a day ago by now, traders were panicking and trying to line up additional supplies for the long holiday weekend, the President's Day weekend that so recently passed, and the Valentine's Day with it. That evening, Texas's chief energy regulators called an emergency meeting to prepare to ration gas supplies across the state. They adopted a measure that put residential customers, medical facilities, schools, and churches at the front of the line for gas ahead of industrial users. So why couldn't the grid keep up with demand after that? Well, you see, Texas's grid operator claims that widespread shortages of natural gas supplies to power plants and a decline in wind generation helped create the shortfall. Several other plants tripped offline amid the cold for reasons that aren't even yet known. In all, the agency estimated that more than 34 gigawatts of generating capacity was completely wiped out. That's as much as 40% of the capacity that the region was expected to have online by summer of 2020, yesteryear. Wholesale electricity prices in Texas skyrocketed to 9,000 United States dollars a megawatt hour, the maximum allowed in the market. If they hadn't put a ceiling on it, it would have gone beyond that. This is the government, quote unquote, distorting the market. You're goddamn lucky the government did, or people wouldn't be able to afford to live. So what put the lights out? Texas's grid operator and the Southwest Power Pool have both implemented rolling electricity outages. These are controlled blackouts designed to last anywhere from 15 minutes to a full hour, but in reality proving much longer, of course, that force electricity demand offline to protect the grids from total collapse. In the past 30 years, Texas has only resorted to such a drastic measure 4 times. The grid operator is expecting the state's outages to extend into, well, they were really supposed to end yesterday, as the temperatures remained low. The United States Energy Department issued an order that allows power plants to keep running despite possibly violating certain environmental limits. And so President Joseph Biden approved Texas's emergency declaration, making more resources available. Now, this is where the motherfuckers come in who try to shift the blame towards renewable energy. Now, wind turbine blades icing over has become a real problem, but the cold is wreaking havoc on the region's entire energy complex, crippling fossil fuel and renewable resources alike. Half of the wind power capacity on Texas's grid was knocked offline, and wind accounts for nearly a quarter of the state's supplies. But the region's grid operator made clear that power plants across all resources had tripped offline. And in fact, data from the grid operator proves generation from wind farms has actually been exceeding the agency's forecasts in recent days. Some are pointing fingers at more systemic, long-standing issues with how Texas manages its power system. Before I go into how they mismanage their power system, let me put this to rest about the frozen wind turbines being to blame for Texas power outages. With power still out for Texans across the state, many people are placing the blame on renewable energy of all things, and of course, those frozen wind turbines. Now, earlier this week, many turbines had to be shut down as a result of the winter weather. So why were they turned off? Because ice accumulating on a turbine can slow its ability to produce energy. Also, sheets of ice on the turbines can fall to the ground once it starts spinning, and this can be dangerous for crews working nearby. But the vast majority of energy the state of Texas generates is through natural gas. In October of yesteryear, the United States Energy Information Administration reported that renewables generated 22% of Texas's state energy, whereas gas generated over 100%, 51.8% to be exact. In ERCOT, or ERCOT, the energy monopoly of Texas, their cartel, as a matter of fact, in terms of the acronym itself, let me look that up just to make certain that we get an image of what exactly we're dealing with. The Electric Reliability Council of Texas. That, by the way, is what manages the flow of electric power on the Texas interconnection that supplies power to more than 25 million Texas customers, and it represents 90% of the state's electric load. Basically, as Daniel Orola would say, it operates the electric grid, and it manages the deregulated market for 75% of the fucking state. Basically, the Texas grid got crushed because its operators didn't see the need to prepare. And before I get too emotional about this, thinking about what Crystal's going through, let's try and look at this the way they did. Basically, in ERCOT's plan for this winter, it expected that thermal and hydro resources, it has gas, coal, and water, would need to generate 67,000 megawatts per hour during a high-demand event to support the state. This did not take into account a historic snowstorm where demand would increase and supply would be threatened. So on Monday opening this work week, frozen instruments and a limited gas supply forced 30,000 megawatts or 30,000 megawatt hours of power offline. And this was half of what ERCOT believed they would need. According to the agency itself, wind turbines account for less than 13% of the total generation that was lost, the majority of which was coal and gas. So yes, there are some issues with renewable energies during extreme weather events, but those issues are only a sliver of a much larger problem that has left hundreds of thousands in the dark. So what is different about the Texas system? You see, the Lone Star State doesn't run so-called capacity markets like all other parts of the country. These markets act like insurance policies whereby the electricity generators are paid to guarantee that their supplies will be available when consumers need them on the most extreme hot and cold days. If they don't show up, they face stiff penalties. The grid spanning much of the eastern United States runs a market just like this, for example. So Texas is also home to the most competitive electricity market in the country. All that libertarian bullshit that they've been indoctrinated in about independence, where people switch power providers like credit cards. It's a cutthroat business, and as a result, power providers offer incredibly low rates and incentives to new customers. This can set them up for failure during extreme events like this if they aren't properly hedged for a surge in wholesale energy prices. So, we have to ask, how might this crisis change the energy landscape itself? The crisis reinforces the need for policymakers and regulators to think carefully about what a world wholly dependent on electricity for lighting, cooling, heating, cooking, and transportation would look like under extreme circumstances. The same risks were on full display last year when my own Golden, California, the largest electric car market in America, and one of the biggest in the fucking world, went through rolling blackouts of our own caused by intense heat waves and wildfires. And the proposed solutions include large-scale batteries that back up power plants, along with broader, more regionalized power grids. Now, some policymakers in Washington have argued that this dependency means it's critical to preserve coal and nuclear power plants as so-called baseload resources that are available to run around the clock. The issue is gaining urgency as climate change only stands to bring about more extreme weather. That doesn't just mean extreme heat, but extreme cold as well, quite obviously. The Texans are in peril at home and on the road amid these cold temperatures. It's so cold on the plains that calves' ears are falling off. These are the young cows. Their ears are literally freezing to the point where they're falling off. That would happen to human people as well in extreme enough circumstances without protection. A form of frostbite. And frozen Texans are relying on their wits and, of course, their dogs to find warmth and water. Consider this. It took but one single Texas storm to expose an energy grid unprepared for climate change. Now, electric grid regulators said the United States will have to develop vast supplies of power storage, such as gigantic batteries that rely on emerging technologies. You've got this devastating winter storm that has plunged Texas into an electricity crisis that's offering warning signs for every state in the union, as the Biden administration seeks to prepare for a future in which extreme weather is a greater risk and America is almost entirely powered by renewable energy. Generating energy is one challenge, but an equally daunting task centers on storing power from renewable energy for extreme events like the one hammering Texas now. In Texas, the center of a wave of these outages across the southern and central parts of the United States, the primary electric grid suffered a 1-2 punch wrought by the deep freeze. Off-the-charts demand for power as Texans tried to heat their homes and power plants that simply failed to produce power when people needed it the most. Wind and solar, still fairly small slices of Texas's energy mix, played only a minimal role in the sudden power shortage, as utility officials have since confirmed, contrary to a wave of conservative-personated reactionary science denial and anti-climate critics who tried to falsely pin blame for the situation on renewable energy. Still, the Texas crisis is a wake-up call that exposes how the entire United States electric infrastructure may not be prepared to absorb steep climate-related spikes in demand for power. This challenge is likely to grow deeper as America relies more on wind and solar power, known as intermittent sources because they are subject to the whims of the weather and do not produce electricity 24 hours a day. Electric grid regulators said the United States will have to develop vast supplies of power storage, such as gigantic batteries that rely on emerging technologies that have only recently started becoming economical and even feasible on a large scale. Jim Robb, the CEO of the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, which is a regulatory body, he was interviewed, and he said that for batteries to play the ultimate backup system, we're so far away from that it's not funny. To really make the vision that we like to get to, a highly decarbonized electric system, you're going to have batteries deployed in many orders of magnitude beyond what we have now. The North American Electric Reliability Corporation and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission announced yesterday that they were launching a joint inquiry into what went wrong to trigger such widespread outages across the South and the Midwest. As of late yesterday, more than 3.5 million customers were without power, the vast majority in Texas, and this is according to the tracking site poweroutage.us, which I recommend to everyone when you have the power to scan the website. Poweroutage.us. Believe me, maybe that'll be the difference between life and death for you someday. The picture of what went wrong in Texas is still incomplete. But while some wind generators did go offline as turbines iced over, the state's largest grid, the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, said the shortage was driven by a failure not of renewable resources at all, but of all the traditional thermal sources. It is coal, nuclear, and especially natural gas. Energy experts said that gas lines supplying gas-fired plants may have frozen or that supplies to the plants may have been limited as gas was prioritized for homes that rely on gas for their heat. Utility officials in Texas had planned for what they expected they might need in the case of winter peaks, as I had said, factoring in the possibility of outages and lower wind input. The surge in demand during the storm outpaced the grid operators' highest estimates of just over 67,000 megawatts needed for an extreme peak load. And around 34,000 megawatts were kicked offline, diminishing supply thereby. And that, of course, was what I was able to confirm with the Electric Reliability Council of Texas. Texas, by the way, produces more electricity than any other fucking state in the union. But only about 1/4 of it comes from wind and solar. And that's the data I sourced from the United States Energy Information Administration. President Joseph Biden, in an executive order signed in his second week in office, set a goal to zero out carbon dioxide emissions from American power generation by 2035, a target that would require a rapid American shift toward renewable energy sources and away from even the cleaner fossil fuels, such as natural gas. Yet those fossil fuels also tend to be the go-to sources for surplus and backup generation, in part because they can be ramped up fairly quickly. That includes spinning reserve capacity, in which power plants are already online and can add power to the grid like a faucet almost instantaneously as demand ebbs and flows. Proponents of preserving fossil fuel have seized on that flexibility to make a reliability argument, with a Wall Street Journal opinion editorial, an op-ed that I saw on Monday opening this work week on the Texas situation declaring, "Herein is the paradox of the left's climate agenda. The less we use fossil fuels, the more we need them. But another emerging option could ensure reliability without forcing these United States to revert to coal, gas, and other carbon-intensive energy sources that contribute to climate change. Energy storage, in which electricity from renewable sources can be stockpiled and then released onto the grid when it is needed. For years, excess electricity from power generation has been used to pump water behind dams, where it can be released and churned into hydropower at short notice, in effect turning the system into a massive battery. More recently, the technology to build actual batteries that can store power on the magnitude needed to help power a major grid has rapidly advanced both in capacity and in affordability, with major projects rolling out in California and an ambitious plan in Saudi Arabia to power an entire resort with what has been billed as the world's largest battery storage facility. But those solutions are still able to supply only a tiny fraction of power consumption, and almost all of the supply chain for making those storage units is overseas. What's more, traditional lithium-ion batteries, also used in electric vehicles, can pump out electricity at their maximum output for only several hours at a time, far less than the long stretches or even days that might be needed to compensate for weather-related spikes in demand. But developing technologies, including hydrogen units and flow batteries, could begin to address some of the shortcomings as the United States approaches 2035, the year the Biden administration says carbon emissions should be eliminated from the power supply completely, or we risk the survival of the human species itself. Now, Omar Al-Jubeiri, a partner at Ernst & Young, who consults on energy markets and grid technology, likened the fast development of large-scale battery storage to that of solar panels, which for years were exorbitantly expensive before costs came down dramatically. From 2015 to 2018, the cost of utility-scale battery storage dropped by almost 70%. And the Al-Jubeiri, who himself was cross-referencing or referencing the Energy Information Administration data, went on record to say, every indication is that it will continue to increase in capacity, decrease in cost, become more commercially available. Storage won't solve all your problems by 2035 or any date, but it will be a major player. Now, Biden, as a candidate, included battery storage investments as an element of his proposal to spend $2 trillion United States dollars building a more modern and cleaner American infrastructure. The Biden administration is expected to turn to his ambitious agenda this year, as soon as his first spending priority, a COVID-19 relief package, is complete. As a matter of fact, White House spokesman Vedant Patel, an Asian Indian American obviously, has said, building resilient and sustainable infrastructure that can withstand extreme weather and a changing climate will be playing an integral role in creating millions of good-paying union jobs, creating a clean energy economy, and meeting the president's goal of reaching a net zero emissions future by 2050. Which will be, of course, mid-century. Although no single weather event can be attributed solely to climate change, the deadly cold that slammed Texas was the latest reminder of how weather extremes can push the delicate web of power generators and transmission lines that make up our electric grid past its breaking point. In my own Golden, California, extreme summer heat waves have buckled the system from the other end, forcing blackouts when record demand for air conditioning overtaxes the system, or fear of sparking wildfires and high winds leads utilities to shut the lines down. although it is extreme winter, not warmer temperatures, that is affecting Texas. Some climate analysts believe that climate change may be playing a role as well in the intense cold and storms ripping through the southern United States, a phenomenon that could continue or worsen. Rising temperatures in the Arctic may be diminishing the jet stream of air that serves as a sort of buffer for the polar vortex, keeping the frigid air from plunging south. But grid operators can plan only for peaks and surges that they see coming, a task of analyzing past trends and extrapolating predictions that is only growing more difficult. Now, Michael Craig, who teaches energy systems at the University of Michigan's School for Environment and Sustainability, who I grew acquainted with when I was looking up that Korean exchange student who was shooting people up at Michigan Polytech. He says, "We are now in a non-stationary world. Climate change means that it is not stationary. The last 40 years might not be reflective of what's coming down the pike the next 40 years anymore." This is what brings us to the power grid problem. Power blackouts amid a cold winter storm in Texas, they prove how vulnerable the power grid is to extreme weather. Now, as I said, we've got this literally deadly storm that's gripped much of North America. It's left millions without power in record-breaking cold weather. And Texas, in particular, has been hard hit. More than 4 million homes and businesses in the Lone Star State saw their electricity shut off as temperatures dropped into the single digits, driving up demand for heating while simultaneously freezing much of the energy infrastructure that would normally keep people warm. Rolling blackouts began Monday to open the work week during the morning hours and continued into yesterday evening. At least 20 people were reported dead in storm-related incidents in the eastern half of these United States, including several in Texas itself, and experts said it was all but certain that the death toll will continue to rise. Harris County, home to Houston, reported hundreds of cases of carbon monoxide poisoning, as I've emphasized earlier, just finding out about this tonight when I was thinking about Crystal River trying to warm herself in her car, or the car of the family helping her. And when you get hundreds of cases of carbon monoxide poisoning, as that one judge said, a disaster within a disaster as people tried to stay warm by using portable generators or running their cars indoors. The crisis is yet another example of how extreme weather events are becoming more frequent and more severe as the climate crisis worsens, and how the American power grid is not prepared for any of it. Experts agree that efforts to harden existing infrastructure against extreme cold, or in the case of mine own California yesteryear, extreme heat, simply won't be enough. Yet California and Texas offer a preview of the risks and potential solutions in creating a power grid for the future. Texas blackouts show the power grid isn't ready for climate change. When a few 100,000 California homes and businesses lost power for several hours last summer, Texas Senator Ted Cruz wrote that my Golden State is now unable to perform even basic functions of civilization, like having reliable electricity. What Texans have experienced over the last few days was far worse. More than 4 million homes and businesses seeing their electricity shut off as a powerful cold snap sends temperatures into the single digits, driving up demand for heating while simultaneously freezing much of the energy infrastructure that would normally have kept people warm. Rolling blackouts began in the wee hours of Monday morning to start the work week and continued into yesterday evening. At least 20 people were reported dead in storm-related incidents, as I said, throughout the eastern half of the country, including several in Texas, with all the experts agreeing that it's all but certain this death toll is going to rise. So, as I said, Harris County, home to Houston, from which Crystal has acted as our on-site correspondent, is reporting hundreds of cases of carbon monoxide poisoning as people are trying to stay warm by using portable generators or running their cars indoors. But for all the differences between the events in Texas and California's more limited rolling blackouts yesteryear, there be a common lesson. Extreme weather events are becoming more frequent and more severe as the climate catastrophe worsens. And the American power grid is not prepared to handle the hotter heat storms, more frigid cold snaps, and stronger hurricanes of a changing planet. Ed Heaters, an energy economist at the University of Houston, had but 4 words to say. It's gonna be bad. Adding to the challenge, efforts to harden existing infrastructure against extreme weather won't be enough. Most of the country's power comes from coal, oil, and natural gas, the very fuels driving climate change. The grid of the future will need to be powered primarily by zero-carbon electricity sources, such as solar and wind. And rebuilding the grid from top to bottom without further disrupting energy supplies will be a delicate balancing act, to say the least. California and Texas offer the preview of the risks and yet potential solutions. In the Lone Star State, we've got the skeptics of climate change blaming the rolling blackouts on frozen wind turbines, with the Wall Street Journal editorial board exploiting the emergency to argue that our nation's power grid is becoming less reliable due to growing reliance on wind and solar, which can't provide power 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. As I said, but must reiterate, this cannot be overemphasized, because you're going to run into that canard again and again. The Electric Reliability Council of Texas, the ERCOT, ERCOT, which operates the power grid for most of the Lone Star State, has told a completely different story. ERCOT data proves that wind farms generated less electricity overall than the grid operator would have expected during a cold snap, although at times they exceeded all expectations. But the power sources that underperformed on the largest scale were coal and gas plants that had equipment freeze over or couldn't get sufficient fuel on site as drilling operations and pipelines struggled to work properly. At one point, 34 gigawatts of power were offline, more than a third of the Lone Star State's generating capacity. Wholesale electricity prices jumped by more than 10,000% on Monday to open your work week as power supplies grew scarce. And Joshua Rhodes, an energy researcher at the University of Texas at Austin, said, "If we believe climate change is fueling these events, we can't just keep doing more of the same, or we'll be in the same boat in the not-too-distant future. It's a boat Texans who lost power over the past 72 hours have no desire to be in again." In Austin, Leslie Regis, who's a 42-year-old lady, was trapped by the storm in her one-bedroom apartment with her 9-year-old son Theo and their 3 cats, all surrounding roads impassable. She tried to go to work Saturday at the veterinary clinic she manages, but had to turn around. She lost power and hot water at the start of the storm, and most of the contents of her refrigerator spoiled. By yesterday, she was running out of food. And she went on record to say, we might start eating cat food because there's literally nothing else. I mean, personally, I was thinking to myself, well, you got 3 cats. You know, if it worst comes to worst, you could always eat them. I know. Too many cat lovers out there and cat ladies. Can't go there. Texas wasn't the only state to find itself short on power amid the storm, of course. The Southwest Power Pool, which oversees the electric grids across parts of 14 states from Louisiana to Montana, also ordered rotating outages Monday and yesterday. But Texas has suffered the worst blackouts, and residents have vented their frustration on social media, with many pleading for help from ERCOT, Governor Greg Abbott, and Senators Cruz and John Cornyn. Some Texans wrote that they were struggling to care for newborns and infants without power or heat. Others worried about nursing homes that had been without power overnight. Vanessa Daniel, a U.S. Army veteran, was sheltering with her 11-year-old son at their home in Killeen, where they lost power and a refrigerator full of food due to the storm. And the 32-year-old Vanessa Daniel said that she was worried about elderly neighbors and those with babies, and about a nearby warming center where the coronavirus might spread. So she was quoted as saying, "This is incredibly careless on the part of our leaders to leave people without power for days at a time." Well, no shit, honey. Get rid of the red Republicans and go blue, and your state might yet have hope for the fucking future. Because while rising global temperatures are the best known consequence of burning fossil fuels, there's also a growing body of scientific evidence linking this kind of cold spell across the middle of the country to rapidly warming conditions in the Arctic. While the exact mechanisms underlying those links aren't clear yet, the simple reality is that heat, cold, and hurricanes are, as Jennifer Francis, a senior scientist at Woodwell Climate Research Center in Massachusetts, said, all in the same bucket. At length, she's quoted as saying, "As we continue to basically dump our waste products from fossil fuel burning into the atmosphere and increase the thickness of the greenhouse blanket around the Earth, we're changing the climate system in many ways. Extreme events of many sorts are going to become more frequent, more intense, and longer lasting." Now, the non-profit research group Climate Central analyzed federal data yesteryear and found that hurricanes, wildfires, heat storms, and other extreme weather events caused 67% more power outages in these United States during the decade ending in 2019 than they did during the previous decade. Climate change was undeniably a factor in mine own California's blackouts last August. And officials have said my state experienced 4 of its 5 hottest August days in the last 35 years. Temperature records were shattered all across the West, limiting California's ability to make up for its energy deficit by importing electrons from other states. The power was simply needed elsewhere. At the same time, global warming alone didn't force our lights to go out. State officials have laid some of the blame on their own poor planning, including a failure to compel utilities to build enough clean energy infrastructure that can power the grid when solar panels stop generating each evening, such as lithium-ion batteries or geothermal power plants. Unlike California, which is targeting 100% climate-friendly electricity by 2045, Texas has no requirements whatsoever to phase out fossil fuels. But for all the political and economic power that oil and gas companies still wield in Texas, and for all the time Cruz and some other conservative personated reactionary cultists spend decrying renewable energy, Texas got 23%, almost 1/4% of 100% of its electricity from wind turbines But yesteryear, nearly 2/3 of Texas's power comes from fossil fuels, compared with just 1/3 in Golden, California. But there's still plenty of room for Texas to grow its wind and solar industries, and experts agree it can do so while better preparing for extreme weather. For one thing, the Lone Star State operates most of its power grid as an island separate from the rest of the fucking country, with few connections to the two major electric systems that tie together most of the lower 48 states. Originally devised as a means of avoiding federal regulation of Texas energy markets, the isolation today means ERCOT is relatively limited in its ability to import supply from other states. There could be climate benefits, too, from building more power lines to connect Texas with other parts of the country, mainly from making it easier to access far-flung solar and wind energy. Now, researchers say it's easier and cheaper to reduce planet-warming emissions on larger power grids because even if it's cloudy and still in some places, it's usually sunny and windy elsewhere. Building better insulated homes could be another important change. In the Northeast and Great Lakes regions, homes are typically built to retain heat during near-zero temperatures. Not so in Texas, where hot spells rather than cold snaps are typically the greatest worry. Upgrading buildings with thicker walls, strategically placed windows, and other energy efficiency measures will save lives, protect people who can't afford higher power bills, and reduce the need to spend large sums of money expanding the power grid. Now, Emily Grubert, a social scientist and engineer at Georgia Tech, does counter that weatherization programs that help people with the upfront costs of those fixes must be improved because they often exclude the people who need them most. Well, to quote her precisely, without paraphrasing, she says, maybe the building is condemned, or there are holes in the roof or the walls that end up making these buildings ineligible for the support programs because the building is considered to be in such bad shape that it isn't worth investing in. The programs don't allow you to spend money on repairs, just upgrades. Now, rooftop solar power paired with batteries is another possible answer for Texans and Californians looking to keep the lights on. In the Houston suburb of Sugar Land on Tuesday, Mark Leclerc, who's about 43 years of age, was trying to stem storm damage to his kitchen, where a pipe burst even after he wrapped it in insulation. He works remotely for a California-based construction company, which is how I learned about his case, managing software, and recalls having to work through the Golden State's brownouts in August. Now, a native Texan, and a lifelong Republican, mind ye, he credits oil and gas with fueling the state's economy. But he confessed this week's outages have him planning to install solar panels at his house. So, he has gone online to say, we need to move towards sustainable energy. I don't think I got that cowboy accent right, but I conveyed his sentiment, and I quoted him precisely. Of course, Ted Cruz disagrees. During California's grid emergency last summer, he wrote that Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and U.S. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the Democrat from New York, a leading supporter of the Green New Deal, want to make California's failed energy policy the standard nationwide. With President Biden pledging to achieve 100% clean energy by 2035, and solar and wind now the cheapest sources of electricity in most of the fucking world, that's the way the country is going. The key question is whether fossil policymakers like Cruz are willing to get creative to make it work, or whether they'll just double down on a power grid that's already beginning to fail. Now, let me take a breather here and see how much time we've got left on the live stream. We've gone 9 hours. We got 3 hours left. I got 2 hours in which to cover a number of issues. And want to thank everyone who's with us. I notice that whenever I go into monologue, everybody stops in the chat room. And I do encourage people to continue activity in the chat room. And that's always appreciated. I pray that our lady, Crystal River, has heard some of what I've said, or that she'll have an opportunity to hear it in the near future. When she presses replay, hopefully no later than tomorrow, if they have if she has the energy by which to do so. But let me try and get back into work. After all, that's what we're here for. Now, of course, Friday is the day of remembrance. It's a reminder to continue to fight injustice. The Day of Remembrance is a reminder that we can never let down our guard against injustice, even as we move farther from the events of World War II. Now, on the 19th day in February, which will be Friday this year, but back in 1942, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt signed Executive Order 9066, which gave the U.S. military the authority to incarcerate more than 120,000 Japanese Americans during World War II. February 19th is observed today as the Day of Remembrance. In communities across the country, the Day of Remembrance is normally commemorated with events to promote education and understanding about this dark chapter in American history. The legacy of the World War II experience, of course, is personal to survivors, such as the woman who I consulted about this Friday, Karen Korematsu, the founderess and executrix directress of the Fred T. Korematsu Institute. Her experience was personal because her father, Fred T. Korematsu, challenged the incarceration in a case that went to the U.S. Supreme Court. And he is the namesake of the civil rights organization she leads, which honors his fight for justice for all. Something that America makes claim to, but of course has never lived up to. So I got a thumbs up from our man, Mr. George Knight. Let me ask him. Does that mean ye be available now? So, or what the fuck? Anyhow, I've got some notification that I don't even begin to understand. Or the last hour of the show. The closing hour. Closing hour of transmission. Transmission as before. Okay, let me get that down there. And moving right along right now. In terms of, again, the Day of Remembrance, it's a reminder we can never let our guard down against injustice. As I said, even as we move farther from the events of World War II, we must find purpose in this history, seeking out its lessons and reaching out to educate others across different generations and diverse communities. Today, that purpose is compelling and urgent. Racial tensions are prevalent, and stories of hate crimes, profiling, and discrimination against immigrants and minorities pervade the news. The American Muslim community, in particular, is facing a recent surge in the hostility it has confronted since 9/11, with some public leaders amplifying the unjust hysteria by proposing measures to curtail that community's freedom and civil liberties. The public and political scapegoating, stereotyping, and profiling of American Muslims that is on the rise today most strongly parallels the experience of Japanese Americans during World War II, and this treatment has extended to other communities, including Arab, Middle Eastern, and South Asian Americans. In 1944, the U.S. Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of the Japanese American incarceration in the case of Korematsu versus United States. As I said, Fred T. Korematsu being the father of Karen Korematsu, the founderess and executrix directrix of the Fred T. Korematsu Institute, who I consulted about this coming Friday. And although the decision has been widely condemned in the case of Korematsu versus the United States, including receiving condemnation by current justices of the Supreme Court and the late Justice Scalia, it still has yet to be overturned. So the ruling remains an ominous shadow on Americans' civil liberties in times of crisis, when our Constitution's principles must hold their strongest. Current racial tensions and challenges facing American Muslims, immigrants, and other minority communities across America remind us that we have not overcome our past. On this day, this coming Friday, we are called not only to remember, but also to recommit to our collective responsibility to ensure that the lessons of history prevail over a repeat of history, or repetition thereof. Now, but yesteryear, if you can imagine that, it took to fucking last year, the state of California finally, formally apologized for the World War II internment, or the World War II Japanese internment, with the Day of Remembrance being recognized. The California governor, Gavin Newsom, and the California State Assembly unanimously declared February 19th as the Day of Remembrance for the Japanese American internment during World War II. We're talking nigh 80 fucking years after Franklin Delano Roosevelt signed an executive order to relocate all Japanese Americans to internment camps. California formally apologized for helping with the relocation. California Senator Kamala Harris, at that time but a senatoress, not yet vice presidentress, tweeted, 78 years after fear, hate, and division led to the signing of Executive Order 9066, California will formally apologize for its role in the internment of Japanese Americans. We must never repeat these mistakes. Now, Executive Order 9066 was signed on February 19th of 1942 as a response to the Japanese bombing of Pearl Harbor the previous December. And well over 127,000 Japanese Americans, Nikkei-Amerikajīn, were relocated to internment camps across the West Coast, even including World War I veterans. Any citizen that had 1/16th Japanese ancestry was evacuated. 2/3 of the interns were Nisei, or Japanese Americans born in these United States. And in a press release, Governor Gavin Newsom said, on February 19th, I ask that all Californians join me in solemn remembrance of the issuance of Executive Order 9066 on this day in 1942. Now, that executive order was signed with the intention, the purported intention of preventing espionage, as Japanese Americans were suspected of remaining loyal to their ancestral land and feared as a security risk. and this created a wave of hostility towards Japanese Americans across the states. Some citizens were not even allowed to return to their homes after the internment period was over. Now, he says, is that in a couple hours time? Yes. There we are. And so it would be like, let me take a look at the time in London right now. Okay, time in London. Let's see what he's saying. Time in 9:59 a.m. It's about 10 a.m. in London. So it's about 2 to 4 here. Time we have left on live stream is 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Yeah. So about, let me see from now, a few hours from now. Here we are. I believe anytime, Douglas, really. Do coupled hours time. Okay. Okay. So let me call you now and bring him online. Then he can jump on it anytime. Okay, I will call thyself now, and I might have to have Jameson do this, so we'll figure this out. I will call thyself now. So to explain. There we are. Okay, let's see what we can do here. G+. Let's see if we can get our man George Knight. George Knight, and then press add. That's funny, I can do him, but I can't do that to so many other people. Oh my god. It's disgusting. Sorry about that. Let's see if he's able to come on for a few minutes. There, do a couple hours time. Let's see if he comes on. That's interesting. Now that I'm calling, he's not picking up. It'll all work out, of course. He probably doesn't even have Skype on. But there we have all that. Hopefully I've put what's going on with the weather in context for people and what's going on with our energy grid. Yeah, well, there we are. He's registered as unavailable. I will let him know. Skype. Okay, indicates thyself. That's the word for it. Indicates thyself as unavailable. Okay, there we go. So, in terms of where I was at the time in World War II, evacuation orders were posted throughout neighborhoods primarily populated by Nikkei-Amerikajīn, or Japanese Americans, causing many families to sell their houses, stores, all of their assets. And military zones were created in California, Washington, and Oregon to set up internment camps. California had 2 internment camps in Manzanar and Chua Lake, the latter being the largest of all the camps in the United States. Each relocation center was set up as a small town. They included schools, post offices, work facilities, and had farmland for growing food and keeping livestock. And despite this, those who were interned were often forced to sleep in places not meant for housing, such as horse stalls or cow sheds, and they had to struggle through food shortages and substandard sanitation facilities. Some Japanese Americans protested the internment and saw it as unconstitutional, as it was. And when Fred Korematsu was arrested in 1942 for refusing to relocate, he argued his case in the Supreme Court. And Korematsu declared the executive order as a violation of his Fifth Amendment rights. The Supreme Court struck down his argument and sided with the government, justifying that the executive order was a wartime necessity. Now, Korematsu, I'm happy to say, went on to receive the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 1998. That was awarded to him by, if I remember correctly, Barack Obama. I think it took till that time. Or was it William Jefferson Clinton at that time? Let me see if I can actually look that up and try and remember which president was there at the time. Perhaps if Jameson Reese is awake, he can tell me, see if his mind remembers that. Let me look up images and see if it was Clinton. Yes, it was William Jefferson Clinton which provided him that honor. To think that that medal has since been tainted by Donald Trump awarding it to people like Rush Limbaugh, and you realize how meaningless these tchotchkes can become under misadministration. Now, the internment camps functioned until 1945, when Mitsuye Endo argued her case in Endo versus the United States, and Endo was the daughter of Japanese immigrants living in Sacramento, and filed a habeas corpus with the court to report unlawful detention. And while the court offered to free herself, she decided to wait because she wanted the issue to address the entirety of Japanese internment. The Supreme Court unanimously ruled that the U.S. government could not continue to detain citizens that have conceded loyalty to the United States. And although the case did not touch on the unconstitutionality of excluding people of Japanese descent from the West Coast, it did ultimately lead to the closing of the internment camps as purported by the American government, with, of course, Japanese demands being pretty much put into the background of why the government would even do this. Certainly, it wasn't law that was involved. It was military force and the projection of threat on part of the Japanese Empire, which ultimately led to the freedom of Japanese Americans. Some California politicians are drawing parallels to Japanese American internment and some of America's policies under the Trump administration. Representative Barbara Lee has tweeted that on this day in 1942, she tweeted this back yesteryear, on this coming date of February 19th. But yesteryear, she tweeted, "The U.S. government authorized the internment of over 120,000 Japanese Americans. Today, Trump is banning people from entering the U.S. from Muslim countries. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it." Now, the last camp was closed in 1946 during the talk-down procedures with the Japanese Empire. But it was not until 1976 that President Gerald Ford officially repealed the executive order. In 1988, Congress attempted to apologize for the evacuations by passing the Civil Liberties Act that offered reparations of $20,000, absolutely fucking meaningless, to each surviving victim of internment. Over 80,000 Japanese Americans received the payment. It was absolutely nothing compared to what was stolen from them, which was worth at least $20 million per each Japanese American because of the value of the real estate Japanese had owned throughout the Valley of California, San Joaquin, that was then known as Jap Valley and is capable of producing the majority of food in the world. Much of the food in the world sources from San Joaquin Valley in California. Now, other states, of course, are acknowledging the atrocity by declaring February 19th as a day of remembrance as well. Idaho and Arkansas recently announced that day as a day of remembrance. Washington State held the first day of remembrance event in 1978, and Oregon held events beginning in 1979. Now, before she totally disintegrated into dementia, yesteryear, Senator Dianne Feinstein tweeted again in the week of February 19th, yesteryear. She tweeted, "Today we remember the internment of nearly 12,000 Japanese Americans during World War II," referencing California alone. Unless, of course, she intended to say 120,000 and simply forgot the extra zero. She said, "Let's vow to never return to a time of such hatred and bigotry of our fellow Americans and strive to reject xenophobia wherever it appears." That's probably the last coherent thing she ever fucking said. But, that brings us to what we're dealing with now. And George Knight completely disappeared offline after he stopped in to check in, so to speak. Let me check the live stream and see if he said anything there. Oh, my God. Veronica Barrera has joined us. Hey, buenos noches a todos, señora. So she says, "Hi, Dee." Yes. Hi, Veronica Barrera. Have to have her guest with us one of these days whenever she wishes. Of course, she just needs to let me know ahead of time, and then I'll try and schedule her for that night, depending on what exactly we're addressing in terms of issues. This was one of those days today, of course. I wasn't in the mood to address much of anything. So anyhow, so good to see you, Veronica, Senora Barrera. Let's talk a little bit about Lunar New Year and the new state of Sino-American relations. As I said to Peter Moon earlier tonight, basically the majority of what we can ascertain goes back to the 2-hour phone call that happened opening Asian Lunar New Year. I'm so glad that Peter Moon checked in with his friend who retracted the bullshit that had been spreading over the internet. As Peter Moon said, a lot of conflicting sources out there. And you might notice Peter Moon was even asking about the wind turbines and the windmills freezing up, pushed by all these conservative reactionaries as being the reason for Texas losing power. So many issues in this 2-hour Biden-Xi phone talk that I alluded to the other day without bringing up the details on because I really didn't have them at the time. All of them, that is. I've been able to cross-reference both the Chinese and the American transcripts since, or rather the Putonghua, or Chinese national language, and American English transcripts. Now, Biden, in his call with Xi Jinping, spracketh on unfair economic practices above all. You see, the United States seeks a broad alliance to restrict high technologies exports. And tariffs are, well, they're going to remain in place as the United States develops a broader strategy. And so, Joe Biden, in his first conversation as president with the Chinese communist dictator Xi Jinping, spracketh of his concern about China's coercive and unfair economic practices, as well as human rights abuses in Xinjiang region. And this is, of course, what you will find from the White House account of the telephone call, if you look it up. Oh, here we are. Available now. Sarah's popping out soon. Then I will be available to talk properly. Oh, I was just checking in with you to explain what the situation is so that we can get you on at a more comfortable time. I'm still covering some monologue. So what we can do is I just was going to let you know that we were going to try and compare time so that we just get ourselves synchronized. We've been on for about 9.5 hours. So we've got about, about 2.5 hours left. So that gives us some time where I can finish up my monologue and then indicate to you that I'm ready to bring you on. Does that make sense? George, you're with us, right? Let's see. I could have sworn I heard some noise in the background there. So I thought he was on with us. 9.5 plus 2.5 equals, 12. Yeah, there we are. So let me take a look at what he's saying. Oh, just joined, Douglas. Beg your pardon. Didn't realize. Stop popping up. So let me see. You can jump on. You can jump on call now. You can jump on call. Jump on call. On call now. Let's see if he jumps on. Of course, that must be maddening to hear me silent for a few minutes. So, see how this works out. Shut this down here. And says, then we'll check on the time in London. 10:14 a.m. in the morning. Where they're at. Shut down this ERCOT thing here. And see if he jumps on. He probably is unfamiliar with this. Okay, so we get... Oh, I see, Douglas. Beg your pardon. So, okay. Are you on... let me see. Is your Skype on? Is your Skype... Anyhow, if he doesn't join us, that's fine. We'll work this out as it goes along. No point in over-dwelling on it. And, all right. So, Biden also expressed misgivings about the Communist Chinese Empire's growing restrictions on political freedoms in Hong Kong and what he called increasingly assertive actions in the region, including toward Taiwan. Now this call took place Thursday morning of Yester Septimania last week, Beijing time. And Biden called to wish the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping a happy Asian Lunar New Year. And to state that he was committed to pursuing practical, results-oriented engagements when it advances the interests of the American people and those of our allies. So he certainly laid America's interests out as being paramount, that he was going to represent America and not Communist China, as so many preceding presidents have, including Donald Trump when it suited him. He was, after all, the man who said he loved Xi Jinping when he entered office, you might remember. Anyhow, our president of this administration and the Communist Chinese dictator whom he was online with, according to the readout of the call, exchanged views on countering the COVID-19 pandemic and the shared challenges of global health security, climate change, and preventing weapons proliferation. Now, Natasha Kassam, a former Australian diplomat, who is now a research fellow at Australia's Lowy Institute Research Group, conducted her own analysis of the telephone call and observed that it is notable that Taiwan was specifically mentioned as one of President Biden's top 3 concerns in the phone call. It signals more continuity than divergence from the approach that was taken under the Trump administration, where high-level visits to Taiwan were normalized. It also suggests that Beijing's recent uptick in aggression in the Taiwan Strait has not gone unnoticed by the new U.S. administration. Now, China's official state news agency, Xinhua, meanwhile, cited dictator Xi as saying China and the United States should reestablish mechanisms for dialogue so that there would be an accurate understanding of each other's policy intentions and to avoid misunderstanding and miscalculation. The Xinhua report said foreign affairs officials from both sides may deepen communication on bilateral relations and major international and regional matters. Now, more contact may be carried out among economic, financial, law enforcement, and military bodies, or so Xinhua said. I'm reading from the Chinese here. But it also repeated that Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Xinjiang issues were China's domestic affairs. And it said that the United States should respect China's core interests and act with caution. And that's what brings us, of course, to the Taiwan tensions again. Now, the call came as the United States and Taiwan acknowledged their first official meeting in Washington under Biden, as Taiwan's representative and de facto ambassador to the United States, B. Kim Xiao, met with a senior State Department official. And when I took a look at the EAP Bureau at US Asia Pacific, there was a tweet from about a week ago on February 10th of this year where, well, if I take a look at the Taiwanese side of it, which I was prone to look at first anyway, after the meeting with Sung Kim, the acting assistant secretary in the Bureau of East Asian and Pacific Affairs, Xiao tweeted, now Xiao being the Taiwanese party, he tweeted, "We covered many issues of mutual interest, reflecting our strong and broad partnership." The United States tweeted that it was deepening ties with my homeland of Taiwan, calling it an important partner. And that's when I saw the EAP Bureau, which is the East Asian and Pacific Affairs Bureau, issued the tweet, "Great to see at TechRo_USA Rep B. Kim Xiao today. The U.S. is deepening ties with Taiwan, a leading democracy and important economic and security partner." Now, the status of the democratically run island of Taiwan, which Beijing considers a part of its territory, has reemerged. Well, it's reemerged as one of the biggest flashpoints between the two superpowers. Trump oversaw a dramatic expansion of ties with Taipei, including a visit by then Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar last August. Chinese leaders usually seek to get their American counterparts to reaffirm the country's commitment to the One China policy. Trump recommitted to upholding the policy, which recognizes the People's Republic as the sole legal government of China, during his first call with the dictator Xi in 2017, and State Department spokesman Ned Price said at another briefing that the Biden administration will not change that position. In a tweet that was tweeted by Biden himself, he said he told Xi, "I will work with China when it benefits the American people." In fact, President Biden at POTUS, or the President of the United States, on February 11th, before even we went into the Valentine's Day, President's Day weekend, amid the Asian Lunar New Year, he tweeted specifically, "I spoke today with President Xi to offer good wishes to the Chinese people for Lunar New Year. I also shared concerns about Beijing's economic practices, human rights abuses, and coercion of Taiwan. I told him I will work with China when it benefits the American people." By the way, that's, as far as the Chinese are concerned, that's an incredible threat, really. What he's saying is he's working in American interests, which is something no president has really dared to tell Communist China until Trump started his blustering. By the way, our man George Knight he says, "Oh, I see, Douglas. Beg your pardon. I don't think he understands this at all." He says, "Just joined, Douglas. Beg your pardon. Didn't realize." What the hell is he saying? If he's really on with us, he can speak at any time. I don't think he's on with us. I don't see him as being on the call. Do you, Jameson? In fact, I don't even know if Jameson's on the call anymore, to tell you the truth. Either way, it all works out. So, back to what I was saying about the joint strategy here. The Biden administration will engage with partners in Asia and Europe, though not out of nostalgia, as one administration official insisted before the Biden-Xi call, but to develop a joint strategy on restricting sensitive high technologies exports and communist Chinese investment in critical industries. A very Trump-like approach to the other side of the Pacific. A crucial part of the Biden-China strategy will involve public investments in American enterprise and innovation to foster American competitiveness. Announcements on those commitments are expected in the coming weeks and months. Biden has criticized former President Donald Trump for failing to strengthen American economic muscle and making China policy on the fly. The official that I'm sourcing acknowledged that it would be likely to take years for the Biden strategy to play out. So the focus is on making it sustainable. The Biden team is reviewing actions put in place by the Trump administration, including its imposition of tariffs on more than $350 billion United States dollars in Chinese goods. While that review continues, the existing tariffs remain in place until decisions have been made on what adjustments to make. The new administration plans to be very careful in its initial interactions with the Chinese, the Communist Chinese, that is, but has made its priorities clear through multiple avenues, including a meeting between the Communist Chinese Ambassador Cui Tiankai and Kurt Campbell, the Indo-Pacific coordinator at the National Security Council. Campbell has also engaged with all allies in the region, most of whom share the American empire's concerns on Communist China's economic and military practices. The White House is planning to consult with Congress and allies to work through sources of leverage as it's crafting a sharper, more effective trade strategy. Key cabinet members involved in the review, including the United States Trade Representative and Commerce Secretary, have yet to be even confirmed. While the American president entered the conversation with no illusions, he also wants to ensure an open line of communication with the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping and his government. That applies to the entirety of the American government in order to resolve issues on various levels. Xi Jinping and Joe Biden have pledged to find common ground where they can, including on topics such as climate change. Yet Biden and his team have been clear that they intend to maintain the Trump administration's more adversarial approach to Communist China, with Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying in his confirmation hearing that Red China poses the most significant challenge of any nation state to the United States. And in a visit to the Pentagon on Wednesday, Biden said he directed Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin to establish a task force to review national security policy with respect to the Communist Chinese Empire. Now, Sino-American tensions were not eased during this recent call between Blinken and the top Chinese diplomat Yang Jiechi, according to those familiar with the matter. The Chinese officials, Chinese communist officials, I must qualify, objected to what they said was an overly negative tone to the American summary of the call, While Blinken's team felt China's readout, read China's readout, put words in the Secretary of State's mouth over the One China policy regarding Taiwan. Now, Red China has generally approached the American empire cautiously since Biden's election and Trump's unprecedented campaign to challenge the result. While Xi Jinping sent Biden a congratulatory message in late November, he hasn't spoken with a sitting U.S. president since last March. And soon after that last call, Washington and Beijing launched into a series of disputes that saw their relationship sink to its lowest point since the height of the Cold War. In recent months, the two nations have traded sanctions, expelled journalists, closed each other's consulates, and clashed over everything from Taiwan to the origins of the coronavirus. Now, Biden himself has personally met Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping repeatedly over the years, including as vice president, and until recently touted what he said was his friendship with the Communist Chinese dictator. He gave a harsher assessment on the campaign trail last year, calling Xi Jinping out as a thug who doesn't have a democratic with a small d bone in his body. China failed to meet its 2020 trade targets under the Trump administration's Phase 1 agreement, buying just under 60% of the $172 billion United States dollars worth of goods it said it would purchase. The two superpower empires have also clashed over technology, in particular, with the United States seeking to curb the growth of Chinese technologies champions. The Trump administration used export controls, entity lists, and executive orders to block companies including Huawei Technologies Company, chipmaker Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corporation, ByteDance Limited, and Tencent Holdings Limited from American Goods and Consumers. But history tells us what will happen to Trumpism. Donald Trump's anti-democratic campaign to overturn the 2020 electoral results earned the former president barely an institutional wrist slap. But it was enough. It won't be easy to make the next Trumpist a one-term president. Still, this was no triumph for Donald Trump. There was never a doubt that former President Donald Trump would escape conviction in his latest impeachment trial. The jurors were, after all, politicians. And in a 50-50 Senate, the constitutional bar of 67 votes, well, the votes were never attainable. Not in these bitterly polarized times. But even as the final chapter was known from the start, it was essential that the story of Trump's brazen acts be told. It was the story of the months, not just the moment, of calculated incitement, of Trump's cold-blooded indifference to the lives he put in jeopardy as the United States Capitol teetered on January 6th, including, most shockingly, that of his faithful Vice President Mike Pence. It was the story of a president desperately trying to cling to power, weaponizing those he had radicalized to believe the election was being stolen from them and that it was their patriotic duty to prevent this. He summoned them to Washington, D.C. that day as Congress convened to make his defeat official. He revved them up with talk of losing their country. He filled them with martial rhetoric and sent them down Pennsylvania Avenue to stop the steal. And he watched the horror he unleashed unfold on television, spurning all pleas to call off the mob and send in reinforcements to buttress the badly outmanned Capitol Police. 7 people would ultimately die, including 3 police officers and one of Trump's followers. It was, in short, the story of a commander-in-chief who flouted his oath and plotted to undermine the most basic of democratic institutions, free and fair elections. As in the House, a handful of Republican senators had the courage to place country over tribe and vote to hold the former president accountable. They did so with eyes wide open. They had seen what happened to Wyoming Representative Liz Cheney and 9 other Republicans in the House who voted for impeachment. They put themselves at similar risk of primary challenges and, at a minimum, a lot of grief. The rest of the Republicans fell in line as expected. They knew that the brooding, defeated president was watching and taking names, just as he was on January 6th, ready to unleash the fury of his still loyal cult on anyone who dared to step out of line. His lawyers, who fumbled their way through the early part of the trial, concluded their arguments by channeling Trump himself with blatant lies, partisan attacks, and pretensions that his actions were totally appropriate. It was a crazy stew of red meat for the base and red herrings about rules and procedures. They questioned the constitutionality of impeaching a former president. They argued his First Amendment right to inflame the crowd. They did everything but defend his actions. And it was more than enough for a majority of Republican senators, some of whom declared their position long before the opening gavel even fell. But this was still far from any triumph for Donald Trump. Though he avoided sanction, the trial imposed a more enduring penalty upon him by laying bare for the world and history his craven role in orchestrating the seditious mayhem at the Capitol. In a few riveting days, the House managers shined a light on Trump's central role in the tragic events of January 6th, relying heavily on his own incendiary words over months, not just on that day. Ironically, Trump was betrayed by his favorite tools, Twitter and video. And so Trump goes down in history as the only president to have been impeached twice, with both cases involving nefarious schemes. The first was his attempt in 2019 to enlist the president of Ukraine to open an investigation to smear Joe Biden, the Democratic opponent Trump so rightly feared. The second was his months-long stratagem to improperly overturn Biden's victory through flagrantly false claims about the integrity of the election that culminated in the January 6th insurrection. By escaping conviction this last Saturday, Trump also avoided official disqualification from holding public office in the future. But the story laid out in the trial, which was powerful and convincing, will disqualify him in the eyes of a majority of Americans. He was spared this last Saturday, but this trial has ensured that Donald Trump won't escape the verdict of history. But that's what brings us to the future of Trumpism. Donald Trump's second impeachment trial provided little closure. If you look to the U.S. Senate for a full measure of accountability, you did not receive it. But Trump himself still lost. Polls show support for the former president's actions dwindling, not the numbers on which to base a Grover Cleveland-style comeback tour. Even if Trump's political career is currently lagging, one might ask what the future doth hold for his base and the ideology he rode to office on. So it's history what tells us about what's next for Trumpism. from Berlusconism in Italy to Peronism in Argentina and Fujimorismo in Peru. Personality-driven movements rarely fade once their leaders have left office. A skirmish in Oregon has shown the deep imprint of Trump's ideology on the Republican insurgency. To the frustration of those Republicans who want to steer a new course, the state party committees have become the strongest redoubts of Trumpism. America's next authoritarian will be much more competent. Now, aside from all of that, do realize that Trump's legal problems are far from over. I mean, really? When you think about what he's in for, he's not in any enviable position. As a matter of fact, as all this took place before President's Day weekend, former President Donald Trump might have been acquitted into that specific holiday as its greatest mockery, as demonstrative of its utter meaninglessness, but his legal troubles are just beginning. Prosecutors in Georgia are conducting criminal investigations into his attempts to overturn the state's election results, while prosecutors in New York are looking into his business dealings. But Trump is also facing civil state inquiries and defamation lawsuits by 2 women accusing him of sexual assault. Still, Senate Republicans' failure to hold the former president, accountable for his behavior on January 6th raises the key question of the extremist wing of the red Republican cult having grown too big for the party to ever confront. Now, in terms of Trump's acts as president, they are fair game for criminal charges. The U.S. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell noted just moments after voting to acquit Trump that the courts are the proper forum for holding the former president accountable for his role in the deadly January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol by Trump supporters. As a matter of fact, on the Senate floor itself, McConnell said, "President Trump is still liable for everything he did while he was in office as an ordinary citizen. He didn't get away with anything, yet." So, to provide more explanatory analysis of how Trump's leaving office affects his criminal and civil exposure, if anyone has the question on their lips of whether or not Trump can be prosecuted for acts he engaged in as a president, yes, now that Trump has left office, any misconduct he engaged in as president is fair game for criminal charges. Now, Brian Kalt, a constitutional law professor at Michigan State University, has, of course, taken note of the fact that Trump enjoyed more protection from prosecution while he was president because the United States Justice Department has concluded it would be unconstitutional to indict a sitting president. But there be no federal prohibition on charging a former president for acts committed while in office. So, Kalt does note that the immunity argument is about the timing of the trial. It is generally accepted that ex-presidents can be prosecuted for crimes committed in office. This is why Trump so desperately wanted to stay in power. And, of course, someone might counter by saying that Trump's official acts enjoy special protection from prosecution. But the answer to that is no. In some contexts, U.S. courts have drawn a distinction between a president's official acts and actions unrelated to the job of president. Exempli gratiae. In a 1982 case, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that in civil lawsuits, presidents are immune from liability arising from their official acts. But if Trump violated criminal laws, the fact that he took those actions while president would not shield him from liability. Randall Ellison, a law professor at George Washington University and a former federal prosecutor himself, has noted that as a practical matter, prosecutors will be careful not to criminalize policy disagreements or exercises of discretion. But Ellison has observed that it would be appropriate for prosecutors to investigate Trump's role in the January 6th riot, as well as his attempts to undermine Democratic President Joe Biden's electoral victory. Now, of course, it's a valid question to ask what criminal investigations Trump already faces so far. For more than 2 years, the Manhattan District Attorney Cyrus Vance has been probing Trump's real estate business for possible insurance and tax fraud. There is a separate civil investigation by New York State Attorney General Letitia James into whether the business falsely reported property values. The Trump Organization has denied in court filings that the company falsified property values and has rejected other allegations made by Vance and James, both Democrats, whereas Trump, a Republican, has claimed the probes be politically motivated. Prosecutors in Georgia's biggest county recently opened a criminal investigation into Trump's attempts to influence the state's 2020 election records, ordering government officials to preserve documents in the second known criminal probe of Donald Trump. The investigation by Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis, a Democrat, is the most serious probe facing Trump in Georgia after he was recorded in his January 2nd phone call, pressuring a top state official to overturn the state's election results based on unfounded voter fraud claims. So in a statement, Jason Miller, a senior Trump advisor, accused Democrats of attempting to score political points by continuing their witch hunt against President Trump. But what about civil lawsuits? Trump faces several civil lawsuits, including 2 defamation lawsuits filed by women who accused him of sexually assaulting them before he was elected president in 2016. Trump, of course, has denied the encounters. These lawsuits proceeded during Trump's presidency, but could unfold more quickly now that he is out of office, because he cannot use his status as president to postpone deadlines. A Democratic congressman, in a lawsuit filed, on Tuesday, but yesterday, if I remember correctly, accused Trump, his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, and 2 right-wing groups of conspiring to incite last month's deadly riot at the U.S. Capitol. The congressman, Black African-American United States Representative Benny Thompson, said in the lawsuit that Trump acted beyond the outer perimeter of his official duties and therefore is susceptible to suit in his personal capacity. And, a proposition I happen to agree with. Let's check in on our man, Mr. George Knight here. Let's see if he's ready to come on now. We got 2 hours left, so far as we're concerned. Let's see if we can bring him on with a B there. B there. George. And, of course, I appreciate everyone's patience with this. Let's see if we can bring George on for approximately a few hours. God knows, I'm willing to bring anyone on at this point. Brendan, he gets home and he's exhausted. It's a pity he couldn't come on after work. Oh, God, that's disgusting. I shouldn't talk while yawning. So sorry about that. And certainly grateful to our man, John Warrington, for bringing that little footage to my attention about these two kids bringing me up. That was cute, to use the term. Really, it really fit there. They're just kind of going over different things, and they're taking it all tongue-in-cheek to a degree. Of course, they relate a silly little theory about Adolf Hitler, but there's no point in even relating that. Let's see about... It doesn't look like George is there. It's so weird. It's like, yeah, I'll be on tonight. I'm available. Then he disappeared. We got an excellent connection, according to my live stream. And yet this is one of the nights when I'm more, I would say, feeling dead and out of it than I have in quite some time. Let's see if I can get back into the zone. Holy shit. This is one of those nights where, I just can't really get back into the zone of analysis. And let's see if I can drag somebody on before I, proceed or try to proceed with, providing you any further analysis on our world around us. On our history, on anything at all. God knows, I'm ready to just turn in for the night myself. Oh, shit. God, I hope George Knight comes on any minute, or I'll check out. Jesus Christ. Let's see. Now, I already put him on the call, so you can't really call him again. Well, let's give it a try. See if we can... Okay, put that there. See if we can add him to the call. I know nothing's going to come of this. God, I wish Crystal was able to come on tonight. Damn, that would have made things so infinitely easier. Wish Selena Khan could have come on tonight. Wish Pac-1 Morales could have come on tonight. God. Wish Judith Ager would come on. How she torments me. Alright. Of course, that's nothing new. And, yes, then Michaela, of course, has checked out. Let's see if Jameson is there, which I doubt. I have the feeling he's not. Probably best to let him rest. After all, he's got to get a shot tomorrow. And he can describe to us just how that feels. At any rate, oh my God. Honestly, if I hadn't arranged for George to come on tonight, I would check out now. I don't think he understands even what I'm saying about anything. But let me take a look around the net, see if I can inspire myself into bringing up anything. I really have so much appreciation for our dear Selena Khan, who's, taken it upon herself to do so much for me. Honestly. I hope she does hear my crediting her with this. And I do give her what appreciation I can. Can't believe I'm still seeing this stuff. The headlines on the Boston Globe. Residents 65 and over, and those with 2 underlying health conditions will become eligible, I'm assuming, for the vaccines. I'm not even bothering to open up the headlines to review them. Honestly, they're using the elderly and these other people as kind of like the guinea pigs for testing the new vaccine. And I suppose that was the best way to do it. So the rest of us, of course, are still waiting on it and shit. And guys like Jameson have lucked out to get it early as far as I'm concerned. Honestly, I can't wait to get my fucking jab. Just to... of course, it would be ironic if I get sick after that. You can make fun of me. I've been listening to so many people vilifying it. it's hard for me not to imagine something happening at this point on the basis of all the negativity that people have towards vaccine these days. Oh my God. Basically, we've got a situation where Texas, of course, largely relies on natural gas for power. It wasn't ready for the extreme cold. And this is, of course, the problem. Texas largely reliant on natural gas, especially during times of high demand to power the state. The natural gas infrastructure, from pumping it out of the ground to the plants in the city centers, was completely unprepared for the plunging temperatures brought by the winter storm of 2021. So, as Texas faced these record low temperatures this month and snow and ice made the roads impassable, the state's electric grid operator lost all control of the power supply, leaving millions without access to electricity. As the blackouts extended from hours to days, the top state lawmakers started calling for investigations into the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, the ERCOT, the ERCOT, and Texans are understandably demanding accountability for this disaster. But the failures across Texas's natural gas operations and supply chains due to extreme temperatures are the most significant cause of the power crisis that has left millions of Texans without heat and electricity during this winter superstorm sweeping the United States. Of course, from frozen natural gas wells to frozen wind turbines, all sources of power generation have faced difficulties during this winter storm. But Texans rely most largely on natural gas for power and heat generation, especially during peak usage. And so, as I've said, the officials for the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, which manages most of Texas's grid, have confessed that the primary cause of the outages yesterday appeared to be the state's natural gas providers. Many are simply not designed to withstand such low temperatures on equipment or during production. And by some estimates, nearly half of the Lone Star State's natural gas production has screeched to a halt due to the extremely low temperatures, while freezing components at natural gas-fired power plants have forced some operators to completely shut down. So, Michael Weber, an energy resources professor at the University of Texas at Austin, has confirmed, well, in about 5 words, the situation. Texas is a gas state. And while he said all of Texas's energy resources share blame for the power crisis, at least one nuclear power plant has partially shut down. Most notably, the natural gas industry is producing significantly less power than normal. Now, basically, Weber has confirmed that gas is failing in the most spectacular fashion right now. More than half of the ERCOT's winter generating capacity, largely powered by natural gas, was offline due to the storm, an estimated 45 gigawatts, as I confirmed with Dan Woodfin, the senior director at ERCOT. Not that I spoke to him personally, mind you, but confirmed with his offices. The outages during this storm far exceeded what ERCOT had predicted in November for an extreme weather event. The forecast for peak demand was 67 gigawatts. Peak usage during the storm was more than 69 gigawatts during President's Day weekend Sunday, while I was transmitting my digital broadcast. It's estimated that about 80% of the grid's capacity, which would be about 67 gigawatts, could be generated by natural gas, coal, and some nuclear power. Only 7% of ERCOT's forecasted winter capacity, or 6 gigawatts, was expected to come from various wind power sources across the state. So yesterday, Woodfin said that 16 gigawatts of renewable energy generation, mostly wind generation, are offline, and that 30 gigawatts of thermal sources, which include gas, coal, and nuclear energy, are offline. And so during his Tuesday call with reporters, which is what I sourced from his offices, he was quoted as saying, "It appears that a lot of the generation that has gone offline today has been primarily due to issues on the natural gas system." I really can't overemphasize that because of all of the fucking conservative personated reactionaries trying to blame alternative power sources. Just gets myself in an uproar. Production of natural gas in the Lone Star State is plunged, making it difficult for power plants to get the fuel necessary to run their plants. Natural gas power plants usually don't have very much fuel storage on site. Instead, the plants rely on the constant flow of natural gas from pipelines that run across the state from areas like the Permian Basin in West Texas to major demand centers like Houston and Dallas. In early February, Texas operators were producing about 24 billion cubic feet per day. That's according to an estimate I sourced from the S&P, Standard & Poor's Global Platts, all part of their trading analysis. But on Monday, Texas production plummeted to but a fraction of that. Operators in the state produce somewhere between 12 billion and 17 billion cubic feet per day. The systems that get gas from the earth aren't properly built for cold weather. The operators in West Texas's Permian Basin, one of the most productive oil fields in the world, are particularly struggling to bring natural gas to the surface, as cold weather and snow close wells or cause power outages that prevent pumping the fossil fuels from the ground. It takes power to get power. Electricity is what makes it possible. If you don't have that, well, everybody's fucked. Parker Fawcett, a natural gas analyst for Standard & Poor's Global Platts, said that gathering lines freeze and the wells get so cold that they can't produce. And pumps use electricity, so they're not even able to lift that gas and liquid because there's no power to produce. And Texas does not have as much storage capacity as other states, because the resource-laden state can easily pull it from the ground when it's needed, right? Oh, yeah. You know, overabundance, oversupply. Bullshit. Yeah, that's usually. But then, climate change, right? Of the storage that the Lone Star State does have, the resources are somewhat difficult to get to. Luke Jackson, another natural gas analyst for Standard & Poor's Global Platts. I was introduced to these people and their sources, of course, by my surrogate son because of Sugar Daddy, the man he married, being at that level of trade. They said that physically withdrawing stored natural gas is slower than the immediate ready supply of lines from production and is insufficient to make up for the dramatic declines in production. Some power plants were already offline before the crisis began, adding to the problems. ERCOT anticipated 4 gigawatts of maintenance outages during the winter. Power plants in Texas usually do maintenance and updates to their plants during the typically mild winter months in preparation for the extreme electricity and power demand during the summer. That, too, is straining the grid supply. Another winter problem that comes to mind? Heating homes and hospitals by burning natural gas. Daniel Cohen, an associate professor of civil and environmental engineering at Rice University, whom I checked in with, he points out that during peak usage in the summer months, the demand is all for electricity. He said specifically, in the summer, you don't have as much direct burning of natural gas. The last time the state experienced a major freeze like this was a decade agone, in 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother Diana Dietrich, was murdered. At that time, too, natural gas generation experienced difficulties. Had ERCOT not reduced load through the rolling blackouts implemented during that storm, it would have resulted in widespread blackouts throughout the entire region. And that's what a federal report on that storm warned. It is possible to winterize natural gas power plants, natural gas production, and wind turbines, which prevents such major interruptions in other states with more regular extreme winter weather. But even after upgrades were made after the 2011 winter storm, many Texas power generators have still not made all the investments necessary to prevent these sorts of disruptions happening to their equipment. ERCOT directors also said that the storm this week took a turn in the early morning hours of Monday, when extremely low temperatures forced many more generators offline than ERCOT had ever anticipated. Woodfin, of course, admitting, well, to quote his T verbatim, "It appeared that the winterization we were doing was working, but this weather was more extreme than past storms. The loss of generation during the morning of Monday after midnight was really the part that made this a more extreme event than we had planned." Derp. Now, upgrading equipment to withstand extremely low temperatures and other changes, such as providing incentives for customers to conserve power or upgrade to smart appliances, could help avoid disasters like this one. Li Jie, obviously a ethnic Chinese individual, a professor of electrical and computer engineering at Texas A&M University, and the assistant director of energy digitization at A&M's Energy Institute. Obviously, because they couldn't find any white person to do the engineering, they had to call on a person of Chinese extract in this case, but any Asian would have done, because, you know, Asian is the ancient Latin word for good at math and science. Well, he went on record to say, "We used to not worry too much about such extreme cold weather in places like Texas, but we probably need to get ready for more in the future. With climate change, we're going to have more extreme weather conditions throughout the country." Yeah, I told you those Asians were brilliant. Well, there you have that. I mean, honestly, of course, I'm getting some questions in to help me bide the time. Jeez, what the fuck happened to George? Well, he's a father. What can you do? He's got the kids, right? Jesus Christ, this is why I never have children. Wouldn't want them. Oh my God, I would die. Oh my God, if I were in his position, I would die. Oh God. At any rate, like I said, I've got some incoming questions to help me bide the time until I get George here to rescue my ass by coming on to provide some conversation. Let me try and take a look at some of these questions coming in. "I've been without power for more than a day, Douglas. Why are people calling these rolling outages?" Yeah, that's a good question. By the way, this is not Crystal asking these questions. When the state's electrical grid operator began implementing rolling outages at 1:25 a.m. Central Time on Monday, these were intended to be a temporary measure to deal with an extreme weather event. Instead, some Texans are going without power for much longer, facing days without electricity instead of the originally planned 45 minutes at a time. The electricity grid was designed to be in high demand during the summer when Texans crank their air conditioning at home. But some of the energy sources that power the grid during the summer are offline during the winter. So when Texans stayed home during the storm on Sunday of this President's Day weekend and demanded record amounts of electricity, the state's power grid simply could not keep up. By the way, that was Super Bowl Sunday, wasn't it? Is anybody out there? Can help me answer that question? I believe it was. We had Peter Moon telling us how dull the commercials were. And, anyhow. All right. Yes, I'm having somebody from Texas send me. Wait, we have our own power grid? Why? Yes, Texas has its own power grid run by an agency called ERCOT. ERCOT, the Electric Reliability Council of Texas. The history is long, but the short version is Texas has its own power grid to avoid dealing with federal regulations. Because, you know, libertarianism, less government, let the market decide. Because we got oversupply, right? You know, Texas, we got oversupply. We got more than we'll ever need. In 1935, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt signed the Federal Power Act, which charged the Federal Power Commission with overseeing interstate electricity sales. But Texas's utilities do not cross state lines. ERCOT was thus formed in 1970 in the wake of a major blackout in the Northeast in November of 1965, the year before I was born. And it was tasked with managing grid reliability in accordance with national standards. Note that Texas is not all on this. Though Texas is so big, it's not all on the same power grid. El Paso is on another grid, as is the Upper Panhandle and a chunk of East Texas. So you've got basically micronations within the grand old Republic of Texas. And then I'm still getting this shit. I read online that wind turbines are the reason we lost power. Is this true? How many times do I have to go over this? The lost wind power makes up only a fraction of the reduction in power generating capacity that has brought outages. I almost said outrages, but I'm only projecting. Outages to millions of Texans. An official with the Electric Reliability Council of Texas has confirmed on February 16th, 48 hours ago, that 16 gigawatts of renewable energy generation, mostly wind generation, was all offline. Nearly double that, 30 gigawatts, had been lost from thermal sources, which include gas, coal, and nuclear energy, all the evil shit. And that's why Michael Weber, the energy resources professor at the University of Texas at Austin, was quoted as saying, "Texas is a gas state. Gas is failing in the most spectacular fashion right now." Oh my God. Yes, the windmills are innocent, people. Finally, a question which I can warm up to. How can I stay warm? And how can I help others? Commendable. The National Weather Service encourages people to close blinds and curtains. Gather in one room if possible so that they can all generate body warmth like bumblebees do, huddling against each other. And close the doors to others, all other rooms, not other people necessarily. And stuff towels in the cracks under the doors. Wear loose-fitting layers of warm, lightweight clothing, and eating snacks and staying hydrated will help to warm the body up. So that's, of course, if you have the snacks and liquid with which to snack and hydrate. Stay off the road, of course, unless an emergency requires you to travel. Conditions in many parts of the grand old Republic of Texas are treacherous because of snow and ice. Some cities are providing warming centers and transportation as needed. Find local resources online. As a matter of fact, I'll see if I can find that for you. If you have power, conserve it for those who don't. Reduce your electricity usage by turning the thermostat to below 68 degrees, unplugging lights and appliances, and avoiding use of large appliances like ovens and washing machines. If you have resources or are able to offer financial donations, find nonprofits who are helping people. In terms of local resources, let me see. Basically, I'll see if I can find something to help you help others and get help in Texas as the winter storm causes these power outages. There have to be local organizations providing warming shelters and resources while nonprofits are asking for donations and volunteers. Obviously, millions of Texans are without power, heat, and essential services during this winter storm that has led to freezing temperatures and hazardous road conditions throughout the state. Somebody's got to be doing something. So there must be city officials, local outreach teams, other organizations providing warming shelters and support for people seeking help. I know many nonprofit organizations are also asking for donations so they can help people experiencing homelessness or those who are in need of support. Now, statewide, Texans who have power in their households, you need to reduce your energy usage as much as possible to reduce stress on the state's power grid. You can reduce your electricity by turning your thermostats below 68 degrees, unplug lights and appliances, avoid the use of large appliances like ovens and washing machines. For people without the power or the heat, the National Weather Service is encouraging people to close your blinds and curtains, close off rooms and stuff towels in the cracks under the door. And all Texans by now should be wearing layers of warm and lightweight clothing and making sure to eat and drink to warm the body up. That's going to be a challenge, of course, for people who just don't have the supplies. Generators can cause dangerous hazards like fire or carbon monoxide poisoning. Remember to place them outdoors and away from windows. Keep them dry and properly grounded. Never plug them into a wall outlet or main electrical panel. If you've lost power due to the storm, if you're left without power, unplug electronics to avoid damage from electrical surges. Keep your refrigerators and freezers closed. And use generators outside only. And of course, Texas officials are strongly discouraging unnecessary travel due to hazardous conditions on the roads caused by the snow and ice. If you're in need of power and are able to travel, the Texas Division of Emergency Management's website. The Texas Division of Emergency Management's website includes a list of warming centers across the state. Now, the judge that I was citing earlier tonight, Lina Hidalgo, has gone on Twitter to say, we still cannot guarantee the safety of the roads. If you absolutely must drive, please stay off freeways and bridges. Treat roads like a school zone. Remember, stoplights are down. And get to where you will stay tonight by late afternoon. Roads will worsen again then. She said this 2 days ago. This is an old tweet I've dug up online. Now, Texans can find more details about community resources and warming centers in their area by calling 877-541-7905. That's 1877-541-7905. Or call 211. That's the state's free 24-hour helpline. 211. Information about specific local resources, assistance, and guidance can also likely be found on local city government websites and social media accounts, if you have the power to look. In Houston, thinking of Our Lady Crystal River, Lakewood Church, the Gallery Furniture Store, and multiple other warming shelters have opened in area. Now, accommodations vary by shelter, but most have blankets and other supplies for people in the Houston area seeking warmth. The George R. Brown Convention Center opened as a warming center, but it is at full capacity as far as I can ascertain, and it is no longer accepting more people, according to KHOU. Now, homeless outreach teams from the sheriff's office, police department, and homeless outreach groups have worked to provide rides to the warming centers. Houston area residents can call the Harris County Sheriff's Office non-emergency line at 713 area code 221-6000. That's 1713-221-6000. Or 311 for information about shelter or transportation. Now, the Sheriff's Office, HOT, their homeless outreach team, has been providing items like coats, blankets, and tents to people experiencing homelessness who are not in a warming center. People should be able to donate by calling the Sheriff's Office or any of the organizations in The Way Home, which is a coalition of organizations working to prevent homelessness. Lakewood Church, of course, has their tweet out, "Please stay warm and safe. Join us in prayer for our Texas family as we get through this winter storm. Lakewood is open as a designated warming center for anyone in need of shelter." Okay? Now, of course, there's places as well in Austin and San Antonio, Dallas-Fort Worth, Rio Grande Valley. Of course, I'll probably instead provide some more immediate practical information. Definitely, I'm just glad I was able to provide what I could. I would say, obviously, the person we can think of who needs donations now is Crystal River. And again, I will provide her information. I might as well have got nothing to do until, our man George Knight shows up. Our noble knight comes to rescue me. It's amazing. This is why the printed word and text really conveys almost nothing in terms of information. Nobody understands whatever I write. Now forget Dietrich, okay? I mean, this is like when I'm typing in idiot text. Nobody understands what I'm saying. Remember, Crystal River can be found on both PayPal and Venmo under the email chrissyvera@hotmail.com. KRISSYVERA. chrissyvera@hotmail.com. If you're sending anything through PayPal, select the option of send to friends and family. That appears in the uppercase with an ampersand. Friends and family. And select that so that Peter Thiel doesn't take his fucking cut and eviscerate your contribution. Other than that, of course, what else comes to mind? Sora Aoi. Someone's talking to me. Give me about 10 minutes and I'll join the call. Oh, he put a little halo on himself. Oh, isn't that adorable? He put a halo on his head. Isn't that what Jameson Reese said he had when he took enough drugs? Yeah, then I got the nimbus. Yeah, I was feeling it. I'm not making fun of him, mind you. I've been there myself. Well, never the halo. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Okay. Where else am I? Oh, God. Life is hard. Okay, let me see now. In terms of, let's take a look on, take a look around here. Inspire myself. He says 10 minutes. Jesus Christ. I don't know if I can last that long. Life is hard. All right. Now, I'm just, basically, We all know power outages during frigid winter months can endanger lives, and that being prepared can help you and your family stay safe and comfortable. If the power goes out, make sure you have not blown a circuit by checking the breakers in your home's electrical panel. Think ahead and unplug electronics and appliances that use electric motors. Turn on an incandescent light to signal when power is restored. And if the power goes out in a winter weather event like we've got now, temperatures drop significantly. To belabor the obvious, make sure to keep all your doors to the outside shut in particular. Again, use towels to block drafts coming in from windows and door cracks. It's also possible to insulate windows with black blankets. The black draws heat from the sun. If the sun's beams are coming through the window, put the blankets on the floor where the sun is directly shining instead. And running a bathtub of hot water also draws in heat to the house. Consider that. Turning faucets to a trickle helps prevent pipes from freezing. If needed, wrap pipes in insulation or newspaper. I know in the case of that one engineer, that didn't even help. Open the kitchen and bathroom cabinet doors to allow warmer air to circulate around the plumbing. You know, when the temperatures are tolerable enough to do that. So, that's a bit towards staying warm. Don't take risks on the road or in your home. Either way, avoid driving when the conditions include sleet, freezing rain, or drizzle, snow, or dense fog. If travel is necessary, keep a disaster supply kit in your vehicle. Do not travel alone, and let someone know where you are going and your expected arrival time. Now, Stephen Baer, the fire director and chief of department at the Center Region Council of Government, said, I think that he's Canadian, I believe. He said that traffic accidents tend to dominate, followed closely by wires down. It's a point to remember. Don't rely on gas stoves, charcoal grills, or other open flame heat sources. I've seen too many things go wrong with that. Deadly carbon monoxide gas, which is odorless and invisible, may build up in your home. I've seen this happen with people who were homeless and living in rental spaces. They lived off shit like that and died with it. This is what you need to avoid, is these carbon monoxide dangers. Carbon monoxide poisoning, fire, and electric shock are hazards during any outage. Place your generators away from doors, windows, and vents that could allow carbon monoxide to come indoors. Make sure the generators are properly ventilated and operated in accordance with the manufacturer's instructions, of course. Take the time to read the owner's manual before you actually need to use the generator. If you live in an area prone to blizzards, install carbon monoxide alarms. It's best to put one on every floor in central locations. If the alarm sounds, move quickly to fresh air, either outdoors or by an open window. Call for help and remain there until emergency personnel arrive. A single unit should be near the sleeping area so it can wake a sleeping person if activated. A second detector it could be placed near an appliance, likely to be a carbon monoxide source, such as the furnace or hot water heater. Let me check in with our messages. That may have been George Knight telling me he's here. Okay, he'll join the call. There we are. Soon enough, I hope. Unless he's on the call already. Was that you, George, or is that too much to hope for? Anyhow, keep stock of your non-perishable foods. During the winter months, it's best to maintain a 3-day supply of water and non-perishable food. Batteries, flashlights, and a radio are also good backup supplies. Now, items such as fruit bars, peanut butter, as Daniel Arola said, the old reliable, nuts and trail mixes, crackers and canned juices. They're great to stockpile. Be aware of fuel fumes while trying to make any hot meal, as asphyxiation is a high risk when cooking during a power outage, so try to get foods you can simply eat out of the container. Keep the refrigerator and freezer doors closed, as I've said repeatedly. These appliances are well insulated in and of themselves, so food will keep for hours if opening the door is kept to a minimum. In the winter, a ready supply of snow or ice from outside can be placed in a plastic bag and put into the fridge or freezer to keep food cold. So think about that, which for some reason most people never do. In terms of communications could mean life or death in these situations. Limit non-emergency phone calls during serious situations. This will also minimize network congestion. Texting is better for keeping phone lines open, even though nobody understands what the other fucker is saying, per my own experience. It's a good idea to keep a portable charger ready for use in case. If you don't have a portable charger, reduce the screen brightness and close apps not in use to conserve batteries on your cellular unit, your hand unit. Of course, kids and pets, same thing as far as I'm concerned. It could be stressful to keep track of extreme weather events and children or pets simultaneously. Now, staying calm in this situation will help keep children at ease. Keep emergency phone numbers posted beside the phone. Keep children's emergency medication organized and accessible. Put extra clothes on your children and animals or wrap up in blankets. Distraction is a big advantage when young children are involved. Just gotta change baby's nappy, then I am free to come on, Douglas. Yes, there we are. Good man. Oh, thank God. He knows I'm on edge here. Most of all, make sure to give verbal reassurance and hugs. Children might not always express their fears and feelings. At any rate, let me see now. Now, basically, I guess we could make a series out of this shit. Oh, fuck. Matter of fact, I might have to make a series out of this shit. But you know, it's one of these things that I'm like there needs to be education covering this crap at this point in history. We've just got you know, too much going on in this world to do otherwise. Anyhow, try and stock up on alternative light sources. Americans are so used to having light that being without it can be very scary. Day-to-day life revolves around light, especially in winter when there isn't much daylight to begin with. So have a nice supply of candles, preferably emergency candles with a long burn life. Invest in oil lamps. They supply much more light and are easier to deal with than candles generally. Get a generator and consider a solar one, which would work even without gasoline when the grid is down. And lastly, invest in some battery-powered lanterns, especially those with LED lights that tend to last longer and provide brighter light. Have plenty of flashlights on hand in easy-to-find places all around your home. And prepare for backup heat. If you have a fireplace or a wood-burning stove, you're theoretically set, but if not, consider an alternative source. Look into buying a used wood-burning stove as backup. They can be installed in your home on a temporary basis by installing a chimney, so to speak, through a window, if you know what you're doing. You'll have to check in with experts about that. Check, of course, your home's insulation in the first place. A poorly insulated house in a cold climate makes it extremely difficult to effectively stay warm and heat your home. Without it, your electrical bill will be through the roof. Secondly, in the event the power goes out, you're going to lose that heat much more quickly. Aside from completely redoing the insulation in your house, which is a real big job, there are other little things you can do. First off, you can use a foam spray to fill in any cracks or areas in your home where the cold might be leaking in. Make or buy thick curtains for your windows and use window cling film kits for an extra insulating boost. Drafts from under doors can let in a surprising amount of cold, which can often be fixed by using a long draft stopper that runs along the bottom of the door. Of course, you need to learn how to cook food in your home. If you have a wood stove or fireplace you can cook with, you're going to be fine. If not, you will need to search for a different method. If you have a generator, you can use a hot plate or electric griddle. You can even use propane gas cook stoves that are popular for camping. I've warned about the dangers of these. It's far more important to stock up on water for drinking, cooking, and sanitation purposes. Americans use a says reconnection is successful. So I do need feedback from everyone as to whether or not you can hear me. WTF says there is only truth. Love Douglas and Hall. I see myself spinning. I see the circle spinning. Okay. Square is green on my OBS program, my online broadcasting software program. We were successfully reconnected, but, just need that feedback, people. Okay, I think we're probably being heard. Anyhow, in the event of a severe winter storm in which you lose power, Jameson Reese says you're still live. Thank you, Jameson. Fill up your bathtub with water. The water will be used for sanitary purposes only. You should also keep clean drinking water on hand. Of course, you want to prevent frozen water lines. Whether you have a well water system or not, which of course the overwhelming majority of us never have, frozen pipes are obviously a serious problem in a storm. Not only can pipes freeze, but they can also burst under pressure, completely destroying your ability to get water to your house. Jameson says, I'm going to drift off for a few hours of sleep. Thank you for that, sir. Appreciate your giving me the forewarning. Get your rest. Anyhow, of course, if they burst under pressure, they not only destroy your ability to get water to your house, they cause a wet and soon-to-be frozen mess under your house. So one tip for preventing frozen pipes is to leave your sink faucets and bathtubs on a very slow drip. This is what some people are writing in now to recommend. I don't know about that. I personally would just turn the water fucking off. You should probably also insulate the pipes as best as you can. If you don't have access to actual pipe insulation, you can use old blankets, even newspaper. Don't forget to shut off water lines to the parts of your property that don't need water access during the winter. And of course, get plenty of clothes and blankets. Power outages are no fun, especially in winter when you really can't leave the house. Don't forget to prepare yourself and your family once the house is taken care of. Ensure you have plenty of blankets on hand and each person in your family has lots of warm clothing. Don't forget warm mittens and hats. All the body heat escaping from the head and all that. If you have pets or livestock, make certain they're kept warm and have access to water too. Conserve your energy as much as possible and stay indoors. Oh my God. And, now, let me see. If I can think of something else. Our man's busy changing diapers. Let's see what people have responded with in live stream. WTF says, sound is good. Like the stuff I'm smoking. Yeah. Cool. Good man. He took that well. Yes. Thank you. And Jameson went off to sleep. You know, when Jameson left me that message in Skype saying what he did, you are still live. I'm gonna drift off for a few hours of sleep. Fuck, I felt like saying, man, I thought you'd done that hours ago. Jesus Christ. There was no indication otherwise. And of course, I've been talking here like I'm some kind of prepper, for God's sakes. By the way, there's several hidden dangers that can fucking kill you in winter. Black ice. Black ice is ice hidden under the snow. It can be on roads, walkways, steps, even in your yard where the ground is hard. Now, fresh snow can create the illusion that it is safe to walk on. An unexpected fall on ice can lead to serious injuries like what happened. Ooh, yeah, I promise not to tell anyone. Anyhow, if you hit your head, it can fucking kill you. And sometimes walking on ice is unavoidable. And if you have to, walk like a penguin. I mean, seriously, waddle like a penguin. That allows you to maintain balance by centering your upper body over your legs. Simply hold your arms out at your sides, keep your feet shoulder distance apart, and take small, waddling baby steps. Remember to breathe and stay limber. If you do fall, keeping limber can protect your body from injury, as being too stiff makes injuries worse. You want to be relaxed when that car hits the oncoming train. When your body is totally relaxed, you're thrown like a rag doll. When you're all tensed up, everything snaps. Muscle ligaments, tissues, your bones. Also try to land on your ass, or upper thighs, where you have more padding, as opposed to trying to stop the fall with your hands, which can result in fractures or breaks. With someone I know and love in mind. Of course, know the signs of frostbite. Frostnip is the tingling feeling that happens first. It's the warning sign that your body parts are becoming too cold. When you feel tingling in your fingers, hands, toes, feet, nose, or ears, it's a sign that you need to warm up. If you ignore those signs, it can lead to frostbite. During this first stage, you'll notice redness, might be painful, but permanent damage will occur as long as you as long as you refrain from taking any action. So just make certain you do something. Basically, frostbite begins in earnest when your skin becomes numb and starts to turn pale or even white. You may start to feel warm, but this is not a good sign at that stage because it's an adverse reaction to the frostbite. If it's not treated immediately, the skin of the affected body parts will start to, it will start to die and will turn black. As your body tries to fight the frostbite, you may experience intense shivering, loss of coordination, slurred speech, and drowsiness. It is imperative to seek warmth and emergency help as soon as possible when you suspect any of this. Also, I can never remind people too much. Monitor carbon monoxide levels. Carbon monoxide, of course, is odorless and invisible as a gas. Without taking proper measures, you will not know it's present until it's too late. Therefore, it's imperative to keep a carbon monoxide detector in your home and any other place where you use a heat source. So remember that carbon monoxide can be produced from a natural gas or wood fireplace, as well as from kerosene and similarly fueled heaters. A good way to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning is to have your equipment checked each season and ensure there is proper ventilation. The signs of carbon monoxide poisoning would be a dull headache, weakness, dizziness, nausea, shortness of breath, blurred vision, vomiting, confusion, and of course a loss of consciousness, at which point you'll probably wake up dead. Don't let those symptoms fool you into thinking you simply have the flu, especially if you use one of the heat sources I've been mentioning. Get outside immediately into the fresh air and call 911 as soon as possible and have your home and source tested for the leak. And of course, watch out for signs of hypothermia. Don't take shivering lightly. It could be a sign that your core body temperature is dropping. The shivering, it doesn't mean that you're in danger yet, of course. You still have time to act. If the shivering becomes uncontrollable, then, well, more than likely hypothermia is setting in. It is imperative that you get to a warm place soon. The signs of hypothermia would be starting to feel clumsy, feeling drowsy, the shivering becoming uncontrollable, or the shivering stopping unnaturally and too suddenly, like you died. Your speech is slurred. You notice you're making poor decisions and your energy levels are dropping fast. So, remove any wet clothing. Keep moving, because you need to raise your body temperature. Move towards warmth and a shelter, if possible, of course. And begin rewarming with dry clothing, blankets, heat packs, or by a fire. And drink hot liquids. Not alcohol or caffeine, which can aid in heat loss. They basically help burn off heat rather than conserve it. Remember, other hazards are possible too, such as injuries from shoveling snow. Just be smart, be aware, do things as safely as possible. It's better to be prepared for wintertime emergencies than not. You never know when you might find yourself in a survival situation. At any rate. Gosh. What happened to Mr. Did he change baby's nappy? Jesus Christ. Baby pulled him down or something. God knows. It's not like I enjoy talking about all this negative. I mean, let's think in terms of equipment. Drag what I remember out of my memory, of course. Basically, of course, as I've said, alternative sources of heat. Any winter snowstorm that knocks the power out will leave you with a cold house unless you have a heat source that doesn't require electricity. The inside of your home can quickly drop to 40 degrees Fahrenheit as soon as the power goes out. In that case, have plenty of blankets and warm clothing is always essential. But you'll also need an alternative source of heat, such as kerosene, to keep your house warm until power returns. Always check up on your alternative heat source to make certain it is operational and clean. Food. It's essential to keep plenty of food in your house for emergencies, but we all know that canned food and bottled water will not last forever. That's why you should rotate your food and water in the pantry so you'll always have plenty of fresh food and water available. You also would be wise to set aside specific food for emergencies and emergencies only, such as a blackout in the middle of winter, and rotate that food at least once every 6 months. You can always eat your investment, so it's not really a problem. It's very likely that your power will be out if you're stuck in your house from an ice or snowstorm. And so having plenty of flashlights of varying kinds is imperative. You'll also, of course, need plenty of extra batteries to go with them as well. In terms of tools, you'll want to have the necessary tools on hand to make any needed repairs that result from a winter storm. If a branch of a tree falls and breaks a window, it's much more critical to fix it when it's freezing outside than when it's summertime. Examples of tools to have on standby include, of course, hammers and nails, screwdrivers, heavy-duty plastic sheeting, and duct tape. You know, think zombie apocalypse. They're coming through the windows. These kinds of tools and materials, of course, won't allow you to build things from scratch or even to fix things permanently, but they should help you make emergency repairs that will hold until the storm passes. Remember that you're not prepared for a winter snowstorm if you don't have snow shovels to dig your way out. Make sure that your shovels are in your home, not outside or in a shed that's separated from your house. Have several different ones in case one breaks, so that multiple people can shovel a pathway out at the same time. And of course, communication. Ice and wind during during a winter blackout storm can damage phone lines, but it's unlikely that an entire cellular network will be wiped out. So keep your cell or smartphone fully charged and make sure to have a backup battery source as well as a car charger for your phone, as I've said before, in case the power goes out. Walkie-talkies are a good idea, as they can help you stay in contact with family and friends when you all do what white people do in every horror film and split up. Now, radios that run on batteries help you know what's going on in the outside world, so there's that. And an evacuation vehicle. Don't forget your bug-out buddy, or bug-out buggy, if a medical emergency happens, or your house is significantly damaged. You'll need some type of transportation. It's wise to invest in snowmobiles, or a vehicle made to run quickly through the snow. Snowmobiles are preferable to your car in this case, because your car may be snowed in, or it may not be made for icy winter environments. Keep your snowmobile filled with gasoline, of course, fully operational, and within easy access from your house. Ideally, each snowmobile should have a can of extra fuel and snowshoes, and a winter survival pack tied to the rear behind the seat. And there you go with that. Comes from being a hoarder. Yeah. I got too much of everything. No, I don't have the snowmobile. I live in San Francisco. Good God, man. This guy said he changed baby's nappy 21 minutes ago. Let me take a look in live stream again. And, alright. Thanks to everyone who's responded, which is basically WTF. And Jameson Reese before he went to nappy time himself. Good God. What the hell time is it? How much time do we have left? We got a little less than an hour left. And that's what counts. Douglas Dietrich is sitting here, basically, of all people, the cosmopolitan, irresponsible lout trying to tell people how to survive. I mean, never was there a more ironic mismatch. But I guess, I can keep kind of repeating myself. I mean, let's talk about when the power comes back on. If a burst pipe has flooded your basement, don't go in until you're sure the power is off. If equipment is flooded, don't use it until it's been checked by a qualified technician. If you turned off the main power switch, make sure appliances and electronics are unplugged before you turn it back on to prevent power surge damage. Wait for the electrical system to stabilize before reconnecting. And start with the heating systems first, of course, then the appliances. And turn the water supply back on. Keep the taps on the lowest level of your home closed to allow air out from the upper taps. Just remember that. Keep the taps on the lowest level of your home closed to allow air out from the upper taps. Fill the hot water heater before you turn it on, because I know people who didn't do that. I won't go into what happened. Help the house dry by warming it slightly above normal temperature for a few hours. Check your food supplies for spoilage. If the power has been out for 2 or 3 days, your freezer may still be frozen depending on the outside temperature. If it's been a bit longer or a lot longer, don't open your fridge or freezer. You will probably have to dispose of the whole goddamn thing. And replace the items you used from your emergency survival kits. Don't forget to do that. And of course, don't forget to protect your home no matter what the weather. Update your home insurance policy. And as for evacuations, if you have to evacuate, turn off the main breaker, circuit breaker panel, or power supply box. Turn off the water main and drain water from the system. That water, if it stays in your pipes, will freeze and snap them open like they're nothing. Open all the taps, flush several times, open the drain valve in the basement, drain the hot water tank into the floor drain. If you have a gas heater, turn out the pilot light. Don't forget to unhook the washing machine hoses and drain. And add a small amount of antifreeze to water left in toilet bowls and sink tub traps. And clear valuables off the basement floor, because that shit's going to flood, or at least assume it will. And of course, you should plan before the cold comes anyway. Put together an emergency survival kit and an evacuation plan. Stock your pantry with non-perishable food and bottled water, and when you do that, don't forget your pet's food. Christ, you might end up eating that yourself. Hell, you might end up eating your pet. Things get bad enough. Take time for some pre-winter home maintenance. And if someone in your home relies on electric medical equipment, register with your local power company and community emergency program. And always, of course, in that case, have a secondary non-electric heater installed, like a fireplace or wood stove. Have it cleaned regularly and store fuel safely. For oil or gas stoves, make sure shut-off valves are installed by a qualified technician. You know, there's just some things the majority of us really shouldn't do ourselves. And of course, during the winter power outage itself, which so many people are going through now, before you take action, make sure the outage goes beyond your own home. You'd be surprised that sometimes something will happen and you don't, well, it may not be universal or may not be overtaking your universe. Check your breakers, fuses, and the power lines to your house. If those lines are damaged or down, stay back and call your electric company. Of course, you got to stay warm during that period of time. So on top of dressing in layers and huddling under extra blankets, hang your darker ones on the windows to draw in heat. Keep those doors and windows closed and use towels to block drafts around them. If necessary, move to your basement, which can be more insulated by the ground itself. You know, like the original Night of the Living Dead. But keep your food cold. Food can stay frozen 24 to 36 hours if the refrigerator or freezer door stays closed. Add snow and ice from outside if it starts to thaw. And always have a bag of ice cubes in the freezer in case you have to evacuate or when you're out of town. If the cubes melt and refreeze while you're away, the food in the freezer will probably be spoiled. And of course, to avoid that ever worrisome carbon monoxide poisoning, have your fireplace and chimney cleaned before using them. I just thought of that based on what Daniel Arola said. They haven't done that themselves. Never use gas generators, camping stoves, or barbecues indoors. Keep them in well-ventilated areas and don't use them for heating your home. And of course, always listen for updates. Listen to the news on a battery-powered or hand-cranked device. If you're using a cell phone, choose texting over calling to keep the phone lines free, or use your landline, as I've recommended. Save 911 for emergencies. And to prevent any additional damage, unplug appliances and electronics to avoid a surge when the power comes back on. Leave one lamp on so you know when the power comes back. If you have electric heat, keep all taps on a slow drip to prevent pipes from freezing and bursting. I mean, people keep writing me and telling me that. I'm not quite sure. You know, I've told you how I myself would just shut it down completely. I mean, fuck that slow drip shit. That's Chinese water torture, right? All right. Aside from all of that, I don't drive myself, or rather haven't driven in years, so I'm not quite sure about any safety trips to provide you there. Derek Talley would probably be far better prepared to do that. Is our man George Knight coming back at all? Good God. Yeah, fatherhood, then, well, you know what it's like. It's something I could never do. He's a better man than I. I mean, hell, I couldn't even begin to go there. I can't even begin to imagine what it's like. I never want to experience it. After taking care of both of my parents in their declining years, I never want to raise a child. It's, anyhow, it's definitely a time where I'm, God knows. Guess this is what happens to a cross-dresser. I'm trying to look around online to get some updates, and I get lingerie and panty commercials. All of this stuff works on aggregate. What you look up before is what comes back to haunt you again and again. This is why sharing screens is always a risk, right? So, this has nothing even to do with browser history. I mean, it does, but not directly. It's not like people are seeing your browser history, but they can ascertain what you look at just by the commercials you get if you're sharing screens. So, and I am free to, okay, all right, let me ask him if he's there. Maybe maybe he's totally miscommunicated. All right. We'll see what he says in a few minutes. Other than that, geez, how much time do we have left? This is probably the most survivalist-oriented episode I have ever fucking hosted. This would be funny if people ask for more of this kind of shit in the near future. The last thing I want to become is the go-to guy for survival advice, but I'm hoping what I gave as the lowdown on the bureaucracy of energy distribution in Texas is helpful, so that people know who to blame and what to complain about. You know what's really at fault? The fucking libertarian individualist ideology. That's what's at fucking fault. I mean, this is where it brings you. what Derek Talley read aloud from that one idiot. It's I'm so glad he was forced to step down because of that. What a scumbag. People like that, really, you know, they just really burn me up. Can't understand how, yeah, honestly, anyhow, won't even say it. Hey, they removed the Melania Trump statue in Slovenia. After someone had set it on fire. Like I said, I'm convinced Melania Trump set that shit on fire because it looked so awful. Fuck, if somebody had set up some monstrosity like that and said it was a statue of me, I'd ask people to burn it. Yeah, and so they finally removed it. But anyhow. I'm just at a loss at this point. Sitting here kind of waiting for, you know, someone to bounce off of so I can relax my voice. You know, staying on basically because at this point I'm expecting George Knight to come on. Otherwise, I would sign off early, comparatively early, and just begin to relax for the night. Honestly, this is one of those nights where I really was not really in the mood to come on, and it's surprised I lasted as long as I did. You know, it was kind of funny how Peter kind of stayed on, and you know, when he was like not really kind of organized towards anything either, he kind of like was just winging it. And actually, we were lucky to have Derek Talley's enthusiasm for the period of time he was with us. I was afraid, actually, that I wouldn't have enough time to cover some of what I did, or all of what I did. But you know, I should have let Derek Talley go on much longer than he did. But then again, he was beginning to wear out. And then, of course, we had, you know, Jameson Reese talking for a bit. All right, about his addiction and all the rest of that. Anyhow, if you have to evacuate your homes due to any reason, if it's safe, obviously go somewhere warm. If it's safe for you to travel to a shelter, be sure to wear a mask or layer 2 masks and bring extras in case your stay is extended, because those locations should be well ventilated, but social distancing is still advised. Don't buy into the Peter Moon assessment that it's over, it's winding down, that like Jameson Reese and I were saying, it's interesting how selective he is when it comes to information from the CDC. When it comes to hypothermia, I've got someone asking me about that again. Well, babies, older adults, and of course unhoused people, the homeless, are the most vulnerable to hypothermia. If you're worried about people in these groups, look for the signs: confusion, shivering, difficult speaking, sleepiness and stiff muscles in adults, bright red skin and low energy in babies. If you fear someone in your household has hypothermia, call for medical help. If they can't immediately arrive, try to warm them up yourself with blankets, food and water, and an alternate heat source, as I've been mentioning. You know, people in camping or in outdoor situations literally warm such people up with their body warmth just by being next to them. Of course, check on your loved ones whenever it's safe to do so. Check in with people around you to make certain they're okay. Those who have medical equipment that require power, like respirators, should be taken to locations with generators or a friend's or neighbor's home that hasn't been impacted. Now I'm going to check back with Messenger and the live stream again. as time continues to tick away towards when I can finally free myself of this burden waiting for George Knight to show up, which is the only thing keeping me online right now. Of course, don't forget to keep your pets warm. You know, don't leave your pets outside when it gets cold. Move them into a shelter inside where they'll stay warm. If you're walking your dog, although outdoor activity should be brief, consider wrapping them up in a sweater or coat. Pets can get hypothermia too. Look on your pet's paws for rock salt or other chemicals used to melt ice. Those chemicals can irritate your pet's feet, so wipe them down with a warm, damp towel upon returning home. If you have a reptile or another pet that relies on outside sources of warmth, you can heat them up with hand warmers. A generator, again, used only outside your home or snuggling. Snuggle up with your baby caiman or your monitor lizard. Yes, there you go. I mean, why people have such pets, well, I can understand it. I mean, they're incredible creatures. They're fascinating. There's certainly many of them exist in far more tropical climes. Yeah, the lizards like it warm. So, yes, if you happen to own one, you may have to help them stay warm. All right, good God, I think I've thought of fucking everything. I mean, fuck, what more can I think of? Jesus Christ. It's like, I'm just, I'm left aghast at how I've been abandoned. I've been abandoned by my affiliates. Left here to talk about icy conditions and other such affairs. How did it come to this? And oh God, let's talk about what goes into a survival kit, perhaps. I mean, it's one of those things that obviously I myself have so much in my home that it is it's not something that I have the need for that other people do. But let me see. I've talked about tools that would go into such things. I've talked about, basically, if I were to try to put together my own emergency winter power outage survival kit. Here we are. He's available. Oh, thank God. Yes, well, let's try and bring him on. See if you can jump on the call, George. Let's see if I can, George Knight. Let's add him to the call. Oh my God, he's on. I think you're on, right, George?
God, thank you so much, Douglas. God, do apologize about that.
Oh, no worries. I was going into everything I could possibly think of about the winter weather and blackouts that we have here in the United States. And
oh, God.
Yeah, so I was just covering the best of that I, whatever I could about that. But thank God we have you now to help us, stay for the remainder of time we have, which actually by now isn't very long, I'm afraid.
No, I do apologize. My God, thank you for being so understanding.
Oh, no worries. I don't think we communicated very well earlier when I was sending you the text. What I was trying to say was at that time I was trying to bring you on the call just for a short period so I could tell you what I thought the situation would be. I thought that I would have to need until maybe the final hour so that we would have the last hour to talk, because I thought it would take me around that long to cover some of the issues that I had prepared, as well as I could. during the time that I had people helping me through the opening hours, but I ran out of stuff to talk about pretty quickly.
Oh.
Yeah, which is fine. This is one of those nights where I just showed up tired. I don't usually do that. This was one of those nights where, oh, by the way, Pixie Princess Star Fox says, always love hearing you. Love you too, honey. Mwah. And she included a little bat. Yes, that's delightful. Understand, of course, that's not that's not the totemic animal of real vampires. but aside from that, let's the raven is, just so Pixie Princess Star Fox understands. Love you, honey. And aside from that, catch us up on everything that's going on with yourself. And I was showing what you had written to everybody concerning how you went into that kind of UFO group, and you were talking about the German UFOs, and everybody was receptive, and your ratings went up on your video. Now, is this the completed video? Is this essentially the documentary that you were showing, or was this kind of like an extended trailer? Tell us about what's going on with all of this.
Oh yes, Douglas. Yeah, the video that I uploaded was it's an extended trailer. It's just a compilation of all the footage that I've gathered, but I have got so much more. It is just, that was only a snippet of the in the archives that I have in my collection. It was just a small portion, and that lasted it's an 8-minute long video. And it was just, I got so many good, good reports, feedback from it. So it was, and I had a lot of people. And what happened, because I was shut off the private group. They shut me off, and that was because because I was being asked all these questions, and it was the moderator. It was one of the administrators of the group. I think there's a few of them in this group, but it's a page with thousands of members, and so being quite, he was being quite hostile, antithetical to what I was saying in response to the moderator. Questions, but then they always allude to where did they get the technology from and the knowledge? Did they get it from the
Oh God. Yes. Oh,
yes.
God.
It's just, oh my God. And then everything I was responding to, I always present with documentation or photographic evidence, and that's the thing that is different about. I was saying to him, this is himself going, well, you've done a lot of research, and this is a lot of, this is quite, the theories that you come up with is really extensive, and you've really done your homework. And I was like, these are not my homework. These are not theories. These are just historical facts.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes. Nothing I say is.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
And it was just when I was presenting the documents, then you get these other people just adding to the comments, to the conversation. They were saying, "Oh, this is just all. This is and they were trying to, with their own logic. This is obviously reptilian or extraterrestrial origin, the technology that they had, and then it came up, as I said to you in the messages, and it was a Japanese invasion, a violation over American airspace, and they go, well, it was a captured ET. This guy was saying it was a captured ET craft, and so I got shut off and what happened was I found out that the moderator, the guy who was speaking to, was the moderator, or he had the administrative authority to shut me off, and he goes, because you were getting argumentative. And I said, well, I would appreciate a warning before you shut me off, because everyone is arguing on your page. But why am I the only one being shut off?
Of course.
It didn't make any sense.
Oh, well,
yes.
we know we know why. I mean, obviously, but go on. Yes, by all means.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. And so yesterday, what I did, I uploaded another clip, just one single clip with the Hanabu, the number one, the first prototype that they came up with, which the designs and the blueprints were, it was all constructed in 1938, but in 1939 they became operational, and they were testing this over in Germany. And the footage is just of the Hanabu doing a vertical lift off and then descending back to Earth. And then people were going, and I got a lot of hits on that. That's just under 300 likes on that one clip. And there were some people that are going, yes, we obviously, this makes sense, and thank you. You will just confirm that we knew these were man-made. And some people were saying this is all fake. this is just a fake footage. It's all CGI. And then those people that make those claims, I ask them, well, where is the evidence for it being? Because if it's a doctored, alterated, CGI clip, you should be able to, come up with a source or someone who created it. With like most things that are like the famous Battle Los Angeles photograph where in 1962 you had the Sheffield England fleet of German UFOs that flew over Sheffield England, and then they took a snippet. They did a thing called like you said, Douglas, image alteration.
Yes.
And they cropped out the image of the UFO and they snipped it over the original shot of the spotlights, the searchlights, the search beams over Los Angeles.
Yes.
And they snipped it into that image, and so it's a doctored image where you can find the source for it being, and they've omitted, and it's even on Wikipedia also that they did alter that image, and so it's been proven. But this footage that I uploaded, there is no source. There is no. It's sourced from the Reich itself, and a lot of the documentation comes directly from the Reich, the government of the the NSDAP. So that they can't find the original footage. So if it's a doctored image, you'll be able to find the original. And so it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, I was going on a bit too long on a tangent then, Douglas. But
no, it's fine.
That was just an example of the feedback I was getting and the hostility. And so, but it keeps on getting hits every hour. I'm getting more and more hits on it, which is good. And it's just great to see people's response to it. And then you get people who do understand it, and then you get the other side who still allude to their ET fantasy.
Yes. Yeah, of course. And that's a major problem, and it is what it is. Throughout our book, Peter Moon basically tries not to alienate them, so he basically is like doesn't make a direct attack on the ET position. We're just, of course, presenting ours rather than arguing against the ETs in this book.
Yes.
And that's what we're kind of stuck with, unfortunately. And this is because people who buy books on ETs will also have this book on the shelf next to books that say reptilians are running.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is correct. Yes, this is the tragedy that we're dealing with as people, of course, become more mature in their in their discernment. Then hopefully that basically things will take a precedent, and ultimately we will. I mean, you're helping immensely. I mean, the fact that people are responding well to yourself helps enormously, and the fact that but there is like when I showed what you had written to everybody that was working on Team Dietrich, Peter Moon and Derek Talley and Jameson Reese, and I said, well, isn't this a form of racism, because the people are willing to accept that the Germans were able to produce such technology. But when you tried to bring up the Japanese aspect about the Battle of Los Angeles, and everybody just started going into denial mode. And of course, Peter was saying, "Oh well, it's simply the etc." But Jameson finally just said in the chat box, "Yeah, I'd call it racism." It's just basically
it is.
Yes. It's just
absolutely
just this incredible inability of these people to think outside of the box, and it's ultimately it's sad, it's pathetic, but you will do a lot to help with that. You're doing a lot now to help with that. By the way, how about everything with your family? I'm presuming is wonderful. I'm presuming everything is going well. Everybody's fine.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, everyone, all the girls and Sarah, they're all doing really well. And we're all getting the vaccines. So, I've got to wait a little bit longer, but most of my family have all been vaccinated, the ones that are like over 60, and Sarah has because of her position as a nurse. So it's really good, actually, Douglas. Yeah, everything's going really well. And, like tonight, I'm so sorry. I just apologize. It's, doing one job to another, and it just takes an hour. It just, it goes from, God.
Yeah. Oh, I totally get it.
It's very difficult.
I told everybody I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine what it's like to be a father. Of course, you know, I took care of my elderly parents during their declining years, so I never want to experience raising children because it's kind of like the same thing, but in reverse. It's, by the way, Pixie Princess Star Fox sends her hearts, so thank you, honey. Hearts in return. And so with yourself, George, I'm really excited that you're getting these positive responses. And I'm also, did you have a chance to review that link that I sent you about the kids who were bringing myself up and the Japanese subject?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What did you think of that? That was
yes, thank you. Oh, thank you, Douglas. I'm glad you mentioned that tonight on the show. Yes. Yeah. Oh God, it was just funny because I watched it I watched the first 10 minutes of it, and then I read the message again, and it said, when you know, because the response from John Warrington says, "Oh, he mentions you at 29 minutes."
Yes.
And so, but I found it anyway. I did find it anyway, and yeah, he goes, Douglas Dietrich. He goes, Douglas Dietrich has an interesting standpoint, or something like that, didn't he? He alluded to something.
Something like that. It came across as it was non-offensive in the sense that he didn't. Yeah, it was. He didn't say. I don't know. He may have said the word "thurry," but he said it. He said it well enough where it was obviously not with that kind of intent. So
he did. Yeah. Yes.
And then they both went into it, and then they went off into the tangent afterwards that, oh yeah, did you hear that? Yeah, Hitler's mother may have worked for a Rothschild. Yeah, and so he may have been a Rothschild. And it's like, oh really? I mean, come on. I mean, yeah, like what would the Rothschilds be fucking doing in hillbilly country in Austria? It's like, what the fuck would they? You know, it just doesn't like. Anyhow.
No.
You just roll your eyes.
And they. Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And the historical content, you can look at the Balfour Declaration where he writes a letter to Rothschild himself, and they were looking for a Zion for the Jewish people. So obviously it's just, you look at the historical context of the Balfour Declaration.
Thank you.
And in and so they were looking for the self-determination of the Jewish people. So it doesn't make any sense. And people just allude to this, it's a bit like George Soros, they always allude to this evil. They're evil people.
Yes.
And they're some sort of, they're in control of, they're like the global elites that are taking over. So this is the, that's what they allude to.
This is the, what would we call it? The conspiracy culture mindset. And it's, and it's something that obviously you look at those two young guys and they're just kind of rolling ideas around. But the good news is that they were tossing out my ideas without some kind of bizarre judgment or reactionary denial. So that speaks well. This is a sign of what we'll see more of. There's some stories that I've never related before because they were just innocuous. But there was a person I knew in San Francisco who, like I was telling Peter earlier tonight, he was just at one point in his life when he was doing just basically transitioning, and he wound up working in one of these burger flipping places. And one of the people he was working with, he brought up the Battle of Los Angeles just casually, and then the other person said, "Oh yeah, I heard that was Japanese that were during wartime," and so he relayed back to myself, I never heard about anyone saying this other than yourself. So what you're saying is getting out there. So this was years ago. So gradually and slowly, it does get out there, despite all the attempts of so many people to deny it and just try to shut it down. But and the way they react, it was like I told Peter Moon, you reminded me of Keith Call, in that Keith Call went to places like MUFON, and he brought the Roswell and Rising Sun DVD, and when he turned it on, they pretty much forcefully turned the viewer off, or the projector, whatever you can call it, the DVD player. They pretty much turned it off and physically pretty much ejected him from the room.
Yes, that's it.
And
shut him down.
Yeah, and that's what happened to you online. So, yes. Aside from that,
I did take it. Go on. Beg your pardon, Douglas. Yeah, because I did take it as a positive, because he did say Douglas Dietrich says, which was very good. I'm glad he said this comes from Douglas Dietrich. That's the only thing that I was like very grateful for. That he actually said to Douglas, it was about Douglas. Douglas says this and this, and that's what I found really good. He didn't try and make it as his own research. He gave you credit.
Yes. Yeah. And beyond that, he didn't warp it or distort it to something totally offline or totally off base. The way the idiots do. You'll hear idiots say that, Douglas Dietrich says that, it rains gold on Mars or something incredibly stupid. This stupid shit you'll hear from people. Aside from that, let me see. We've got about probably a few minutes left. I'd say like about we've got like maybe about 15 minutes left. So,
brilliant!
Yeah. So catch us up on what other things might be going on, and then I'll just like, believe me, I'm burned out. I'm totally fucking burned out.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
just glad you're here to kind of help me, carry us towards the finish line. So
yes. Oh, always love and support you. Yes,
thank you.
I'm the shoulder for you. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Who's taking care of the kids right now?
The other thing I wanted to mention also is because on that particular group that I joined, you have to get it approved by the moderator or the administrator first, the person in charge of the group. And so I uploaded my 8-minute long video compilation video, and last night I uploaded the one snippet of the Hanabu test flight. The other thing 2 days ago that I tried to upload was a series of images of the Executive Order 9066. And other what's the other one, Douglas? You know this. It was the new one of the Constitution, and it was in, I believe it was 1786 written, and where it identifies all Asians as aliens. And so I uploaded all these, it was the Japanese ancestry, of the Executive Order 9066, saying that anyone of Japanese or heritage or German descent or anyone who is Italian, recognize they have to be turned over into internment camps. And so I uploaded a series, like maybe a dozen images stating that the term alien means enemy alien, and that was never approved. That was never ever submitted and published on that page, because that just contradicts everything that these people who say alien means extraterrestrial. No, it doesn't. It originates, the term is hundreds of years old, and it in the true definition and the terminology means enemy alien of the United States. And after declaration of war, they were considered enemy aliens.
Yes,
and they were for hundreds of years anyway.
Yes, that's quite true. And what you're mentioning is the Constitution of the state of California. So I'll have to look up the exact year in which the state of California issued that constitutional declaration, and but it's something that could probably be found online if I don't find it immediately. Every time that I look for such things, I look for books around me, and the problem is there are volumes that I have that are written specifically about this sort of thing, so it's hard to find sometimes the point you're looking for amidst all of the other details covering that kind of subject. But honestly, it's something we can find online. We could just look up the here we are. Let's look this up online right now, where I just kind of here we are, look this up and say California Constitution Asians as aliens. And there we are, California Alien Land Law of 1913. There we are. That's one example. That this comes up, of course, on Wikipedia, which of course is the bathroom wall, as I've said, of information intercourse. Also known as the Webb-Haney Act, prohibits aliens ineligible for citizenship from owning agricultural land and possessing long-term leases over it. So this was to prevent Chinese, Indians, and Japanese and Korean immigrant farmers in California. And of course, it was particularly directed at the Japanese, whereas what you're thinking was what was aimed at the Chinese, of course. I mean, we'll find it. It's something we don't need immediately, but you've probably written it down somewhere, right?
Yeah, I've got it. I was just looking at it there, Douglas. Yeah, and it was 1876.
Okay.
1876. Yes. Yes. Thank you. I found it on my collection.
1876, and it's incredible. The notes you've accumulated over these years is incredible. And
yes, thank you. All because of you, Douglas. Yeah, for helping me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I couldn't do it without you. Yes.
Oh.
Beg your pardon. 1879. Add on 3 years to that. Beg your pardon.
Oh, 1879.
The California.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes, California Constitution of 1879. I've got it here prior to any amendment. Yes, thank you.
You've got
just
it.
Go on. Just to for the viewers, if they would want to look it up. Yes. God, Douglas. Yeah. Now, God, are you all right? Did you need to say any more on that? I've got something else to read out. Actually.
Oh, please do. Please do.
Yes. I've got the federal tax legislative activities in 1947, and it's the excise war taxes.
Yes.
This is another point that I mentioned, and it states the only major revenue act that came into law during 1947 was the Excise War Tax Act of 1947. By indefinitely extending certain war excise tax rates, this act increased federal receipts by an estimated $1.1 billion in the fiscal year of 1948. Under prior law, the war excise taxes rates were scheduled to expire 6 months after the termination of hostilities, since the end of hostilities had been officially declared by presidential proclamation as of December 31st, 1946. The expiration date for the war excises was June 30th, 1947. These war excises were increased in tax rates provided by the Revenue Act of 1943. They included, among others, the increase in the taxes of furs, jewelry, and toilet preparations from 10% to 20%, the increase in the tax of admissions from roughly 10% to 20%, and the increase in the tax of distilled spirits from $6 to $9 a gallon. And then it goes on to say that on January the 3rd, 1947, in his budget message to the fiscal year 1948, the president urged that the war excise taxes be continued, declaring that he considered it essential that tax rates be retained. At the same time, the president said, when the time comes to excise tax revision, the Congress should review the entire group of excise taxes rather than concentrate attention on those that were imposed or increased during the war.
Yes.
And so that's very important. I've got that I've got that here as well. That just states that we're still paying war time because it says it's to be continued indefinitely. So it just proves we're still legally at war.
Yes. Yes.
As well as daylight saving times, which I have as well also.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, so important. I mean, these are like, honestly, it's incredible. The work you've done is beyond what I can praise. And I'm still waiting for you, of course, to tag many of these posts that you've published on these topics onto my timeline.
Oh, yes, Douglas.
And,
God, yeah.
Yeah. And of course, yeah.
No, you carry on. Sorry, Douglas.
No. So just please do that. Please do that. The problem is that because they were published at a certain time, what's going to happen is when you tag them to my timeline, they're going to go down the timeline at the time they were published. Yeah. So they would go down the timeline. So you might need to republish them and tag them all. That would probably leave you.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. That'll probably leave you with putting a dozen on my timeline at a time. But that's fine.
Yes.
Yeah. Because we got a while until the next episode anyway. But I will publish something shortly after transmission tonight for Crystal River, who needs some help. I'll publish something for her because she's basically stuck in the middle of all that blackout, and she gains most of her income by basically what she does on the telephone, and she hasn't been able to do that during these blackouts. So it's been so I'm trying to get people to help her out. I'll put a post up for her, so we don't want to put them up tonight. You can publish them maybe a day or two from now, and then that way it'll give her post some exposure, over the next few days. Does that make sense? You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely, Douglas.
Great.
No, thank you very much. Yes, no, much appreciated that.
Yeah, and so in terms of how about anything else you want to say? Please, by all means, go ahead. We've got a few minutes left, so just take it away.
Oh, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, this is very important. I've got this up. The Jets 24-hour alert to shoot down saucers. This is the I'm trying to think which article, which newspaper this was, but I've got the snippet of the actual article, and it says, the Washington, July 28th, the Air Force revealed today that jet pilots have been placed on 24-hour nationwide alert against flying saucers, with all orders to shoot them down if they refuse to land. It was learned that pilots have gone aloft on several occasions in the effort to shoot the mysterious objects to the ground, but never came close enough to use their guns. The Air Force refused to confirm this, but Lieutenant Colonel, I can't read that name, Mont, Air Force Information Officer, stated, the jet pilots are and have been under orders to investigate unidentified objects and to shoot them down if they can't talk them down. And it goes on to another, it carries on with the article, but then it says, not spaceships, expert asserts. And it says, July 28th, a meteor expert said tonight that flying saucers definitely are not mirages and should not be confused with distant planets. Dr. Lincoln LaPaz, director of the Institute of Meteorologics at the University of New Mexico, observed that the yellow disk seen over Washington, D.C. closely resembled like phenomena in the southwest. And he goes on to say, in quotations, these disks are not mirages. He said, as was suggested a few weeks ago in a national magazine, Radar proves that furthermore, any suggestion that these come from the depths of space is fantastic. Their origin is Earth. The question is, where on Earth? And so, end quote. And that is that's so important that he is.
That is incredible.
Yes.
I mean, this is incredible. I mean, this is beyond praise. I mean, man, the student is now the master, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh,
really?
You, yes.
Believe me, you've superseded myself. I mean, I've never been a researcher. As I've said, I'm merely just relaying what was made available to me via circumstance. But you, on the other hand, you are a true researcher. So, yes.
That's
very
I'm so honored. Thank you for saying that. Yes, much appreciated.
Well,
I'm just overwhelmed. Thank you by that.
Oh,
really appreciate
I'm proud of you.
Hearing you say that.
Yeah, very proud of you. And honestly, I'm glad we haven't sent you the manuscript yet for the book, because it really needed a lot of correction. We're nowhere near finishing it, as far as I'm concerned. Of course, Peter Moon wants to get this out as soon as possible, and of course, I'll cooperate with him on getting that done. But honestly, let me see what I'll do here. What I'll do is forward this to you now, and I believe you've given me your email before, but let me see. You give it to me again in the message box. Write your email to me in the message box so I can forward.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, because we're heading closer towards some sort of completion. I still got a lot to do on the book as far as I'm concerned, but not overly much. And there we are. So let me copy and paste that. And it's interesting how the UK, how many dots you've got in that email address. So the United Kingdom is, it's such a complicated place to live. So,
absolutely.
Yes. How about the kids? Absolutely. What about their vaccinations? Are they getting vaccinations or what? According to.
Well, according to the news sources, they're saying that they're doing clinical trials under children about the age of 6 and over, but not under the age of 6. So they're doing the clinical trials for the vaccine. But the problem is, because we have the South African variant, the AstraZeneca vaccine isn't. It's just it can't seem to adapt to that variant particularly well. So it's having a backlash. It's having a backlash to it. So people. So actually, fortunately, all my family have had the Pfizer.
Okay.
They're all having the Pfizer.